So a lot of people have been speculating whether Palantir will be kind of playing a part in all this. There have been rumors that they have used technology that had actually helped locate the leader of the Jalisco cartel, El Mencho, when he was taken out. That hasn't been confirmed, but I did cover that in a previous video. This is in the Palantir investor subreddit, and they're saying Iran is about to find out why Palantir is worth $300 billion. Okay? Basically, people keep saying that Palantir was being used for these wars, but how, we don't know. Right, we don't know how it's being used. They don't make bombs, but they use their technology in military action and decisions. They are able to locate people. They are able to use technology to basically track people all around the world. And I think that this will be very interesting. And a lot of people have pointed out in the comments the fact that this will happen. Trump likes to kick off when the market is closed. It is very interesting. It will be very interesting to see how your Palantirs and your Raytheons are doing on Monday. That's for sure. And as of just literally as I started recording this video, new strikes have actually been reported in Iran. This is basically live updates from BBC News. I don't think I'm going to let them look at this actually, but
what the fuck? What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for.
this basically says new strikes have been reported in Iran. Tehran hits US bases. Okay, apparently there has been fresh strikes. This is the live reporting. Imminently, okay. Netanyahu is calling on Iranians to take to the streets en masse to topple the regime. He's calling on the Iranian people, saying you've got a once-in-a-generation chance. You need to take to the streets now. It's your time to come together. It's actually pretty insane for a president of a country to tell all of the citizens of another country what to do and how to act, right? Qatar have condemned Iran after missiles have been seen falling in the streets there. I've shown you those videos. And basically Qatar's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has issued a statement condemning the targeting of Qatari territory with ballistic missiles, calls it a flagrant violation of its national sovereignty, a direct infringement on its security and territorial integrity. It's an unacceptable escalation. I think Iran is in big trouble because all these countries are quite powerful and they're really, really not happy. Now this is unfortunate. People are saying that there was a strike on a girls' school in Iran. Iranian officials are saying 85 people have been killed. I'm waiting for more information on that. I think I'm going to do a full update on this situation because I believe this happened shortly before I started recording, and it seems that news agencies haven't actually been able to independently verify this, and I would personally be skeptical of the information the Iranian officials are putting out directly. As you saw in that clip earlier, there is the Iranian Foreign Ministry saying, hey, everything's fine, everybody's still alive, we're all good. I didn't believe it for a second. Members of Iran's paramilitary forces are being killed in Iran. Basically, this is in the West Azerbaijan province. Basically, they are serious people in the Iranian military that are losing their lives. Okay, so it is becoming deadly. A lot of people are in trouble. JD Vance is in the Situation Room monitoring the attack. The IDF are issuing evacuation zones for their industrial zones. So this is just going off absolutely everywhere. There's airstrikes all over the place. People are saying this attack's on a completely different scale. And we've never seen anything like that. So just to wrap this video up, what I'm going to do is let's take a look at Trump's kind of full-length announcement about this. It's going to give us some more information. I'll watch it maybe at a sort of increased speed and just touch on anything interesting that we want to comment on in this. And I can show you the comments, actually. Let's look at the comments first. I think actually, no, we already looked at the comments on this. So let's just wrap it up. Let's see exactly what Trump said about the announcement for this. The fact he's wearing the USA hat is pretty interesting. Got to remind everyone what side he's on. But yeah, let's wrap it up. We'll look at this and I'll keep you guys updated if anything else happens on this in a separate.
Time ago, the United States military began major combat operations in Iran. Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime, a vicious group of very hard, terrible people. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world. For 47 years, the Iranian regime has chanted death to America and waged an unending campaign of bloodshed and mass murder, targeting the United States, our troops, and the innocent people in many, many countries. Among the regime's very first acts was to back a violent takeover of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, holding dozens of American hostages for 444 days. In 1983, Iran's proxies carried out the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut that killed 241 American military personnel. In 2000, they knew and were probably involved with the attack on the USS Cole. Many died. Iranian forces killed and maimed hundreds of American service members in Iraq. The regime's proxies have continued to launch countless attacks against American forces stationed in the Middle East in recent years, as well as U.S. naval and commercial vessels in international shipping lanes. It's been mass terror, and we're not going to put up with it any longer. From Lebanon to Yemen and Syria to Iraq, the regime has armed, trained, and funded terrorist militias that have soaked the earth with blood and guts. And it was Iran's proxy, Hamas, that launched the monstrous October 7th attacks on Israel, slaughtering more than 1,000 innocent people, including 46 Americans, while taking 12 of our citizens hostage. It was...
See, I think that's really interesting he brings that up, right? And that's something that a lot of people don't really want to talk about, is how Iran had actually supported the October 7th attacks on Israel. There were American citizens that were killed in that, and really the Americans have put up with a lot of nonsense from Iran for quite a long time. This has been brewing for quite a long period of time. You know, for people to act like, oh, this is just a cover-up for the Epstein files, I think it's a little bit doing a disservice to the amount of tolerance that America has appeared to have for Iran's violent regime.
Brutal. Something like the world has never seen before. Iran is the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, and just recently killed tens of thousands of its own citizens on the street as they protest. It has always been the policy of the United States, in particular, my administration, that this terrorist regime can never have a nuclear weapon. I'll say it again, they can never have a nuclear weapon. That is why in Operation Midnight Hammer last June, we obliterated the regime's nuclear program at Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. After that attack, we warned them never to resume their malicious pursuit of nuclear weapons, and we sought repeatedly to make a deal. We tried. They wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. Again, they wanted to do it. They didn't want to do it. They didn't know what was happening. They just wanted to practice evil. But Iran refused, just as it has for decades and decades. They rejected every opportunity to renounce their nuclear ambitions, and we can't take it anymore. Instead, they attempted to rebuild their nuclear program and to continue developing long-range missiles that can now threaten our very good friends and allies in Europe, our troops stationed overseas, and could soon reach the American homeland. Just imagine how emboldened this regime would be if they ever had and actually were armed with nuclear weapons as a means to deliver their message. For these reasons, the United States military is undertaking a massive and ongoing operation to prevent this very wicked, radical dictatorship from threatening America and our core national security interests. We're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated. We're going to annihilate their navy. We're going to ensure that the region's terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the region or the world and attack our forces and no longer use their IEDs or roadside bombs, as they are sometimes called, to so gravely wound and kill thousands and thousands of people, including many Americans. And we will ensure that Iran does not obtain a nuclear weapon. It's a very simple message. They will never have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now, we're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member as they selflessly risk their lives to ensure that Americans and our children will never be threatened by a nuclear-armed Iran. We ask God to protect all of our heroes in harm's way, and we trust that, with His help, the men and women of the armed forces will prevail. They are the greatest in the world, and they will prevail. To the members of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, the armed forces, and all of the police, I say tonight that you must lay down your weapons and have complete immunity, or, in the alternative, face certain death. So, lay down your arms. You will be treated fairly with total immunity, or you will face it.
But he said the police and the army can lay down their arms and have total immunity, or they will face certain death. For Trump to be saying that about another country's security and police forces is insanity. But that's, as he said, he could destroy the whole country if he wanted to.
Certain death. Finally, to the great proud people of Iran, I say tonight that the hour of your freedom is at hand. Stay sheltered. Don't leave your home. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations. For many years, you have asked for America's help, but you never got it. No president was willing to do what I am willing to do tonight. Now you have a president who is giving you what you want. So let's see how you respond. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the brave men and women of America's armed forces. May God bless the United States of America. May God bless you all. Thank you.
He's literally saying this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for you to take the country back. He said he's going to absolutely obliterate the government. He's saying stay inside. We're going to have the guts to do. If that's how he wants to look at it, that's actually insane. But I think if Iran does become more liberal, it does get taken over by the people rather than the oppressive regime, that would be good. How likely is it to play out exactly how Trump's saying in his speech? I don't know. We'll have to keep track of it, but I'll update you guys in another video when I have more information. I've just woken up to all of this news, so I've put all of that into this one long video for you guys. So let me know what you thought of that, and I will be back later. I do actually have one Epstein update, or I've not forgotten about the Epstein files. Okay, it's not getting covered up. I'm not going to be distracted, but this is really important, so I'm covering this as well. So thank you for watching this video. Let me know what you thought of that coverage, and I'll be back when there is an update on this. No doubt there is going to be some huge updates coming soon, and I will keep you guys informed. So thank you for watching.
And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected. Not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the two great wars of the last century served for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours.
It's Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, and welcome back to Goodfellows, a Hoover Institution broadcast examining matters of history, economics, and geopolitics.
We've got some very fresh new Lil Durk paperwork, and some people are saying that it's finally looking good for the boy Lil Durk. Now, I've said quite a few times on this channel that I personally think, in my personal, honest, own, personal, just me, not trying to get sued opinion, is that Lil Durk is perhaps cooked. He's perhaps overly cooked, he's perhaps grilled, charbroiled perhaps. But realistically, a lot of people think that I'm capping, a lot of people think I've got the wrong opinion. That's just my personal opinion. I don't want people to get the wrong idea and think that I'm telling you for a fact, 100,000%, if it's not true, if I'm lying, I'm dying. That's just my opinion. A lot of people think that Lil Durk is going to beat this, and one of those people is my guy, Seti Nash. Shout out to Seti Nash. He just posted this new paperwork on his story on Instagram, and on his as a post on Instagram, and he believes that he's been saying since the very beginning that Durk is going to go free. Now, I want to be very fair. I want to present you his opinion on this first, and then I'm going to go through the paperwork and explain why I personally, I'm not entirely convinced that he is good, but I do feel like this new piece of paperwork is make or break, and we might see things start to go in a positive direction for Durk if, and that's a big, fat, enormous 400-pounder if, the government doesn't clap back in a powerful way. But if the government does clap back in a way that I think they might clap back, it will be over for Lil Durk and he will be fully cooked like a rotisserie chicken. I'm not going to lie, okay? So there's a lot of nuance to this, and it all comes down to quite literally the last couple of lines of this paperwork. So I'm going to go through the entire thing. I've just read the entire 11-page document. I've made notes on everything. I'm going to break it all down for you. But before we get to that, let's look at what Seti had to say about the situation.
The only person that ain't signed an OTF that been telling y'all from day one Durk finna be found innocent. Take a look. PW1 first claimed that there was no bounty, that he did not commit the murder for money. He did it under duress and magically changed the story. They realized what he was saying was cap, probably when the SSI removed the allegation that Didi actually paid the bounty. So here you say right here, if that doubt eliminating discovery existed, the government would certainly have cited to it in its oppression, yet it does not. Indeed, nowhere does the discovery set forth anything resembling a fixed or coherent theory of the time, place, and circumstances of the bounty, allegations, or the at the direction of the allegations. On the contrary, the discovery reveals government witnesses who are consistently changing their stories. PW1, for example, has asserted that there was no bounty at all, that he did not agree to murder TV for monetary gain, and that he did so under duress. But as one might expect, in a murder for hire prosecution predicated on the existence of a bounty, he rises to meet the occasion. In one government proper session, PW1 recounts how Mr. Wilson allegedly stayed behind in Los Angeles after the other participants flew out in order to collect the bounty. Money for distribution, PW1's story is, however, flatly contradicted by the objective evidence that government's realization that PW1 lied. Here is likely why, between the first superseding indictment and the second superseding indictment, it deleted language alleging that Mr. Wilson paid the bounty after SR's homicide. See docket number 27, page 6 at 9, when the government's witnesses are constantly changing their stories about crucial facts as the discovery catalogs here. Mr. Banks' defense must take aim at a moving target that is fundamentally unfair. Yeah, I'm going to drop the full entire thing on my channel, but we're going to do that tomorrow. Let the bloggers have it. I'm always breaking news. Shout out to Dirk all day. Shout out to little bro. Do your thing. Crazy shit.
So, Seti said, I'm going to let the bloggers have it. I appreciate the alley-oop once again from Seti Nash. I wonder why he's not jumping on this immediately. Does he feel like he needs somebody else to come in and maybe put a little bit more context to this? Or maybe he's just tired this evening, I don't know, okay? But I personally saw this, I thought it was very interesting. I pulled up the paperwork myself. I read through the entire thing. I made notes on absolutely everything. And I do think there's some very nuanced details that he missed. And I do think that if we get this all broken down page by page, I'm going to explain to you why this really is make or break, and I don't think this is necessarily the outright victory that it's being portrayed as, but I do think this is like an ultimatum being led, okay? They're basically saying, you ain't got nothing, show us what you got. And if they come back and show them exactly what they have, and it fills in all the gaps that Dirk is calling out, he's cooked. It's over with, right? They've put together a puzzle, and there's a few pieces missing. They're saying, if you ain't got these pieces, you ain't going to finish this puzzle. And it's all or nothing. But if they come through and they say, what do you think of this piece? What do you think of this piece? And they slot it in these perfectly puzzled, Dirk-shaped sized holes, Pauls, it's going to be over with, right? So let me break it down to you. I've got it here. I've broken down all of the pages and read through the whole thing. But basically, this is Dirk Banks' reply in support of his motion to dismiss the entire indictment as a result of vagueness, or in the alternative for a bill of particulars. Now, basically, we're going to go full circle, and at the very end of this paperwork, it's basically going to make it very clear that they're asking the government to say either dismiss the entire indictment or tell us what's missing. And if this is what I say, this is a Hail Mary pass, because if they actually come back with what's missing is cooked, it's very unlikely that they're just going to dismiss it. And there's maybe a small chance that they come back with something flimsy, but I'm just honestly not feeling like it's necessarily the biggest win for Dirk. But look, when you get into the details, I'm going to break this down. Okay, so look, here basically what we're going to see on this page is Dirk's lawyers are basically arguing that the indictment is vague because it doesn't say what the bounty that was on Quando Rondo's head is. Again, there's a lot of talk, and I think there's going to be a lot of reaction from Dirk meat riders that are basically going to be like, look, see, like there ain't no bounty, there's nothing, they ain't got nothing on him. No, it's not they ain't got nothing on him. They explain very clearly, we don't want to show you some of these things because it's going to compromise our witnesses, it's going to put people's families, it's going to put people's lives in danger. Okay, but Dirk's given them an ultimatum, and they probably are going to have to come back. Okay, but what's interesting here is it basically says, okay, that Dirk basically. They wanted to clarify very specific things, two specific things. The alleged bounty and the pervasive yet vague at the direction of accusations. They're saying the two main things that you need to prove that this was a murder for hire was the alleged bounty, what was the hiring, what was the pay, you know, if this was a LinkedIn job description, what's the pay and benefits looking like, okay? And then at the direction of accusations. If you're going to say that you done the murder for hire and you hired me for a specific bounty, you've got to tell me what the instructions were. Again, if you want to go back to the LinkedIn example, it's like, what was the job description? What was the instructions given? But basically, Dirk's lawyers are saying, all right, they failed to do so. The opposition recites at great length details in the indictment that are irrelevant to the instant motion. It then states conclusion in a conclusory fashion. My bad. my bad. It states in a conclusory fashion that the discovery fills in any missing pieces on essential elements without explaining how or laying a record for the court to decide whether that's true. They've already gone back and forth about these points, but what basically the government said is like, it's very obvious, we've got all of these things from this witness, we've got other things, we don't need his iCloud, we've got other people's messages, we've got messages that Dirk probably sent to other people and being received. Everything, you've got everything you need. We don't need to prove anything else. They're basically clapping back and saying, you guys saying that you already gave us everything that we got in discovery is enough. It's cap. Whether or not that's going to be accepted by the judge, whether or not the prosecution are going to clap back with more information, I don't know at this stage. But, okay, it's kind of a little bit spicy, okay? And basically, like, this idea that if you don't have these things, you're not going to be able to move forward. Like, the judge might actually clap back and say, nah, you guys have actually been given enough information. We do need to protect the information of the witnesses, and I'm going to allow it to continue to be vague. Now, what we end up seeing later on in line 10 is it basically, Dirk's lawyers basically suggest that they're not allowing Dirk to see the evidence that he's up against before trial, and that's not fair. It says the court should see through this smokescreen and decline to blindly take the government's word that the discovery puts Mr. Banks on constitutionally sufficient notice. Without the court's intervention, this vague indictment becomes a blank check that the government has written to itself, allowing Mr. Banks' prosecution on facts that were not presented to the grand jury, that were taken by surprise at trial, and are continually shifting as government cooperators change their stories. And they're basically going to go on to make some very harsh points to suggest that the cooperating witness keeps changing their story, but I'm going to explain why that is kind of a little bit of a stretch, and I think people are jumping the gun a little bit in my personal opine. Okay, so it goes on to explain over here in sort of line 20, okay, it basically says that the indictment doesn't state where, when, or why the bounty was placed, and this is essential to a murder for hire charge. It says at the outset, okay, it's important to clarify what Mr. Banks is and is not arguing in this motion. In his motion, Mr. Banks takes issue with only two deficiencies in the indictment. The first is that the indictment fails to allege the essential facts with reasonable particularity of time, place, and circumstances related to the alleged bounty that's an element of the murder for hire charge. It goes on to say in a footnote, it alleges only that at some point in the nearly 2-year time frame between November 6, 2020 and August 22, 2022, the death of King Von and the murder of Savia Robinson, Mr. Banks made clear in coded language to defendant Wilson and co-conspirators 2, 4, and 5, and others that he would pay a bounty or monetary reward and pay money and lucrative music opportunities to anyone that took part in the killing of Typhon Bowman. What's really dumb about this and why people are thinking this is such a gotcha is basically Dirk's lawyers are saying, look, you haven't said when, where, or why this bounty was offered. Now, I don't know what that bounty was. They're saying it was money and lucrative music opportunities. Whether or not the government are going to clap back and say, there you go, Wednesday the 5th of November 2021, Dirk group text the whole of OTF and said, I'm only giving a verse to people that are shooting shots at Quando Rondo. You don't. But if the government can't actually come back with anything at all, at the very least they're needed to come back with a witness that's going to explain to them, like, yo, I basically was told, and there's more information from a witness that I believe was redacted previously that's actually available in this. If a confidential witness says, yo, look, Dirk basically told the guys that, like, 20 bags, 20 grand if you can shoot shots at Quando, 50 if you kill him, and also you get a vote. That's not the best. That's not as good as a text message from Dirk saying, I've got verses for anyone that tries to kill Quando, but it's still something, and it's still better than what a lot of people are kind of deriding and saying, like, yeah, they got nothing on him. Now, they got something on him, we just don't know what it is yet, and if the government clap back and provide the who, what, where, the time, place, and circumstances of this, they're basically saying it's so vague, it alleges only that at some point in the nearly 2-year time frame between November 6th and August 22nd, they might come back with 100 instances of Dirk offering up money and verses and career opportunities and ranking the gang for killing Quando Rondo. You know, they're saying, at some point they might offer a whole bunch, they might offer one, but if they can't offer any, I would agree that this isn't necessarily a strong enough case to try, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Now, as we go on to the next page, what we end up seeing quite interestingly is basically Dirk doesn't actually argue about any of the other vagueness in the case, and I feel like, I'm not going to lie, a lot of people were saying when the other guys in the case were trying to like sever their ties with Dirk and have their cases separated, people were saying, oh, they're throwing Dirk under the bus. Well, I'm not going to lie, like a little bit of me personally feels like maybe in a way this is kind of throwing the other guys under the bus, right? Because, I mean, I don't want to go as far as to say it's telling on them, because it's really not, but what I feel like it is doing is it's basically saying, here, look, on line 5 it says, Mr. Banks, alright, let me read the first line actually. It says, the second part is it fails to allege the essential facts about the directions that Mr. Banks is alleged to have given in furtherance of counts 3 through 5. Directions that are his only alleged link to crimes carried out by others in his absence. It doesn't say, it says alleged links to, it doesn't even say alleged links to alleged crimes. It says that's his only alleged links to crimes carried out by others in his absence. Kind of throwing those guys under the bus. I'm not going to lie, kind of throwing those guys under the bus. Saying, yeah, them guys.
So between the rapid pace of news events these days and the ubiquitous proliferation of media outlets, it's very easy to get so overwhelmed with information that you lose your focus and let your mind drift to meaningless side issues, like whether if you continually rewind the housemaid so you can watch the Sydney Sweeney sex scene over and over, it will somehow show up in the feed so your wife will find out when she goes to watch one of those movies she likes where none of the women even takes her shirt off, so what the hell's the point? I'm sorry, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, you can lose your focus and not even realize that you don't understand the issues in play. So now and again, we here at the Daily Wire like to take a moment to try to explain to you some of the important subjects that we ourselves know absolutely nothing about. For instance, President Trump says the economy is doing great, but polls show that many people disagree. So today, we want to try to unpack the principles of economics so you can answer basic questions like who's right, who's wrong, how the hell should I know, and why can't you people just leave me alone? Economics is a science, like pinball, craps. The word comes from the Greek root omics, meaning something you read in a newspaper that is so ridiculous it makes you laugh. That's the same root that gives us words like comics and New York Times opinionomics. Now here at the Andrew Clavin Show, we know that some people in our audience are functionally illiterate, but the rest of our audience can only aspire to being functionally illiterate. So in order to explain the principles of economics in the simplest possible way, we're going to take you through an ordinary day in the life of an economist. Ordinary economist Wolfgang Startle wakes up a little after 6 a.m. He opens the shades, in time to see the sun cresting the eastern horizon. Oh my God, says Wolfgang Startle. What the hell is that? That's the sun coming up in the morning, says Mrs. Startle. Wow, says Wolfgang. That's surprising. Yesterday I predicted that artificial intelligence would cause the moon to turn to blood while the sun refused to shine. So this development is very unexpected. Soon after, Mrs. Startle puts breakfast on the table. Whoa, cries Wolfgang Startle. Are those fried eggs? I did not see that coming. But I make you fried eggs every morning, says Mrs. Startle. Yes, says Wolfgang, but last week I predicted that Donald Trump's tariffs would drive the price of eggs up way beyond what we can afford, so this is completely unexpected. An hour later, Wolfgang Startle arrives at work at the Wall Street Journal, where he's greeted by his editor, Simon Panic. I'm sorry, Wolfgang Panic says, I'm going to have to let you go, because every single prediction you make turns out to be wrong. Well, this comes totally out of the blue for me, says Wolfgang Startle. I predicted that Trump's anti-immigration policies would cause a minor rise in unemployment, for some reason, but now my unemployment is unexpectedly at 100%. And just wait till you see how startled Wolfgang Startle is when he gets home, because he did not predict that Mrs. Startle would unexpectedly run off with the guy who writes the horoscope pages for the New York Post after she discovered that his predictions were more accurate than Wolfgang's as a job. I hope this glimpse into the
crimes carried out. He wasn't there. Them crimes that really happened. And it says Mr. Banks argues vagueness on these two topics only, and then it basically goes on to say Mr. Banks doesn't argue that the indictment is fatally vague in any other way. Basically saying, with respect to the motive for Taekwon Bowman's murder, the date, time, circumstances of the stalking, gun possession, and the murder of the facility in interstate commerce was used, or the overt acts necessary to support the conspiracy charge. His lawyer basically saying, yo, them boys all cooked.
I forgot to add more tax speed to go to.
It's looking bad. Kind of throwing them guys under the bus, if I'm completely honest with you. Now from here, it basically goes on to essentially claim, like Dirk's lawyers basically claim that the government wants to act like including those.
I'm gonna let her kill me so that I can go do the
attack
attack speed.
Valid across the board, and they're kind of like arguing with this fact. So let me just break it down so you understand. It says, yet the government wants the court to find that the inclusion of details on these other matters renders the indictment valid across the board. So they're basically saying the government is trying to suggest that including these details that cook everybody else but Dirk, they're trying to say that the indictment is valid across the board on Dirk, but it's not. But still, you're still kind of throwing the other guys under the bus. And I get it, you've got to throw guys under the bus sometimes. It's like, yeah, them guys cooked, but murder, you got it. Murder for hire, whoa, you ain't got the evidence for that. That's what they're trying to do here. It says it's opposition's introduction cites the indictment's robust allegations about the motive for the murder. Details about how defendants stalked the murder victim's vehicle for hours leading up to the killing, including photos and details about each defendant's role in the murder plot. Again, you throw them under the bus saying they cooked. It says no mention of the robustness of the bounty or at direction of allegations. So it's saying, look, you've got them guys bang to rights, you've got pictures of them, you've got stalking charge, yeah, great, but come on, man, murder for hire on Dirk, you ain't proven that, okay? And I would agree that that probably is currently the most flimsy part of the case, the hardest to prove, but they have brought these charges, and I feel like they are going to have more stuff to bring. Now, what ends up being said next is Dirk's lawyers basically say that the government can't give up the bounty info because it's not there. And I think that might be a little bit of a reach. There's no mention of the robustness of the bounty or at direction of allegations. Government opposition of 1 over the next 4 pages. It regurgitates all of the indictment's allegations, including those that do not matter here in great detail. 1 to 4, of course, the government can cite no robust allegation, let alone a bare bones time, place, or circumstance about a bounty being offered or accepted, or the directions Mr. Banks is alleged to have given his purported co-conspirators. The reason for that omission is simple: the indictment contains none. Now, what I think is interesting is they're basically trying to say that, like, you know, the state are wrong for saying that the indictment has all of that stuff. We don't need to give you anything else. You've already been given everything at discovery. But you notice it doesn't say that, you know, it didn't happen or it's not possible. It's saying that the indictment doesn't contain it, and they're basically saying you can't try and add it in later on. You've got to give it to us before trial so we can prepare for it. And we're going to see more stuff kind of to that effect as it goes on. There's some more stuff that's kind of interesting later on, right? It goes on to kind of talk about some of the background about the bounty and what's necessary to kind of reach the constitutional burden of actually proving this happened. But what's interesting is it basically goes on to say, here the superseding indictment includes the elements of the offences, the date and place of the murder, the motive, participants and actions they took leading up to, including the murder, but there's no omission factual allegation that precludes the finding of criminality. And later it argues that it's enough that the superseding indictment names with particularity the date and place of the murder, the participants, the motive, and 27 overt acts describing the actions leading up to the murder, as well as the murder itself. The indictment can contain 1,000 alleged overt acts. If it's missing any essential facts giving rise to the charges, murder for hire, it fails nonetheless. Just like it names the date and place of the murder, it should name the date and place of the bounty offer. Now, this is probably one of the most effective arguments that I think Dirk's lawyers have made to date. I feel like stuff like this is possibly why people are getting charged up, feeling like, yo, he's going to beat this, like, he's got such a good chance. But again, it's like, that's all well and good, saying you can have 1,000 overt acts, but if you don't have the date, time, and place of the bounty, then you can't put murder for hire charges on him. You've proved a bunch of random guys that have nothing to do with Dirk did a murder, thrown him under the bus, but you haven't proved the bounty. That's all well and good until they hit you back with the information proving that the bounty happened, okay? It's all good just a week ago. If they clap back in the next couple of days and say, okay, this is the day he made the bounty and he said this guy was going to get on the song and there he is on Loyal Road 2. Now, I'm just saying that's a little guess or it might have something to do with it. But, like, you're going to be cooked. This sounds great now before the other side have had an opportunity to respond. But, like, if they clap back and they fill in all these gaps, he's going to be cooked, okay? So after this, it basically goes on to say that the bounty and the directions are the only link between Dirk and the murder. I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to explain to you why this is wishful thinking, because there are actually other things that people have tried to lie and say these aren't true when they are actually true. It says, the government's focus on non-pertinent details is a distraction. The presence of these details does not make up for the indictment's failure to provide a reasonable particularity of time, place, and circumstances where it matters, on the alleged bounty offer that's an essential element of the murder for hire charges, and on directions that are the only alleged link between Mr. Banks and the other charged with crimes. As to those two critical subject matters, the indictment is void of reasonable particularity of time, place, and circumstances. So let me break this down to you and explain to you why that actually is potentially nonsense. Because they're basically saying, look, alright, but they've already thrown these guys under the bus. They've said, yeah, it's looking like they did that murder, you've got all this evidence, it's people, but no, that's on dirt. They're saying that the bounty offer, you need to give time, place, and circumstances. When, where, and how was the offer of the bounty offered? And they're basically saying that's the essential element for murder for hire. On the directions, where are the directions? When, where, how did Dirk tell the people to do stuff? That's the only alleged link between Dirk and the other charge in the crimes. Do you think he made directions when he was flying on a private jet with one of the guys that was organising the whole thing to LA randomly? And he just happened to be in LA while the hit was going down. A lot of people have got on my case because I said I thought it was a smoking gun that Dirk was on a private jet to Los Angeles. I couldn't believe it, right? When I saw the news of Quando screaming no when I saw the news of Quando screaming no, I knew immediately that's what the Dirks were. Because I know that you've been getting told the slightest one. I would have never ever in a million years guessed at the time. Oh yeah, I bet Lil Dirk was just in LA hanging out when this hit went down. I couldn't believe it, alright? And I've already addressed this in a previous video. People on Reddit talking about, oh no, that's not true. Dirk wasn't in LA. Yes, he was. He flew in on a private jet. It is what it is. Now look, there is original paperwork. I haven't got time to go and pull up other paperwork on this, just because I want to get...
Oops, wrong one.
Mama, they're here. Mama, they're here. Oh, what are you doing, bro?
Hi everyone, Donut here. Today's short story starts in the worst place imaginable, a tiny apartment bathroom. It seems like a reoccurring thing happening lately. This one has a grandmother trapped inside and an armed man between her and the exit.
And it's not good.
The family is screaming, police are rushing in, and in just a few seconds it turns into one of the most intense scenes you can put officers into. But what really stands out here is just how unbelievably tough this grandma is when everything starts falling apart. Trust me, you're going to want to see how this plays out, so stick around. But first, a word from our sponsor. This video is sponsored by First Form. Up until recently, I've been buying First Form for years, and I'm super happy to be partnered with them now. The main reason I'm so happy to be working with them now is because they care about the person, you guys, just as much as they do the product. And I'll tell you what, it's some quality stuff. Let's take a field trip.
Let's go look at my pantry. We have everything First Form, not because we're both sponsored by them, but because we've been buying their stuff for a long time. Especially snacks, the meat sticks, amazing. 18 grams of protein. This with barbecue season is my favorite. The little Power Pro bars, 15 grams of protein in these tiny little guys. That's chocolate brownie, but my favorite is salted peanut butter. One of my new favorite things is their Formula One clear protein. Rainbow sherbet and strawberry limeade are my favorites. And then of course you have your classic protein. Don't pay attention to my dirty pantry. Chocolate milkshake, vanilla cream, maple buttery waffle. My personal favorite, chocolate mint cookie. My creatine's around here somewhere. I've got magnesium, colostrum, all sorts of stuff, multi-fiber for them guts. The Microfactor Complete Daily Nutrient Pack, that's these little guys, has everything you need all day. Antioxidants, multivitamins, CoQ10, fruits and veggies, probiotic EFAs. You got their bigger protein bars too. This is my favorite, apple pie. It's got 20 grams of protein in it. If I had to start with anything in First Form, it would definitely be the Microfactor vitamins. Let's be honest, you're probably not taking a multivitamin, much less everything that's inside their vitamins. Each box of the Microfactor Complete Daily Nutrient Packs comes with 30. That's a box a month. I promise if you take one every day, you're going to start feeling
great. Like I was showing you guys what I had in my pantry back there was their clear protein. My personal favorite is the strawberry limeade and the rainbow sherbet. I'll mix some of that clear protein with their creatine for a tasty, refreshing post-workout drink. Last but not least, my favorite, their snacks, especially the meat sticks. 18 grams of protein slammed in this tasty little meat stick. I'm going to threaten you guys with my meat stick. Right now, if you go to firstform.com/donut and order any supplement, you get 1 pack of meat sticks for free. Firstform.com/donut. Alright, our first story. This is a courtroom story where a jury did their job, the system did its job, believably so, but then the judge walked in and totally ruined everything.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
February 2nd, 2026, Louisville, Kentucky. A jury recommends 65 years for a violent kidnapping/robbery/sexual assault case. Sounds good. What could have gone wrong? I mean, other than just hanging the guy in the public square, but the judge went wrong. Now, to be clear, in Kentucky, the jury recommendation is a thing, but the judge gets the final say. And from what local attorneys are saying, it's not normal to just casually disregard the jury like it's a Yelp review. She cut his recommended sentence of 65 years to 30. According to court reporting, this was a stranger attack where the victim was forced into her own vehicle at gunpoint, driven to a location, sexually assaulted, taken to an ATM to withdraw money, and assaulted again. It's not really an oopsies or bad decisions. That's predatory behavior. But that's not how the judge sees it. She said he fell through the cracks of the system as a black man. This is a monster who couldn't even respect anyone during the trial, even the judge that just cut his sentence in half. During sentencing, he's reportedly still running his mouth and making threatening comments in open court.
Before we even get appearances, Mr. Thompson, I'm gonna need to be respectful.
I ain't doing nothing.
Well, it's fine. Okay?
What?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Because here's the
Spit on y'all
thing.
wood.
At the end of the day, I'm the one with the pen.
I don't care.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
And it's a sad, sad scenario.
I ain't sure.
So you just tell me eat your and you call me up twice.
And then we get the other quote from the judge that made everybody's head just tilt sideways. The judge is talking about him as a young black man who's experienced this society. Yeah, so did I, so does everyone else, so did the victim. So does every person who pays taxes and locks their doors at night. Moving on. Alright, before we get into the main story, we need something to rinse the taste of that last segment out of our mouth. Not really a palate cleanser, more like a mental windshield wiper. So officers are down in the subway doing what cops do, dealing with chaos in a tube underground when they come across a suspicious fellow. They see a guy with some luggage and decide they need to take a look inside, and I want you to understand something, you never get a normal day as a cop, ever. Because what gets pulled out is a Shrek mask, and at first you're thinking, oh, weird, but harmless, and then you notice it has a custom modification. Alright, now that your brain has been power cycled, let's get on to our main story. And after what we just watched on the subway, I need you to understand I would rather find 10 more cursed masks and luggage than respond to the call we're about to talk about. February 2nd, 2026, Dallas, Texas, approximately 8:41 p.m. The 911 call starts with a man saying that his son is trying to shoot him.
What's going on?
Yeah.
My son is trying to shoot me. Yes, alright.
Yeah, I was thinking they're gonna update it to be like the new ones.
So we got ourselves a family violence call from a dad.
No, it's
saying his
gonna be like
18-year-old son is
Ragnarok.
threatening to kill not only him, but everyone there.
You need to relax.
Body cam starts with an officer and his partner walking up and trying to figure out which apartment it is. When it
So if you can't play Ragnarok, I don't think you'll like the new ones.
Which apartment? Upstairs or down? I don't think y'all realize that screaming has to be incredibly loud to be heard from outside of an apartment down some stairs. That's screaming from behind a door type of screaming, that somebody's trapped type, the barricaded suspect type. So the officers start moving fast. Once the officers are up the stairs, you can already tell where it is because it sounds like the walls are trying to leave the building.
Mama, they're here. Mama, they're here. Mama, they're here.
The officer asks what's going on, and he gets the worst possible answer.
What's going on?
So we have a suspect, there happens, this happens. The door opens and the suspect comes out with a handgun pointed at the officer. Here's a view from the lead officer's partner's body cam for another perspective. One of the rounds strikes the officer's vest right in the center mass.
Hey, what are you doing, bro?
Some extra cash, grab your used phone, and head to one of 7,000 Eco ATM locations.
It happens fast, but both officers return fire and start falling back out of that fatal funnel. And in that tiny little bathroom, the woman in there, who turns out to be the grandmother of the suspect, ends up getting hit too. She wasn't the target, she just called around in the chaos. And here's the part that tells you everything you need to know about the intent. Even after that first burst, the suspect keeps pushing that handgun out toward the hallway like he's still trying to finish the job. So this is a real bad situation. You basically have this officer who's been shot, now almost cornered. Grandma decides to make a dash out of the bathroom for cover, but not before she is seen holding what is reported to be a can of pepper spray in her hand.
Open the door! Police! 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 Stop! Stop!
Now, why she's kind of holding it out of the door, I'm not sure, but I do understand not wanting to be in the middle of the shooting. Not the best timing, but I get it. The grandmother ends up being shot again in the chaos as she runs out of the bathroom. This is exactly why these scenes are so dangerous. Tight hallways, screaming, people moving, a gun coming out of the bathroom door. It turns into a who is where problem in milliseconds. And I'm not trying to judge her for trying to escape. She's trapped in a bathroom with an armed guy who just got into a gunfight with police. But from the officer's perspective, it's a literal nightmare situation. You just got shot. You're still engaging a gun in a doorway, and now a person comes flying out of that same doorway into the line of fire. And that is how headlines happen. Not because someone wanted it, but because the scene is chaos and the human brain is not built for this. Once the suspect is down, the officer doesn't just stand there and hope the gun stays put. He pushes him in the bathroom and disarms old boy. Officers then start rendering aid to the grandmother and the suspect. And I just want to point out, the grandmother is tough as hell. When she's getting treated, she's way calmer than most people would be after living through that, especially being shot.
I know, man, I'm sorry. One black female who is shot.
Dual respect for that. The suspect was hospitalized in critical condition while the grandmother was shot but is recovering. As for the officer, his best stopped the round. Police say that the gun was a .40 caliber with a switch, of course, and an extended magazine. And the involved officers are on routine admin leave pending review. Well, that's all I got for you fine people today. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you want to help support the channel, you can go on over to donutoperator.com. Check out Donut Operator TV here on YouTube, or subscribe to Pepperbox.tv, where you can see some exclusive shows from my friends and I. Until next time, please have a fantastic day.
Get this exceptional offer on a 2026 Cadillac XT5.
This is an anthem for the human spirit, for the unseen force behind every breakthrough, every act of courage, every moment of compassion, for the unexplainable strength we find to rise above all that holds us down, for that part of you no machine can ever replace, and the one thing we all share. It's the fire that burns deep within every one of us to do the extraordinary. This is an anthem for the greatest untapped power in this universe. You.
away because of the adrenaline. Right? I said, what? Having to pay with your own money? I know you're not used to that. Yeah, do it. Premeditated theft of duty notes. Pineapple ass. She's still texting her homegirl, telling her not to come back. You guys want to start off with whatever this schmuckery is? Rick entitled Lightning. Damn, we've never come across those. Let's do crime. Let's decompress from Twitter with a little bit of crime. Some shenanigans, some tomfoolery. Oh my god. Chaos.
What's going on?
I can't hear a thing. We got 8 Koreans screaming, 3 black women screaming. Shield man, this dude's just gonna stand in front of the door with no shield. Are we just gonna go ahead and call it? That's the one that's touching kids. I am, and the 2,000 people here are. For all judgment, gotta be Phil. And your fruity voice. Guys, follow Midwest Patrol. This isn't ran by Officer John C. Law Officer, also, is it? Okay.
On August 30th, 2023, in St. Charles Township, Illinois.
It is not. It is a different voice.
Point. Investigators with the Kane County Sheriff's Department executed a search warrant at a residence after receiving a tip from the social media platform Twitter regarding the upload of questionable content being shared online.
What, serial hitting around videos? Nuts. Okay, remind me to watch that afterwards. Shoot him. Shoot him.
Mr. Ola?
Hey, what's the point in shield man if this dude's just gonna stand in front of the door with no shield?
My daughter or Lisa?
Nature is filled with wonders, but equally
Thought daughter, because you can control them.
human body. Within us are uncanny abilities for both perception and navigation in a three-dimensional world. In this episode, we'll look at the hidden systems that make possible this astounding spatial awareness.
Human performance is a remarkable thing to watch. But as we saw in our previous episode, behind the scenes in the human body, there are countless micro machines and engineered systems that make it possible. And to achieve spatial awareness, some incredibly complex problems must be solved. We appreciate great athletes, but we don't often think about the unseen systems behind their talent. Like, what enables a wide receiver to assess his proximity to the quarterback and other players? And how does he so smoothly make adjustments to the ball when a pass is underthrown? Well, there are many biomechanical processes at play, and today we'll look briefly at just 3 of them. Vision, seeing with depth perception. Hearing, knowing what's around you without seeing it. And something called proprioception, knowing how the hundreds of parts of your body are positioned at any given moment. And along the way, it's important to ask some obvious questions. What does it take to make systems that can do these things? And what are our bodies trying to tell us?
We'll start with vision, which has enormously difficult problems to solve. Basically, light entering your eye must be converted into electrical signals that must be transmitted to the brain, where millions of signals from 2 eyes must be instantaneously unified into a 3-dimensional view of the world around us. So the sight we enjoy is only possible because of many elaborate chemical, mechanical, and optical processes.
You already passed it.
I did? The process of vision
It was when you learned to dash.
enter the eye and are focused on the retina, which has millions of photoreceptor cells. There are 2 types, rods and cones. We'll look at the rods first. There are around 120 million of them in each eye.
The rods contain a protein called rhodopsin. Attached to it is retinol. This tiny protein is a key component because when a photon strikes retinol, it's like hitting a switch. It sets off a cascade of chemical reactions, which results in an electrical signal to the brain.
Which is amazing. But now the retinol protein is misshaped, so it can't respond to another photon. So now we have a new problem to solve.
You're right. The photon strike changes the shape of retinol.
Oh, shit.
Now the switch has to be reset to receive another photon. But the eye has a solution. The retinol molecule is transported to this restoration area. There, specialized machines go to work. These enzymes restore it back to its ready shape. Then, it's transported back to the rod cell, and we're ready to go for the next photon. Now, let's look at the cones, which are especially impressive. The photochemical reaction for the cones is similar to the rods. There are about 6 million of them in each eye, and their job is to react to specific wavelengths of light. See how these cones respond to short wavelengths, which is blue. These to longer wavelengths, green, and these a little longer, which is red. Combining these signals is what enables us to experience an enormous range of colors. Actually, several million different colors. And now for the final step. After the amazing conversion of light into electrical signals, they travel to the visual cortex. What the right field of vision in each eye sees goes to the left visual cortex, and what the left field of vision sees goes to the right.
Signals from 6 million cones and 120 million rods in each eye. That's a lot of data channels to make sense of. How does the brain know which signal comes from which cone or rod? And where these are spatial in relation to each other? And how are these interpreted into a three-dimensional map of the world around us? It's a great question, Steve, and we don't really have an answer. We saw the brilliantly engineered systems that got signals to the brain. But how the brain processes them is one of the more profound mysteries of the human body. But you have to admit, it's a wonderful gift to be able to experience the world around us in this way.
Our next component of spatial awareness is hearing.
If I were him, I'd bundle my home and auto and put the wheel
The musical note A.
No.
Our ears convert these pressure waves into electrical signals that our brains then interpret. The physics required to make all this work are almost beyond belief. I could spend hours describing the engineering in your ears, but today let's just cover the highlights. As sound waves traveling through the air strike the eardrum, the three bones of the ossicle transfer the energy to the cochlea, which is filled with fluid. Now, here's what's remarkable about this transmission. Sound travels differently through water than through air, which is less dense. But these fluid waves in the ear match the loudness and frequency of the airway. Sound engineers call this impedance matching, which is an extremely tricky problem to solve. But the incredibly engineered ossicles do it flawlessly. Now, here's what happens inside the fluid-filled cochlea. Throughout the cochlea are these sensory hair-like structures called stereocilia that ride these fluid waves. These movements are turned into electrical signals.
He's gonna beat your ass.
Different hair cells are tuned to different specific frequencies. Hair cells at the base of the cochlea detect higher pitched sounds, such as a piccolo. Toward the top of the spiral, we detect progressively lower pitched sounds, such as a trumpet. At the very top, the lowest pitched sounds, such as a tuba. The auditory nerve carries the electrical signals to the brain, which interprets them as sounds that we recognize and understand.
You just can't describe this as anything other than an engineering marvel. But what's amazing to me is the signal processing of the brain. Think about it. We receive many different types of sound with a wide variety of frequencies that are coming from all different directions and all at the same time. Again, how does the brain know how to sort and interpret these signals?
Well, like vision, it's a mystery. Signal processing in the brain is one more secret of the human body that we haven't been able to figure out. Nonetheless, like you said, here is a true marvel of engineering.
Now, for the third part of spatial awareness, proprioception. This outfielder can't see his glove with his eyes fixed on the ball. So how does his body know exactly when and where to move the glove? What your body has to do to make adjustments without visual cues is more remarkable than you might think.
Embedded in your muscles are proprioceptors. These are microscopic stretch sensors that detect the length and rate of change of your muscle fibers and send the data to the brain. With this information, the brain knows what all the muscles and joints are doing at every moment. Basically, how each body part is positioned in space. The brain is continuously comparing the current position with what it wants the body to do, and sending signals back to all the muscles to make the intended adjustments. Here's another athlete focused on the ball. Again, his brain is tracking the position of every body part, and the brain is signaling precisely when and how much to turn the left hip, raise the right knee, and extend his foot through the ball. So vision, hearing, and proprioception together provide you with spatial awareness, a three-dimensional understanding of the world around you.
Whenever I've seen amazing capability like spatial awareness, I ask myself how I would design a system that could do this. Interestingly, spatial awareness is one of the more difficult capabilities when designing robots that need to interact with their surroundings. Same for autonomous vehicles. So for these engineers, building spatial awareness into their inventions is a big challenge. When designing a system, engineers always start with the end goal in mind. Using a principle called separation of concerns, they break that goal into separate subproblems. Then, when they have solutions for all the subproblems, they compose them into a larger system that achieves the original goal. So let's walk through these engineering layers for spatial awareness. It requires the processes of not only vision, hearing, and proprioception, but a few others that we didn't cover. Each of these are profoundly difficult to build. They merge hundreds of millions of raw data points into a clear and accurate perception of our surroundings. And they do it with no lag between when something happens and when we experience it. So our perception is instantaneous. These remarkable processes are composed from component subsystems. The brain, eyes, ears, proprioceptors, and others. These component subsystems are composed from an array of lower-level capabilities. There's communication between hundreds of millions of components, thousands of control systems, information processing for hundreds of millions of independent electrical signals, and many more. These capabilities are composed from an even larger array of basic tools with many different types of switches, molecular machines, sensors, signaling, and many more complex gadgets. Composition bottoms out at chemistry and physics, choosing the right materials and chemicals for each task. And for engineers, a working system of this complexity typically involves thousands of difficult trade-offs and design choices.
This is the design approach, which involves intentional action to design and build spatial awareness. The alternative to design is an approach that excludes intentional action, where humans are the result of a long series of cosmic accidents. This approach involves a somewhat fuzzy process known as emergence.
With emergence, the starting point is in the bottom, where chemicals must spontaneously assemble to make things, like switches. Earlier we saw retinol, the essential switch for vision. We all understand switches, a complete, coherent assembly of parts. Yet it's completely useless until it's applied within a larger, fully interconnected system, where the switch becomes part of the complete system. In the same way, retinal proteins are of no use unless they're properly organized into a larger assembly of other parts. The same is true of the many different molecular machines, sensors, signaling devices, and so many other tools. And then there are the capabilities, though we have no idea how the unguided forces of emergence could fashion each of them. The higher we go, the more difficult the challenges that emergence must overcome, from the components to the staggeringly complex core processes. And remember, these layers upon layers of emergence must occur in the complete absence of intentional action.
The chances of emergence resulting in life can be compared to a junkyard filled with every kind of part you'll need to build a car. One day, it gets hit by a tornado. What will emerge from all that forest is a very different looking junkyard, but no cars will be assembled along the way. The tornado adds a lot of energy, but can't provide coherent organization.
In the top-down approach, intention solves a design problem. Under emergence, this is no longer a design problem, but a search problem. At each layer, unguided, blind trial and error must find a solution in what is, for all practical purposes, an infinitely large search space.
So this brings us to the crux of the issue. There are only two possible ways to make these systems: through the intentional action of composing a coherent system, or through unintentional accidents, that is, intention-free emergence.
We just saw the staggering complexity of human components and processes. Blind search over an infinite search space will never get there.
So the other answer, that someone intended this to happen, seems the only reasonable possibility.
This is really the most important question in life. Am I a cosmic accident? Or am I here because of intention?
The Constitution is America's foundational document that every U.S. citizen should know. It establishes rights, responsibilities, and governmental roles. This knowledge isn't just for politicians, but for us as everyday Americans. Citizens need to understand what the Constitution says and what it doesn't say, because it protects our unalienable rights, rights no one can take away or infringe. Without knowledge of our constitutional rights, we will fail to realize when they are violent.
I'm Investigator Euler with the State Attorney's Office. I have a search warrant for the house. Who's here? The lights are
Wake up and
we need to come inside and make certain that they're okay. Just wait for the door, sir.
Using beer.
Where are they at? Where are they at?
Nah. I mean, you better be safe than sorry. Take the children. In case the wife and kids want to get pricey, you know what I'm saying? Take them out. Take them down.
Please. All right, come on downstairs.
What's wrong with that officer? Do you have darts or anything? Are we going to send them down the K-hole? Some K-hole darts? Are we just going to go ahead and call it? That's the one that's touching kids. My spidey senses are tingling.
Okay, excellent. Hi, so my name is Andrew Euler. I work at the State Attorney's Office, okay?
Yeah, the state's attorney office is doing in there
So I apologize for coming in for home footage, but it has everything to do with Phil.
too.
We're here for computer and cell phone, okay? No, I want to hear it. Alright, Phil? And cell phone, okay? No, I want to hear it.
Something's off about his voice, but I can't quite put my finger on it.
Alright, Phil, I'm not here to judge you in any way, shape, or form,
I am.
okay?
I am, and there's 2,000 people here. For all judgment, gotta be finished. And your 3D voice.
I said, I'm here to... Okay? You're sending off little boy pictures to other people and on Twitter and all that stuff. Hear me out.
It's like administrative results kind of thing.
Okay. This is your business. If you want to be a little bit more private, you can do that.
No.
Because, like I said, I'm not here to judge you. I'm here just to get the stuff away. Go for it. I'm just confused.
See what
little boy
It's too loud?
I mean, there's pictures that you use on my phone. Okay. And how about all these? All these little, these right here. This is what I'm talking about. Little videos of, you know what he is? I know what they're doing. That's how your account. From where?
From there.
Your Twitter, Dylan, your Twitter, your Dylan. Alright, if you're not fun, then we're going to go away. We're going to take the devices and what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't think you're being honest with me. And there's only one chance for you to do that. Because, no, well, and the thing is, you know, or guy that used to go to high school with me that's down in Alabama now, Crimson Tide. No, I really don't. Okay. All right. Every single thing is connected to you.
Every account? Yeah.
Yes, account. Everything.
Yeah, you can talk all the time.
I was like, really? Why are
He
you?
approached me years ago. Like, hey, I'm scared. I want to be content full time. What do you think? Oh, you do it.
I don't know, like, I just got
Him and King Trout are about to start a special on Pepperbox.tv exclusively, so be looking out for that.
I get it. I'm not trying to.
Shoot it.
We want to get the devices that have give them and be out. Okay? You can just point us in the direction where it's at. Well, I can show you where my computer is. What about your cell phone? Because it's on your Twitter, Google. Or not? Yeah. Look.
He knows he's done it. Yeah, he's trying to lie himself out of this right now.
Yeah, we'll grab it usually.
Gee, we stupid.
Yeah. What kind of phone you got? That's all in front of yours. Look at that. Yeah. That you sent a video of a boy in the bathroom. Another boy. I know it's literally not looking on or trying to meet up with me. No. Well, he wants.
See, that boy said it all.
I can't grab him.
Grab him, throw him in the river. What's my company that sells silly t-shirts? Oh, silly geese.
Where?
Sorry, Frank.
We go out there. That's better like.
Silly geese on bunker branding.
Just do your free. I really want to be right now. You have to understand that.
He's got weird lines.
Judge anyway. As far as their sexuality, their preference, I don't care. All I do is I come out and I get. That's you? Bill, hold it up. Yeah, that's your account? It's all your account. Okay. This video right here, and I know it's just a long video, is a video of a little boy, probably, I don't know, 9, 10, another boy that's under 18 in a bathroom. Last year, and also this year in April of this year, you went on Twitter. Absolutely, it's all coming back to this house in your account. Is it your mom? Who's they?
Whoever just sent me. I said, so wait, they sent me these things?
No,
said, yes.
No. It's you.
Well, that's what you just said.
Hold on. You're getting a little, yeah. So Phil,
are you, how old are you? I'm 32.
Okay, you went to high school? Graduated high school? Why are you acting this way? Why are you acting this way?
I just woke up. What do you mean? You just woke me up out of bed. Like, I am literally confused. I have no idea what's going on.
Okay.
I'm like freaking out now. You're saying I have all this shit.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
I really don't.
Oh, yeah, you do.
I really don't.
You've never seen these before?
No, and I don't want to see shit like that.
Really? That's the way you're gonna...
Is this mom and dad's house? It's called from his parents. So he's 32, this 32-year-old little gay pedo boy living with his parents.
I don't know.
So that is up here.
No.
So, Phil, here's a little bit of what we do, okay? So these are all, hang on a second. These are all the types of...
Yeah, right, I'm the victim.
So, anything you do online,
He literally, I should know. He's been trying to message me for years, trying to get a...
Yeah, so it's nothing to do with anybody else.
You're hung up on one.
Take a video of yourself urinating on yourself.
What?
No, not that I can remember. I think the last time I tried to pee, someone peed me named like 5 years ago. He said he had to pee on myself. 5 years ago.
In your room upstairs on your bed.
Yeah, 5 to 6 years ago.
Okay. You treated that video. Hold on.
People.
Yeah, you did just this past April.
When?
Twitter caught it. You don't understand.
I don't.
Hold on. Stop talking for a second.
Years.
Stop talking for a second. Okay. Your picture was disseminated. That video of you urinating on yourself was disseminated. Was disseminated in April in Twitter. Right along with that was a video of 2 boys and 1 boy and the other guy.
But again, you're showing me videos I took over like a decade ago.
I don't care. You're trading them now.
I don't
you have
have a drinking problem. I don't have a drinking problem. I don't have a drug problem. I actually don't.
You black out, you do things, and you wake up the next morning and that's what you do it. I don't understand this though.
Hey, don't bring me into this.
Neither do I.
I think you do.
I really.
Alright, your phone. What's the password on your phone?
6300.
6300? Do you have my eyes only in there?
Oh, no.
6300. And your computer, what's the password on that?
I want to see who his favorite streamers are.
08.
They'll kill him in prison, don't worry. Yeah, more than likely. Give him the old broomstick treatment.
0848? And what kind?
HP.
Do you have a desktop or is it a laptop? That's my question. You're the person that's put to get back to do this one, and they're really
gross
to worry about. But we couldn't put a nexus into this house because it just has to do with. But he's just okay. Hold on. Stand up. I'm gonna put the cuffs on you. And then I'm a Miranda.
He doesn't even have a gaming PC.
You don't want to talk to me? That's fine.
Nerd.
They're not. Well, just hold like that. It'll be fine. Okay? They're not that tight.
Anyways, shoot him, trap him, throw him in the river. That's the minority.
Day Sales Event going on now at Freeway Chevrolet. And there's never been a better time to save on nearly every new Chevy. Plus, you can save even more with our President's Day bonus voucher. The President's Day Sales Event at Freeway Chevrolet. Hurry in today to see how much you can save. Freeway Chevrolet. I Chevrolet.
Blue Chew Gold is the only one that's combining sildenafil, tadalafil, and apomorphine.
Sildenafil and tadalafil gain speed and power.
The apomorphine works directly in your brain to boost arousal, so it's not about being able, but actually wanting it.
And the oxytocin, it deepens connection and intimacy.
We're talking mind-body connection. With Blue Chew Gold, you get performance and passion.
It's the total package.
Go ahead. You remember that?
The whole complex is coming out now. These calls are so fun. This is when like 12 people get arrested because they won't shut up. What are they supposed to do? Anybody have health potion? Room temperature IQ. This is a clusterfuck, man. Dude, I really got to figure out their workout. Like, those biceps. Ooh, looks like Chef Rush, the White House chef. Massive biceps.
Tension ran high as officers tried to navigate a shooting in a residential complex where a little girl...
Police Insider, subscribe to me at 1 million subs. Oh, guys, check this out. Speaking of, I got my 6th play button. Number 6. Unsubscribe clips for 100,000 followers, subs. Put it up there, mother 5. Hell yeah. All right. Sexual need activity.
Damara had shot 41-year-old Bones before retreating to hide inside her own apartment, while neighbors demanded that the officers shoot her.
He just hit the cop. Come on, arrest him. Everyone's going to jail.
The officers shoot her. What was about to happen would require the deployment of an overwhelming number.
I'm so happy I'm not a cop anymore.
Number of officers to control the chaos at what was supposed to be a peaceful.
What in the was that here?
Overwhelming number of officers to control the chaos.
What, brother? What are you doing? What is that? My God!
At what was supposed to be a peaceful Memorial Day celebration.
Oh man, I showed this one call like this one time. Same Section 8 activities, and this lady was on the ground, and she's holding her head. I hold it like this. She's holding her eyes in her head. She's like, just freaking out, rolling on the ground, blood everywhere. She had accidentally spilled a 40 on her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, David. I don't know what the fuck it was. He spilled a 40 on his new shoes, and so he pulled.
$67. Whenever I've got a spare 10 minutes, I'll just test something on free cash. It's low effort, totally legit, no stress. That will be $97. And it's totally free.
Look, the DS, much like the Game Boy line before it, has got itself an endless amount of licensed games. We can be here all day talking about Bob the Builder, Festival of Blood, or Grey's Anatomy, or iCarly 2. I don't find any DS game's existence truly that absurd. Like, yeah, of course there was a Cory in the House DS game. Why wouldn't there be? Same way they made Jonas or Sonny with a Chance so random. catchphrase. It's weird to me when a kid show or movie doesn't have one. Like, what do you mean, dude, what would happen if we had a DS game doesn't exist? First up, I had to venture to good old Big Mike's Homie Shop, a glorious refuge filled to the brim with homies. Remember homies? They were those cool little 50-cent figures that every Karen thought was some sort of gangster initiation device. Like all you had to do was put a quarter in, you get a whole starter kit of drugs and weapons. I would try to get these anytime I popped into a food city. Each little homie was just teeming with personality. It was a fun little collectible craze, mostly because it didn't try to pander to kids or be the next, Pokemon or whatever. It just trusted us to want to collect these little Mexican dudes. With such a wide gallery of different characters, it only made sense that we eventually got a Homies game. Homie Rollers! Thing is, this one released in 2008, years after the initial Homies craze in the early 2000s. Maybe this could be a way to really usher the franchise into new territory, particularly the realm of kart racing video games.
Nintendo gets the picture too. Last month they rolled out a new video game called Homie Rollers, so these characters are now kart racing.
Look, it's easy to take for granted the attention to detail and care that's taken into crafting the controls of Mario Kart. It's such an easy game to pick up and play, you almost never need to think about it. The subtle design choices that make these games function so perfectly. It's like second nature. Homie Rollers, though, operates on its own laws of physics. It feels like you're playing like a student project or a cheap in-browser racing game over dial-up. For one, the camera is so rigidly tied to each degree of turn you make, it's almost nauseating to look at. There's hardly any sound effects aside from the music, and the characters themselves feel like more rigid than the actual figures they're based on. It's this really nasty, off-putting experience. Gameplay-wise, you have a few neat mechanics, like you build up your boost not just by drifting, but also by bouncing your lowrider like it's Saturday at the swap meet. There's always no reason to drift because the controls are so gross and it barely fills up this meter anyway. Your best bet is to just bounce those hydraulics. If the physics and the controls weren't so vomit-inducing, like at bare minimum it didn't make me feel sick to play, I think this would have been a solid obscure DS kart racer, simply on the basis that some of these courses are actually pretty creative and fun. Clearly someone cared here. Like the Haunted Mansion track is one of the best looking courses in the game, but actually playing through it is fittingly a nightmare. You do have your small cast of homies in here, competing in like a Twisted Metal type tournament where if they win, they get to grant their one wish. And yes, you do have your wheelchair user homie who races in a turbo chair and you can trick it out and do all these mad stunts. Well, there you have it. It's a masterpiece. Nacho! Yeah, of course there was a Nacho Libre DS game. Now that tracks, but instead of just being a little goofy wrestling game, this one gets a little ambitious and really does manage to capture that offbeat vibe of the movie. They have the sort of gross Angela Anaconda art style, much like the Napoleon Dynamite games, to the point where I could have sworn these games would have had the same developers behind it, but no. Given that these two movies do have the same director, it fits perfectly for both. Of course, it does lead to some real nightmare fuel, but hey, what are you gonna do? Not play Nacho Libre on the DS? I don't think so.
Look alive. Go now.
So that sister and I may talk of holy things.
You start off with this really chill overworld with this laid-back music, and it just has this nice vibe to it. Like, I find it oddly compelling. And you pretty much walk your way over to just about every scene in the movie. They don't miss a beat here. Sometimes you just walk to a location for the sole purpose of watching a part from the movie play out in this eerie-ass style. And honestly, I gotta respect it. Not only that, you get a ton of FMVs of actual scenes from the movie. This kind of blew me away. It's something you rarely ever see in a DS game to this extent, let alone a licensed one. Of course, wrestling is a big bulk of the game here. And with everybody looking like they're made out of paper, they go over the top with it. You're ripping off entire limbs, just butt-bouncing wrestlers into 1,000 pieces. Jack Black is unafraid to just kick a bit in the goddamn. It's fun enough, but honestly, it does get repetitive. I was wondering why in the first level I was getting absolutely obliterated as Kid Nacho Libre, and it's because there's very much only one viable strategy here. Every single time. And it's literally just be the first one to grab your opponent and then do a finisher. Doing anything else is pretty much useless. Between matches, though, are a ton of different quirked up touchscreen minigames. These are pretty fun. Things like this foot race one where you gotta alternate tapping Jack Black's feet, you're swatting bees, you're scaling the cliffside for some eagle eggs. The one you'll be doing the most is the canyon jumping one where you gotta dodge all these cows carrying copies of Barnyard Sloppy Copy games. Now I watched a shit ton of Back at the Barnyard. Like, I think I've seen nearly every episode as it aired. Do I remember a single one? No.
A fragment of the Earth's oldest dream. It lay there, while oceans move and forests rise. Still, it lay there, pressed by gravity, kissed by fire. This is not an object. It is a witness to time, to beauty.
But thankfully we do have this DS game where we get to create our own cow soda and hang out with all of our favorite slop pals with our fat udders out. It's another mini-game collection, but like each mini-game is tied to you interacting with a different character, which would be fun. I mean, you get the Barnyard Hub world to walk around in. They're probably the most immersive Barnyard sim of our time. But all these characters send you on a pointless fetch quest first to start said mini-game, and it's not like an actual like side mission or anything. No, it's literally like you just walk over here on the map and get 3 of said item. It's literally just like kids game busy work, because otherwise this game would be 20 minutes long. And you know what? It'd be a very good 20 minutes, because the mini games here are really fun. You have the stunt racer one where you gotta do midair milk flips, and it's actually so satisfying to land these. Cowapult mini game, classic. Whack-a-mole, classic. You have air hockey with pig. What a dream come true. Oh, and then there's these driving mini games where the graphics just like suddenly get really, really good all of a sudden. Like nothing else in this game looks as high poly and detailed as you trying to drive this truck without you spilling any of your precious melons. Look at this. That's really all there is to it. You just have a really short but sweet collection of Barnyard mini games. And like, what an accomplishment. As far as endless trash slop DS license games go, Sloppy Top Games ends up being a needle in a haystack. But like, Barnyard was a decently popular show. You know what wasn't? Pet Alien, another 3D animated series, except nobody watched this one. I remember. I would ask every kid in my class if they watched this show, and nobody ever knew what I was talking about, except one girl. And it was like her and I trauma bonded over just being aware of the mere existence of Pet Alien. It was like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, but the Pet Alien. A show that was on the air for a solid 5 minutes before getting canceled, and inexplicably getting a DS game 2 years later. How? I've now rewatched Pet Alien once in the last 20 years, so seeing these characters again is like tickling a single dusty, half-eaten brain cell, and I just have to go with it. Like, oh, fuck yeah, I get to play as Swanky? I definitely remember Swanky. And each of their 3D models are impressively accurate to the design in this show. Maybe not the highest bar, but hey, I think for a property this obscure, they could have just used PNGs, and I don't think any kid would be around to really make us think about it. Each level is a different type of like maze puzzle, where you gotta sneak around enemies and occasionally make them kill themselves while you collect all these green gems to unlock the exit. It's honestly not half bad, especially for a handheld game. You probably play only a few levels at a time. They're simple, but surprisingly pretty creative for what's a licensed game for a disgustingly obscure kids show released 2 years after it flopped. I'm really curious to how this even got greenlit. Like, what was the motivation behind this? Apparently Pet Alien, after getting canned from Cartoon Network, ran on a channel called Animania HD, an exclusive high-definition satellite cable station that nobody had because it launched in 2003, when you were supposed to be watching Pet Alien on your glorious CRT shitbox. Why do I own this? Whoever got me to buy this truly pulled off the scam of the century, another Cartoon Network DS game, starring those good old Ed boys. Yeah, okay, this one is nowhere near out of the ordinary relative to Pet Alien, but if you were a huge Ed and Eddie fan like I was, there was a sort of anxiety building in the latter half of the 2000s about just when the show would finally kick the bucket. We never knew if new episodes of Ed and Eddie were on the way or if they'd been abruptly canceled. It was a real emotional roller coaster if you were an Ed head. Cartoon Network would just sort of trickle out these different episodes, just like my father, Ed and Eddie would leave for months at a time without a peep. I remember when that Invasion special aired, it felt like a major shock to see Ed and Eddie manage to pull through and stand alongside an entire new era of Cartoon Network shows. And as a pleasant surprise, around that same time in 2007, we got Scam of the Century. Given how it felt like the show was on its last legs, I don't think anyone expected this one. I feel like fewer were even aware of it, leading to this one getting pretty pricey. Who's scamming who, huh? Just think of all the succulent jawbreakers you can buy with all that. This one is a 2D platformer, and it's not bad. You play as all 3 Ed boys with moves that feel true to their characters. Ed just whacks things with his head. Eddie is a sociopath just spitting wads of gum at poor little birds before stomping them out. And the animations here stay true to the show, right down to that accurate running cycle. Graphically, you have these 3D models with a 2D head, and honestly, it looks fantastic. Translating these characters into full 3D has proven to be a nightmare in the past, so this was a pretty clever workaround. This is probably as good as it gets. The platforming here also has these moments where it can feel really slick. Between your fast sprint and bouncing on enemies giving you lots of air. You know, these random nuts that you can throw and then hitch a ride on to send you flying. Each Ed Boy builds up an invincibility meter that once you activate, they all just start to crash out in their own way. It plays pretty smooth. The main thing holding it back is the level design. It just feels way too all over the place. Every stage is pretty large, and a single level can go on for a good 20 minutes. Especially with all the backtracking, repeating different sections. There's a ton of screen crunch sort of going on. Parts like this one where Double D has to hop over all these bottomless pits and these crows off screen can knock you back while you have no clue where your jump is going to land. You can't use the left shoulder button to pause and shift your perspective, but it only goes so far, and it gives what could have been a fast-paced platformer this really tedious stop-and-go rhythm. I feel like this is a situation where we were so close to getting a licensed game that truly could have been pretty damn good. They ended up getting held back by trying to pad out the length. Still, I'm glad the Ed Boys managed to squeeze out one last game of their own in their twilight years. Okay, time for something real wacky. You want a real loony DS licensed game? How about Looney Tunes Cartoon Conductor?
Here, the little things will kill you.
The world outside is no longer survivable. Each one of us has this voice in our heads saying, maybe.
That came all the way here. Where's my wife?
Do this alone.
This is an entire touchscreen rhythm game where you play through an orchestra of iconic Looney Tunes moments. It's as simple as it sounds. You tap the right notes on the touch screen while the scene plays out above. Likely meant to be a riff on something like, like Elite Beat Agents. For these sequences, you drag the stylus to each note, to kind of give you the feel of being a loony conductor. It's a pretty interesting approach to this style. Even limited to the DS's graphics, they still managed to make these character models just expressive enough to capture their essence, which is no small feat when you're ironically rubbing Elmer Fudd's soft little baby head.
What did you expect from an opera? A happy ending?
Okay, next up is Shorts. That's right, based on the hit 2009 kids movie Shorts. Can you believe it? I still can't, and I vividly remember this one dropping. His style is pretty hit or miss, but you gotta admire Robert Rodriguez for dropping movies like Sin City between Spy Kids 3D Game Over and Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Shorts was like the inverse of that, being sandwiched between Planet Terror and Machete, and being nowhere near as successful as the other Robert Rodriguez kids films. But somehow Shorts also got a DS game. Ew. But this one ends up being another basic platformer with the meanest little shit narrator for the tutorial. I am being cyberbullied on 2 screens.
Just jump, you dummy. Press the B button. It's called a door. You need to open it. Press up on the control pad in front of it.
The gameplay's pretty basic. You jump around, hopping on these annoying little booger monsters. You get a gun to make plants grow. Great. One kind of neat mechanic is getting to use the stylus to draw little platforms for certain sections, which can also help shield you from taking damage. You don't get too excited, though. It's about as interesting as it gets. Good God, do these levels go on and on, though. I could barely stomach it. It gets brutally repetitive. Good luck finding other shorts on DS survivors out there, though. This game has been an SEO nightmare for the last 15 years. Not too long after Shorts came a little movie called James Cameron's Avatar. Not quite as successful at the box office, but it did manage to fare well enough to usher in a huge craze of CGI vomit hellscapes in 3D. Like, there was nothing to watch in theaters those first few months of 2010. Avatar practically had no competition unless, I don't know, you're really banking on Spy Next Door and Tooth Fairy. But eventually came the first big blockbuster of the year, Tim Burton's nasty take on Alice in Wonderland. A pretty predictable take on Burton's typical style, squanched out to keep Hot Topic shelves well stocked for years to come. And with that, we got a DS game as a palate cleanser, done in a completely unique style to the movie. Now, they could easily just try to go for that more realistic take, which is, what they did with the Wii version, but instead you have this really eye-catching, cel-shaded art style with thick outlines, environments, and character designs that kind of feel like something you might see from the sketchbook of Tim Burton. It still feels Hot Topic-y, but more like on the Invader Zim end of the spectrum. This is a very stylus-heavy game. You start off as the White Rabbit leading Alice through the depths of Wonderland, using the touchscreen for movement and bashing and slashing enemies, helping her across gaps. You have these time manipulation powers that come into play, like reversing time to reconstruct a broken bridge, or cute little moments like this where you make this little worm eat through a mushroom faster. That's just adorable. This is such a gorgeous game, and it just oozes this nice sense of style that's way above and beyond what you'd ever expect for a movie time game on the DS. Eventually more characters join your party, all with different abilities that mix together in some pretty fun ways, like manipulating gravity, phasing objects out of existence. I like how the caterpillar stretches and makes a little bridge for Alice. What a little gentleman. There's also some other neat gimmicks like blowing into the mic to blow down cards, which includes when they're used as windmills or little teacup boats, even mid-combat after you expose a knight's armor. I thought that was a pretty cool addition. Like, usually these sort of feature-heavy DS games can get pretty exhausting, but all the little gimmicks here are implemented so well. Another really creative mechanic is your world map is made of little puzzle pieces you collect, which you can later switch around to bridge shortcuts between areas so you don't have to backtrack through the entire world. That's such an out-of-pocket idea that really complements the feel of journeying through this twisted magical realm where anything goes. Having to escort Alice in certain areas can get tedious, but for the most part, this one surprisingly sits on the end of the license game spectrum as one of those rare titles that's not only good, but probably leagues better than the film it's based on. Oh, and if this wasn't already a bit of a peculiar relic, you'll be picking up collectibles for D-Gamer. This was Disney's little Nintendo DS social network bundled into a ton of their tie-in releases. Before it went defunct, this is where you can make a little avatar and chat with other Disney adults about how badly you want Sky High on VHS. A small, painful reminder worth bearing for a really solid and weird DS game.
I was born in 1982, and when I was born in Luton, there was one mosque, it's now 45. More Islam ministry. I'm in a unique position where my fingers on the pulse. As I walk down the prison gate, 13% the revolution's good.
What happened to your arm?
You guys have been begging for this conversation for a very long time, and I got an extra special text message earlier this week that our friend from across the pond, Tommy Robinson, would be here in the United States for several weeks, and he's here in Washington, D.C. right now to tell us what's really happening inside of the UK, with the mainstream media, with the biggest talking heads, and even what most politicians are refusing to ignore with the erasure of Western civilization right before our eyes. This guy has seen the writing on the wall long before anyone else, and I can't wait to pick his way. Please join me in welcoming Tommy Robinson to the show. Tommy, thank you so much for being here.
I'm blessed to be here. I've been waiting to come to America. You know, I've kept my eye on American politics for so long. I've been engrossed in it. And I think I've watched the January 6th, I've watched the election, Joe Biden's election. I think we were feeling the pain, but I don't know if Americans realise the hope that what we've witnessed happen with Donald Trump, and the hope it's given us. If America loses, which is what it had lost over those 4 years, borders were open, all the same diseases and problems that are affecting us, we saw affecting here. And if America falls, we all fall. If America has free speech, then that ripple shoots to us.
I bet that's hard to admit as a Brit a little bit, right? The sad, evil, rebellious Americans who broke off and destroyed the empire. They have all of the writing on the wall for what's right now, right? I hear that a lot from Brits. I hate to admit it, but
I don't hate to admit it.
Brits.
No, I don't hate to admit it. I'm quite, yeah, I'm not kidding. I know that even there's a revival happening in Britain. We'll get on to this. There's a Christian revival, there's a political revival, there's a cultural revolution happening. It would not happen with Donald Trump. It would not happen with Elon Musk.
This guy was in control of a lot of very important stuff. He was a superstar at First Boston. He'd added about $1 billion to the company's bottom line and believed he was on track to become the CEO of the firm before one terrible mistake that derailed his promising trajectory.
My road rage never worked, man. You don't know if some dumbass has a gun and just shoot you. I didn't do it. Okay, why she gonna say she didn't do it? You can't open her mouth without lying. Yeah, I've never been in trouble. You've been arrested. Unspoken crime murders. That's definitely a foreign person. I'm gonna say that road rage mom shoots Teen in the face.
Hey, no, hold your, but hey, Blue is Johnson and this lady Scott. I need to know where you are.
Sorry, ma'am. My best friend is dying.
This is a 911 call from devastated and shaken individuals who have just witnessed a bullet tear through their vehicle and strike their friend near the eye. From then on, their reactions were beyond describable.
What happened?
I'm gonna pass out.
She okay? Oh wait, this channel is called Body Murder or something, right? She's probably not okay.
Just before 4:45 p.m., officers responded to a Shell gas station on Fairburn Road. The truck had just exited I-20. Ashley Crouch had just been shot and was bleeding heavily from the face. Responders arrived at the scene, and she was rushed to Grady Hospital.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Community, and totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always find the exact global cuisine I'm craving, whether it's Thai, Japanese, or Italian. So I can have Chef Christy Flores' signature grilled spicy salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom bolognese for dinner, and all at 50% off if you click now. To meet my health goals, I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And on my busiest days, they offer convenience I can count on. Meals are freshly prepped, delivered right to my door, and ready to heat and eat in minutes. And the best part, it fits my budget. Right now, Cookunity is offering 50% off your first week. Get this deal today because it won't last long.
Officers secured the scene and began separating witnesses. Ashlyn's friend, who were also victims.
Her friend should have known to put a tourniquet around her neck. She has a wound that's bleeding heavily in her head.
Victims of the incident, and Mariah Marenko, one of the friends who was seated in the back seat of the truck, explained through tears what she witnessed.
So I'm not going to be in a 7-minute right side on the left side.
Probably wearing just her jacket.
No, there's too much blood. I'm gonna
Blood on her, maybe?
pass out.
Or just the jacket soaked.
ugly? You know, blurry?
I don't know. I think, like...
Hey, tell me what happened?
We were driving, like, this lady, we had because there was another car, and, like, we were trying to, like, slow down, and then we ended up going over here and, like, kept driving, and then the lady got mad. She ended up...
So it was a lady?
It was a lady. She had 2 kids in the car.
Black lady, white lady?
She was kind of mixed.
Okay.
And then she was pointing a gun at us, and we were just like, we were telling her.
Next was Messiah Gates, one of the friends, who also struggled to hold back tears as she explained what she witnessed to officers.
I know you're very flustered, Ross, but you gotta help us out, okay? You wanna take a seat, honey?
That's why road rage is never worth it, man. You don't know if some dumbass has a gun, they'll just shoot you.
What happened? He's okay. He's gonna be okay. We got her, okay? Do you remember what happened?
We were going down the road, and she got her 2 kids in the car, and she got mad, and then she flicked us off, and then we kept going. She was pointing a gun at us, and we kept going. Like, we were not saying.
Yeah, like,
And she was like, we was like, calm down, lady. Like, you know, I'm telling her to calm down. She was like, she just started shooting.
Are y'all still on the interstate?
Yeah.
Do you remember about where on the interstate y'all were? Are you familiar with the interstate out here? It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, honey.
Oh, God. Why are we finding so many boring fucking body cam videos?
Of their investigation, the driver, Alan Marcos, also told officers his side of the story.
Come here real quick. Did you get his 27 yet? You got your ID with you? Okay. What's your first name, Alan? You said Alan? You said A-L-L-E-N?
I live in Britain.
A-L-A-N. Okay. What's your last name? M-A-R-C-O-S? What's your birthday? What's your phone number?
Oh, broke it.
Shit.
Too many bad people. Broke the boring video.
All 3 accounts match. After Marcos changed lanes while driving, a woman in a black sedan became enraged and followed their truck onto I-20. She pulled alongside them, pointed a gun, and yelled for them to pull over, with children visible in her back seat. As she exited the highway, she fired 1 shot into the truck, striking Ashlyn Crouch near her eye. The driver immediately fled to a nearby gas station and called for help.
Yeah, that's why you start with male witnesses.
Crime scene investigators recovered the damage, injuries that could have been fatal. All 3 witnesses were later
I
interrogated.
want to see what the mom says.
Post a still photo from the video captured online, and within minutes, tips began flooding in. Multiple callers.
If her aunt told on her.
Edward County 911, what's the address of your emergency? Hi, it's not an emergency. I just
Her haters are on the case, brother.
sit here because there was a post on Facebook about a reward for a girl who she had road rage. She was people in the car and they were saying, you know, if you knew of her to call. I called the number, but I didn't get an answer from that number that I called, so I called you. Well, I called the. Do you know who she is? Yes, but I just wanted to say I would like to say, Renee, do you know where she stays? I don't, but my friend, she's been in our house before, because like I said, I know her through from my friends or whatever, but she lives in Douglasville.
Brittany Griffith happened to be the suspect. Detectives drove to the address linked to Brittany Griffith, but she wasn't there, and her vehicle was gone. Then, later that night, police received a call. Surprisingly, Brittany Griffith was at the police department, turning herself in after discovering what was going on. The officer didn't waste time to begin their investigation.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be against you in a court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one would be appointed to represent
Turn yourself in for the money.
for any question if you wish. You can decide any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand that? So, what were you just here tonight?
I kind of want to hear what she says, and then we'll try and find some food or something. It's getting lame.
People started sending pictures of me in a car and saying that I shot someone.
I didn't do it. Okay, why she gonna say she didn't do it?
And just saying that I was in Carrollton, which I was in Carrollton today. I did come home around, I'll say 3:34, somewhere around in between 3 and 4. Did come down 20. I got off Chapel Hill where they're saying that I got off on. I went to the nail shop. I got my toes done. I went home, and I came home and I went back to the bank to pay a bill.
I'm still cracking up about the lady who ran out on her nails from the nail shop, and the little Vietnamese woman wanted to cut her nails off, and the cops wouldn't let her.
And I don't know what's going on.
Okay, now she's playing stupid. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know.
I got 3 witnesses that had cell phones shooting their friends.
The photo, they got some photos of you pointing a gun. You shot a gun into a truck.
See, I don't even have my gun anymore.
Then how did the girl get shot in the face?
Honestly, I don't have a gun. I had a gun, and I gave it away. I gave it to somebody, which I should have done the right way. I should have did a bill of sale. What happened was my ex stole the gun from me. I got back with him, he gave it back to me. And then I got rid of it because he spooked me with that, because I've never gotten in any trouble. I don't do any of that.
How can you honestly explain that you've got your own, there's photos of you pointing a gun at them, there's shots fired, a girl shot in the face after having a road rage with you?
I understand that, but I don't even understand the road rage. I didn't have road rage with anybody.
Okay. I find it hard to believe that 4 young teenagers would collaborate a story against somebody that had no clue who you are and then injure themselves just to get someone in trouble. Makes no sense.
I understand it doesn't. I know I didn't shoot anybody. I didn't. I don't have a gun anymore.
You had a gun today. You may not have it anymore, but you had it today. There's a girl that was shot in the face. Photos of you pointing a gun at them.
I understand.
So how can you sit here and say
You can't open her mouth without lying.
There's no other way to it. It looks like me, like I told my mom, it looks like me, and 100% looks like I'm going down for it. So, I mean...
To be honest, I mean, if you sit here and lie about it, it's going to make it a lot worse for you. I promise you that.
I'm telling you, I was in Carrollton. I did come down 20. I did get off on Chapel Hill. She didn't find me.
Brittany, I don't understand the plate ignorance when you've got photos of you pointing a gun. You went on your Facebook.
But the gun did it, officer.
Page, you took down the photo of you with the arm or the green bracelet on your left arm. You took it down because I'd already been on your page.
I understand. Because it was a picture.
Right. So why did you just take your whole page?
She's caught times a million.
I've never been in trouble. I don't know.
You've been arrested before.
Yeah, I've never been in trouble. Bitch, you've been arrested.
Right. Down Henry County? Big County? Never down there?
Never. I've never been arrested since I was in middle school.
They can see your record.
It may be somebody else's stuff. So.
Alva.
I share a lot. That's why I came up here and turned myself in. I'm not the type of person to harm anybody. I would never.
No. Good until today.
Nah.
Deep down, you know. You're not defeated. You're not weak. You're not too old. We're too young. We're too small. Deep down, you know the truth.
We are giants.
That you are a giant, tied down with string. And at any moment, you can rise.
do this, Lord.
Even though Brittany turned herself in, it's not looking like she was willing to corroborate the story told by witnesses.
No, you're not going to tell me the truth?
I am telling you the truth.
No, you're not. Because I have the evidence.
It was her evil twin.
But you're not telling me the truth.
Okay, well, I say what you want me to say. And we had road rage. I shot at a girl. I didn't mean to shoot the girl.
That's not what I said I want you to say. I want you to say the truth. And there's no reason you would have
told on herself for like the 15th time.
That just then had it not been the truth. There's no way I'd be sitting in a chair in a police department sitting there telling me what you just acting like you want it.
That's all you gotta say this a couple times. Robert Duvall died? That sucks, man. He was an incredible actor. I watched The Judge. I think that's one of my last movies I watched with him in it. It was Robert Downey Jr. Robert Duvall.
What's somebody you want them to say?
It's not looking good for me anyway.
It's not looking good for you because you're up here right now. We really had confound you one way or the other.
Oh yeah, of course, Lonesome Dove.
It was smart for you to come up here.
Been a million cowboy movies.
But to actually sit here and deny the situation that had to happen today, and when we know what happened, I just want you to be honest with you. Obviously, you're not going to be honest with me.
There was road rage, and I shot a girl in the face.
Are you telling me that? Because that's
okay.
What happened? Or
That's easy.
you telling me that just because you act like I want you to tell me that? I want you to tell me the truth.
I'm telling you that because that's what it looks like I did, and I'm going to go down for a regardless.
I want you to tell me the truth. I do not want you to sit here and say that somebody's forcing you to say something when no one is. I never force you to say anything.
Exactly. I'm telling you this. I'm me looking at somebody. I've never been in trouble. I've looked at.
You have been in trouble.
It doesn't look good for me.
Oh yeah, Secondhand Lions. That's such a good movie. You guys never seen that? I suggest watching that movie. I love it immediately. It's one of my dad's and my mom and dad's favorite movies. Every time we're together, we watch Secondhand Lions. It's incredible.
I road rage and I shot somebody.
Is that what you did?
I mean, that's what it looks like I did.
That's what we're investigating. I'm asking you, is that what you did?
I didn't shoot anybody.
Eventually, she didn't have a choice.
But to sit here and lie to me and tell me that nothing happened.
Like that, there was road rage and I shot a girl in the face.
Why did you shoot her in the face?
Because it's road rage. They were cutting me off and stuff like that.
She wasn't in the passenger seat. How was she cutting you off?
The driver was cutting me off.
Did it deserve to shoot someone?
No. Not at all.
Not at all. We don't just go around and shoot someone because we're unhappy. If you don't like what's going on, you back off and you call 911.
What we doing, Michael? Michael Caine? Yeah, that's Secondhand Lions, right?
And guess what?
Michael Caine.
Going to happen? We're going to be sitting there waiting on them on the interstate when they get to a certain point. And then we're going to pull whoever over and we're going to investigate it and find out what happened. You get it? So what did you do with the gun?
I don't have a gun anymore.
What I understood you do with it?
I threw it.
Where'd you throw it?
In the woods.
Where?
In Chattahoochee. Over by Six Flags.
You do it.
It would be Atlanta.
So when we passed Six Flags, the water.
So when did you do that?
I don't know the time, but probably like.
A group of teenagers cut her off on the interstate, and she shot one of them in the face with her 2 kids in the car.
After you got your nails done, or did you go get your nails done?
I did get my nails done. I got my toes done actually at the nail shop.
So you felt good about it to go get off the interstate, get your nails done after what just happened?
Because I didn't know I shot anybody, honestly.
So after you got your nails done, you got on 20 eastbound and threw whatever into the river? What did you have? What did you throw to the river?
It's my 380 that I put on my name.
Do you know what kind of 380 it was?
Smith & Wesson.
Smith & Wesson 380?
Brittany admitted she fired the shot, with 3 of her own children.
Good old Atlanta activities.
She also told investigators she later threw the gun into the Chattahoochee River. With the witness accounts and the suspect's confession, Brittany would face the consequences of her actions. She was arrested and charged with 4 counts of aggravated assault, 3 counts of cruelty to children, aggravated battery, possession of a firearm during a felony, with evidence. As for Ashley Crouch, she was discharged from the hospital days later and continues to recover from her injuries.
Oh, they were in the Graceland.
You know, between the rapid pace of news events these days and the ubiquitous proliferation of media outlets, it's very easy to get so overwhelmed with information that you lose your focus and let your mind drift to meaningless side issues, like whether if you continually rewind The Housemaid so you can watch the Sydney Sweeney sex scene over and over, it will somehow show up in the feed so your wife will find out if she goes to watch one of those movies she likes when
Stiletto, man. Yeah, I got that like
Stiletto, by the way.
Stiletto?
Stiletto. Yeah.
Oh, is this the day earlier? Is that what I completely missed the context of what's going on with this one?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this is the day earlier. Gotcha.
All right, man.
Cool. Now, as more officers try to figure out if Michael actually works for Edmunds or anywhere at all.
He just didn't. He wasn't making any sense with what he was saying. He was just throwing out buzzwords that you would hear in a police department.
That makes the whole situation feel even more off.
If I was that cop and I heard him just like saying that, I would have started questioning him right away. Like, what do you mean? Like, just dig just a little bit more. I know, what do you mean by that? Well, who do you know?
That's not my bad. No, it's the one with the Gatorade, the electrolyte bothering you. Almost 18 months now. 18 months? Yeah.
Wait, so 2 years?
So I was at first.
So you was a detective there for 2 years?
About a year. So when I retired from Baltimore City, Maryland, 4 years ago, I came out here. I worked at the Central Center for a little while.
The AI mod is so broken on Kick. You got to be creative with the slurs. Yeah, see, it's just giving you a little push to create your own. Once you guys use those thinkers.
Secure a spot over Edmunds after getting some other certifications and it's an 18-month contract. So the investigations. So you're only contracted to work 18 months? That's what it is. Yeah.
Dude.
For 18 months. No, I got another 18 months left. Okay.
No. That's not what you said. You said you've been with him for 18 months. He's getting his own lies mixed up now. This is silly. Finally joined the Unsup Fitness Challenge. Protein should be 1 gram per pound, right? Yeah, usually. And then eat before bed. I'm not playing eat before bed. That's something I didn't learn until a couple years ago. Because I mean, you're sitting there for 8 hours without your body absorbing protein, sleeping. So eat like a meal prep or a protein shake before bed.
Oh, it's the 2 years. That's signed on for the 2 years.
Our moms lied to us. That's side eye.
That's signed on for the 2 years.
Dude, tons of trend in TRT.
You know, I understand your point of view. I'm not arguing with you. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just kind of irritated with it, right?
I'm sorry, buddy. You can't be irritated. You're the one sitting here lying your ass off and wearing a patch. It says police on your back, a SWAT patch on your side. I wonder what his badge says. can't really see it from here. Be interested to see what it says. Does he cry? Yeah. I'm mad you caught me.
I wasn't operating. I wasn't. Hey, listen, man. You guys saw it. I get where you're coming from.
So the operating word.
We were looking to check out
I'm really irritated you called me committing a felony. Present some meal plan? We don't really have one. I usually 4 or 5 times a day I eat Duke Slop, which is ground beef with taco seasoning and rice and Greek yogurt. This morning though, I ate 30 chicken nuggets with 7 sauces. I just didn't feel like making meal prep this morning. I stayed up late watching. Me and Moody went on date night last night, and we watched Strangers 2, which I'm not going to reveal anything. I didn't think it was that great. Should have watched the what's the supernatural one with the ghost? This Conjuring. Should have watched that instead. And then we watched The Time to Kill last night because Moody kind of looks like Sandra Bullock in that, young Sandra Bullock. And then I couldn't sleep, so I wrote some of my screenplay for a movie that I want to make about Nephilim. I'm going to try to sell that screenplay. And then I still couldn't sleep, so I played Balatro until 2 in the morning. And then I got to get up at 7 to take John. Yeah, I don't know where I was going with that story. Oh yeah, so I'm tired, that's why I didn't make meal prep. There we go, that's why I ate 30 chicken nuggets. 95% of all movies kind of suck. Dude, they're coming out with a Black Telephone 2. The first one, like, it was so good. And they're coming out with a second one where basically Ethan Hawke is Freddy Krueger. He comes back and he starts killing kids in their dreams. It's so stupid, man. Miles, Stranger Suit. Yeah, especially when a CGI wild hog comes out of nowhere. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say about that. Tulsa King does have a new season. I need to catch up on that too. Tell us more about the Nephilim. I can't tell you about it. It has to do with a special forces team in Afghanistan and the Nephilim and heroin. It's going to be cool. Yeah. I don't want to talk about it too much. I've been writing it for a year now. Brandon's been helping me with it. Meat King's helping me with it a little bit too. I'm going to try to get A24 to help me out with it, but I think someone told me the people that run A24 hate me and Brandon. I got to stop talking about Transformers and dropping slurs on Twitter. Too late now. Oh, man. You know that conspiracy? It's a play on that conspiracy. It's not the exact conspiracy. What Balatro deck was I running? Dude, I couldn't get a game one last night. I usually play high card. I try to run a high card one. High card, or you get 2 of a kind. And usually, if you get the right jokers. I got so addicted to that game a couple weeks ago, and it's all I play on flights now. When I'm going to bed, it's my sleepy time game. Anyways, indeed, go to my studio, they'll help you out. Is A24 doing an Elden Ring movie? I don't know. Every single dick. Dick. Dude, I beat all the dicks. I'm not in the Navy anymore, alright? Alright, let's continue to rewind 5 seconds. Okay. Oh no, he's got the cop car too. He's got blue emergency lights. Come on, man. No. We got out. He's like, hey, I'm a resident. He was involved in Washington when she was getting himself inside and had like a whole like threat of like floors like that. I don't beat the level. Wait, what? I don't beat the level in Balatro, so I just take over the plane exactly. You know, they keep forgetting about the Glock that I have. What the? He was a barricaded suspect? With bomb threats?
really good thing I liked it. And
Oh!
so where are you staying while you're in Birmingham? Sorry?
Holy. Oh no, yeah, that means he's a felon and he had a loaded firearm as he was pretending to be a police officer. Oh, buddy, you're... Oh, man. Oh, man.
Sorry, what brings you to Birmingham?
For this off-duty. I live in Thurston, in the Mason.
Too far drive.
It is. So
Why not work?
He looks like he roofies chicks.
I live there. We were having issues. I didn't want to work with Jeremy.
I know that's where he got it from. When they raided his place and beat his ass, he was like, "Dude, these guys are awesome. I want to be just like them."
The same people that recruited Jeremy, and some of the posters.
I know he's got a SWAT patch on him. Colonel Oblivion. Thank you.
A lot of things have changed.
You know, as some of their suspicions start to check out, officers get more pushy with Michael, and soon they're about to find out the fire wasn't the only call he's shown up.
That haircut is criminal, dude. That's a highway patrol haircut all day long.
What can someone today listening do to be ahead of 99% of people?
I think the main thing that people can do if they want to be ahead, depending on what ahead means to them, is I think that they can develop their discipline within themselves. I think that one thing that I've become really obsessed with over the past couple of years is thinking about the idea of discipline, because I think discipline has a very bad connotation. Like if somebody does something wrong, then they're disciplined. Or a dog's supposed to be doing something wrong, discipline. A child, discipline. But I think that the connotation that we have with discipline is actually incorrect. I think discipline, if used correctly, is possibly the greatest form of self-love. Because you don't have to have any discipline to do something that's not good for you. So if you want to, sleep in every single day of your life, you don't have to have discipline for that. If you don't want to go to the gym, you don't have to have discipline for that. If you want to just eat the crappy food that's out there, you don't need discipline. But if you want to wake up earlier, you want to, make sales calls, grow a business, if you want to get your body in the healthiest shape you possibly can, you need discipline for it. And discipline is always needed for something that is good for you. And so the thing that I think people need to do is they need to develop a different relationship with discipline so that they don't think I'm doing this because I hate myself, because something's wrong, or because whatever it might be. It's I'm going to become a more disciplined person because I love myself so much. And for me, I wasn't a disciplined person at all before I developed, got into self-development. I was, number one, I was a surfer, I was a stoner, I did a bunch of drugs, did a bunch of partying. I slept in, made excuses, never made any money, never really had a whole lot of happiness. And then when I was 19 years old, I got into a sales company and I learned, okay, if I'm going to sit down and make phone calls, hundreds of phone calls to people who have no clue that I'm about to call them, every single day, I need to be disciplined. And it was this thing of, okay, I know what my life could be if I take this action, and my life will be better if I take this action. I don't want to take this action, but I know that my life will be better if I take this action. So I'm going to take this action because I know future me will thank me for it. And what's really cool about discipline, there's a whole lot of science, the neuroscience has been found. There's a part of your brain called the anterior mid-cingulate cortex, which is basically where they're thinking that discipline and willpower come from. And so for people who are athletes, like professional athletes, they have a larger than average anterior mid-cingulate cortex than the average person. Not because they were born that way, but because of the fact that they grew it. It's like a muscle inside of, you want to work your biceps, you just do a whole bunch of curls, your biceps are going to get bigger. It works the exact same thing with this part of your brain. So they have found that people who have very little discipline, very little willpower, people who are, extremely obese, they found that have a small mid-anterior...
Tell me what happened in 2015 with Baltimore.
What makes someone do this, Stockholm or Munchausen? I don't think it's either one of those. I think it's Tylenol while he was in the wound. Why are they blocking out the SWAT patch? I don't think they are. I think it's just dark. Yeah, it's right there. It's just super dark. Yeah, that face says, Oh man, fatherless behavior. You think he makes calls to show up to? That makes me think of the what was his name? The pillow pyro, for the guy in California that set over like 1,000 fires. I did a video on him, but he was the fire marshal, and he would set the fires and then show up to them.
Riots. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. I worked in the Eastern Prison. We knew the feds were there.
Mike Lindell.
You keep your nose clean. You got nothing to worry about. Well, I'm talking about the offense.
I did a short video on him.
Me?
I don't know where it lives though.
I was arrested. I wasn't arrested. Never been arrested. Never been arrested. Never once. Never. Never been arrested. So when I searched in our police database, and your name and date of birth come back with an incident in 2015 for the District of Columbia, which is obviously Washington, D.C.
Dude, he did it in D.C.?
Take your own atheist, right?
Wait, I said Mike Lindell. Mike Lindell was not a pirate. Okay, I just remembered who he was when you said that. No, Mike Lindell was not the guy setting fires in Southern California. Killing 5 people in a department store. That was not Mike Lindell. You guys got stuff today, man. I told you I didn't sleep last night. Mike Lindell setting his pillows on fire. If you buy one from him, he comes to your house, he sets it on fire while you're sleeping on it. No, they called this guy the pillow, I think it was the pillow pyro, because his MO was going to department stores and setting the linen on.
Freedom is not an accident of history. It is the result of ideas tested over time, shaped by debate, and sustained by institutions and citizens willing to defend them. The United States was founded on an audacious premise that a free people could govern themselves, and liberty could endure not through force, but through law. Not through unanimity, but through argument.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed.
And not through tradition alone, but continued renewal. Across generations, Americans have wrestled with enduring questions. What does citizenship require? What responsibilities accompany freedom? How should power be restrained? And how should a free society respond to moments of danger, disruption, and change? Today, those questions are once again urgent. Democratic societies face pressure at home and abroad. New technologies are reshaping economies and institutions. Authoritarian systems challenge the principles of open societies. And Americans are called to reconsider how freedom can be preserved in a rapidly changing world. The Ideas That Made Us, Dialogues on Freedom, is dedicated to examining these challenges through serious inquiry and open debate. Across the year, the Hoover Institution will bring leading voices to explore the foundations of American freedom, from citizenship and education to innovation, governance, national security, and global competition. Each dialogue connects enduring principles to contemporary choices, asking not only where we have been, but where we're going. These conversations are not about prescribed dogma or doctrine. They are grounded in open, serious, and constructive dialogue. They are about a deeper understanding, and about responsibility, and about the ideas that have made the United States will shape its future.
We often think of freedom as a universal aspiration, something that people have wanted at all times and in all places. But among ancient societies, it was really only the Greeks and the Romans, the progenitors of Western culture, who took a word that originally meant not enslaved and used it to mean not ruled by a tyrant. So they added a political meaning to the civil word.
Short fee you pay. Short pay like. Well, let me look up that 12 million one. I'll tell you how much that's worth.
It's got some Gatorade in it, and it's got mobile. I just want to confirm you're giving us the consent to search the vehicle.
Don't know people reacting to me? No, dude, I don't care. As long as, you know how I'll do this with like, hey, go Blue Cam, they're awesome. You know, as long as you're like, hey, this is Don't Operator. Which is, it's kind of easier too, because my face is all over my videos. You see where YouTube admitted censorship and suppression and blamed Biden? Oh yeah, I saw that. We knew it all along. We kept saying it. No one believed us. Moody! Moody! What are you doing? I can't hear you. You talk really low. I need my poop bucket. Yeah, bring my poop bucket in there. Come here, what's that? There's no coochie cam. What, with a poop bucket? Mom! Give it back. Tell everyone about Strangers too.
Oh, it sucked. It was horrible. Horrible.
Hi, nice lady.
Huh?
I can give it if I want to. Even if I want to.
From you, yes or no? Are you giving us
It's my life. I can't do
We're not going to tear my vehicle for it. We're going to search the vehicle. We're not going to.
Man, that's a decommissioned police vehicle right there. Andy put the blue lights back in it. It's like AOC if she was a woman. AOC what she looks like Moody, probably. AOC looks busted as. That's what SSRIs and birth control does to a woman. She looks busted.
No. You're not going to tear my vehicle up. No.
You know, it's almost to the point where
For search warrant, do what you got to do. Let's remove it here. Solve that problem.
I'm curious where his radio goes to.
He's going to jail. One time. We know. I know you. I'm not going to have you. I the response. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, that guy said he was a cop too. So is he just going off of line dude's word?
Jacob would like to get a Bible.
He goes to his no pixel server.
Yeah. I don't have to memorize. I don't know. To test it.
The radio goes to his mom's house.
I did have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he lied to me with John. This looks so great.
I was able to return back to work. I was treatment, but my mouth is dry. No drink water.
No ankle holster, nothing like that?
Sorry?
No ankle holster? Secondary pointer?
No, absolutely not. I'm not. No restrooms. You got everything right here.
I want to see what's in his car. I wasn't planning on watching this whole thing. This just gets worse and worse, and it's so entertaining.
Do you have anything else in your pocket? Like your wallet? I believe I have my vape on the side. Okay. In this do you mind if we take that out?
Absolutely. Michael's masks are starting to slip, and pretty soon, a bunch of witnesses will be lining up with crazy stories from the night before that'll leave some of the...
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We got witness stories.
His boss is Jacob Stevens, says it's Stephen Group International.
Okay.
According to him, he's been looked into background checks, told that
he looks into everybody, that's why I said that.
Can you expand on the policy, whether you guys are allowed to be armed or not? Was he allowed to
If
qualify?
we are qualifying for it, then we are audited in the state for that, not personally not. But we can be, it has
They have pepper spray.
personally called for that. But you have to be bonded with the
Dude, I want to know what the homeless people say about this dude. Like, I wonder if he goes around threatening to arrest people. It gets better? Oh man, this is good. No wonder freaking Code Blue Cam got 1.6 mil views in 2 days. See, this is the shit that I was talking about last week. If you guys find me a good body camera and you pull the FOIA in the police report, I'll give you $1,000 per.
Usually people ask me questions about how was my experience on the show. I want to know, how was your experience being on Laguna Beach?
Detained, handcuffed, nothing. Sorry? This is just no form to review. One of the things to our office, and then you just show your actual. And are you all comfortable?
If you submit the Freedom of Information Act request, the FOIA, and it turns out to be a video like this, and I get the police report, I'll give you $1,000 per.
You want to last it before we left? I would, thank you. Are you still talking?
At this time, I'm ready to go for my rights in 2 weeks' time.
Okay. Alright, fair enough.
We all know better.
Fair enough.
What if you're the one getting arrested?
Why law enforcement?
I don't care as long as it's good, as long as it's entertaining. I'll pay the FOIA costs too. A lot of them, most of them don't cost.
What the hell, man? This is insane. I'm going to take the secret out here and real quick. Can he have my cell phone, or do you guys, are you guys? Who do you want to take your call? O'Brien. Okay. Yeah, can you give it to him, please? I want him to call my wife and...
FOIA, Freedom of Information Act.
You said I want to give him the passcode? Oh, okay. I'm speechless.
When an officer hops on a call with Michael's wife, he finds out Michael's lies run way deeper than the crap they
Where do you want it sent? So it can't be online. That's the fine print. It can't already be online. Don't send me some that 15 body camera YouTube channels has done. Sorry, I completely missed the live thing. $1,000 a video, but it has to be every single body camera. It can't be a shooting. That's another one. No shootings. It's got to have all the body camera and the official police reports with it. If you get those two things for me, then yes, it's $1,000 per incident, not per. You can't bring me 5 body cameras of the same incident and I give you $5,000. It's got to be the same incident, all the body camera footage, all the police report. No shootings, because I don't want to do shootings on my new channel. I'm going to do a Code Blue Light channel where I do things like this, but I'm going to talk. I'm going to be the one narrating. About to be bombarded with requests. If someone can send me a Dropbox or WeTransfer or something with all the body camera and all the police reports, and it's never been online, and it's not a shooting, $1,000 per incident. GK, have a deal? No. That was my offer.
I'm speechless.
Haley, thanks for the sub. I don't think it's a lot of work. All you got to do is find an incident and submit a FOIA and work with the department to get all the information. You can do that in a couple hours. A couple hours for $1,000. Most of the things you cover on your main are usually already covered a month before. Yeah, I know. I really don't pay much attention to my main. That's why I want to move away from the shootings, because YouTube is me right now. I've gotten so many strikes on my channel, and I've been going for so long, the channel's just kind of dying out. So I want to do a Code Blue type thing like this. How do you find an incident? I don't know. That's why I'm asking people to do it for me. Go to, I don't know, go to a college town or something. Or if you see something in the news that says this crazy happened, find all the body camera footage for it. Yeah, what's the news? Ask a police officer you know. I offered this same deal to my sister, who is a police officer. I offered it to some of the guys I used to work with. It's got to be. It can't be some boring ass. It's got to be like it's got to be something like this, or a DUI where someone freaks out. All this that we watch. You know, all this that we watch on this channel, on this stream. Yeah, I need to talk to Rich about that. I don't know if he'd do it. That'd be a lot of work for him. He's already doing the police thing, making good money off of YouTube and so yeah, decapitation. Near San Antonio? It doesn't. Wait. Oh, where I live? Yeah, San Antonio. San Antonio. No shootings. What about death in general? I would like to stay away from death. This fighting furries? Brother, that's an easy $1,000 for you. Did I call my boyfriend? I think Brendan's traveling today. He's doing something for his congressional thingy. Baby fartings, that's a good one. All right, let's finish the video. That's what I'm putting out. If you punch a furry, it's 1,000 per furry. No, please don't do that. That's not a call to violence. That's a complete joke. Did I order the Wingstop? No, I actually ate 30 chicken nuggets this morning. Well, about 21. I've got a couple left. Yeah, I'm putting out a bounty on police incidents, not furries. Can we get that right? Okay. I do think that furries are degenerates and they stray very far from God's light, but I don't want you to go hit them. Wingstop is bad, just bad. No, it's not. I eat Wingstop like 4 times a week now. That's like I like to call it cheat meal, but I mean, it's protein, whatever.
Yes, the rumors are true. Jonathan Majors, the massive movie star, is joining a Daily Wire production. I'll have all the details for you in just one moment. Plus, is action about to break?
What's worse, furries or cyclists? Oh God. I don't. Hold on. Let's see if we can find like the worst thing in the world. Oh no. No. Oh God, it exists. It exists. No. No. Oh God. Pick a struggle, you. Oh no. Oh God. Let's look fake cop stuff. Oh man. Oh God. 2 negatives equal to positive? No. Maybe HIV positive.
Cops on a call with Michael's wife. She finds out Michael's lies run way deeper than the crap they thought.
Oh dude, so okay, I saw you guys say wife earlier. His wife ratted on him? Does God stay up there because he's afraid of what he's created? Man-made horrors beyond our comprehension. Oh man.
Hey, Officer Smith, number 2, please. He was walking around. He had an outer vest on, outer carrier. He had a lot of police gear. Had a full belt, fully kitted. His vehicle is a U4 Explorer outfitted with blue lights. It's like
guys, do not commit crimes in order to appear on my channel and get $1,000, please. They can't. Please don't do that. That is not what I'm saying. I'm asking you guys to be my investigators for me. It's completely legal. Just find police incidents. Get me all the info. $1,000 each. I also need to make a separate email for you guys to send it to. And I'll probably put up a website about it too. 6 says, what the man, I was in my truck already. I posted a picture though that the other day that I took down. It was me drunk hanging out with Austin, and I don't know. I didn't like the way it looked after a couple of hours, but the top comment was, someone get this man his truck keys.
Like he is wearing police gear that has police on the back. His uniform has SWAT patches on it, and the badge that he is wearing says Edmonds Detective, badge number 360. Okay, he's impersonating a police officer, which is criminal impersonation in the 2nd degree.
I'm so sorry, sir. I just woke up.
Okay, he's being arrested for criminal
This is why?
unlawful possession of a firearm.
I'm so confused right now.
What party?
Yeah, I'm surprised his badge was 69420.
This whole thing. I mean, I thought that you went to work last night.
Does he work at Salvation Army?
What?
Does he work at the Salvation Army in Bremerton?
No, he's supposed to be Bremerton Kids Help.
Doing what?
Well, I know he's a reserve
Oh my God. He's been lying to his wife. He tells everyone he's a cop. Holy. Oh, oopsie poopsie.
He told me that's the work he's doing.
He's a reserve police officer for who?
You know what, I don't know what, I know he's contracted, that's what he's told me.
You were convicted of, it looks like, bomb hoax?
Oh my God.
A bomb hoax?
Dude, he's been lying his whole life.
In 2015, you were convicted. Hoax by false bombs. You were sentenced to 4 months in prison.
What? No, no problem.
Did you get your firearms restored?
Sorry, I'm not doing that with the firearms. Just I'm just kind of laid back.
Oh, he's freaking out again, dude.
In my seat.
Yeah. Yeah, his wife is a Victoria's Secret supermodel. That's what he's about to tell
My
him.
rights, man. This is all your investigation. I'm not trying to get dick. I'm not. Don't take it the wrong way.
This is probably a little bit overkill, but given the apprehension.
Nice beard. Nice.
He gave last night about the case. We just walk around and see how many people you can talk to that will say yes, let's say the other cop.
Michael's wife would call the officer the following day and inform about a case full of.
Oh my God. And he's a felon. What the? Does he have a firefighter helmet? Oh, that's an SBR. Or is that a brace? Is that a brace? I don't think that's a brace. Okay, it's a pistol. Still, he can't have it. He's a felon. Oh, is that a suppressor? That's not a, yeah, I think that is a brace. It's just got a piece of cloth. But is that a suppressor right there? Are you kidding me? Oh, man. Andy's a felon. Holy. Investigator, surveillance, canine officer. God damn. Black Apple Coffee patch. Mountain State Canine. He's got a federal badge down here too. I can't see, my camera's in the way. Dude, oh, he is. Damn. He's got an FTO. Hold on, let me move my cameras around. Damn it. R2FU. Look, he's got an FTO patch on that vest on the left. Oh man, he's got the computer too. He's got the patrol car computer on the top right. I know, Pink Ear Pro though. What are you doing, man? Why am I wearing shades? Because they look cool, man. These are indoor shades, all right. Yeah, the Geotech's a mile down the rail too. What the hell? Jeez, dude. He's got an auto opener knife too. I wonder if that's legal there, or if he can even have that. Damn. Yeah, do you see the? Hey, I meant to move my camera again. Damn. It's a Timo Geotech. Yeah, if you look. Right there on the bottom right, that's a federal something badge. It says U.S. on it. Like a marshal badge or something. Holy crap, dude. He is. That's what I was thinking, a marshal badge. Oh, man. How much money in gear is this? With the vest. I don't know, like $2,000.
firearms that she discovered in Michael's room.
Oh, that's not 20,000. No, like it's between like probably 2 and 4 or 5,000.
And while officers canvass the area, even more wild tea about what he pulled the night before starts blowing up.
Last night, one of our officers was just contacting a group of transients who were like making a small fire. Not a big deal. Your employee who drives this car pulled up on that scene and turned on blue emergency lights inside of the car, and then got out and told the officer on scene that he was on the PD detective. Here, I'll show you that.
What can a person legally collect badge-wise? I think you can have a badge, you just can't wear it out.
So when I
got a couple of them that cops have given to me.
heard about this
You just can't wear it.
last night, I came over here because I was curious. I'm like, that sounds a little out of place. So he approached me wearing this vest. And he has
You have 1,000 patches. I have probably 3,000 patches. I have so many I can't put them up on my patch walls now.
a badge that says Detective Edmonds. So the officers that were working last night went the extra.
You know what? I'm going to take back the 2,000 I said. We'll say 5,000 because that gun's probably like 1,200.
So I could call the Edmonds Police Department.
And then you got the computer and you got the vest and the suppressor.
So between showing up on scene with commissioned officers, saying he's a cop, having blue emergency lights, and then this morning approaching me saying he's
felony lasagna. Oh man, there's a sticker or a T-shirt there somewhere. Felony lasagna because he's just layering it on. I like that. That's a good one, brown paper. Mission barbecue. Have you debated making a table floor of the patches? I've heard of Mission. Someone just texted me about Mission yesterday. I think it was Juno. Wait, is that you saying it, Juno? No? Text me about this. Someone was texting me just yesterday about Mission Barbecue about that. One second. Yeah. A guy that's been around the channel. Are you been around now, Juno? A buddy that's been around the channel for a long time. He was texting me yesterday. He said, his buddy got his picture put up on the Gold Star wall at Mission Barbecue. That's cool as hell. I don't know if I've been there. I keep hearing about it. Is there even one near here? Where's that even at? Alright, that's my, well, the cameras are okay right there for now, I guess. Tennessee? Oh, okay. Oh, see? I tell you what's freaking good. So, Rudy's is a chain, right? But up here in kind of the South Bernie area, there is the original Rudy's. Just I did, hey, thanks for the subs, Valor, and thanks for the subs, buddy. The original Rudy's here in North San Antonio, South Bernie-ish area, so good. That's what I'm talking about, Gaggle. The Leon Springs OG Rudy's. Yeah, it is so good. The OG one is so good. 6 sunglasses. Thank you. Moody got them for me.
And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected. Not just economically, not just militarily. We are connected spiritually, and we are connected culturally. We want Europe to be strong. We believe that Europe must survive. Because the 2 great wars of the last century served for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours.
It's Tuesday, February 24th, 2026, and welcome back to Goodfellows, a Hoover Institution broadcast examining matters of history, economics, and geopolitics. I'm Bill Whalen. I'm an extended policy fellow here at the Hoover Institution. I'll be the moderator of this show today. Looking forward to a spirited conversation featuring three of my colleagues who we jokingly refer to as the Good Fellows. I'm referring, of course, to the historian Sir Neil Ferguson, economist John Cochran, and former presidential national security advisor Lieutenant General H.R. McMaster. Neil, John, and H.R. are all Hoover senior fellows. Gentlemen, good to see you, and I have three items for you to discuss today. John, I want us to discuss what's next in the way of tariffs and trade wars now that the U.S. Supreme Court has struck a blow to the Trump administration's tariff strategy. Neil, I want to get your and the panel's thoughts on the significance of the Epstein scandal now that it's led to the arrest of a member of the House of Windsor and a former British ambassador to the U.S. It might also topple your prime minister. But first, HR, I turn to you and let's talk about Iran. And let's keep in mind we're a bit of an awkward position here. We're recording about 9 hours before President Trump gives a State of the Union address. We're also recording 5 days into the 10-day window that the president set on whether or not to strike Iran. So, HR, let me ask you, since you once served in the White House for Donald Trump, if you were back at your old job as NSA, what would you advise him at this point?
Well, I think what I would advise him is, first of all, let's have pure objectives here. What is it he really wants to achieve? I think what he wants to achieve, first of all, is to restore deterrence in terms of the Iranian regime's willingness to commit mass murder, mass atrocities. They murdered over 30,000 of their own people. Maybe another objective would be to reduce further their capacity to do harm more broadly in the region. That would bring into play the missile program, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy, for example, would be kind of targets associated with that. But then also, do you want to weaken the regime? Try to weaken the regime fatally, potentially, by going after the regime's tools of repression. That would include the Basij, the ROTC, and the leadership associated with those organizations. So I would first clarify the objectives and then put together a military campaign as part of a broader, I wouldn't put it together, the Central Command would put it together and pass it to the chairman who would advise the president. But what would be key for National Security Advisor is to integrate that military instrument with diplomatic and financial and economic efforts. And I see that that's kind of happening now in terms of restricting the resources available to the regime. I would work on this problem outside in as well, to really go after, China, who's buying 90% of Iran's oil, and keeping that regime alive and so forth. So I think that's the kind of advice he's getting. Of course, you heard like the stories leaked, yesterday about, the possible negative consequences and risks. Yeah, that's always something you highlight. But also, I think what's really important in this case is to highlight the cost and risk of inaction, right? And to take that into consideration as well. So I hope that those are the kinds of deliberations that are happening. But I think what I'd love to hear more about is the sort of clarity about the objectives. And then if you're crafting, helping to craft a presidential speech, to then really emphasize the so what. Why do Americans care about those objectives and what is the stake? Why is it important to us?
Victor, one thing that wasn't leaked was Steve Witkoff, the president's Middle East envoy, telling reporters that Iran was 60% of the way to uranium enrichment and, in his words, a week away from, quote, industrial-grade bomb-making material. This raises questions for me, HR, of what did our strikes accomplish last summer? But also, if you think Iran is a week away from bomb-making material, why did you hit them a week ago?
I don't know.
Right. Yeah. And then furthermore, today he was carrying a firearm, so noted he's a convicted felon, you can't have a firearm, so he's going to jail today for criminal impersonation of the second degree and unlawful possession of a firearm.
Oh, and this is before his wife brings in, what the is going on here? This is before his wife narcs him out on his rifle.
more than a century, Boy Scouts of America prepared over 130 million American boys to make moral and ethical choices.
Yeah.
Not just during their formative years,
Sure.
but for a lifetime as they grew into men.
Sure.
The first few words of the Scout Oath exemplify this. Quote, "On my honor, I will do my best to do my duty to God and my country."
Right.
The Boy Scouts are embedded in our communities. They're sponsored by community organizations, service clubs, and churches. Many Boy Scouts have gone on to senior leadership positions in their communities and business.
A lot of
in our
people that are
nation's
Boy Scouts,
military,
yeah. I was
and
in
as
Boy
elected
Scouts.
representatives in local, state, and national office.
I quit pretty fast, though.
6 Boy Scouts have been elected President of the United States.
Wow.
11 of the 12 men to walk on the moon, Boy Scouts.
11 out of 12.
Boy
Holy
Scout
shit.
training focused on responsible citizenship, character and leadership development,
Yeah.
patriotism, personal fitness, self-reliance, faith, and a wide range of outdoor skills.
Oh!
It was a great program, and this department, had a close relationship with the Scouts almost since its inception,
That's good.
as many troops meet on military bases.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense, too.
After 2012, however, the Boy Scouts lost their way.
Uh-oh.
And a once great organization became gravely wounded.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, crept in. The name was changed to Scouting America.
Wait, what? There's no way. Not Boy Scouts. Is this true? Wait, the Boy Scouts of America officially rebranded to Scouting America. What the fuck? I didn't even know. Wait. Oh my god. Yeah, all of this is new to me. I've never seen anything about this at all.
Girls were accepted. The focus on God as the ruler of the universe was watered down to include openness to humanism and earth-centered pagan religion. Scouting became an organization that no longer supported and celebrated boys.
Yeah.
They even welcomed the destructive myth of gender fluidity.
Oh,
and
no.
transgenderism to infiltrate their membership.
Wait. Wait, what? This is in Boy Scouts? Aren't you like, I was in Boy Scouts when I was 9.
Along the way, standards were lowered and merit destroyed in favor of an insidious, radical, woke ideology that is anti-America and anti-American.
What the
result? Membership cratered. Americans didn't want it.
No way.
In 1970, 10 million boys participated.
1970, there was 10 million Boy Scouts?
Currently, less than 1 million boys and girls.
So it went down by over 90%? Holy shit.
Participate. Further, many of these community organizations that once supported Scout troops, they withdrew their support. And Scouting America, the parent organization, filed for bankruptcy protection. The changes Scouting America made since 2012 have also jeopardized the relationship with this department.
What?
And I was very seriously considering ending our support of Scouting altogether. We have a after all. Beyond that, the policies Scouting America have in place violate President Trump's Executive Order 14173, entitled Ending Illegal Discrimination. And
imagine being against that. Well, there's quite a lot of people that are.
Restoring merit-based opportunity. But before making this big change, I decided to meet with the current Scouting leadership to convey our deep concerns.
That's smart.
Based on that face-to-face conversation and subsequent conversations, Scouting America agreed to make several key reforms.
Okay.
And let me briefly highlight a few of them. First, Scouting America has agreed to comply immediately with the provisions of Executive Order 14173.
So you just basically put them on the spot, and now they're doing whatever you want.
This includes reviewing and replacing politicized, divisive, and discriminatory language throughout the organization, programs, and all publications. No more DEI, zero.
I'm very glad they're doing this, by the way. This is how you push back against these people. You have to hold their feet to the fire like this. This is great.
Second, the, quote, Citizen in Society merit badge that encouraged Scouts to explore diversity, equity, inclusion, and identity.
Wait, so they wait a minute. Wait. They had a Boy Scouts, scouting. It's not even Boy Scouts. So, okay, wait a minute. So you used to have, like, Boy Scouts. Like, whenever I was a kid, there was, like, badges for, like, being able to start a fire and being able to identify, you know, a bunch of different trees and stuff. And so we went from that, and now there's going to be badges for, like, being able to tell, you know, count all 72 genders. And, like, there's literally, it's not even Boy Scouts anymore, and there's literal DEI badges. What the fuck?
Mask it under a name that sounds great, assume something else. And then asks those scouts to engage in activism on those topics.
What?
That badge has been discontinued.
Thank God. Bro, how did that even happen? Oh my God.
You there?
Me?
Yes, you. It's time to make the switch to Mint Mobile.
Where are you coming from?
I'll give you 3 reasons why. No in-person stores. Bye-bye social anxiety. Switch and get 3.6 or 12 months of unlimited for $15 a month. Switching is simple. Sign up and activate in minutes with eSIM from the comfort of your bed rotting session.
I'm gonna make the switch right now.
That's right. Get it quick.
Okay, you can leave now.
All right. Later, bestie.
No one comes here to play it safe.
2, 1, go!
This is the Can-Am Derby, a head-to-head tournament to prove who's built tougher. The pros who make a living racing, or the people who live off the land.
Mustache good?
Can-Am must be out of their mind.
Third, Scouting America will modify its policy to make clear that membership will be based solely on biological sex at birth and not...
Obviously, Boy Scouts should be for boys. Like, dude, this is like... it's so obvious. Like, the sky is blue. Yes, Boy Scouts should be for... This is amazing. I'm happy.
Gender
It's great.
That means that the application, any application, will have only 2 sex designations, male and female.
Well, yeah.
And the application must match the applicant's birth certificate.
Well, I mean, of course, what else would it even be?
Scouting will also make clear that biological boys and girls will not be allowed to occupy or share intimate spaces together.
Duh. Yeah, of course you can't. Like, wait, were they having sleepovers with girls? Like, what the fuck is... Oh my God. There's no way this is real, right? Oh my God! What the fuck is wrong with them?
Toilet, showers, tents, anywhere like that.
There's no way, was that happening?
Fourth, Scouting America will honor those who serve by waiving the registration fees for children of active duty, guard, and reserve families. So it happened a long time ago. Fifth, in partnership with the War Department, Scouting America will introduce a new military service merit badge.
All right. So they just straight up replaced the DEI badge with the military badge. The Department of War badge. Okay.
These and other changes that Scouting America's leadership committed to, in that room right over there, will hopefully result in a rededication to the foundational ideals that have defined Scouting for generations. Duty to God and country.
You got to get them to change the name back, though. It's the name that matters a lot. Not for any real reason, but it's a symbolic reason. Like, the Boy Scouts are for boys. Like, if you've got a problem with that, then maybe you should join something else. That's just me.
Character.
Yeah, exactly.
However, as President Reagan famously said, trust but verify.
Exactly.
This agreement is new, and the department's support for Scouting America is contingent on them making substantial progress toward reaching these and many other positive changes.
You gotta get them to change the name, man.
6 months.
So they have 6 months to fix this.
Time will vigorously review progress and decide whether or not to continue our support.
Yep.
The onus is squarely on Scouting America.
See, this is the kind of cultural victories that people like this on the right need to have. This is the kind of stuff that you need to push all the time. Because the issue is that whenever these people try to inject their ideology into everything, it makes your ideology seem alien because their ideology feels like a fish in water, right? It's everywhere, it's surrounding you. You need to go in and attack stuff like this. Like, this is another one, is like video games with like male and female rather than body type 1 and 2. This is something that should not be, it's a very small thing, but it's actually very important because it's basic biology, it's basic common sense. So like at the moment that they have you, that there's like a psychology to it where they have you refuting and ignoring and not taking seriously very, very basic common sense biological realities. And if you're not doing that and you can't see things that way, you're going to feel like a fucking idiot.
To deliver. If we're unsatisfied with Scouting America's progress toward and commitment to the agreed upon reforms, we will find them in violation of the President's executive order and cease our support. We hope that doesn't happen, but it could.
Yeah, Scouting America is an inclusive name. If they don't change it back, I say we don't support it regardless, bro. Yeah, they should change it back to the Boy Scouts. Because it is the Boy Scouts. That's what it's always been. And like this idea of removing, and this is another big, it's a core problem, is that one of the big issues right now that happens with young men is that young men and boys don't have an opportunity to be young men and boys. Almost every gendered space is now infiltrated by women. Guys aren't able to just get around and act like guys. You're not able to, inside of a protected, safe space, interact with other adult men that will give you advice, and you can see the way that they act and the way they behave, and then model your own behaviors off of that. This is the way that you're supposed to do things. How do I know that? That's because that's the way that we've done things for 3,000 years, right? In every culture, in every group, whether it's Romans, Greeks, fucking the Chinese, Japanese, in America, in like the old days, everywhere, this is what happens.
Ideally, I believe the Boy Scouts should go back to being the Boy Scouts.
Okay,
as originally founded,
yes.
A group that develops boys, teams, and men.
Yes, yes.
There are also additional youth and boys organizations,
exactly.
Groups like Trail Life USA and Awana Club, that are already compliant with President Trump's executive order.
Great.
That the department may eventually support as well. But we're watching, and we're watching closely. We look forward to providing you with updates after our 6-month review.
Hang on a second. Curling for that ulcer?
Curling?
So smooth. Yes, it is.
This is a service overall, like the service, like I said, we feel that we're valued, our opinions are valued. They have a wide selection to choose from, and there's not high pressure there, that you're going to get what you want, and you're going to be heard for your concerns and your needs and wants.
I wish the best to Scouting America.
It's got to go back. It's got to go back to the Boy Scouts. It does. Like, you put Scouting America. What the fuck does Scouting America mean? It's ridiculous. It's totally fucking ridiculous. They have the Girl Scouts. Why can't we have ours? Yeah, is the Girl Scouts? What is this here? No, Girl Scouts have not changed their name. Exactly. So there you go. This is what I've said many, many times, where basically men have to give up their inclusive space, their safe spaces and their gendered spaces, while women don't. And so the Girl Scouts don't have to change their name, but the Boy Scouts do. Why is that? Well, it's because probably people that are advocating for this hate men. It's probably a bunch of women that hate men that are doing this. And this is it's bullshit. Yeah, it's total bullshit. And as a guy, there's no reason you should put up with this toxicity. There's no reason at all that you would do this. Yeah, Scouting America sounds so pedo. It kind of does, actually. That's a good idea. You're right about that. And so it's disgusting. After boys are in the Girl Scouts, well, I don't know about that. I have no idea. Girl Scouts is the same. Yeah, and this is the kind of very blatant double standards that needs to get shut down. And this is the reason why I don't support any of these people. Like, it's one of the worst things right now is that even though like there are a lot of Democrat policies that I support, I would never vote for or support a Democrat right now because they don't necessarily do this, but they support the people that will do this. So by a second order effect, they are doing this, but it's not happening directly. So in general, like that's what I would say, right? In the UK, it's just the Scouts. Yeah, but I don't care about the UK. It's not. I mean, like this is something that's in America. Bro, you don't get it? They're scouting America for illegal immigrants. That's patriotic, teaches important skills. Yeah, give them an ice badge, right? Like if a kid's able to catch an illegal alien, they get promoted to an Eagle Scout immediately, right? It's like an instant prestige rank. Girl Scouts sued them over changing their name. Well, that's the thing, right? Is that this is what I've said before? Is that it is a constant thing. It is a constant, regular. Girls are welcomed in the club scouting. All of this happens. Men are always asked to relinquish spaces that are reserved for men, while women are able to preserve spaces that are reserved for women. I'm sorry, but that's not equality. That's not fair. When women get these free spaces, they get to have the Girl Scouts, but boys can't have Boy Scouts. And I know that some people are going to say, oh, this is stupid, it doesn't matter. If it's so stupid and it doesn't matter, then why not just do it the same way? If it didn't matter, then why did you change it? It's because it does matter to me. It does matter, it matters to me. It also matters to them. It matters to you enough that you went to go change this. You changed it, and now you're saying, oh, why are you mad that I changed it? Because you fucking changed it. That's the reason why. Yes, why is it being pushed so hard if it's insignificant? Yes, 100%. Never let somebody make you feel stupid for caring about these small things, because if they're so small, then why are you pushing them and holding on to them so hard? The reason why is because it's not small. It is a continual and gradual, basically, removal of men to have male spaces. It happens everywhere. It happens with online games. It happens with sports. It's happening with the Boy Scouts, apparently. It happens everywhere. It happens even with male hobbies. Like, look at Star Wars. Holy fuck. So, yeah, I feel this way. It's the way I think it's so annoying. It's crazy annoying. And, yeah, I'm a former Boy Scout from the Southeast Asia. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even really know this happened. This is fucking ridiculous, but we'll see what happens.
Polybuzz. Chat with AI.
Oh, Minister of Defense, dead. Head of the Supreme Military, dead. Advisor to the Supreme Leader, dead. Commander of the Revolutionary Guard, dead. And Chairman of SP&D, dead. Former Chairman, dead. The head of the Intel, dead. That's it. They're all dead. Wow. And senior defense officials tell Fox News the United States agrees with Israeli assessment that Iran's Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead, along with 5 or 10 other top leaders in the Iranian government who are all meeting at So wait a minute. Are you telling me that we just waited for them all to get into one building and then we just blew up the building?
Like always? Yes.
Alright, finally, alright, go. Just AoE farming them, yes, exactly.
Sorry, I didn't even go.
So they're just sitting around. So that means that, you know what's funny is that means that we were tracking every single one of them the entire time. This entire thing where they thought that they were getting away with it and, oh, well, they're not going to be able to find us and everything. We already knew where all of them were the whole time. The moment that they all got together, we blew them up. Wow, just like you said? Yeah, just like I said. I said this, and that's the way it is, right? Roaches, check it. I told y'all. Red alerts in Israel, why didn't Allah save them? Because probably the reason why is that if there is some afterlife, they're going to get sent to hell. These people are horrible, oppressive demons. Any sort of sensible, good afterlife would send these people to hell. Like, they're going and killing their own people. They're enabling rapes and murders in their own country. They're massively oppressive. They tour the entire country, 90, 80 million people, into poverty and a total shithole. When the country used to be great, yeah, they're probably not getting their 72 virgins. They're not. Why the fuck would they? They don't deserve it. They're assholes. They're getting 72 demons. Well, no, they are the 72 demons. And so anyway, that's what's happened. And here we go, Kuwait's Ministry of Defense. And what is this here? Subjected to another another drone attack. Here we go. Wow. Oh. Uh-huh. $72 Griffins, yeah. Stem to get fucked in the ass. Logic takes you to the finish line. Called another one. Well, of course, right? And this is why I always get it right. The reason why I always get it right is I'm logical. Most things behave according to logic. Occasionally, they don't. But most things work and they function according to logic. And that is the bottom line. That will always be the bottom line. They think they're getting their 72 virgins, but they're actually getting 72 incel Star Trek fanboys. Yep, that's about right. And most humans, at least, yes, most humans function this way. Iranian one-way attack drone. Oh, here we go. Directed earlier on the U.S.'s Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters. Uh-oh. There it is. Oh, what's this? Boom. Wow. Wow, good job, guys. Good job. And there it is. And getting 72 Redditors. Yeah, 72 hogs, exactly. Yeah, wow, they blew up one boat. Yeah, not so good. Rockets in Tel Aviv. Well, I haven't seen that at all yet. And Packwatch.
And then I'm like, this baby motherfucker better not blow up by nuclear shit, or I'm gonna go look on this bitch. And then he blows up all my nuclear shit, and I'm like, call my general. And they tell me, they're all dead, sir. And I'm like, assemble the army. And they're like, they're dead too, sir. So then I'm like, launch the friggin' missile. And they're like, sir, they're gone, sir. So I'm like, what the fuck? And then I'm like,
oh no, fire the missiles, yeah. These are really good. Haters will say it's AI. Yeah, there it is. And this is his compound, right? That's where he was living. And now it's, there it is, close to the base of the U.S. Navy's fleet. Footage of Iran Spring leader's corpse has been shown to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Oh, man. Well, there it is, guys. And several off-ramps I can go. But what does Trump say? President Trump told Axios in an interview on Saturday that he has several off-ramps for Operation Epic Fury against Iran. I can go along and take over the whole thing, or end it in 2 or 3 days and tell the Iranians, see you again in a few years if you start rebuilding your nuclear and missile... I'll see you again. All right, well, Trump said in a 5-minute phone interview, in any case, it will take them several years to recover from this attack. Yeah, well, there it is. Explosion in Tel Aviv now. Well, let me see this. Is this it here? I think it could be it. Let's find out.
Now, between the rapid pace of news events these days and the ubiquitous proliferation of media outlets, it's very easy to get so overwhelmed with information that you lose your focus and let your mind drift to meaningless side issues, like whether if you continually rewind The Housemaid so you can watch the Sydney Sweeney sex scene over and over, it will somehow show up on the feed so your wife will find out if she goes to watch one of those movies she likes where none of the women even takes her shirt off, so what the hell's the point? I'm sorry, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah. You can lose your focus and not even realize that you don't understand the issues in play. So now and again, we here at the Daily Wire like to take a moment to try to explain to you some of the important subjects that we ourselves know absolutely nothing about. For instance, President Trump says the economy is doing great, but polls show that many people disagree. So today, we want to try to unpack the principles of economics so you can answer basic questions like who's right, who's wrong, how the hell should I know, and why can't you people just leave me alone? Economics is a science, like pinball or craps. The word comes from the Greek root onyx, meaning something you read in the newspaper that is so ridiculous it makes you laugh. That's the same root that gives us words like comics and New York Times opinionomics. Now here at the Andrew Klavan Show, we know that some people in our audience are functionally illiterate, but the rest of our audience can only aspire to being functionally illiterate. So in order to explain the principles of economics in the simplest possible way, we're going to take you through an ordinary day in the life of an economist. Ordinary economist Wolfgang Startle wakes up a little after 6 a.m. He opens the shades in time to see the sun cresting the eastern horizon. "Oh my God," says Wolfgang Startle. "What the hell is that?" "That's the sun coming up in the morning," says Mrs. Startle. "Wow," says Wolfgang. "That's surprising. Yesterday I predicted that artificial intelligence would cause the moon to turn to blood while the sun refused to shine. So this development is very unexpected." Soon after, Mrs. Startle puts breakfast on the table. "Whoa," cries Wolfgang Startle. "Are those fried eggs? I did not see that coming." "But I make you fried eggs every morning," says Mrs. Startle. "Yes," says Wolfgang, "but last week I predicted that Donald Trump's tariffs would drive the price of eggs up way beyond what we can afford, so this is completely unexpected." An hour later, Wolfgang Startle arrives at work at the Wall Street Journal, where he's greeted by his editor, Lyman Panic. "I'm sorry," Wolfgang Panic says, "we're going to have to let you go, because every single prediction you make turns out to be wrong." "Well, this comes totally out of the blue for me," says Wolfgang Startle. "I predicted that Trump's anti-immigration policies would cause a minor rise in unemployment for some reason, but now my unemployment is unexpectedly at 100%. And just wait till you see how startled Wolfgang Startle is when he gets home, because he did not predict that Mrs. Startle would unexpectedly run off with the guy who writes the horoscope pages for the New York Post after she discovered that his predictions were more accurate than Wolfgang's, so he still has a job. I hope this glimpse into the daily life of an economist has given you a better sense of whether you should believe Donald Trump when he says the economy is great, or your wife when she tells you she had to sell the kids for rent money. The important thing to remember is whether you vote for Trump's Republicans or for the people who want to reduce the America they despise to dust while destroying every vestige of our prosperity and freedom, you can never be totally sure about the future unless you read the horoscope page in the New York Post. Trigger warning, I'm Andrew Klavan, and this is the Andrew Klavan Show. All right, the vast right-wing conspiracy known as Klavanon continues. It just can't be stopped. If you are watching this show on Daily Wire Plus, or if you hope you're watching it, or on YouTube, or just in your imagination or in your dreams, leave a comment, even in your dreams. We can see them. And if the comment is as ugly as your dreams, we will read that comment on the air because it will fit right in with the rest of our material. Today's comment comes from Deanna Kim. It looks like 9306. Says, "I have learned not to eat or drink while watching your opening so I do not choke to death. My favorite part of your shows." Well, Deanna, our favorite part of the show is when you choke. No, I'm just joking, but I'm glad.
It was just a few moments ago that we were seeing and hearing some of those interceptions on this shot. So what we're going to do is try to keep this up on the screen for you as well as we're diving into this new information. But I do want to reset for folks who are at home, who have been watching with us. Maybe you haven't been watching in the entire time as we've been getting these minute-by-minute updates, but just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It has been reported by the Associated Press and Fox News both saying that the Iran Supreme Leader Khomeini is now dead. And so this comes after those strikes initially happened in the overnight hours that were brought on by President Trump in a joint operation with Israel. I do want to put this up on the screen. And about the last 30 minutes or so, we saw this come down from the White House on their X account, releasing the first pictures that we're seeing of President Trump in the Situation Room
There's Marco Rubio right there next to him,
where he was stationed.
That's right.
Watching this and calling for this and underway. They're calling it Operation Epic Fury. In that shot there, you can clearly see President Trump is joined by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and other members of his council, including Susie Wiles, also sitting there alongside him. We've been watching and hearing how all of this is unfolding. It was announced a bit earlier today that we heard from the White House that Vice President J.D. Vance did monitor these strikes in the Situation Room at the White House. So he was not there at Mar-a-Lago, according to sources that were speaking under anonymity with the Associated Press. They say that he dialed into a conference line with Trump and the team at Mar-a-Lago to discuss the situation. Vance was also apparently joined by U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, as well as the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, as well. Meanwhile, a second person familiar with the situation said that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, was also at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday, as we're still seeing these initial photos now coming into our newsroom. So behind the scenes here, we're going to still work on getting our next guest up and ready for you here on Night Now.
Somebody's saying about there being attacks in Israel. Is that right?
We're going to be talking with him in just a few minutes, hopefully asking him, taking the opportunity to pose your questions that you've had at home. If you had them at home for us here on Night Now, as we watch this,
if y'all have a feed,
we're watching it alongside with
for
you.
Israel, link it to one of mods.
I'm going to go back to this live look that we have in Israel over the skyline of Jerusalem. Just a few minutes ago, we saw some of these missiles going off and being intercepted by the Iron Dome. But it's not just this we'll be watching, as we've been speaking on. In just a little while, we're going to be hearing from the United Nations calling for this meeting that's set to happen at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. We potentially could, again, get some remarks before. There is a podium that's set up to the left-hand side of your screen that's not in this shot at this moment. And we'll see if we get initial opening remarks to that before the Security Council meeting begins in just a little while. In the meantime, though, if you missed it, President Trump did give a full address, speaking just an hour or so after.
I'm going to just take this a second. We're going to look at this. More celebrations in Tehran following Khamenei's death. This is in Tehran. Damn. Oh, we got. Oh, no. This is the live feed? Yeah. They happy as hell. I got it. Hashtag Tack Watch, that's right. What I miss? I mean, honestly, not much. Not much, just us destroying the wrong government. Getting rid of them. Getting rid of the fucking terrorists over there, obviously. And this is the gotta run the shelter. So they did have a shelter warning. The ballistic missiles, these are Iran's ballistic missiles coming to Israel, okay?
Freedom is not an accident of history. It is the result of ideas tested over time, shaped by debate, and sustained by institutions and citizens willing to defend them. The United States was founded on an audacious premise that a free people could govern themselves, that liberty could endure, not through force, but through law. Not through unanimity, but through argument.
I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed.
And not through tradition alone, but continued renewal. Across generations, Americans have wrestled with enduring questions. What does citizenship require? What responsibilities accompany freedom? How should power be restrained? And how should a free society respond to moments of danger, disruption, and change? Today, those questions are once again urgent. Democratic societies face pressure at home and abroad. New technologies are reshaping economies and institutions. Authoritarian systems challenge the principles of open societies. And Americans are called to reconsider how freedom can be preserved in a rapidly changing world. The Ideas That Made Us, Dialogues on Freedom, is dedicated to examining these challenges through serious inquiry and open debate. Across the year, The Hoover Institution will bring leading voices to explore the foundations of American freedom, from citizenship and education to innovation, governance, national security, and global competition. Each dialogue connects enduring principles to contemporary choices, asking not only where we have been, but where we're going. These conversations are not about prescribed dogma or doctrine. They are grounded in open, serious, and constructive dialogue. They are about a deeper understanding, and about responsibility, and about the ideas that have made the United States and will shape its future.
We often think of freedom as a universal aspiration, something that people have wanted at all times and in all places. But among ancient societies, it was really only the Greeks and the Romans, the progenitors of Western culture, who took a word that originally meant not enslaved and used it to mean not ruled by a tyrant. So they added a political meaning to the civil word for freedom. Today, we take it for granted that these two different meanings are naturally conjoined. But when the Declaration of Independence affirms that a tyrant is unfit to be the ruler of a free people, that's a proposition that many around the world would not have found obvious in 1776. It's a definition that has very specific Western roots. It's also an idea that lies at the heart of our current efforts to revive civic education. Political freedom is not a given. It takes work and a cultural foundation if we want it to last.
In advancing freedom, what role do traditions play? What are the main traditions that have shaped and will likely continue to shape America's story? Western civilization is certainly
Here it comes. You ready? We're Oh, man. Oh, God. Not so good, huh? Let's see if they got another one going on. Oh, here, oh, this is live. It's live. Holy. God damn. So they just poop, they just go and poof? Yeah. Has a single one actually touched down? Apparently our F-35s just shot down a bunch of jets they launched. Why would they even do that? Like, I feel like at a certain point you have to know that it's over, right? Like, you have to have some sort of an idea that it's over. Like, what are you even thinking about? I mean, yeah, just take the L, guys. Just stop. This doesn't have to happen. Has a single one even hit? For these fanatics, it's too easy to go to death. I guess. Oh, here's one. Uh-oh. Here it is. 68 IQ moment. The funny thing is that the Iranian people are actually like really smart. Like they have like some of the highest average IQ in the whole world. Like the Iranian people, like, you can look this up and you'll see it's obviously true. Like we have a lot of scientists, engineers, and like high-end people here in America that are. Oh, what's that? This one has more action. Okay, let me get it. That are Iranians. And if you look at Iranian immigrants, they actually have, as last time I checked at least, oh yeah, there's even more of them. Here's one. I'm wrong, yeah. I mean, algebra? Yeah, they did that. Literally not true? Okay. The bright ones are Israel's interceptors. At least one made contact? Yeah. You seen Jim Carrey? I looked at that yesterday. When the whole world was about religion, Iran was about science. When the whole world turned to science, Iran turned to religion. Yeah, well, they didn't. Iran didn't turn to religion; they were colonized and appropriated by religion. It's important to keep that in mind because there's a lot of people that they falsely attribute the change to the people that live there. Like they're forced into that. I've realized that the animals have experiences in Iran. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. I mean, like obviously, I mean, there's people that are. Like the fact is that like these are wars that are fought. I mean, most people probably just want to be able to live in peace, right? But you can't really do that when you have a terrorist government. And you see all that. That's where the bombings have been, right? That's Israel. You can see very clearly that's Israel. Not very good.
Usually people ask me questions about how was my experience on the show. I want to know how was your experience being on Laguna Beach, dude? Because what a legendary appearance there.
Another episode of Throwbacks coming at you right now. Everybody do us the solid. Go follow the socials at Throwback Show. On YouTube, Throwback Show. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah, I'm fired up. First of all, you got the Team UN. Look at that. Look at that.
I'm back.
USA
First of all,
shirt.
last week I got sick as a dog, man. So appreciate you holding down the fort, you and Shams.
Yes.
One of these days I'm going to get on here with Shams, but appreciate him coming on. Yeah, dude. I mean, it was all I got to say. I don't give two what anyone says. I am proud to be an American, Jerry. I am proud. There's something of
It's a trolley problem? Yeah. Why is the military still fighting? Honestly, I wish I knew. I have no idea why. Like, if I was them, I would have just roached out. I would have, and a lot of them already did. Especially after Trump went and said, what is this here?
Leaders openly call for our destruction and build the means to carry it out. We do not dismiss it. We do not gamble with our survival.
Is this the UN?
We act. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Pamela Falk from U.S. News and World Report. Thank you, Ambassador, for the briefing. Since you're talking about regime change, can you confirm whether or not the Iran Supreme Leader has been killed and what happens next, if so?
We will continue to target the leadership of this radical regime.
That's a good question.
And we will do whatever necessary to enable the right conditions for a new future for the people of Iran and stability for the region. Thank you.
So he wasn't sure.
As long as it will take to achieve the goals I just mentioned. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ambassador, the Prime Minister told the Iranian people that he will let them know whether it's time for them to come on the streets. What's the end goal here? What is it?
I think everyone sees what's happening on the ground and understand that the time for the Iranian people to take control of the future is very soon. Thank you.
Mr. Ambassador. Thank you. Ambassador.
Man, that's about it for now. More likely due to broken command structure and communication issues, as well as radical leadership involved as well. Yeah,
Nope.
I think that's probably it too. And we're waiting to see what's going to happen with one of these. It looks like there's no more missiles that are coming out right now.
Nope.
We'll see what happens, but right now that seems like none of this other stuff has really gone in. And so, where's the rest of these? And today's 9/11 on the Islamic calendar. I don't know about that. And OSIMT has videos of the strike. Okay, I'll see if I can find it. Oh, here it is. A U.S. Qatari Patriot battery intercepted incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. They're really flopping up. If this is the last that strikes, this is such a huge W. I think that, again, if you have people that run the military, that run the target, like, I I mean, really, how is it that you, I mean, do you really think that you're going to lose to these clowns that have, like, our discontinued military stuff from 40 years ago? Like, how could you possibly lose to that? If you lose to that, it's because you lost on purpose. Like, it's been the truth. Like, the amount of money that we spend on the military is probably, like, multiples more money than, like, Iran's entire GDP. Like, there's never a chance. They didn't have a chance. Like, we have battleships that shoot lasers. Really? Like, I mean, how do you think that this is even a question? I did. Hit him with the goalie beam, that's right. We probably had AI aimbot tech now. We probably had AI aimbot tech 10 years ago. I'm assuming that, like, I don't know anything about the Patriot missile system, but I'm assuming it's just a geometric calculator, right? Where, like, it tracks how fast it's going, it measures how far away it's
Bam, 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 bam.
based off of that with, like, a guided precision system that, like, follows it. Like, that's probably what happens. Just to a certain degree, right? Sorry, it's loud. I apologize.
Yes, the rumors are true. Jonathan Majors, the massive movie star, is joining a Daily Wire production. I'll have all the details for you in just one moment. Plus,
Blinker check?
Yeah, we're waiting to see, right? And so it's like, yeah, of course they have.
Fine, I'll take one for you.
They have that. If you were going to make one, that's probably what you would do, right? Tel Aviv looks like it got hit by a direct hit. Oh, wait, they got one. They might have got one in.
Than the Israelis. I think that's what the calculation now is. Regime preservation. Could you get a more pragmatic figure presiding over this regime?
Man.
Sure.
Aaron, I just want to break
it. Honestly, it could have been just hitting like a random area. Because there are times that they let the bombs go down if they're not hitting anything that's important.
For a moment, because we're looking at live pictures in the air over Tel Aviv. And obviously, as many people know, or maybe don't know, there is an Iron Dome that Israel uses as its missile defense system. And we're seeing it working now. But in some places and instances, it does not work. And I believe this is one missile feasibly that has broken through the Iron Dome.
Than the Israelis.
So they have
that's what the calculation now is. Regime.
Yeah, you guys, you're like, y'all in the U.S., like, we got them, right? We fucking got them. And this has been a long time coming. I feel like everybody knew this was going to happen. Everybody had an idea this is where things were going to go. But now it's finally happened. And we have guns on it too, legit aimbot IRL. Yeah, exactly, right? You said 1 out of 12 will make it though. I don't know about that. Iranian here, Khomeini dead, and we're all super happy. Job's not done yet. His minions will storm out and take out other people. One, thank you for covering it since the Palestine crowd is all silent. That's because the Palestine crowd it's like a big element of the pro-Palestine crowd are people who have been co-opted to act in the best interest of political Islam. And not just Islam, but radical, fucking fundamentalist, aggressive, violent Islam. And they've been conscripted into this and they don't understand that. I'm not saying that Free Palestine isn't a movement that should be supported. I think it honestly should be. Like, I think what happened to them is horrible. But at the same time, I think that there are a lot of people that are supporting it on a religious line rather than a humanitarian line. And I think that the discrepancy between the way that they talk about Palestine versus Iran, when it's kind of the same thing, not exactly, but it's kind of the same thing, basically I think that illustrates that point perfectly. That it was never, ever about, a genocide or something like that. These people were just kind of being conscripted into a religious political war that they had no idea about. Hundreds of people died, may they rest in peace. Yeah, sure. It's horrible, man. It absolutely is. So, what's this here? It's on Twitter. I don't know about that. I some kind of shit with the song. I have no idea. And, what is the traffic sound? I think some other videos playing in the background. I have 3 videos playing right now. I have this one right now because I'm waiting if there are more sirens because there's people saying that they're shooting missiles at Israel. Big surprise, right? And so I've got that open. So if I hear it or something happens, then we'll know. But, yeah. What is this here? Oh, God. Is this...
demonstrating as well is that he is central.
I've long said that George W. Bush is the worst contemporary administration that America has ever seen, bar none, because of the global war on terror. After today's events, depending on where this goes, I think Donald Trump is objectively now the official title holder and is far more devastating. I will
good. Squash him like a bug. There's a bunch of terrorists over there. Fuck them.
We'll say that. I think that his reign of terror is going to be more consequential than George W. Bush.
Hopefully.
If this goes the way that they're signaling, and there is a destabilization of Iran in particular, it is truly. I mean,
acting as if Iran was stable to begin with.
Domestic front, Trump is worse. All this stuff is true, right? I mean, George W. Bush did the Patriot Act. He walked so Trump could run. All this stuff is theoretical. But if you look at if you look at the actual, like, incalculable death toll of the global war on terror, the destabilization that took, the destabilization that came afterwards or during, until, I would say, like, until this moment, they were competing with one another. From this point onward, I think Trump takes the cake.
W. Massive W. Get him out.
This isn't to say that Donald Trump was good by any metric, by the way. I'm just trying to highlight how evil the Bush administration was.
No, I think he's right, honestly. I feel like Trump definitely blows him out. Like, the difference is that back then, I don't think we really gave a fuck about actually solving any problems. And I think the military was being mismanaged, and they just continued the war on terror for no reason. And they didn't really give a fuck about, like, people getting killed or anything else. So now that we have somebody who is, now listen to this, right? Trump is way more effective than Bush is. He is. He's way more fucking effective. It's not even close. Absolutely. But the only difference is that, like, I hear that, and, like, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. That's great. I wish Bush had done this too.
What makes Carl Jr.'s famous star so famous? Isn't the Trump-brownness, the sauce, well, it's famous for lots of reasons. Buy one famous star single, get a second for just $1. Only at Carl's.
This is in Tehran. People are cheering and celebrating amid reports of Khomeini's death. It's a Rip Bozo situation. Trump gets things done. Sure seems like it. The middle one right here. Yep. All these people are happy, and you get other people crying. Trump Fox News. I'll pull it up in a minute. There's nothing else really going on here. United Nations emergency meeting. Uh-oh. It's an emergency. So if the U.S. could have done it in a day, why not do it before? The reason why it wasn't done before, I think, is because you had a bunch of limp dicks, number one. I think that this idea that the people that run the government are not incompetent is, like, you got to realize that, like, inside of everything, like, most people are retarded. Most people everywhere are retarded. So, like, we get retarded presidents, we get retarded secretaries of defense, we get people that don't know what the hell they're doing. So, really, that's the big problem. So, the reason why it didn't happen before then is probably because we had losers. Like, look at Jimmy Carter, professional loser, total loser. And so, you can't just compare somebody like that to, like, you know, for example, Bush 1. Bush 1 went into fucking Desert Storm. That shit was over in a fucking week. That was done. And so again, if you want to go in there and solve a problem, you can do that. If you want to go in there and be a problem, then that's what happens too. I think Iran's given up. The baby eater? Yeah. Apparently it worked. They won the fucking war in a week. It's another meeting. They're going to make another strongly worded letter again. Yeah. think it's true too. I think that as soon as Trump took over as president, I think that he's taken probably 5 or 10 deliberate actions that have been setting themselves up to make it to where Iran was a target that they could destroy. Like, I think that, for example, taking over Venezuela first, I think that that's also a good idea because, again, like, they can ensure that, you know, they can still sell oil to China, etc. Venezuela was a smaller area. It was farther away from China. It was a little closer to the U.S. Then you have Trump that's cozying up to all these other leaders in the Middle East, and they're getting along. Everything's fine. You have an increased investment in the Middle East and also by the Middle East and America. And so you have increased trade connections. You have the people, again, like the guy from Syria who's coming over and like they're getting along. And so then you have all these people, obviously with Israel, we're working with Israel. We were taking out their other missiles. We blew up their nuclear facility. We're sending all of our ships over there. Like, this really was something that they didn't decide to do. Like, he basically started playing this chess game like a year ago, probably like a year and a half ago, realistically. And so, and I'm sure Biden was probably maybe trying to do something like this, but for whatever reason it didn't happen. After this, there'll be a new wave of protests, this time a wave of pay, and welcome back, King Reza Pahlavi. I think that here's my opinion, is I do think that the new wave of protests will be substantially less effective and well received. Like, I really do think so. I think that most people are going to see the protests, and they're going to see the overwhelming amount of people that just totally, like, whenever you look at all the Iranians that are happy, like the Maduro protests are a great comparison. Why? Because you look at the Maduro protests. The Maduro protests happened for like 2 days, and then it totally died out. The reason why is that the optics on it aren't good. And you have to understand that the people that go out and protest like that are just optics-focused retards. They don't care about anything. They just go out there and they protest for whatever they think is going to get them social media credibility. So the moment that something doesn't look good politically or socially to do, they're just going to stop doing it. These people would be turning in Jews to Nazis or lighting witches on fire or, selling slaves if they were in that time period. They are a slave to consensus. They have no real values. They are basically just agents of a defiant group of people that just simply beg for the attention and the approval of everybody else. They're like nothing. It's like you look at them as NPCs. That's what they are. Defiance Brotherhood? Yeah. Man. Oh my God. One more. God damn. That's a lot of people that are happy. No. Not again. Yep. That's never, yeah, absolutely. This is great. It's amazing. The news won't cover that, I bet? Yeah, I got a feeling they won't, right? The ghosts of Kiev. Oh my God. Yeah, you can see all these people are just thrilled. 40 top Iranian leaders killed? Oh my God. Wow. Well, I wonder if they're going to surrender. I feel like they're probably just going to keep killing them until they find somebody that's left who will surrender. That's probably what's going to happen. That's the smart thing to do, at least, right? Preserve it, yep. Yeah. Trump went all in, exactly. Don't you think this is just the start? More bloodshed? No. Where would these people come from? What do you mean there's going to be more bloodshed? Yeah, I'm sure there will probably be collateral damage. Sure, yeah. I mean, that's just what happens, and there'll probably be aftershocks of this too. But it'll be an overall good thing to do. Like, it's always a mistake to be afraid of collateral damage and then allow worse damage to occur because you refuse to take action. It's kind of like, oh yeah, I don't want to get this cavity fixed, and so the cavity turns into a root canal. So, like, sometimes it's better to just go after something and stop it early on before it gets worse and it's more problematic. And I think that's how it looks like. Trolley problem? Yeah, exactly. White House is going live soon.
We fight those who wield power to prey on them. Beasts to think themselves men. That is what it means to be a creator. Remember who you are and let it guide your power. For at the end of it, you will find the answers you seek.
Now it is time to witness the many faces of death.
Come on. I dare you.
Oh, wow.
They haven't seen anything yet.
Is that true? Did they say that? Yeah, I don't know if they did or not. Nip it in the bud? Yeah, exactly. It's always better to be aggressive. It's always better. Like, I mean, if you have the ability to, if somebody tells you they want to blow you up, kill them. That's it. Like, I mean, who cares? Like, why would you ever want to? Why would you want to live in a world? Are you really doing the citizens of the country a benefit whenever you're allowing somebody who says they want to blow you up to live? Of course not. Duh. It's common sense. You sure it's legit video and not overweight like the Olympic video going Israel? No, I'm not sure actually. I'm not, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of false information and false media that's happening. And I think it's going to happen constantly. We're probably going to see a lot of videos and images that are inaccurate, but that's just what happens. That's the cost of going over this stuff legitimate and in real time. It's just what happens. Yeah, I heard GC is going to get hit really hard very soon. A new wave is coming. Well, maybe that's true. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. This is a truth extraction in comparison. Maybe, yeah. Well, they let it get pretty bad. They did. You can see them waving around American flags, too. That's what I think is really kind of surprising, is like they really do support, the U.S. doing this, it seems, right? At least like a lot of people that I'm seeing. I mean, it really kind of depends. I'm sure not everybody is going to be that way, but, it seems like that's the overwhelming, opinion. What is this here? I have the White House drive stream pulled up. I'll let you know when or if it goes live. Okay, yeah, of course. I mean, I want to see that too. But, and this is more of these here too. Oh boy. And J.D. Vance in another situation room. Oh boy. Man. How about that? UN meetings going on?
For the integrity of Bahrain, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and United Arab Emirates. We are witnessing a grave threat to international peace and security. Military action carries the risk of igniting a chain of events that no one can control in the most volatile region of the world. Let me be clear. There is no viable alternative to the peaceful settlement of international disputes. Lasting peace can only be achieved through peaceful means, including genuine dialogue and negotiations. Mr. President, second, the facts.
What?
The situation on the ground is very fluid. There are many unconfirmed reports. Here is what we know. About 20 cities across Iran, including Tehran, Isfahan, Qom, Shahryar, and Tabriz, have reportedly been attacked. In Tehran, large explosions were reported in the district that includes the presidential palace and the compound of the Supreme Leader. Several high-ranking officials have reportedly been killed, including, according to Israeli sources, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, that I'm not in a position to confirm. Iran's airspace
how you feel about that?
has been closed, and the country is under a near-total internet blackout. The attacks have reportedly caused significant civilian casualties. According to Iranian media, an airstrike killed at least 85 people and injured many more at a girls' school in Minab, or Mogan province. And the school in Tehran was also reportedly hit, causing 2 deaths. Mr. President, military action is expanding rapidly across the region, creating an increasingly volatile and unpredictable situation and heightening the risk of miscalculation. According to Israeli sources, 89 people have been injured in Iran's subsequent strikes on Israel, and there were also impacts in the occupied West Bank. Iran has announced that in reaction to US and Israeli airstrikes, it targeted US military assets in the region. These strikes have reportedly hit civilian areas and infrastructure in the countries that I've already mentioned. Indirect impact of falling debris was also reported in Lebanon and Syria. Most Gulf states successfully intercepted the Iranian strikes. However, the UAE reported that one civilian was killed by debris from an intercepted missile.
A person died?
In Iraq, there are reports of drone and missile attacks from both sides.
Both sides?
There are also reports that Iran is closing the Strait of Hormuz for international shipping.
Oh, they're shutting it down.
Mr. President,
right.
The US and Israel attacks occurred following the third round of indirect talks between US and Iran mediated by Oman.
I bet they are.
Preparations have been made for technical talks in Vienna next week, followed by a new round of political talks. I deeply regret that this opportunity of diplomacy has been squandered.
Yeah, because diplomacy
Mr.
doesn't matter.
Third, the region and the world need a way out now. I call for de-escalation and an immediate cessation of hostilities. The alternative is a potential wider conflict with grave consequences for civilians and regional stability. I strongly urge all parties to return immediately to the negotiating table, notably on the Iran nuclear program. I note that the US President has reportedly talked with leaders of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates. Iran's foreign minister has reportedly spoken to his counterparts in GCC countries and Iraq.
Man, I want to hear
everything
him
must be done to prevent a further escalation. To this end, I call on all member states to strictly uphold their obligations under international law, including the UN Charter, to respect and protect civilians in accordance with international humanitarian law, and to ensure nuclear safety. Let us act responsibly and together to pull the region and our world back from the brink. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his briefing. I now give the floor to those council members who wish to make statements. I give the floor to the representative of France.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, pour son exposé complet.
His comprehensive, enlightening briefing. I'd also like to thank the Presidency of the Council for having convened this meeting at such short notice. The President of the French Republic, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, asked that the Council immediately deal with this issue given the seriousness of the moment. Mr. President, this region needs peace. And in order to do this, we need Iran to respect its international obligations. We are very concerned at the launch of this new war between the United States, Israel, and Iran. The escalation underway is dangerous for everyone, and it must cease immediately. Faithful to principles and attachment to the United Nations, France calls for de-escalation, and we would recall that respect for international law is the condition for stability and long-term security in the region and throughout the world.
Who are these guys?
We robustly condemn the indiscriminate attacks by Iran against several countries of the region. It is essential that we ensure the protection of civilians, and we express our solidarity with the countries that have been struck: Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, and with our regional partners. And we are ready to deploy the means necessary to protect them if they so request. And we will take all measures necessary to ensure the security of our citizens in the Middle East. Mr. President, the events today come in the context of the ongoing pursuit by Iran of its nuclear program that is destabilizing and is contrary to the general guarantees system and resolutions of this Council for years now. Despite the diplomatic efforts deployed by France with our partners, Iran has not taken the opportunity to conclude an agreement with regard to a peaceful settlement with regard to its nuclear program. In parallel, Iran has reduced its cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency, which for a long time now has not been able to guarantee the peaceful nature of the Iranian nuclear problem. For many months now, the agency has not had access to the most sensitive sites of the Iranian program. Transparency has still not been provided with regard to the Iranian stock of highly enriched at 6% uranium, which represents an amount which is potentially enough to produce around 10 explosive nuclear warheads. The situation is such and so serious that last August we launched the procedure to re-establish the Security Council sanctions in response to the clear non-respect by Iran of its commitments. Over and above its nuclear program, it's also the ballistic program and the regional actions taken by Iran that continue to constitute sources of major destabilization. Iran is continuing also a policy of systematic destabilization in countries of the region through the support that it provides to its regional allies, be that Hamas, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, or previously the regime of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. We remain profoundly concerned by the suffering of the Iranian people, given the systematic and brutal repression that they have suffered for many years. For several weeks now, this people has seen an unleashing of unjustifiable state violence because it had the courage to demonstrate for a better life and for freedom. The Iranian people must be able to exercise their fundamental rights and must be able to freely decide their destiny. Mr. President, on the 28th of September, resolutions of this Council with regard to the Iranian nuclear program were re-established. These resolutions called upon Iran to suspend its enrichment activities of uranium, to cooperate with the IAEA with regard to its...
This is such a massive waste of time. Like this Council of Karens where they think that they're going to make another resolution, they're going to have another diplomatic procedure, there's going to be some sort of like solution to this where they can hold the Iran accountable. The bottom line is that unless you bomb them, they're going to keep doing it. It's just such a waste.
Mobilized now for 20 years to find a negotiated diplomatic solution. The only thing that will solve this issue in a viable way. Together with our partners, we showed in 2015 with the JCPOA and Resolution 2231 of this Council that it was possible to reach an agreement. Today, still, the peaceful settlement of disputes must be our priority. We feel that an agreement is possible, and that's why Iran must seriously commit to negotiations to achieve this. We will remain available together with our partners to find a robust...
Direct hit in Tel Aviv? Let me see. How are we doing? I'm not seeing a direct hit anywhere. I can see a little bit of smoke over here, but besides that, it sure seems like it's, oh no, never mind. Yeah, that's Israel right there. There's that. That was a while ago. There's Qatar. Look how nice that place is. God damn. That's Jerusalem right there too. There's Dubai. For earlier, yeah, I think that they only had one pop-off, man. That was it. Yeah, look at X. Okay, I'll see. I'll update the other accounts I'm following here, right? And yeah, it's sad. Aftermath of an Iranian missile hit on Tel Aviv. One man was injured. So there it is. They probably let it go through, probably, because they thought nobody would be there. That's the way that I think their missile system works. So only one guy got hurt. All eliminated. So this is... Oh, this is the one that we saw before, right? Yep. All dead. All done. That's it. Let's see if I can find any more of these. The U.S. defense official says over nearly 900 U.S. strikes were launched in the first 12 hours from land, air, and sea, including drones, while forces defended against hundreds of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles. Iran fired about 300 missiles today, and it's believed to have 4,000 total, split between long and short-range systems rebuilt since last summer. In Bahrain, Iran hit an empty warehouse and a radar dome at 5th and Fleet headquarters, but officials say operations were not affected due to redundancies. So, wow, that's crazy. It's almost like they probably have another radar thing. The stated goal is to strip Iran of its ability to attack neighbors, eliminating drones, missiles, and neighbor capabilities. And U.S. officials say they know the location of Iran's highly enriched uranium, though it is difficult to access. The operation is expected to last a couple of weeks, though the president could scale back sooner. Some Iranian air defenses may remain to take days to suppress. Oh my God.
Bob told us that they were going to test the alien craft that night.
I have seen extraterrestrials face to face. And the shrubbery are little gray entities. UFOs laying in front of them. They're in Antarctica.
They felt distrust because they were captured. And there has been direct contact over many, many years.
Current Galactic Senate has only been in operation for about the last 50,000 years. And he goes, yeah, this is from the craft they've had since the 1940s.
Some of them have crystals embedded in their skulls. I always felt very comfortable with them. They've shown me quite a bit of what our future looks like. We need to come together as a people.
Well, I guess that's it. Yeah, they blew up a shed and a radar thing. And this is great, man. I'm shocked. White liberals, oh, here we go. White liberals are storming outside the Trump White House to oppose the Iranian strikes. Say hi, Hitler, you look at Hitler, he's Hitler, look, conservative, that was really bad. Jesus, God. Man. Stop the war on Iran. Every single time, dude, they have these things pre-posted. They're flying the American flag upside down. I mean, guys, what a bunch of roaches, man. What a bunch of losers. It's so pathetic and embarrassing. I don't even know what to say. So, I'm very surprised to see as many people like this doing it, but, you know, Open Channel 13 Live, they're reporting from the scene. Channel 13, Open Channel 13. What is that, Open Channel 13? I can pull it up. What does this say? Because I've got so many things open at the same time, it's hard to keep track of everything. So I will do my best, okay? And I don't see this Channel 13. Is this... Yeah, it looks like there's not really a lot going on here. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything at all. And can we take their citizenship and give it to the folks waving American flags in Iran? I'd probably do that, yeah, if I could. Yeah, I mean, these people are pathetic losers and actually just traitors, basically. And what is this here? United States Armed Forces. Oh, this is the one I saw before. This man did nothing wrong. Okay, well, I guess we killed him for no reason, then. Yeah, that's just what happened. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have been talking shit. Yeah, doesn't change the fact that he's dead. Like, did nothing wrong. Like, what do you even think about that for? Like, yeah, what a clown. Guy, you should go to Iran? I know, man. And outside the UK Parliament, pro-Islamic regime protesters burned the lion and sun flag while chanting Allahu Akbar. Oh, God. Man. Oh, my God. Yeah. Man. Such a great fire. Isn't that sad? And they're holding up the sign of Khomeini. Oh, God. Wow. I wonder what Allah would think about like bombing Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Like, why do these people think that the religion is on their side with this? They're killing their own people constantly. It's such a stupid stretch of the judgment that you would think that God would be on your side for doing this. It's retarded. Jesus. Two different sects? I guess so. I love the white people that are sitting there quietly like, oh wow, I'm participating in this. Party at Mar-a-Lago, just hours. Wait a minute. So this is hours before we started bombing Iran? Man. Within hours of the U.S. beginning an attack on Iran. Man. President, goddamn right. There it is. How does he have this much energy? You never stop being a big dick. That's how. It's simple. And first footage of street parties breaking out in Tehran. Let me see this. I'll pull up some more of these. Man. I'm going to be honest. This is a good photo. Should use that a lot more. You know what? There's a non-zero chance that the White House tweets this out. There is. This goes hard as fuck. It does. The Dorito of death. That's all in Tehran? Wow. You can tell it's Tehran because they got those shitty cars. Remember when we watched that video? They all got those shitty cars. You ever have your Jimmy Chick?
Yes, sir.
Remember those red ones they had for a little while?
Uh-huh. They were good. They were damn good. Welcome to the Spooky Skeletons podcast, my friends. I am here, Caleb, with my cousin, Clint. We're your hosts. And today, what are we talking about, Clint?
We're talking about the 600-plus attempts on Fidel Castro's life.
Another CIA rabbit hole, basically. Another Cuban-friendly CIA rabbit hole.
What's that?
This part of history is very interesting to me.
It is.
Because between the 50s and like the late 70s, the CIA was on some cartoonishly evil shit.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying that Fidel Castro's a big guy. All right.
Yeah.
But I'm also saying that the CIA is cartoonishly evil. Was, absolutely. Now they're like Dr. Evil.
Yeah,
It's less cartoonish. So
yeah.
They're still evil.
There's no doubt about that. They just changed how they've gotten more serious about their evil.
Mm-hmm. They spend less time dosing Johns with LSD. No offense, John. And they spend more time just killing people across the world.
Yeah, almost anyone they want.
It seems like that.
Seems like that. The world's most powerful intelligence agency, staffed by Ivy League graduates, military colonels, and literal poison scientists, spent decades trying to kill one bearded man 90 miles from Florida. They used exploding seashells, poison cigars, fungus-infected wetsuits. My wetsuit's fungus-infected. Mob hitmen and a teenage German ex-girlfriend with botulism pills hidden in cold cream. Despite 600-plus alleged attempts on his life, Fidel Castro died at age 90 of natural causes. This is the story of how the CIA became Wile E. Coyote. The Wile E. Coyote of Havana. Part 1. You know what's not on that list?
Gun.
One of these. Yeah, they didn't just whip out the Mark 13. Yeah, 1,800 meters from shore, just wait for him to get on his balcony or something.
That seems like the easiest one.
Yeah. Why couldn't they just find a guy, pay the guy a lot of money, and be like, hey, within the next 10 years, if you kill Fidel Castro, we'll give you $50 million.
Hell, there's 638 of these. Maybe they did.
True. You know, the CIA has given over $200 million out to people for information for intelligence. They've just given people like $20 million, $25 million.
Yeah.
Like goat farmers and shit in the Middle East to Abu Zaida. Yep. Probably they tortured. Anyways, part 1.
Hi, Elsa. I moved up your meeting.
Look at this little beauty I finally got.
Nice snake, Chris.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, no, Alexa.
That is full-on AI. I'm gonna roll buddies in the next match.
And how exactly would I do that, Chris?
I could just be chilling in the pool one night.
I think I'll close the pool cover. You look crazy. Your car's here. I'm gonna go. Love you. You seem tense. Can I book you a massage? And a cinnamon scrub?
I do love a cinnamon scrub.
The CIA portrayed as bumbling villains like Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. That is the CIA, that is the way that they were portrayed, apparently from the writer of this stuff. They're bumbling idiots, bumbling villains like Dr. Doofenshmirtz and Phineas and Ferb. Or are we the good guys? No! No, we're not, Caleb. Who's the good guy?
Well, the good guys are us, the American people.
Oh! Okay.
Generally good people, I would say.
I would agree. What about the Cubans?
Cubans, the people, probably generally good people.
I don't know any.
No, I don't know a single one, but I'm going to put them on the good side.
We're following the people who genuinely believed that they could kill Castro with thallium, beard removal powder, and LSD radio broadcasts. These guys kept failing, and instead of stopping, they got weird. They got dumber. They got more enraged. The institutional momentum and continued taxpayer funding of these shenanigans is both comedic and terrifying. Some key players were William Harvey, which was apparently America's first James Bond, who told Bobby Kennedy to go fuck himself. That is RFK's dad, Bobby Kennedy.
That is RFK.
Yeah, the American hero. The people love the impressions from last. Absolutely. We'll have to bring it back this time. Desmond Fitzgerald, a Harvard thinker who tried to design an exploding seashell. Sidney Gottlieb, poisoner-in-chief who made LSD sprays and a tuberculosis wetsuit. Sidney's a big-time, old-era, 20th century CIA legend. Richard Bissell brought the Mafia in, also great actor. Johnny Roselli, CIA's Mafia contact. And Marita Lorenz, Castro's lover-turned-assassin. What does Marita look like? We gotta see what she looks like. Put the clip on. She just looks like a regular-ass woman. Got some big motherfucking hair that I think you what? Dang, that is some big hair. That's just crazy as because the corporate match is right. Now, Castro understood something the CIA never did. Every failed attempt made him stronger, like La Cucaracha. He handed his assassin lover a loaded gun and said, "You can't kill me, nobody can kill me." Then he turned American aggression into his entire political brand and sexual release. Is he genuinely invincible or just incredibly lucky? It is amazing that he lived to be 90. Yeah, and fathered the leader of Canada. Yep. Trudeau. Justin Trudeau. Former leader of Canada. Yes. Now it's Mark Carney. Yeah. Hero. Banking hero. Man of the people! And at what point does surviving 638 attempts make you the main character of history? What do you think, Mark?
I threw the page away and already forgot everything you said.
I'm gonna be real, if I was the CIA, I would have been discouraged.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I would have stopped before I got to 600.
Yeah, I would be like maybe 15. And just been like, this guy's cool. You got God on the side.
At what point, because nowadays we have drones and
Easy win.
sonic
beam weapons, discombobulators. Yes. So I feel like now we can pull it off. I think so. Absolutely.
I think so too. I think now, since the world is not real and nothing is real and everything is conspiracy, I feel like Fidel Castro, if he existed now, would just be a CIA asset.
Yeah. Because like everything they did, we were talking about how they've gotten so serious about their evil shenanigans. It's because they tried all this stuff and it didn't work. They tried all the fun routes. Yeah, they did all the cartoon stuff. And none of them worked. The cartoon stuff doesn't work. Yeah. They tried painting the realistic scenery on the wall, the tunnel running through it. He didn't fall for it. No. Castro actually said at some point in his life that if surviving assassination attempts were an Olympic event, I would win the gold medal. That's sort of the wild part of it is like it's one thing to have an assassination attempt. But like it's different for you to know about it because there's a lot out of those 638. There's a lot of those that he could have just never known even happened. Yeah, but knowing when you get to that amount, you gotta know. Yeah, 638. Yeah, it's like that seashell I got in the mail that was actually an exploding seashell. Really? Yeah. It was like, how do you find out that your wetsuit's got TB? It's got fungoid. Yeah, your fungoid TB wetsuit. How do you even know? Yeah. Your consumption suit. How did one man of a small island nation so close to our shores continue to embarrass the most calculated and brilliant schemers in the history of America? The story of America's feud with Castro is ridiculous. So what exactly was the cause for this? Why did we want to get rid of this country? We talked about the Cold War, we talked about the Reds, all right? Which you still harbor some of that fear. I do. You still have that fear. I do. Come on, drop a parachute in the Texas flatlands. Yeah, we wouldn't do so hot here. No, that was here. We gotta go back home here. We gotta go back east. We've covered elements of the Cold War across multiple videos because there is so much to unpack about why it brought the world so close to devastation. It was a time of hysteria that led to our allies contemplating even leaving chicken-powered nuclear mines laying around Germany in case the Soviets pushed west. That was the previous episode, Operation Gladio. Operation Gladio. Operation Reports Operation Gladio. Imagine the paranoia that resulted from having a communist government a mere 90 miles from Florida. The existential threat that represented was justification enough for wheels to be put in motion to stop communism from spreading throughout Latin America. There was a theory about the domino effect of a single nation falling to communism, then weakening neighboring countries' ability to resist a similar fall. The domino theory, as written, focused on Southeast Asia, but applying it to Cuba and the Caribbean made Castro's death the only possible answer to the simplest math question he had adopted. In March 1960, President Eisenhower authorized a covert action program against Cuba. Richard Bissell was chosen to shape the program and suck the president. He was the CIA's deputy director for plans, their top covert operations officer, and head of sucking. Is that slander? I don't give a He's dead. Who cares? You can't slander a dead man. Nope. Rest in piss. Bissell was a brilliant aristocrat. Yeah, rest in piss even further. Who graduated from Yale with a PhD in economics. I might be jealous. Worked as a professor and was instrumental in developing the U-2 spy plane program. So basically an American hero. Pretty cool plane. Cool plane. He's redeemed. My mind immediately changed when I saw the U-2. By August 1960, Bissell would conclude that Castro was too powerful and too popular and far too cool, in his words, and that his security was too tight for conventional covert actions to work. Something more direct was needed. So Bissell sent...
Can you deduct state and local taxes on your federal return? We'll break down this type of deduction on this edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax. If you pay income, sales, real estate, or personal property tax to your state or local government, the IRS...
A vacuum called the Suck Beast 9000. He requested assets that may assist in a sensitive mission requiring gangster-type action. The mission target was Fidel Castro. The phrase gangster-type action was not metaphorical. He wanted actual gangsters to be the ones to kill Castro. That is so hardcore, dude. Imagine being in the 60s and you're just like the most powerful dudes in all of America. You built the U-2 plane. You got planes that literally crashed in Russia. Somehow the Cold War didn't start. It didn't turn hot. Somehow. And you're like evil. And then we got a guy 90 miles south of Cuba. We need to get rid of him. Pull up Al Capone. He's not even around. Send the zoot suits. That's a funny image. They're all moving in unison, and it's just like, oh, that's funny. Send the zoot suits out there, dude. Send the roaring 20s to them. Yeah, see?
Wow. 3 guys with Chicago typewriters.
Oh my God. Send the Chicago typewriter and a zoot suit at him. Are you sure? Yeah, see? They'll win. I just get, what would be if like the CIA, let's say some analysts go into the war room, the White House, and they're like, what should we do? We've got to kill, I don't know, the leader of Iran, whatever his name is. And then what's the equivalent of that? Who do they send?
Yeah, our modern gangsters.
Yeah, and that's 13. I mean, who do they send?
Yeah. Send a handful of Bloods or Crips.
Crips and the Bloods. That's what Bill Clinton was done.
Yes.
In the early to mid 90s, he was saying.
Yeah. That's the only gang I know. Gangs I know.
Like the Kia Boys. Send the Kia Boys out.
There you go.
Steal his car. He turned to Robert Mayhew, a former FBI guy who was the go-to for deniable operations. Mayhew turned to Johnny Roselli, a fellow who worked at Al Capone, was Hollywood's mob representative, and had also worked as a fix-it. Roselli was offered $150,000 to kill Castro. He was the killer who thought, that's it? 150 grand doesn't seem like that much money to kill the leader of a country.
No, it does not.
Especially one that they're that worried about. Because 60, that's like just before Bay of Pigs.
Yeah.
Because when was that, 63?
I believe so.
Something like
around
that.
there, yeah.
Bay of Pigs and the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, that's not very much money.
No, 150 grand for that?
Trying to get it on the cheap. That's why they all suck.
Yeah!
They're too cheap.
$100. Go find some shit. Go bomb it.
In the grand scheme, if we would have paid whatever the total amount of our 638 attempts, if we would have put all that money funded into one attempt,
yeah,
what's that get you?
It seems like it's a more economical approach.
It does.
Less manpower wasted. Think of all the hours wasted trying to just kill Castro.
Yeah.
What's that? But also 150 grand, they were very cartoonishly evil, aside from the numbers they were throwing around. We'll give you $150,000!
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's straight out of Dr. Evil.
Yeah. Castro had shut down casinos Roselli was connected to, giving an extra layer of deniability since he'd had his own motives. That's smart. Roselli denied the money offered. Killing Castro would have been his patriotic duty. Okay, so he didn't need more money. He already had enough money. He was just like, let me get that. And he got like a 6-foot wide suit.
Yeah.
6 feet wide shoulders.
He's slowly, this character is turning into Joey Diaz.
Isn't Joey Diaz Cuban?
He is.
Yeah.
Yes.
He brought in 2 more guys. Sam Giancana, the successor to Al Capone's empire, and Santos Trapacante Jr., the head of the Tampa crime family.
I didn't know Tampa had a crime family.
What? Tampa crime family? These were guys in the Attorney General's 10 most wanted men list. A gangster-style killing from those in the most wanted list would go even further to make the assassination untraceable to the White House. They decided to try and use poison pills which could be slipped into Castro's food or drink. This meant a poison expert was needed. So, they brought in Sidney Gottlieb. I don't know how to say that name. Gottlieb?
Close enough.
Sidney ran the CIA's Technical Services Division and designed hidden cameras and undetectable weapons that specialized in poison. Because he's a freak like that. He had a PhD in chemistry from Caltech and was called the Poisoner-in-Chief or Black Sorcerer by colleagues. He run the MK Ultra program, but by now he was turning his sights away from the unwitting American citizens and onto enemies of the state.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they went from their own, then strangers, to then now enemies of the state.
It's a good progression. He's changing.
Yeah, it went from cartoonishly evil to utilitarian evil.
Yeah, love to see progress.
We love to see he went woke. They developed botulinum toxin pills. Botulinum toxin pills, small enough to dissolve in food or drink that could kill within hours, but they worked on more than just pills. Castro loved cigars, constantly having one sucking between his lips. Even during his hours-long speeches, Gottlieb poisoned a box of 50 Cohiba cigars. Castro's favorites, with such a concentrated amount of botulinum toxin that even just pressing one to his lip was enough. In February of 1961, the cigars were delivered to an unidentified contact, but they were never used. So they were just never used. Are you sure? Yeah, that somebody, like his men just didn't smoke them and they all died?
Yeah, that doesn't seem like, was he just wasteful? Did they just sit in how's that happen?
Yeah, he just didn't want them.
Yeah.
Here's 150 cigars, Supreme Leader. I don't want them things. I've been smoking them black and mild. That's my Cuban impression.
I wonder, so Cuban cigars are renowned.
Yeah.
As being the best.
Yeah, Cohibas.
Is that true?
Right.
I don't know. I've smoked a few Nicaraguan cigars.
Okay.
I've smoked a few, I don't know. I've smoked a few cigars. I think my name.
I kind of feel like Fidel is the reason the Cuban is so renowned.
You think so? Because he just like has that kind of like...
He always had one.
Most interesting man swagger type.
Yeah, he does.
Everybody wants to kill him, but nobody can. In fact, he just has sex with women that try to kill him.
True.
He's like James Bond.
And by that role, maybe he did smoke the cigars, and they just didn't affect him.
Like the Red Woman in Game of Thrones.
Exactly.
Damn, you might be right. He had the new gods on his side. I didn't even think of that.
It's starting to line up that way.
It's starting to line up that way. All right? This is a fantasy story coming to real life. Talk about cartoonish. How about fantasy? One form of assassination they plotted for Mr. Castro was not a literal assassination, but a character assassination. Castro was famous for his beard. He grew that thing in utero, allegedly. Gottlieb wanted to destroy the beard and thus destroy Castro's entire brand. The plan was to dust his shoes with thallium salt, the same chemical compound in Nair. That's the same shit that you can put in your butt crack to get rid of your hair on your butt.
Wash it all fast though, because it'll start burning your skin.
Exactly. We both have a lot of experience with Nair.
We do?
I don't know. Do you?
Yes.
Me too. The thallium would be absorbed to the skin, causing his beard to fall out, humiliating him and undermining his iconic appearance. That is dumb. That is a dumb plan.
Absolutely.
Like that isn't even. That's just like. How did he not get laughed out of the room when he suggested that?
Yeah.
We can cover him with dust and make his beard fall out. You can't even do any of the other stuff. You idiots.
Also, like he could. I feel like he would be fine without the beard.
He'd be totally fine. He'd probably look suave without it.
Back to Trudeau. He's handsome. He's a very handsome guy.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a beard.
Yeah. Sydney abandoned the plan when Castro canceled his trip. Another L. A series of schemes involving MKUltra's own Sidney Gottlieb would be incomplete without the inclusion of an LSD plot, and they debated trying to dose him with LSD. Castro's speeches were legendary. They could go for longer than 7 fucking hours. Gottlieb wanted to spray his broadcasting studio with LSD aerosol to make him suffer hallucinations and humiliate him on the air. This guy was like into that. It's like he was thinking these ideas like pinching his dick and ripping his balls, trying to come or something. How can I get peaceful with my wife? How can I get back in this?
Yeah, none of this makes sense. If you have the ability to aerosol his room with LSD, but you can't just shoot him.
Yeah, or aerosol his room with poisons.
Yeah,
like actual poison.
Yeah,
stupid. He's a cuck. This guy's a cuck. He enjoyed this. I feel like he enjoyed wasting taxpayers' money and having fun, trying to come up with ideas. It was like improv for him.
Yeah.
What an idiot! It was his creative outlet. This guy.
His speech, but he did admit to YouTube, so.
And then that was Russell Bissell, or Bobby Bissell. This plan was also abandoned because everyone inside would have been infected, giving away that the studio had been tampered with, not guaranteeing its effects. What they needed was someone who could confirm that the job had been done, that Castro had died, not just been embarrassed. How about the teenage assassin? Simultaneously, with the CIA's recruitment of mobsters and poison development, another plan was being toyed with, getting an assassin not just in the room with Castro, but in bed with him. Oh shit. Marita Lorenz was only 19 years old when she first met Castro in 1959. When Castro and his armed revolutionaries had boarded her father's boat and she had confronted them directly, no guns. Her fearlessness had captivated him, and she gave him her brother's phone number. Days later, she flew to Havana and lived with him in a hotel room for 8 months, despite describing him as not a very good lover. Fidel was a narcissist. He loved to look at himself in the mirror while he stroked his beard. He lacked self-confidence, or rather, he needed adulation and pampering, like a little boy. She claimed that Castro got her pregnant, drugged her, and forcibly aborted her child and sent her back to the United States. This is where the CIA found her in a hospital bed, pissed off. They flipped her then into an assassin, armed her with 2 of Gottlieb's botulism toxin pills, which she hid in a jar of cold cream, and also a guts pill, which makes you feel very strong, courageous, and indifferent. So if the poison didn't kill him, then just make her Terminator. That's a really weird sentence. If the poison didn't kill him, then just make her Terminator. Wait a second. So, she flew to Havana with the help of the CIA, but when she checked the cold cream, the pills had dissolved. They were all gunked up. I fished them out and flushed them down the bidet. Castro asked her point blank if she was there to kill him. Then he pulled some pimp shit. He handed her his .45 knowing that she was there to kill him, and when she pointed it at him, He said, "You can't kill me, nobody can kill me," while chewing on a cigar and smiling. She couldn't do it, and then they made love. Later, back in Miami, the CIA told her, "Now we've got to go to war because of you." They blamed it on her? Apparently they blamed it on her. That's not very nice.
Yeah, with the gun situation, I mean, what do you do?
She'd surely die if she did that.
Yes.
So yeah. So it seems like, I mean, I get why she wouldn't do it. She
Yeah.
would die.
But also, like, I mean, he handed her his 45 Castro carried in 1911.
Seemed like it.
We'll go with. We're going to assume that she is just a ex-girlfriend and doesn't have extensive knowledge of how to use a single-action semi-automatic handgun. I feel like she would try. It's either you don't try and you have sex with him, or you try and fail because you don't know that you have to cock the hammer and is there even round in the chamber, and they have a manual safety and a grip safety.
Or it could have been one of those joke guns.
Or
we're in a cartoonish time.
It
where
isn't
has a flag.
It is a cartoonish time. Like, yeah. So those are the three options. Either a flag comes out, or it's a real gun and it just doesn't work, or you just have sex with it.
I feel like the having sex with them isn't that big of a deal. If I was a girl, that's what I would have done.
Yeah.
Shit, if I was a guy, that's what I would have done. If you would have handed, because if you're just like, and you shoot him and it's over.
Yeah.
Because you're gonna die.
Yep.
You're gonna get killed by the revolutionaries outside.
Mm-hmm.
I assume he's not just like alone all the time with her. So yeah, I mean it's just like a death sentence for her. So I get it. I feel bad that they blamed the Bay of Pigs on her.
Yeah, that's not good.
In April of 1961, the Bay of Pigs was supposed to secede where Lorenzo failed. After all, why wouldn't 1,400 Cuban exiles trained by the CIA be able to steamroll any opposition in their way? Opposition. It was a disaster, guys, like every other thing in the 60s. With the 1,400 exiles either killed or captured, it transformed the intelligence apparatus' interest into killing Castro into an obsession. While President JFK was taking public responsibility behind the scenes, he was pissed, and he forced Richard Bissell to resign, or rather, he was forced to resign from some unknown power.
And then he became a lowly vacuum salesman.
Does he have anything to do with vacuums?
I have no idea.
I feel like he's got to.
With a name like Bissell.
I feel like you invent the U2, your hobby is just make it cost of that.
Yeah.
You invent the U2 bomber,
you're the type of guy that would like some stuff.
Mm-hmm. You type of guy that loves some stuff. Get some good stuff. Be up there in that plane up there, just get sucked.
Yep.
And not from like a human. No. From a Bissell.
I mean, it's a long flight from the United States to Russia to go spy. Gotta get a little suck.
The Bay of Pigs didn't just fail spectacularly at its own goals. It upset other ongoing operations in play. During all of this, the Mafia was still working on their assassination. They were still trying to get their poison pills into Castro's food or drink. In February, Johnny Roselli, the main Mafia contact in the CIA, had gotten them into the hands of Juan Orta in Cuba, though Orta later returned them. In March and April, Roselli told the CIA that his boy Trafficante had been talking to Tony Barona, the leader of the Cuban exile movement. Barona knew a guy who worked at one of Castro's favorite restaurants, McDonald's. They got the pills to Barona, but he was sequestered for security reasons during the Bay of Pigs invasion. By the time he was released, Castro had stopped visiting the target restaurant. Logic, the rapper, would suggest that perhaps the United States should reassess its approach to Cuba, but instead they doubled down. The next phase was Operation Mongoose. It was established in November of 1961 with Bobby Kennedy overseeing it. What do you think about Bobby Kennedy?
Died too young.
Seems like they were kind of American heroes.
Yeah.
Murdered by the powers that be that now rule our entire country. I wish there was just like a really clear articulation of just all the events, because obviously we had the Mafia and everything.
Yeah.
Leading up to all that. And like the theory is that the Mafia killed JFK and all that stuff. I feel like that makes a lot of sense as to what's controlling our government now. It's just that the natural progression of that Mafia mindset, where you're no longer a criminal, you're no longer worried about the IRS.
Yeah.
You are the IRS. You are the Mafia, and then you just keep, instead of, local businesses or whatever in New York, you are just the federal government bullying small businesses across all of the United States.
Yeah.
You just got bigger shoes, basically. And they killed all the people who wanted to get in the way of that sort of way of running things.
Mm-hmm.
And then they introduced financial systems that made that possible. Getting rid of the gold reserve. Pretty insane.
It is.
Yeah, pretty evil.
And now IRS agents owe like $2 billion in taxes because they know how the tax system works. And they know what they can just not do, and they've just been doing it so long and everything, and now it's there's apparently there's this big audit or something.
Yeah. Let's abolish federal income tax.
Yes.
Let's abolish federal income tax. How about that, guys? Let's all get together and abolish federal income tax.
I'm in.
I'd rather pay local income tax.
Yeah.
For like the county I live in.
Yeah.
Than federal income tax. Especially after the events of the last.
Adding a team driver to your car insurance can send your rate through the sunroof, but at Lemonade, we choose not to freak out when we see a driver under the age of 25. Instead, we consider how much each person in your household actually drives your car, as well as how safely they drive, and you get a price based on that. This way, you don't overpay for a teen driver who barely drives your car, or barely speaks your language. Sign up for car insurance that doesn't panic when your kid gets their license at lemonade.com/car.
A VPN is an ultimate tool to keep your online connection private and your browsing free of meddling internet service providers and network regulations. With the top VPN provider, you can even filter out malicious ads, trackers, and download links. With my exclusive deals, you can get the best discount from top VPN providers from NordVPN, Surfshark, to Proton VPN, and even more.
60 years. Yeah. The resources provided to Mongoose were extraordinary. 477 CIA staff worked full-time with hundreds more part-time, requiring $100 million in payroll and operational budgets, the equivalent of over $1 billion today. Some of the people who would become heavily involved in the attempts to take down Castro came from all walks of life. William King Harvey was called America's James Bond, not because he was suave or charismatic, but in fact, he was a short baldy with a face like a Pillsbury Doughboy. But he got results through sheer aggression. His unassuming looks made him the perfect tool. He was a former FBI agent who became a legend within the CIA. He would run the operational side of Mongoose following his success in Germany. He'd been the CIA bureau-in-chief in Berlin and masterminded Operation Regal, which is an operation that built a 1,476-foot tunnel under Berlin that tapped into Soviet communications for over a year before it was discovered. Whoa. They were just listening for over a year before the fucking Russians were like, what's in this hole? A mole person! My impression of a Russian. Harvey took over the Mafia assassination track in April of 1962, a year after the Bay of Pigs failure. He met with Johnny Roselli in New York and Miami and gave him more poison pills. Those pills made their way to Tony Verona, then to another asset he claimed he could slip them to Castro, though once again, the plan would fail. The closest they ever got to successfully slipping a poison pill into Castro's butt was in a chocolate milkshake, and that was coming straight from the Fabian Escalante, Castro's butt guy, a former Cuban intelligence chief. Castro loved when Fabian would play with his butt. I'm just kidding. I'm just adding all that stuff in there. It's not real. Castro loved ice cream. Like Joe Biden, I guess. Gabriel Garcia Marquez, an author who knew him personally, once said he'd seen Castro sometimes eat up to 28 scoops after a single meal. 28 scoops of ice cream? Also, why you counting? Bro, he ate not 1, not 2, not 10, not 20. 28. 28 scoops. That's 4. That's a very believable number. Jeez. Not like, hey, that guy had 30 scoops of ice cream. That is 28. You're making that shit up. You think 30, that's a number you just pull out of your ass. Yeah, but 28 is like 26. He's just looking in the mirror, stroking his beard, eating ice cream, getting harangued by that woman. I feel like it's been long enough we could go with that, right? Yep. So the plan was, given his obsession with frozen treats, was to put the pill in his chocolate milkshake. The pill had been hidden in the freezer, and when the waiter the CIA recruited to slip the pill in and went to retrieve it, it tore open and spilled out. Imagine being the CIA and being defeated by an appliance. Harvey's time in the Cuban operation was limited. He would make an enemy of Robert Kennedy, BFK, during the Cuban Missile Crisis in October of 1962, shortly after the Bay of Pigs. When the world was on the verge of nuclear war, Harvey sent commando teams into Cuba, directly defying orders from Robert Kennedy to suspend all operations while diplomatic options were pursued. What was Robert Kennedy? What was his... It was very important. Was he the Secretary of State? I don't remember. He was Secretary of something. Secretary of hitting all the bitches, probably. Still would be. Yeah, the Kennedys were big-time womanizers. Yes. Part of the Illuminati, I heard. So they say. RFK confronted Harvey, and Harvey yelled, if you hadn't put up the Bay of Pigs, we wouldn't be in this whole mess. Needless to say, Harvey was removed from Cuba and a new person needed to be brought in. They brought in someone who was the complete opposite of the bullish American James Bond, William King Harvey. They brought in an aristocratic, Harvard-educated Wall Street lawyer from a well-known New York family. His name was Desmond Des Fitzgerald. Des had quite a diverse career. He also served in World War II, joining as a private in 1942, serving in the China-Burma-India theater, operating behind enemy lines, rising to the rank of major before leaving the Army in 1946, and then joining the CIA in 1951. That was like the time to join the CIA.
Mm-hmm.
That was when they started watching cartoons. Yep. He was a sly man with combat experience and Ivy League education and carried himself like a diplomat. He took direct control over the plots against Castro and came up with quite the funky idea: the seashell and the wetsuit. The CIA knew that Castro also loved scuba diving. It was well documented, like the ice cream and the butt. And Des saw an opportunity there. What if they could get him while he was enjoying a diving trip? Des wanted to find a spectacular seashell, rig it with explosives, paint it in beautiful colors to attract Castro's attention, place it in his favorite diving spot, and when Castro would pick it up and explode it.
Oh my goodness.
That's honestly a pretty good idea.
That is a good idea, but still, like we've been saying, that is the most cartoonish one yet.
That's true. I like that idea.
Yeah.
That one's like, I could see that working. Yeah. He wants to go diving, and just come in under the guy at night.
Yeah.
And drop a seashell in an area, drop 50 of them. Mm-hmm. Hopefully there's no other divers. They don't care about it. No. CIA. You're just a fishmonger. You're a Cuban fishmonger looking for seashells. Find a beautiful painted seashell and you just blow the thing up. That was fun. How would a little bomb underwater work? How would that work?
Probably not real well. I don't imagine, I can't imagine any bomb that they could put in a seashell, because seashells are pretty small, that wouldn't do more than, like, blow his fingers off.
Like a firework.
Yeah.
They put a cherry bomb inside a seashell.
Pretty much.
And blew his fingers off.
There was that woman that they like threw an explosive, hit her in the back of the head, blew up on her head. She was fine. Well, she had to go to the hospital. Something
She
blew
had
up
some
in the back of her head.
CTE.
But still,
Yeah. She had a light concussion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that shit was crazy. I thought she was dead.
Yeah.
She died.
Yeah, and like that seems like the max size explosive you could fit in a seashell. That'd be a big shell.
What about a conch?
Conch pretty big.
How big is a conch? You ever seen one?
Yeah, eaten them.
Oh,
They can serve like that at the biggest. When you think big phone, you know?
He drives it. He's like, "Hello!" His favorite bit. Hello. Blows his head up. Yep. He's calling his butt buddy Fabian on his conch phone, like in SpongeBob. Did they put? Was Castro in SpongeBob? Am I thinking of something different? Was he in the SpongeBob movie or something? They had like a bearded.
He kind of looks like the Flying Dutchman.
He kind of does, you're right. See it. Des read 2 books on Caribbean mollusks to research which species would be both pretty enough and large enough to hold the explosive. After all his research, it was determined that there was no shell in the Caribbean area large enough to hold a sufficient amount of explosive which was spectacular enough to attract the attention of Castro. Clinton's base. Even though the shell wouldn't work, they were still committed to thinking through every potential way to get him while he decides. Why not just do that anyway? Just blow his hand up. Yeah. Maybe they started reading about the show like, if he blow his hand up, he'll recede and he'll be even harder to kill.
Also, we know where he dives. We have guns that shoot underwater. I keep bringing this back to guns because it seems easy. Just shoot the guy. Just hide down there. Mm-hmm. Have a Navy SEAL do the first actual SEAL thing ever, because they never are doing things in water, it seems. Be swimming down there, camouflage like one of them octopus that can change colors, and then just boom, dart gun, harpooner,
Putin that some bitch.
Yep.
I love that idea. I think that's too logical. Yeah, that's too logical and cheap. You can't spend $100. You can't launder $100 million.
Yeah, you gotta. That's a good point. Yeah, you gotta find a way to spend a lot of money.
How about this? Sidney Gottlieb, who's somehow still involved, who wanted to dust thallium salts on Castro's boots to make his beard fall out, had a suggestion. He doubled down on the clothes dusting gimmick by preparing a wetsuit dusted on the inside with a fungus that caused Madeira foot, which is a chronic and disabling skin disease. Seems like a foot disease. The suit's breathing apparatus was also dosed with tuberculosis, just to be thorough. Bro got fungal and got the consumption. That would suck. It was given to James Donovan, an American lawyer who was negotiating the release of Bay of Pigs prisoners. Donovan was supposed to present the diving suit to Castro as a gesture of goodwill. Oh, that's evil. Castro would then wear it because he loved diving, would become sick, and die. Dude, did you fucking think that he's dumb enough to wear a gift from a... Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Why would you... Your enemy is giving you a gift?
Yeah, they've tried to kill me at this point 400 times.
Yeah, and like, not to mention, the oldest story ever, the Trojan horse.
Yeah.
That is what that is.
Yes, absolutely.
The oldest story.
Yeah.
Of war, aside from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So cool. Stupid. 2 out of 5. I mean, 2 out of 10. The plan?
It's the President's Day sales event going on now at Freeway Chevrolet, and there's never been a better time to save on nearly every new ship. Plus, you can save even more with our President's Day bonus voucher. The President's Day sales event at Freeway Chevrolet. Hurry in today to see how much you can save. Freeway Chevrolet. I can.
This is an anthem for the human spirit, for the unseen force behind every breakthrough, every act of courage, every moment of compassion, for the unexplainable strength we find to rise above all that holds us down, for that part of you no machine can ever replace, and the one thing we all share. It's the fire that burns deep within every one of us to do the extraordinary. This is an anthem for the greatest untapped power in this universe. You.
It fell apart when Donovan chose to replace the suit with an uncontaminated one and presented the clean one to Castro instead.
This Donovan fella seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, this guy, he couldn't sleep with himself at night. I'm not like y'all. I believe in justice and stuff.
Yeah.
I actually want to get he probably didn't want to get murdered.
Yeah, the CIA thought they could trust a lawyer. Yeah, that's not going to work.
With the CIA ideas out of the way, one that feels like proper CIA or spy-like weapons was devised. The agency created a ballpoint pen that hid a hypodermic needle inside. Pushing a lever would release the needle, fill with poison, and inject it into someone. It's a tool that requires someone to be in the room with Castro and trusted enough to get close enough to plunge a pen in. And thankfully for them, they developed a contact that held a relatively high position in the Cuban government at the explosion. A case officer met with the contact and showed him the pen on November 22, 1963. The contact declined the pen because he'd have to get incredibly close to Castro to use it, putting him at risk in a confrontation. He was unimpressed with it and thought surely the CIA would come up with something more sophisticated than that.
That's what I've been saying.
Yeah. Like a gun. The same day that the case officer was presenting the Cuban official with a poison pen, something else happened on American soil in Dallas, Texas. JFK was assassinated. After Kennedy's death, anti-Castro operations began to wind down, but they didn't stop entirely until Executive Order 11905, signed by President Gerald Ford in 1976, which stated, "No employee of the United States government shall engage in or conspire to engage in political assassination." Boo! We're done with this! We had 20 good years of political assassinations. Alright, sounds good, guys. And that's all we've done since.
Yep, we've never done it again, and we won't continue to do it ever again.
Ever. For over 40 years, Fidel lived as the most hunted man in the world. Less than 100 miles away from the United States, the CIA was plotting to kill him. And anywhere he went, he could be at risk. What was it like for the poor man? How much did he know? How did he use the notoriety? Cuba claims Castro survived 630 assassination attempts across 8 U.S. presidencies. This number comes from Castro's butt friend, Fabian Escalante, the founder of the Cuban Intelligence Services, who we mentioned earlier and spent decades protecting Castro. It seems like maybe they They could have fudged some of these numbers. The attempt. Yeah. They're just like, there was a rock. It could have been a bomb. Or whatever.
Yeah, they were making up these attempts, seems like. And that's why they're so funny and foolish.
The Americans. This is all propaganda we just read. I'm on the side of the CIA. Escalante broke down the number of attempts by the administration. Eisenhower 38, Kennedy 42, LBJ 72, Nixon 184, Carter 64, Reagan 197, Bush Sr. 16, and Clinton 21. I thought we stopped in 1977.
Yeah, what's up with that? 197 during Reagan.
I thought we stopped. These include any plot, conspiracy, or scheme, even if they never advance beyond early planning. It counts threats from exiles, governments, freelance, independent actors, and CIA operations. The Castro Obsession by Dan Boning, written in 2005, believes that the claims were hyperbole to create an image of invincibility and cunning. That makes sense. The actual number of assassination attempts is unknown and surely many times smaller than claimed. For sure. Hyperbole or not, Fabian Escalante built an incredibly impressive intelligence and counterintelligence program from scratch. Boning, while critical of the number Escalante provided being hyperbolic, also acknowledged that Cuban intelligence has long been among the best in the world with a demonstrated ability to ferret out potential threats well before they coalesce. Supposedly, even the CIA considered it to be better than the Soviet KGB during the Cold War. His continued survival did require sacrificing some of life's pleasures. He quit smoking cigars in 1985, became mostly vegetarian, stopped visiting restaurants when plots had been discovered. He employed food tasters and surrounded himself with personal security when abroad. I mean, these seem like pretty standard things. Yeah. One time, Escalante's team discovered 200 pounds of explosives under a podium Castro was supposed to speak at hours before arrival. 200 pounds.
We fight those who wield power to prey on beasts that think themselves men. That is what it means.
Nope. Nope.
Remember who you are and let it gauge your power. For at the end of it, you will find the answers you seek.
Genius, I need a financial plan.
I have your new budget and financial plan ready.
He would have gotten turned into mist.
Absolutely.
That would have been crazy.
Yes.
Oh
that
my.
That is insane.
Like they say about JFK's head, his head just did that.
Yeah.
Fidel's body
just did that.
He coalesced. He evaporated. Oh my god, he turned into 28 scoops of ice cream. Castro exploited each attempt on his life for propaganda. He was David, and the United States was Goliath. One man was defying the most powerful nation in the world and winning. Castro gave the longest timed speech in human history. For 269 minutes, he criticized the U.S. for interfering in Latin America and for its imperialism. For 4.5 hours, he rallied against the United States before world leaders, and there was nothing they could do without proving him right. He really did cultivate an image of invincibility. I truly believed it as well. Marita Loren's gun incident is a perfect exhibit of his ego as well as his intelligence. He was smart enough to suspect her intentions and confident enough to hand her a loaded gun and dare her to shoot him. You can't kill me, nobody can kill me. Castro's death was his ultimate victory. He died on November 25th, 2016 at 90 years old from natural causes related to Parkinson's disease. He managed to outlive every CIA director who plotted against him, every mobster who accepted the mission to assassinate him, every president who authorized attempts on his life except for Bill Clinton, Richard Bissell, William Harvey, Desmond Fitzgerald, and Sidney Gottlieb, and even the Soviet Union itself. His natural death was framed as an embarrassing failure in American policy. Al Jazeera reported the U.S. government spent more than $1 billion trying to kill, undermine, or otherwise force Castro from power, but he endured unscathed before old age and disease finally took him. That is really embarrassing. It is. That is really embarrassing. That is a L colossal.
Yeah. Poor CIA.
Oh, poor guys. Oh. Seems like they did lie. Or Castro, though. Fabian.
Yeah, maybe.
His hygiene expert.
His butt guy.
His butt guy, yeah. His wiper. His wiper lied, I feel like, about the attempt. That seems like, it seems hyperbolic.
What's weird is, of all that, is the 197, 167 of from Reagan. That's late.
Mm-hmm.
That's a long time after the peak of all this.
Mm-hmm. That is a long time. But he only stopped smoking cigars in 85.
That's true.
And when was Reagan from power? I don't remember which years. Was it
Mid to late 80s? Because
so it was 80 to 84 to 88. Then Bush Senior.
Yeah.
Then 92 was Clinton, I think. Because then 92 would be 96, 2000. Yeah. So it had to be that. Yeah.
John Kerry. I voted for John Kerry in 2004. I didn't.
Only because I couldn't.
I knew about the W. That old orange oak tree. He didn't like that story.
So, thanks for watching this episode of Spooky Skeletons. We just talked about Fidel Castro getting killed.
Motherfucker, you do not block to say you're live.
Yeah, 2 hours.
I like it though. No.
No dancing this time.
By how you press your buttons. Yeah, if it works, it works. But I'm like, damn, there is not a single block in there. It's just full gas.
I do. I think she's lying, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what she's doing this for. This was normal, yeah, bro. You can't listen. You've got to have crazy arms. Like your arms have to be so long.
No, because I can hear it happening right there.
What the fuck is she talking about? This is crazy.
It's impossible, Tom.
Shit, mine aren't as loud as yours, but that's what the fuck I hear. Tack, 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 tack. And if you blocked it all, I would hear nothing. I would hear nothing. I would hear nothing and then tack, 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 block. Tack, 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 tack. Nothing. No, it's just pop, 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 pop. You just. Yeah.
Is she dead? I mean, I think.
Damn, bro, this bitch is retarded. Who is this?
I don't even think
Oh
Jeffrey
my
Epstein's
god.
dead anymore, to be honest.
You don't think Jeffrey Epstein?
No, I don't. I think he might be alive.
What is wrong with her?
I'd seen one of those emails, one of the ones that ended up in the files, and I think that prison guard needs to be interviewed. The one that he said he saw the bodies being switched out.
So your honest belief.
If I wanted to kill somebody, I'd take this book and beat you to death with it. I wouldn't feel a thing.
Charles Manson, one of the most evil, terrifying, despicable
God,
human
it's
beings
so
ever
funny.
walked the face of this big blue planet. But what was his early life like? What led him to creating this despicable cult that murdered 7 innocent people in Los Angeles? And was he a part of the CIA's top-secret MK Ultra program? I'll be
Yeah,
honest,
that's
I didn't
already
want to talk about
confirmed, I'm
Charles
pretty
Manson.
sure.
I've obviously seen some interviews with this crazy guy at court, but after Tom O'Neill's book Chaos became a Netflix series, I have become absolutely captivated. So I wanted to do a deep dive just to learn the history of this infamous and evil man. And yes, we get to the bottom of this MK Ultra thing. It is all very, very strange. So if you are interested in the stories of the weird, the evil, and the bizarre, this episode is for you. So sit back, be like the wind, and welcome to camp. What's up, people, and welcome back to camp. Yes, today we're talking about the infamous Charles Manson. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Mark Gagnon, and welcome to my beautiful tent. This is the show I've, affectionately called Tent Talks. I don't talk to an expert. I don't talk to some genius. I don't talk to some criminal, someone with a crazy life story. I talk to my dumbest friends. That's what I do. I explain the most interesting, fascinating topics from the internet.
That's funny.
To some of the dumbest people I know. But today, there are no dumb people. Well, except Christos. But Christos isn't dumb. He's just Greek. And you at home, you can be my dumb friend. If you want to. Many of you are probably smarter than me, to be honest with you. I just happen to have access to Wikipedia. Today, we're going to be talking about Charles Manson. Obviously, there's a very popular Netflix series that is out called Chaos. Not really a series, just an episode. Based off of the book by Tom O'Neill, Chaos. It's a fascinating book analyzing the true story of Charles Manson. If truth is a thing, what is truth, right? as Pontius Pilate might say. Tom O'Neill basically dedicated 20 years of his life to doing research on one specific topic. It is the life of Charles Manson and how his upbringing, adolescence in the 60s was basically intersected with the CIA and their mind control experiments known as MK Ultra. At one point, this was a long-standing conspiracy theory that drove people on the internet crazy, but now it seems like it's been confirmed. The MK Ultra was a real program that went on. What the fruits of that program were, unsure. And Charles Manson wasn't part of it. There's also a lot of other crazy stuff with Charles Manson. He was like friends with the Beach Boys. He was like a musician. He murders people. He starts a cult. Like, it's like insane. The courtroom trials are like wild. There's a lot of stuff that I don't even know. A lot of the research for this specific episode has been done by my friend Zach, just a good old country boy. That put together some information for me that we are going to be learning together. Alrighty, Charles Manson. Now, before we jump into this, I also just want to point out a couple things you can see here on my head, on my giant skull.
I'm getting
I tried to buy a hat
pieced
at the store yesterday, and I tried like 2 different hats. Just didn't fit my head. My head is that large in circumference, full of nothing. Mostly just like bile or something. And yeah, none of the hats fit. It's pretty disappointing. Sick hat too. But these fit. These fit me. Yeah. And they fit many people because they have an adjustable back. And so if you're interested, you can go to campgoods.co, campgoods.co, put a link in the description, pick up some gear. It's a brand new clothing brand of hoodies and shirts. I guess it's more like merch right now. It's merch at the moment, but will eventually be a full-on brand that will compete with the likes of Louis Vuitton, Coco Chanel. You know, we'll be at Fashion Week eventually. But for now, we're just on a beautiful e-commerce site. Camp Goods. Also, I'm on the road. I'm going to be touring all over the contiguous United States, as well as Canada. So throughout this summer, you can come see me doing one hour exactly of stand-up comedy. Once it hits 59 minutes and 59 seconds, I'm saying the last word and I'm leaving the stage. 1 hour. If it goes any more, I will charge you extra. But come out and see me on the road. A bunch of dates are going to be announced by the time this episode is up, so go to themarkagnon.com and check out some tickets after every show. I'm hanging with everyone. It's going to be, just chopping it up, chatting, maybe buy me a drink. Tell me some stories. Go get dinner, you and I. Whatever you want to do. I mean, I'll be in your town. Let's go skate, actually. I would like to play soccer or skateboard in any city that I go to, so let me know if that's an option. All right. Charles Manson. Christos, you know about this guy? A little bit. What did he do? He led a cult. What even is a cult, right? Let's see. I think he led a cult. Charles Manson, born on November 12th, 1934, in Cincinnati, Ohio, to a woman named Kathleen Maddox. Kathleen is not the most put-together gal. She's 16 years old when she has him. She names him Charles Miles Manson. At first, she calls him No Name Maddox. That's right. She couldn't even be bothered to pick a name for her one and only boy. She's 16 years old. She's also not the most put-together woman, as you can imagine. She's a mess.
She's not a woman.
Not baking cookies for young Chuck. She's out drinking, stealing stuff, running with shady guys. Yeah, there she is, Kathleen Maddox. Just all right. She's not bad looking. A wayward woman in her own right. She's not doing great. She's not a great mom. But a lot of people have bad moms and they don't become, psychopathic killers. And no one really knew who Charles Manson's dad was. Kathleen claims that it was some dude named Colonel Walker Scott.
That would kind of explain the CIA.
Colonel Walker Scott. Is that his first name, Colonel, or is that like what? Or is that like a status? I don't know. Walker Henderson Scott from Omaha. No, he's from Kentucky. Senior, so it means there's a junior, but there's not a third. That would be Charles Manson. And apparently he's just like a random laborer that she met. He was laying down bricks. He popped a brick in there, and we got Charles Manson. And this guy's long gone. He's out of here. Doesn't pay a cent. And there's even talk that she was, a prostitute at some point. Allegedly. So it's a total mystery. No one really knows. Little Charles comes out into the world with no dad, mom is checked out, and a life that's already a dumpster fire from day one. So he's living in some, crappy apartment in Ohio. Kathleen's chugging beers and hanging out with her latest boyfriend, and the story begins. Fast forward a bit, Kathleen is over it. She doesn't want this kid slowing her down. She's got big dreams, and Charles Manson is getting in the way. So she's passing him off to anyone who's going to take care of him, and whatever. And she's basically just being like, yeah, I'm not going to raise you at all. She's got her own problems.
How many hate messages you
There's
get?
even a rumor
Stupid fucking Pulse user.
for beer. Can we get a fact check on that? Look that. That's a crazy rumor. I mean, very sad.
I piece it down because it's easy and you can smoke.
For sure. So, yeah, he's getting traded around for a pitcher of beer. I mean, if you've ever been to a bar that sells beer by the pitcher, you know this is not even a good place to be traded. You know what I mean? Oh wow, from Reddit. Charles Manson's mother once sold him to a waitress for a pitcher of beer. His uncle retrieved him some days later.
Yeah, once I figured out what his gimmick was, I was like, oh, that's sick. He just basically skips neutral by baiting you in. And then he teleports and smacks you. Yep.
Wondering who qualifies as a dependent?
Yeah, he has this cheesy move where he jumps up and presses L2, I think, and he slams the ground and then teleports and slams the ground again. A lot of people like to use that. But it's just a high block. Yeah, because it's an overhead. I think it's an overhead.
Who can you claim as a dependent on your return? Well, it could be your kid, an uncle, grandchild.
And you can't roll through it because the second the second slam catches your roll. So you have to delay get up block.
Qualifying children can include your child, grandchild, a niece or a nephew, or even a brother or sister.
Or at least that's how I beat
They
it.
must be under 19 years old.
Or jumping backwards works for me, I think, too.
However, they can be any age if they are permanently and totally disabled. A qualifying child has to live with you for more than half of the tax year.
And then Kaylin, you just have no choice but to get in on her. If you don't get in on her, it's her
A
game.
qualifying child who is married can't file a joint tax return unless it's only filed to claim a refund of withheld taxes or estimated tax payments. A qualifying relative can be someone else in your family that you support, such as a sibling, parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, or an in-law.
And then you have to not only get in, but as soon as you get in, you have to low block because she has a nasty sweep that leads to a full combo.
But they must live with you for the entire year to be claimed as your dependent.
So Kaylin's just like to zone, bad Kaylin's like to zone you out, and then once you get close, hit you with that low, because you're not going to low block, because most likely you're jumping in, which it's super hard to low block.
Dependents can be children, adults, relatives, or even a friend you're helping out. Ready to claim your dependent?
He's about to get smacked.
TurboTax will help you claim every deduction you deserve. Visit TurboTax.com for more info to help you file your taxes with confidence.
No, I'm surprised that you're winning as much as you are.
I mean, that's a tough look, right? I think that is
I just think people are that bad and they don't, or they're not taking the time to learn
probably like a parent that
the combos, and so they just get fucking steamrolled, because that's what it sounds like. You're just steamrolling motherfuckers.
Commit atrocious acts and murder people in cold blood. That's not good. And I don't want to get political on the show, but I'm going to stand on that. But furthermore, if also you raise a kid and you are severely negligent and you're trying to sell them for alcohol, you should probably also just get thrown at the bottom of prison. Yes. Right? Like, what? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So, again,
They can't tell what you're gonna do if you don't know what you're gonna do.
I just feel a little bad for old Chuck Manson, you know? And it gets worse. In 1939, when Charles is 5, she decides to rob a gas station with her brother, Kathleen, that is. She's swinging a ketchup bottle like a baseball bat, and she gets caught.
Ooh, not
What
good.
women know about hitting a baseball bat. If maybe the cashier was pitching underhand, she would have got a chance. But she gets caught, thrown into prison, and Charles is shipped to go see his aunt and uncle in Bel Air.
Oh no,
And,
for real?
There's a show called The Fresh Prince.
No
If it was,
shot.
imagine it wasn't Will Smith, it was Charles
That's
Manson.
so
I mean, that would
crazy.
be wild. No,
I mean-
he gets shipped to see his auntie and uncle in West Virginia.
Oh, you're such a fucking
Very
liar. Why'd you
different
do
version
that?
of that show. Yeah. Fresh
That'd have been
Prince of West
sick if you went to
Virginia.
Bel Air.
His uncle is like a hardcore, old school type dude who thinks that the kid is soft. Besides that old Charles Manson needs to get toughened up because he cries a lot. He makes
Damn.
Charles wear a dress to school
Oh shit.
in order to toughen him up, toughen him up, kind of like a Boy Named Sue situation. How does that toughen him up?
Like you said, a boy named Sue.
Johnny Cash. You've heard the song.
You name him Sue to toughen him up because you're not gonna be
I have
there.
not. Oh, it's a great. I can't believe you've never heard it. Basically, you name your boy Sue, and because the dad's like, I wasn't able to be in the picture. The dad, I forget the song why he couldn't be around, but the dad was like, I can't be here to raise the kid, so I'm gonna name him Sue. And so the kid goes his whole life being like, why did my dad name me Sue? I'm getting the
Oh
shit
yeah,
kicked out
and
of
then
me.
he
I'm
goes to
getting
kill
beat
his
up. I'm going
dad.
through so much shit.
I remember.
Then he finally sees his dad. He's like, why the fuck did you do that? And his dad's like, because I wasn't there to teach you how to be a man. So I gave you a hard name that was going to teach you to man up on your own. Build your character? Yeah.
Or become a school shooter.
It sounds like a way worse thing. Anyway. she
Kind of
was
is
after
bad.
years, and
That just
she
raise your
lives back up
kid.
with her son, Charles.
Don't name him fucking
Still
Sue.
just like a disaster. She's dragging him through sketchy towns, crashing in cheap motels with her, friends, not clients. And maybe around like 8 or 9, he's watching her stumbling drunk, seeing the world through this blurry, angry lens, like in this, motel they're staying in. So he starts to steal. Small stuff at first, candy, coins, just to kind of feel like he has control over something. And then pretty soon it snowballs even worse. He's breaking the stores, stealing bikes, getting nabbed by the cops.
Titties.
And then this is where things take a dark turn. At 13, he lands in a reform school called the Gibalt School for Boys in Indiana. It's supposed to fix him, but it's more like just a jail cell. It's just like a holding cell for kids that are
Get back
wayward.
here.
So now he's stuck in this school with a bunch of other angry, troubled kids, and a bunch of strict rules that he can't stand. So after 10 months, he flees. He just runs away. He runs back to his mom, but she's just at this point like completely destitute. She looks at him and basically says like, hey, I can't even take care of my own life. I definitely can't take care of you.
Path of
So I'm not
Exile.
going anymore. At 13, he escapes the school, goes back to his mom. She's like, sorry. So now he's just homeless, sleeping in alleyways, stealing food. And then the system snags him again. He gets caught doing some other crime, gets picked up and then sent to the Indiana Boys School. Tougher, meaner, and locked down even more strictly. He's surrounded by bigger kids, rougher fights, and guards who are straight up just like abusing the children. He's small, barely 5'2", with these dark eyes, messy hair, but he's scrappy. He does this basically up until he's 17.
Also, are any of these the schools that he went, that Jeffrey Epstein also went to with
Yeah, this is one of the things I wanted to point out. So, I don't know when in this entire saga, it's while he's young, he ends up getting sent to Omaha, Nebraska, where
as Nick Bryant told us,
infamously, about the Franklin scandal that also occurred in Omaha, Nebraska, that allegedly, big allegedly,
Okay.
because this is not confirmed, that they had connection to a place called Boys Town. And Boys Town back in that time was a hotbed of sexual abuse, allegedly, as some people might want to point out. I don't believe that. That's absurd.
not only does he have a terrible mother, but he's also being abused.
Oh, for sure.
Hell yeah.
Up until the bad stuff he does, I feel bad for him. But everyone has free will. Everyone has their own autonomy to do what they would like to do. So then, by 1951, Charles Manson breaks out again out of this facility that he's at in Indiana, steals a car, takes off with some buddies, and the feds find him having stolen a car across state lines. That's
Sounds like on
So
7.
now he's bouncing between these like juvenile detention centers, Virginia, Ohio. He's just going up and piling up more charges. By 1954, he's 20 years old, and he gets a little taste of parole. He's finally free. Okay, he's not under the tutelage of his abusive, drunk mom. He's no longer in these prison facilities. So he's like, you know what? I'm gonna get my life together and just do the normal thing. All right.
You know what they're
Woman
called?
named Rosalie, at 20 years old. He has a child, Charles Manson Jr., which is a tough name. Apparently that guy's still out there. He's like still rolling around in the world with that name.
You never thought to change it?
I mean, they probably thought it. You know?
Yeah.
But also, I wonder if there's a point where, like, it's kind of interesting. Like, because everyone you meet is like, oh, this is Charles Manson. And then they meet you and you're like, yeah, my name's Charles Manson Jr. Oh, wow, he died in 1993, apparently. Wow. How did he die? He shot himself. Whoa. Along a section of the eastern Colorado state line. It's a rough life. Dang. I mean, like, some of these, like, just generational curses are just, like, so sad.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you just live your
Don't
life.
kill
Your
me.
dad is just a psycho serial killer cult leader, and then you have to deal with that, but he's doing it because his mom was a piece of... It's just like, whoa. So,
Baldur's Gate, yeah.
spoiler alert. He has a kid, though. And, had a kid.
Oh wait, no, I don't think he's playing it by himself.
So,
He's not playing it
that's
with
basically
us.
the story. He just lives a normal life, and,
No, he's using Greg's. I don't have. I get that game from
he's stealing
Joseph.
cars, doing a bunch of crime, you know, just being a psycho.
Who had the rougher life, Charles Manson or his son, would you say?
I would say I don't know. I don't know enough about his son's life. I don't know enough about Charles Manson's life, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just reading about his mom being a piece of shit. Right. But I feel like his son is a tougher time because his dad is an actual serial killer psycho, whereas his mom is obviously abusive and evil, but...
Yes.
Every great drive starts at Chapman Chevrolet. And right now, you can save on every new Chevy, like up to $12,000 off MSRP on a new 2026 Silverado. So hurry in today to Chapman Chevrolet.
It's fucking Arc Raiders is just better. 100%.
Deep down, you know.
Yeah, Halo, S, Destiny, just some type of space shooter. Yeah, they have those powers, classes. I didn't like that. So it's an extraction shooter like Ark, but there's different classes like Destiny, which each do different things. Like one dude gets a shield, one dude turns invisible and shit. And then on top of that, you have your missions. Yeah.
The truth.
I did like the art style, but I feel like it was leaning way too heavy on the art, and the gameplay itself was just mediocre at best. Yeah. And like more bots, like I don't want to, like Ark already has bots. Like I don't know if you guys are too late in development or what, but we're already fighting robots in Ark. And it's just literally the most common idea ever. So someone else is obviously gonna build on it. Yep.
She's a victim of her own circumstances as well. Whereas like Charles Manson is like.
So yeah, I gave it the old college try, but after one game, I was like, I cannot play this. And the whole time through the tutorials, like I hate this. I like the art, but I hate the whole gameplay.
At this point, he's got a kid, married, and then still committing crime, and then he gets jammed up again, back to prison. And the next 10 years of his life are basically just, you know, California, Washington, prison cells, prison cells.
Oh yeah, that too. I joined the game, and maybe it was the first game, like the first 3 games. Sometimes they put you in like bot lobbies or whatever. But for me, an experience getting on a multiplayer extraction game and not running into a single fucking person in my whole match was not a good experience for me.
Charles Manson's 30.
I was like, oh, I'm gonna get on here. I'm gonna fucking murder somebody. I'm gonna take their loot. I'm gonna do this. Nope, same thing. I think I got murdered by robots or something. And I was like, oh my god, I'm not here to fight robots, man.
What was his final height? Was he 5'2"? Like by the time he like.
It's a game for someone else.
And he's got this crazy spark that apparently is like very captivating to people. Wow, he topped out at 5'2". So yeah, he's a short dude that spent most of his life in prison with, degenerate parents. And now his kid, maybe it's actually good that he was in prison while his kid is young. Because I feel like it's better if your dad is Charles Manson that he's in prison and not raising you. I don't know.
Charles Manson had a kid. You can learn taking combos.
Kind of charm.
You don't got no combos.
He knows how to read a room. 1967, he's paroled again, stepping into a world that's about to go nuts. The hidden explosion has begun. Drugs everywhere. He's got no cash. He's got no plan.
I just gotta switch the skin and it changes my style. And then it's just a whole reset. I get to reset.
Let's take a break really quick because you are...
It's a psychological reset.
Yes, you're a giant man-child and you just love stuffing your face and all the sugary cereals you ate when you were a kid.
Because I don't know what it is. I get locked into patterns where I just keep doing the same moves, or I'm like, I'm going to make this work. I'm trying to force it. And then by the time I know it, I'm at one hit, and I'm like, oh, fuck.
I do get a hangover from...
And then I switch my skin, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to play a whole different way.
That's why I want to talk to you about Magic Spoon.
But I just need to do that in the game.
Freshly opened, because I was just...
I need to be more adaptive.
Magic Spoon is all...
Or stop playing. I play too much.
They come from your favorite nostalgic cereals, flavors like fruity.
Like that low kick is so funny. It's so good. But it's a full punish.
Legally, I can't say what they are, but those are the flavors that Magic Spoon has. And here's what's amazing about Magic Spoon. It's the same taste. It's all the flavor packed into every bite from those childhood cereals, but 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar.
Yeah, it's super slow.
Of net carbs.
And even if you get hit by the...
grams of protein. This is protein-packed cereal. So instead of being a little fat kid, you can sit down on Sunday morning, watch it.
And even if you get hit by the first hit, all you have to do... You'll get hit by the first hit, and then I get 3 kicks extra that I can do. So I can kick you once, kick you twice, or kick you 3 times. And after the 3rd time, or however many times I kick you, if you're blocking, which you do, you're good at that. You'll block, and that breaks. I either have to block, stop my attack, or if I'm being greedy, I'll hit you with triangle and try and go for the mid. But if you're blocking, I'm going to get hit because you get frame advantage. So literally, if you get hit with the first kick, all you have to do is block, and then, yeah.
You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. It's all...
But it's the mix-up problem is where I kick you once, or I kick you twice, and then I go for the mix-up, or whatever it is.
Or you can go to magicspoon.com/campcamp for $5.
The mix-up game.
What's up?
Damn, and then when I get my Yoshimitsu combo down again, maybe... Ooh. Ooh, man. Yo ho ho. I don't know what it is, man. My fighting IQ is just crazy. Yeah, I will sit there forever and grind and grind and grind and grind.
So we're going to take a break really quick because I need to tell you about how you are potentially entitled for some compensation. That's right. You may have been injured without even knowing it, and I think statistically most
not to be rude or anything, but yeah,
know that our food is poisoned. Many of these companies, these massive conglomerates, are pumping our food with stabilizers and gums and other processed chemicals that are illegal in most other countries, but for some reason in America they are fully legal, and they are allegedly causing many health problems. That's a very small alleged. I actually just read a book about this, Ultra-Processed Humans. It's fascinating that the processed chemicals that are going into our foods are terrible for you. I mean, if you were to take a baked cookie and a cookie that's filled with processed preservatives, even if they have the same exact nutritional profile, The one with the preservatives and all the gums and stabilizers and ultra processing chemicals is going to be worse for you by a far, far margin. So, if you have been exposed to these ultra
that's literally the only real advice I could give is if you want to rank up, play fucking healer.
Chronic diseases such as type 2 diabetes, fatty liver disease, both of which were unheard of 40 years ago, but now affect the lives of thousands of children. It looks like the people over at Morgan & Morgan are fighting for the people once again. That's right, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest law firm. I mean, they have handled thousands.
And even then, that's literally the worst position to play, because every single game, no fucking heals, GG, shit healers, bad support diff, never the tanks, never the DPS, nobody ever. I'll see it like once every blue moon, the support will be like, our DPS doesn't do anything, or someone needs, or they take it out on each other. But that's only if we're winning. If we're losing at all, things are moving too slow, one person is dying more than everybody else, GG, no heals, I'm throwing. Like, oh my god. It's made me so toxic on, that's why I'm not playing it right now, because the last couple of days I've gotten into a habit of, if anybody disrespects me while I'm healing, because I'm in the top 96% of healers, I am a goated ass healer. If anyone disrespects me, if I'm playing bad, I'm like, okay, I'll know it, I'll talk shit or whatever. But if you disrespect me when I'm doing good, or you're spam pinging the heal thing, I'll tell you, look, stop, or I'm gonna throw the game. And if people are, they don't give a fuck, I don't care, they'll talk more shit, all right, I'm throwing, I don't give a fuck. I can rank up as easy as I want to. I'm not stuck in these ranks. You guys, on the other hand, I don't care if we lose. So I've gotten in the habit, you disrespect me, I'm throwing our game. I do not care. Everybody's taking it. You either say sorry, I give them the chance to say sorry and everything, and they never do.
Drugs are flowing, LSDs on the streets, big time, weed is everywhere, people are smoking up a storm.
And then it's so funny when we'll go to the next match and they'll be on my team again, and I'm like, so what's it gonna be? So what's it gonna be? I've only had one person be like, all right, no, I'm good, never again. I'm like, it's easy. It's easy to act right. That's all it is. Act right and don't disrespect your team. Like, I don't know why Marvel Rivals or why people are so quick to shit on their team.
He's got a guitar on his shoulder.
Like, one person doesn't want to play, we lose. Like, what are you doing?
He's not just some square showing up in a suit. He's one of them, right? He's been locked up for a few years, so he's not.
Especially if they're healer, and especially if they're the best healer on the team like me. And I love it when they beg, please heal. No, I'm playing Squirrel Girl.
Not like some boring church guy. He's got this wild, crazy energy. He's got
and shit, if they were any good, which they never are, they switch to healer, but they're never as good as me, so we never win, because they can't carry my spot.
He's not just a random street creature for a long time.
And so that's when I learned I have so much power. That's why I let it get to my head, and I'm just ready to throw if he fucking talks shit to me.
Runaways out in California looking to make a new life for themselves, and maybe their parents kick them out, or they're just sick of this boring straight world, and they want to go party and have a good time. And Manson sees him coming, and he's got this creepy, manipulative.
It was only in the beginning when Marvel Rivals first came out, I would throw, and we would still win, and I would look like a dumbass, but I get the win.
For whatever it is.
But I would still look like a dumbass because I didn't help. And they'd be like, oh, see, we did it without you. We didn't fucking need you. But it doesn't happen anymore.
Special. And now he's building up this, basically this connection, this network of people that are.
But yeah, if you want to rank up, literally healer is the way to go.
Ability to make them feel good. Now let's crank it up a little.
Maybe tank if you really want to put in damage, but you have to have good healers, or else literally the team relies on having competent healers.
Dennis Wilson. Ever heard that name? No. Infamously, the drummer from the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
A great band, for the record. I never really got into the Beach Boys. I obviously knew the classics, Wouldn't It Be Nice, those songs. Right. I heard some of them. I actually listened to Pet Sounds front to back recently. Unbelievable. Amazing album. One of the best. My buddy Davis.
Usually Damage aren't. It's not hard to fucking play Damage, so usually they're not too shit. So I just focus most of the time.
Picks up Charles Manson.
I don't care about anybody. I think if the tanks survive, if I keep the tanks alive, the tanks keep the DPS alive, and the DPS keeps me alive. It's literally just a circle of life. So that's why I only focus on tanks.
Listens to some of his like freaky songs, and he's like, "Yo, this guy is wild." And so what does he do? He invites Manson and his whole ragtag crew of random women to crash his place.
Damn.
This isn't just being nice, all right? He's into this entire counterculture thing, right? He's into very much like the hippie freedom movement.
I didn't even expect that. I don't know. Oh, maybe it's the coffee.
He's all of those things at that time. Charles Manson's doing drugs. He's into the weird love. Like he's completely like epitomizes the time. So as a result, him and Dennis Wilson become buddies.
Why did I not do that?
Manson's strumming tunes, dropping his wild rants, and Dennis is just kind of, on drugs, just nodding off like, yeah, this guy gets it. The Beach Boys even recorded one of Manson's songs, Cease to Exist.
What?
Though they tweak it into, quote, Never Learn Not to Love, and they slap their name on it. Crazy. Manson's pissed about that. He wants the credit, but for a minute, he's in the game.
That's crazy. They used his song.
I mean, Manson has music out there. You ever heard it?
Yeah. We played some.
Oh, yeah. Who did we play it?
Good?
Avery. Oh, is that what it was? Yeah.
Charles?
Shocking. Or maybe it was
yeah.
Christoph and Luke. Oh, it was. Not bad.
Yeah, because he worked with, or he knew the Beatles, and it was the Beach Boys, I think he said.
Right?
The Beach Boys stole his song, yeah.
Manson to Terry Melcher. This, hotshot music producer guy who's a big deal. Terry, he's the son of Doris Day. Have you ever heard of that name? The super famous actress from a bunch of old movies. I don't know anything about her. I've heard the name.
I wonder if that was what he actually felt, or if he knew that's how he could manipulate
He's got a
people.
house on, straight out of just like a Hollywood magazine, like a huge mansion. So Dennis brings Manson to Terry, saying, "Yo, check this guy out." Terry's curious, meets Manson, hears his music, sees this weird little following of people around him.
That makes sense.
And he's not yes, but he's also not no. He's kind of just all right, this is interesting. And Manson is on 10. He's absolutely stoked. He's like, yo, this is my moment. This is my shot at fame. Suddenly, Manson's not just a San Francisco oddball. He's brushing shoulders with, top tier Hollywood elite. If you're tight with the Beach Boys, that's, as far as being in America, it's the Beatles, the Beach Boys, it's you arrived. He's chilling at Dennis Wilson's place, partying with the who's who of Hollywood. And the crew's growing, because you can imagine this guy who's crazy, charming, psycho, but also connected over the people. Women are going to be down for it. Susan Atkins, Lynette Squeaky Fromm, Patricia Crenway.
That's some.
They're all.
That's some shit.
Charlie,
that's hard. I can't fucking lie. I'm not trying to condone it, but that's hard. That's some rapper Tupac shit.
Some estimate even $100,000 just keeping them around, buying drugs, and fixing the chaos that they leave behind. But Manson's not just chasing fame. He wants power. These girls are following him, all right? They're not just fans. They are hooked. He is their drug. He's using everything he's got, sex, drugs, these rants to twist their minds. He's manipulating them. He'll sit them down and look into their eyes and spin these stories about how society's crumbling.
White Diddy.
Everything's falling apart. But you know who has the answers? Charlie.
Can you deduct state and local taxes on your federal return? We'll break down this type of deduction on this edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax. If you pay income, sales, real estate, or personal property tax to your state or local government, the IRS may let you deduct these taxes on your federal income tax return. Deductions for state and local taxes are only available if you itemize deduction on Schedule A, meaning you can't also claim the standard deduction. Additionally, your 2025 deduction for state and local taxes can't exceed $40,000, or $20,000 for married couples filing separately. But where do you find the tax amounts you pay?
Oh shit.
If you're employed, state and local taxes are likely withheld from your paycheck and reported on your W-2
I'm not
form.
asking you about that, bitch.
dosing them with LSD, getting them high, breaking them down until they're basically doing everything that he said.
I didn't call her a bitch because she's a girl. Bitch is unisex.
Not familiar? We'll get to that in a second. So he's talking about love and peace and how everything is, freedom, and then at the same time he's controlling these people that are, following him, and his
what the fuck am I reading right now? Support skills, use yourself enemies counting to accumulate critical hit, chance over time, but also reduce your hit bonus.
But she's, lost. She's
that's
a
not
drifter,
good.
kind of figuring out life. She's dancing at some Haight-Ashbury
I
gig.
thought there was an inevitable crit.
Terrifying, creepy stare.
Where's that at?
And within days, she's a part of the family, as he starts calling it. Or Lynette Fromp, she's 18, kicked out by her dad.
So inevitable crit must be a 3.
There she goes. Oh, there they go. The Manson girls. The
Did
family.
they change it to inexorable crit?
Like it's. Oh wow, she died pretty recently.
That's whack as hell if they did.
I mean, yeah, her whole story is going to get a lot darker, as we will find out. So yeah, this girl Lynette, she's sitting on the curb, and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, there
comes up and says, "Hey, I will."
used to be a gem called inevitable crit.
Don't worry.
That would basically make sure you crit.
Get people.
But I think they changed it to inexorable crit, which
he's not going for people that
will give you a higher, will do the same thing, but reduces the critical damage bonus.
He's trying to find people.
So you get it more often, but it's less powerful.
And turn them into like his soldiers. And how is he doing it?
Yeah.
He's just that smooth.
Instead of just getting it more often.
Where did he learn all these social skills? I mean, he was in prison for most of his life. Christian.
What is it? Sporting shoes, 10% less, so up to 50%. So I had to. I don't. Damn, that's not good. I was really looking forward to putting that over my nose.
Because it is sink or swim. Or maybe there's a conspiracy afoot. Some people have suggested.
Can I put on rage now?
The Manson's Hollywood big break wasn't some
It's a rage.
accident. Right? Just think about it, right? He's fresh out of prison. He's got no money, no skills, and within a couple weeks he's partying with one of the biggest musicians of all time. Kind of a fast climb. That's a fast ascent, right? Some people say a little too fast. Manson's parole officer barely checks out. He's breaking rules left and right. He's doing drugs. He's partying all the time, and nobody takes him back.
Rapid attacks.
Maybe he was allowed to run wild. Maybe his parole officer was told, "Hey, just lay low. Let him do his thing." So this is just a theory, all right? This is just a conspiracy. It's not one I necessarily believe. There's just a theory out there that we could explore.
I wonder if I could have put rapid attacks on total.
Pulling the strings. Maybe they saw Manson as a tool, a way to mess with the hippie movement, to test some big shit. Yeah.
And then I want to put ancestral call on that.
Manson's riding high for a bit, right? He's got his family, about 20, maybe 25, 30 people at this point. They're typically, generally living off Dennis Wilson's generosity. They're this weird tribe of misfits that are all about Charlie's truth. They're preaching this mix of hippie love, but also doomsday vibes, saying that the world's going to end in a race war that he's calling Helter Skelter, inspired by the Beatles song. It's nuts. But these people, like many cult members do, they buy in. He's got them chanting, sharing everything, food, clothes, even each other. That's right. Free love, baby. Christos, stop smiling, baby. I know you would join this cult in a second, you freaking perv. You little horn dog. But underneath it, it's all about control. He's sleeping with women, he's pairing them up with each other, he's keeping them loyal. If they step out of line, he's not above smacking them around either. This guy's got a little bit of an abusive streak, alright? This whole free love thing, this whole peace and flowers, Nope, it is a full-blown cult. And it starts to become an issue. Dennis Wilson, Beach Boys drummer, he's getting tired of the mess. His house is trashed, his money is slowly leaking out, and Manson is getting pushy about that music career that Dennis, kind of teed him up with. Dennis tries to distance himself, and Manson is not letting it go easy. Remember Terry Melker, that guy, Doris Day's son? That's a bust.
He listens to some of Manson's tapes, and
Maybe
he
I
visits
do
them
want
at this creepy
that.
ranch that they moved into called
I'll have to try it out.
And yeah, he's just like, yeah, it's just not good enough. You're not where we need you to be. Terry's just like, not my thing, and he bounces. Manson obviously takes that super well. It's like he's pissed, and he thinks that he's been promised fame, and now it's slipping away, just like everything else in his life. It is gone in an instant.
Chevrolet, Mountain, and May.
The ranch. That is the creepy old ranch where, you know, the whole cult really takes shape. It's this old movie set in the desert. It's falling apart. And it's perfect for a psychotic crew of, you know, misfits and drifters to go live. They're living rough. It's not great. It's not Dennis Wilson's mansion. They're sleeping in shacks, scavenging food. But they've got each other. They're running group sessions now. These, like, trippy, like, drug-fueled talks where he's, like, you know, explaining to them, like, the truth about the universe. And just the whole time, he's breaking them down psychologically more and more and more. He'll, you know, dose them with acid, playing mind games, telling them that they're special, and that if they're feeling the effects, it's because they're chosen. You gotta also understand, like, at this point, people are not doing psychedelics that regularly. Like, obviously in the 60s, like, here in California, you can get them. Like, a lot of these people are coming from, you know, middle of the country where they're not doing drugs, and all of a sudden they're hanging out with this guy having the most insane, mind-bending experiences they've ever had in their life. He's tying in, like, Bible verses with Beatles lyrics, the Helter Skelter thing about chaos and blood. The girls are literally calling him Jesus or Satan, depending on the day. And, yeah, this guy, he's, while, you know, putting all these people into this psychotic cult, he's sharper than ever. He's building a very serious, you know, death family, for lack of a better word. And up until this point, we've seen Charles Manson from this, you know, messed up childhood to this Hollywood hustle. And now here's the part that made him infamous. And, you know, in a pretty disgusting, terrible way. I didn't even realize how messed up this whole thing was. I saw a picture on Reddit of, you know, the Tate household. And I was like, holy shit, this is crazy. August 1969, you're in Los Angeles, the city of sunshine, movie stars. Everyone's got a dream. But there's something dark brewing in the hills. Manson's been out of prison for a couple of years. He's built his little family out on Span Ranch. He's got his crew. You know, the girls like Susan Atkins, Krenwinkel, Leslie Van Houten, and a tough guy named Tex Watson. All brainwashed, all on drugs, all extremely loyal. And they're eating rough. They're living rough. They're eating scraps, doing drugs all the time, listening to Charlie ramble about the end of the world. You know, normal 60s, 70s hippie stuff. And one day, Charlie gets this idea called Helter Skelter, where he says that there's a race war coming, black people versus white people, and he's going to lead out the survivors. I'm assuming he's on the white side, if I had to guess. Why is it always black versus white? It's like such an American thing. Why can't they get Asian versus Mexican? You know? That would be a battle for the ages. I'd watch that one. I would do a pay-per-view for that. But yeah, Charles Manson, he's going to lead the winners, the survivors out of this race war. So, August 8th, 1969, there's a fancy street in Benedict Canyon where there's a bunch of beautiful houses, all modern, tucked into the hills. And there's a woman named Sharon Tate, beautiful actress. She's 8 months pregnant. She's 26. Wow, I did not realize she was so young. And she's a rising star married to Roman Polanski, the big shot director, who I will say nothing else about, who has no other tattered history. Wow, she was beautiful.
She's a piece.
Wow, she's 26. That is so sad.
And Margot Robbie plays her in some movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, that's actually good casting. But yeah, she's beautiful. Wow, that's so sad. I didn't realize that. She was married to Roman Polanski.
It's crazy, huh?
Isn't Roman Polanski in France right now?
Yep. And why is he in France?
Because America's too strict.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't do what he wants.
Some would say justifiably strict on that matter, but yeah.
I mean, that's what Roman would say. Roman would say that this is there's not enough freedom here in America. But yeah, what's the deal? Allegedly, he's
He's a PDF.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All I know him from is from this movie, The Pianist.
That's right. Well, I feel like he's like, everyone's like, oh, he's this legendary actor, or just legendary director. Oh, he's the most legendary director.
Have one hit.
Right? Is how good of a movie?
You know what? Roman Polanski movies. Check it out.
Mm-hmm. I think this is a worthwhile tangent.
Yes.
Oh, he's still making movies. Oh, yeah. That's crazy. I don't know any of these. Wow. I mean, I can't imagine that they're getting major distribution. The Pianist, right? Pirates? He made a pirate film?
Oh, he made Chinatown.
Is Chinatown, that's popular?
It's a really good neo-noir, yeah.
Oh, wow. Macbeth. Oh, he did Rosemary's Baby. I've heard of this. I don't know.
We've been where you're going for the long haul, not just a long weekend. And we'll be there to protect you when the unexpected knocks your trip off track.
This is the first time I purchased flight coverage, and I am so glad I did. My husband suffered a severe leg injury, and I had to cancel my trip.
Protecting your trip of a lifetime deserves several lifetimes of experience. Choose Allianz Travel Insurance and chart your path with confidence.
I did see an interview recently where Roman Polanski was like, look, I like young women.
That's crazy.
I like young women. That's all men like young women. And yeah, he fled to France after being convicted.
I don't think he got a chance to be convicted.
He just fled before he was found innocent. Is what you were gonna say? Yeah, well, I'd be curious to know. I did not realize she was married to Roman Polanski. I don't know why that changes this for me. Like I don't know, like it just adds like layers.
It's more real.
It adds layers of like very twisted disturbedness. Basically, she's there August 8th with she's married to Roman Polanski. She's there with her friends, Jay Sebring, a hairstylist, Abigail Folger, yes, the coffee heiress, and then Wojciech Frykowski, who's a writer. She's also there. There's also an 18-year-old kid, Stephen Parent, just leaving after visiting the caretaker. It's a chill night. She's sipping tea, chatting, and then there's something sinister outside. Manson's not there himself. He's back at the ranch calling the shots. He's told Tex Watson and the girls, Susan Patricia and Linda Kazabian, to go to that house and destroy everyone in it. What the hell? He's mad about Terry Melcher, the producer who snubbed his music dreams. Melcher used to live at 1050 Celio Drive, but he's moved out. What? That's crazy. I did not know that it was a mistake. He wanted to get his get back at Terry Melcher for turning down his music career. But instead, he sent people to the address, but the Tates had moved in. That's crazy. And this is going to kick off the Helter Skelter vision. So around midnight, Tex and the girls roll up in a beat-up car. Linda's the lookout. The others grab a bunch of weapons, and these four hippies creep up the driveway to unleash hell. Tex cuts the phone lines first so no one can call for help. Ugh. Then here comes Stephen Parents in the car, about to drive off when Tex spots him and shoots him. He dies. That's the first person to die. Then he climbs over the gate, sneaks in the property, gets in the house. They have no idea what's coming. He busts in, says, "I'm the devil, here to do the devil's business." Jay Sebring, startled but protective, steps forward trying to shield Sharon Tate. Tex doesn't hesitate, swings the gun like a club, hits him in the face, breaks his nose, starts shooting everyone. People try to escape. It's just absolute mayhem. They push past the attacker, scrambling to the back door. Susan Atkins and Patricia Krenwinkel are on them in seconds. Wojciech wrestles with Susan, breaking free lineups, makes it to the front door. He stumbles on the lawn, and then Tex shoots him. He dies. Oh my goodness, he's stabbed a bunch of times and left him. I mean, this is like so brutal.
51 times.
Yeah, this is crazy. Abigail makes it farther, nearly reaching the pool. She then gets stabbed a bunch of times. Sharon Tate is inside. I mean, oh my goodness, this is like They just murder everyone in the house. They wash off the blood, ditch their clothes, head back to Span Ranch. Linda's freaking out because she didn't kill anyone, she just saw what happened. And Tex and the girls are all like high off the experience. Manson's waiting, he asks how it went, and he wants to know all the details. He's cool with it, and he says that it's the start of Helter Skelter, the war that he's been preaching about. The very next night, they strike again. This time, it's a house in Los Feliz. I wonder, if he thought that he was trying to get Melcher, if he knew that he didn't get him, and like if he just didn't care, or maybe he didn't know because like the people were like, yeah, we killed like 2 girls and a guy. He was like, all right, that's probably them. That's good enough. Right. Like I wonder if he was just like, all right, who cares? Next time, the next night, house in Los Feliz, the quieter part of L.A. Leno and Rosemary LaBianca live there, just regular folks, not movie stars. Leno is a grocery store owner. Rosemary runs a dress shop. They're in bed when Manson shows up himself this time, not to kill, but to set it up. He creeps in with Tex. They tie up the people, and they tell him it's just a robbery. Then he leaves, telling Tex, Susan, Patricia to finish it. Ugh. I mean, this is crazy. They kill them. They write a bunch of like messages all over the fridge and all over the walls. Then they shower, eat some watermelon from the kitchen, and then bounce. 2 nights later, 7 are dead, and LA is about to lose its mind. I mean, this is crazy. It also makes you wonder, like, how do you get people to murder for you? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of an interesting question. Like, you get these people that are like wayward drifters, sure, but you get them into your cult and then you get them to kill for you? I mean, that's like insane. So now the news has hit all the newspapers, okay? Like, one of the most famous actresses in the world is now dead. And there's a headline saying that there's a ritual slaying, there's this hippie cult. They see, these words written on the door, pig. Then there's the La Bianca place, there's the same thing, more crazy writings, and people are freaking out. They lock their doors, people are buying guns, they start seeing hippies on the street, and people are trying to connect the dots. They don't know, they don't have a lead. And like Charles Manson is obviously like, connected to some famous people, or at least he was, so he's not like a household name. So like people just don't know what's going on. And this is where it gets weird. So Manson is this whole time talking about Helter Skelter, this apocalyptic race war where black people rise up, they kill white people, and then Manson's crew is going to hide out in the desert until it's over. Then he claims that he'll take over the chaos. He ties in with the Beatles' White Album, saying that Piggies and Revolution 9 was a secret code telling him to spark it. They think that murdering these rich white folks and leaving bloody messages are enough to light the fuse. So the aftermath of these horrific murders are a mess. Cops are stumped, there's no fingerprints, there's no motive. Like these 2 random groups of people that literally have nothing to do with each other. The family, Manson and his gang, they're sloppy. Linda Kasabian spills everything to a cellmate after getting nabbed for something that had nothing to do with the murders. Susan Atkin brags in jail, telling some hippie chick every detail, and then by December '69, the word has spread, and the net was closing in on Manson, Tex, and the girls. They all eventually get scooped up, and the trial is just insane. I bet you it's probably one of the first, newsworthy trials that becomes like a sensation. If I had to bet, that's probably one of the first ones. Shaved heads, he's got a swastika carved on his forehead, he's ranting like this mad prophet. They eventually get convicted in '71. Everyone gets life sentences. And, LA is able to kind of chill and breathe again, still reeling from the brutal murders that happened just a few years before. 2 nights, 7 people died. Sharon Tate, her friends, the LaBiancas, all because Manson said, do it. Manson didn't hold the knife, didn't kill anyone directly, but he's the name that we remember. Why? Because he was able to turn these lost kids into killers with nothing but his voice, some messages, some charm, and maybe some drugs. And the Helter Skelter thing is wild. Like, I don't know if he believed it. I don't know if it was something that he actually thought was going to happen. Maybe it was a lie. Maybe it was, given to him, perhaps, to discredit the hippie movement and the anti-war movement. But whatever it was, it worked. And these people bought in, and they ended up killing a bunch of innocent folks. And this is where it gets a little weirder, okay? This is where some of the Tom O'Neill stuff comes into play. MK Ultra, all right? So we talked about, his messed up childhood, the Hollywood stuff, the murders, the trials. But now here's the kind of the back door, some of the conspiratorial stuff. Again, not necessarily that I believe this. This has just been compiled in what people are saying on the net. So, is it possible that the government turned Charles Manson into a weapon that then spun out of control? Yeah. MK Ultra, secret experiments, and this creepy connection that just might change how you see this whole saga. So let's go back a little bit, right? It's 1967. Manson is fresh out of prison. He's in San Francisco as the hippie scene is exploding, right? We talked about this. He's 32. He's scruffy. He's got his guitar. It's a summer of love. But here's a crazy thing that happens. There's a program called MK Ultra. This is a legit CIA program that ran from the 50s into the 60s. And if you're watching this, there's a good chance you've probably heard that before, right? This wasn't some noble spy mission. This was the weird, rogue, freaky CIA shit that they were doing back in the day, and definitely not anymore. The CIA wanted to figure out how to control people's minds, full-on brainwashing. And they were doing this through, LSD tests, hypnosis, electric shock, even torture, on a bunch of different people. Prisoners, soldiers, regular people that didn't know what was going on. And this might sound crazy, but this is all documented. There are, declassified files, there's lawsuits, there's a movie by Errol Morris called Wormwood that I think talks about some of this stuff. But coincidentally, Errol Morris also does this movie Chaos on Netflix about Manson. And so what does this matter for Manson? Why is this connection interesting? Because he's walking to the city where this stuff was still bubbling under the surface. The CIA had been at it for years, starting in '53 when they greenlit MK Ultra to fight the Cold War, worried that the Soviets were already brainwashing people. They dosed hundreds, potentially even thousands of people with acid, sometimes without even telling them, trying to see if they could erase their memories and plant ideas and essentially turn people into robots. They worked for doctors, scientists. I'm pretty sure this is again just another conspiracy tangent. They worked with this guy named Jolly West, who infamously was the doctor that saw Jack Ruby while he was in prison. Jack Ruby infamously killed Lee Harvey Oswald, who infamously killed John F. Kennedy. And this guy was a known on-the-record doctor that worked within the MK Ultra program. And they were setting up these MK Ultra systems all over San Francisco, New York, LA, and by the 1960s, the program was officially winding down. Or so they say. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I'm sitting here in my beautiful tent, as you can see, every week, day in, day out. And people always ask, they say, Mark, how do I have a tent like that? I want to sit in a beautiful tent and invite a lover, a friend, someone that I appreciate and adore. I want to give them a good time inside my tent. Well, it's easy. Thanks to the good folks over at BlueChew.com. That's right. Blue Chew is the original OG brand offering chewable tablets. And what do these tablets do? Oh, I'm glad you asked. They are going to give you just a stronger, harder, and longer-lasting sexual performance. That's right. They're going to help you pitch a tent any place, anywhere. And the best part, it's all done online. That means you don't have to go to a doctor's office and talk to them and be like, I'm feeling some type of way. Look, this is not for people that are, lacking necessarily. This is for people that want to have the best experience of their life, whether it's Valentine's Day, birthday, a funeral. Who knows? Whenever you need it, you never know when you can use Blue Chew. And we have a special deal for the listeners of this program. That's right. Try your first month of Blue Chew for free. That's right. Completely free. Mark, is it going to work for me? Hey, it's free. Why not just try it? Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring this podcast. All right, now let's get after it, and let's get back to the show. Let's go a little closer, all right? The Haight-Ashbury district is the hippie capital. You have flowers, peace signs, free love, but it's also the petri dish for all the CIA stuff, right? One of the names that keeps popping up, I just said it, that is Louis Jolly West. This guy is a big-time psychiatrist, a master of mind control. He's neck deep in all the MK Ultra stuff. He's a dude you'd put in like a creepy movie. He's like a Severance type, right? Brilliant, he's charming, but he's got this dark side. And he ran experiments dosing people with LSD, studying how it broke them down. There he is, the old infamous Jolly West. I wonder if he's still alive. There's no way, but maybe. He'd be a great guess. You gotta get him on the pod. And yeah, he would dose people with LSD to see how he would break them down. He even bragged once about giving an elephant 300 times a human dose of acid just to see what would happen. Whoa.
A VPN is an ultimate tool to keep your online connection private and your browsing free of meddling internet service providers and network regulations. With the top VPN provider, you can even filter out malicious ads, trackers, and download links. With my exclusive deals, we can get the best discount for top VPN providers from NordVPN, Surfshark, to ProtonVPN, and even more.
We fight those who wield power to prey on. Beasts who think themselves men. That is what it means to be a creature. Remember who you are and let it gauge your power. For at the end of it, you will find the answers you seek.
What happened? The elephant. You know how they never forget? This one forgot.
This one forgot.
He also died. The elephant, that is. And this is where it gets crazy. So West is working at the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic, where he spots, hippies coming in, trying to get help, whether they're, ODing, going through withdrawals, drugs, STDs. And guess who keeps on showing up at this clinic? A guy by the name of Charles Miles Manson. That's right, a.k.a. Charlie. He's out of prison, he's hooked on a bunch of drugs, and he's hanging with his crew of runaways, and he's a regular at this clinic. And maybe, it's just a coincidence that he's going to the same clinic that this guy that's very connected to all the MK Ultra programs is also working out of. But also you gotta think about it, right? Manson's got no job, no money, and he's just got a rap sheet, and all of a sudden he's connected with this guy, Jolly West, who spent years trying to figure out how to work minds with LSD and hypnosis. So Manson is at the clinic, maybe he's there just, working, trying to, get, some testing for an STD or something. He's already tripping on LSD all the time. It's everywhere in 67, right? He's dosing himself, dosing his followers, and then he gets this spooky talent for getting inside people's heads. Prison teaches him some tricks, sure, how to read people, how to survive. But the family is next level. He's like teaching people how to become killers. Some folks, like the writer I mentioned before, Tom O'Neill, he's dug into this for 20 years. He was assigned the story back in the 90s to look into it, and didn't turn in the story on time, and then spent the next 2 decades working on this book called Chaos that came out in 2019. And he says that Manson would have been the perfect lab rat for MK Ultra, right? The CIA has this guy. He's unstable. He's desperate. He's already a criminal. He's loose in San Francisco. So maybe you could hook him up with some acid. Maybe you could get him a line to get more drugs if he needs them. Maybe you could tell his parole officer to kind of chill and not, be on his case and get him back in prison. And why would you want to do this? Well, the hippie movement, why, 1967, is massive. Millions of kids tuning in, dropping out, and freaking out the government. Again, the hippie movement is deeply tied with the anti-war movement, which is not great. Can you look up a quote about how they're going to use, to discredit black people and hippies? Okay, we have the quote. Basically, you have this guy, what's his name, Ehrlichman? Yeah, John Ehrlichman. He is the domestic policy chief for Nixon. And he says this in an interview. The Nixon campaign in 68 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana, the blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Wow. Pretty crazy. Yeah. So let's say you're trying to create an agent provocateur within the hippie movement, and you already are doing these MK Ultra, tests where you're giving people acid to see how it's affecting their psyche, and then you meet these drifters that are coming into, your clinic, And Jolly West is there, right? And he's connected with the CIA. And there's other doctors that are there that are tied to CIA projects. And, you know, they have a penchant for dosing people with LSD. And then Manson's popping in and out. He's with these girls. And he's got, you know, this collection of people. And he seems pretty smart. He's pretty sharp. And he's able to get people to follow him. Is it possible that that guy could be, you know, a potential subject to discredit the hippie movement?
It's interesting that he got drugged, allegedly by the CIA, and then went and did the same thing to other unsuspecting people.
Right, if MK Ultra was done to turn soldiers into puppets, to create like the super soldier, he basically turned his followers, random drifters that came from, you know, some random town, into murderers.
Yeah.
Like, you have to be a certain level of psychotic to go murder for no reason. Like, if someone does something bad to you, steals all your money, kills someone in your family, and you go murder them, it's like, okay, I think a lot of people could get to that level. Maybe 35, 40% of the population. If some random guy tells you, hey, go kill random people, innocent women, pregnant, like the most like vulnerable people in a society, you have to be mentally deranged to do that. Yeah. Just on someone's request, like to risk your entire life and freedom. Like, I guess you have to just be so bought into the ideology, or personally deranged, or both. So it seems like he was able to use whatever he learned if he was a part of these MK Ultra experiments. And you know, Manson is popping in and out. Potentially, he you know, uses what he learned while he was, you know, doing these sessions, goes to Span Ranch, and teaches them the way that he was taught these MK Ultra tactics. All right, here's a freaky little detail. Manson's parole officer, this guy Roger Smith, worked at the same clinic. Smith's not just a parole guy, he got a PhD, studied violence, and was a part of a federal project on drug rehab. He's supposed to keep Manson in line, but Charles breaking rules left and right, living with a harem, stealing cars and tripping on acid, and Smith's reports are like, he's a good guy, he's fine, nothing to see here, he's good. Some people allege that Smith was in on it. Maybe, you know, reporting back to someone higher, maybe even watching Manson from afar. So,
wondering who qualifies as a dependent on your tax return? We've got the answers on this edition of Tax Tips by TurboTax. If you have a child that you can claim as a dependent on your 2025 tax return, you could get a tax credit worth up to $2,200. You might be able to claim a credit of up to $500.
Manson, he's fresh out, right? Lands in the city with MK Ultra Ghost. He's at this clinic where CIA doctors are linked, and you know they're hanging out, working. He's doing acid a bunch, turning runaways into this cult faster than you could believe. His parole is a joke. He's got freedom that no ex-convict, especially a violent ex-convict, should ever have. And then he turns all of these runaways into killing machines that murder 7 people in 2 days. And yeah, he's cool. Next time they catch up to him, they arrest him, he's just chilling. Like, just a natural psycho. Or maybe he feels like he's got some leverage. Maybe he feels like he has an angle, okay? But who knows? Maybe Manson is just, he's a, you know, some lucky nutcase who had a negligent parole officer who's lazy and was just showing up at a clinic because it's free and not because he's a test subject. And the whole helter-skelter thing is just this crazy thing that he made up. But, like I said before, maybe there was a concerted effort by the CIA to try to disrupt the hippie movement. Another example of this is Operation Chaos, where the book in the documentary we're talking about gets its name, which is another real thing, that basically the CIA spied domestically on activists and infiltrated groups that they saw as a threat to the state. So what if Manson was a chaos agent, right? You let him run wild, he's able to turn these lovers into murderers, scare the public straight, and basically like, hey, this hippie movement is evil, and we gotta stop letting our kids be doing drugs. And, you know, these murders make the news, and then all of a sudden hippies aren't some cute, you know, peacekeepers. They are murderers that are strung out on drugs. Tom O'Neill, you know, if it wasn't for him, we probably wouldn't have most of this information. He actually found Jolly West files and learned of Smith's weird leniency, his parole officer, and ended up writing about it. But the CIA burned most of the MK Ultra records in '73. Seems convenient. Witnesses are dead, stories that shift. And Jolly West dies in 99, never telling the secrets. Smith stays quiet, and Manson, he rambled all the way up to the end, right? He was just saying all sorts of crazy shit before he died in 2017, but never did he say the CIA made me do it. Interesting. You would think he probably would, right? If
you're brainwashed.
Oh, that's a good point. If he's so brainwashed that, he's going crazy, he thinks he's doing, the helter-skelter stuff, this, race war that ends all humanity. So the interesting part about this whole thing, beyond the MKUltra stuff, is how the trial about these, gruesome murders turns into this, freak show parade, right? And what if that is part of the agenda? If you're trying to discredit the hippie movement, you make the trial front and center and you show how crazy and deranged this hippie is. And by doing that, you're able to now, throw out the hippie movement, baby with the bathwater, right? Because most trials, especially up to this point, are pretty boring, pretty uneventful. They're pretty, manicured. The lawyer speaks for the client. The client doesn't do that much stuff. But that is not the case with this trial, right? Fast forward, everybody gets arrested, okay? So then by July 24th, 1970, the trial of the century kicks off at the Hall of Justice. Charles Manson, all 5 feet 2 inches of him, he's just standing there. He struts in with everyone, all the people that were involved in the 7 murders, all facing 7 counts of first degree and conspiracy. They're all looking at death in the California gas chamber, which at the time was still a method that they used for execution at the hands of the state. The prosecutor, this guy Vincent Bugliosi, he's this sharp dude with a mustache that's he's got this mountain of evidence, he's got the clothes, he's got the testimony, he's got all the people inside the family that are just basically saying, pleading guilty. And there's an open shut case. Pretty easy, they should be able to come in, have the jury deliberate, and then that's it. But that's not what happens. It is a spectacle, and Charles Manson is about to steal the show, right? So day one, he walks in, and his head is shaved bald, and he's got an X carved directly into his forehead, and scratched him with a razor, straight up. And when he's asked about the X, he says that he X'd himself out of the world. It was pretty edgelord, high school fake deep shit. And Susan Patricia.
What do I have today? Just that therapy appointment for inner child work at 11. Oh, it's stupid. I hate it. I just want to stay up late and hang out with my friends. So, keep it? Yeah. Smart.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shatter it.
We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas.
You want opportunity. You want purpose. A chance to lead and serve in meaningful ways.
This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
And Leslie Strolin the next day, and they also have their heads shaved and X's on their forehead too. Could you get a picture of that? I mean, that seems pretty crazy. And again, these girls are coming in, they're not just defendants, they are his disciples. They're parroting his every move. And by the end of the trial, the X morphs into a swastika. So it starts as an X, and then he turns the X into the swastika. And again, the media is just eating this up. The headlines are saying, the Manson mad cult, and the world is glued to this, nightmare that's become, this massive, courtroom drama. And, Susan starts singing mid-trial, for real. She starts, singing, a Manson song, all high-pitched and eerie. Patricia and Leslie join in, giggling while they're singing in court. After they've murdered, a dozen people at this point, right? The girls, they're following him. They're saying that we're not afraid to the judges and to the jurors, and people are like, is this allowed? Is it, what are the rules in a courtroom? And this judge, this guy Charles Older, who's a no-nonsense vet in the district, He can barely keep this thing together. The lawyers, they're all scrambling, right? Manson fires his first attorney, this guy Ronald Hughes, because Hughes wants a real defense, right? Thinking that, the trial's about laws. Idiot. Manson takes over his own case for a bit, ranting about Helter Skelter and how the Beatles made him do it. And then, the girl's lawyers aren't much better. This guy, Irving Kanarek, turns into a filibuster, objecting to everything, dragging it out like he's auditioning for the worst lawyer of all time. This thing goes for 9 months because this is a performance piece for them. This is their chance to get attention, become famous, ego, delusion. It's crazy. This guy Ronald Hughes, by the way, the first lawyer that Manson fires, he goes missing mid-trial. And they find his body later in a ditch. How he died, nobody really knows. Could just be a coincidence. Maybe he got into a drug deal gone wrong. Or maybe, Charlie's reach stretched beyond the courtroom. Imagine Charles Manson tells this guy some of the details. He's like, yeah, I was a part of these mind control experiments, and all of a sudden the CIA hears about it, and then this somehow get a hold of him and say, hey, fire this guy, and then he ends up dead. Manson is glaring at people the entire time in the courtroom, threatening Judge Older on the record, saying, I'll get you. It's said that Older started packing a gun under his robe after that, while he's in the courtroom. Jurors are freaking out. They're locked in a hotel for 9 months, no TV, no papers, because the press is like a feeding frenzy. And the prosecution got it rough. Bugliosi, he's a bull.
Yeah, it's time for another energy drink.
Kasabian on the stand, 18 days straight, spilling every detail.
I'm gonna get a coffee.
The shooting, Susan's jailhouse confession backs it all up. She's proud of it, for the record. They finally get.
I don't know if I want to use the totem.
Right, Manson's defense, he claims that he's a victim.
I really like the totem though.
The murders were quote love, and the girls try to protect him, saying that they acted alone, that he's innocent, and the whole thing is just absurd. So January 25th, the verdict drops, guilty, all of them.
I want to see something real
quick. Life in prison, no parole, with the death penalty off the table because California did away with it in 1972. But not before Manson's last act. He leaps at Judge Older with a pencil, screaming, "In the name of Christian justice." Guards tackle him, and the girls are screaming. The courtroom is just an absolute frenzy. Everyone's going crazy. What the hell? This must be from a movie. Dramatization, but still, crazy. Yeah, that's chaos. That is Charles Manson's entire MO, is just send the world into chaos. He is just an agent of chaos. So, there you have it. That's basically the story of Charles Manson. One of the most, you could say, crazy, evil, bizarre, people to ever exist. A proper agent of chaos, I could say. Was he connected with the MK Ultra stuff? I don't know. I gotta watch this documentary on Netflix. I'm gonna check it out. But
it's hard to imagine he wasn't to be able to get away with a lot of this stuff.
Wouldn't surprise me. How do you have a parole officer that just doesn't check in?
Right.
Or does he get in trouble? Right? Charles Manson's parole officer, after 7 people get murdered and the entire city shuts down, that guy has to be accountable.
Also, what did Manson tell his first lawyer where that guy had to get ice?
Yeah, I have no idea. And how did he die? I wonder if they ever did an autopsy or figured out how he died. There's a lot more to this that we got to figure out. But all that to say, I didn't really know much about Charles Manson, to be honest with you. But now I feel like I have a better idea. Also, it's just so convenient that they need to discredit the hippie movement. That, for all intents and purposes, is nothing other than people that want to bang each other and do drugs.
Right.
Which, sure, you can have your qualms with that, but I don't think people are enemies of the state. But if they are provoking, or invoking this anti-war sentiment, then I can see how that would become problematic, right? And then the fact that right at the sort of apex of this entire saga, you have one of the most violent chaos agents ever shows up on the scene in the place where it's all happening, in San Francisco, and then is murdering famous people to get on national news, and then he's in this courtroom for 9 months putting on this entire freak show to then basically tell people. And then it seems like the hippie movement basically ends after that. Not directly, but it's the end of the 60s. And it seems like it dramatically shifts. And I wonder if there's a direct fallout where you have agents going and breaking up hippie gatherings, being hey, you guys can't get together anymore because what if there's a Manson in here? What if there's another Charles Manson? We gotta stop Charles Manson. I mean, that's crazy. I don't know. What do y'all think? Was Charles Manson an MK Ultra agent?
Starting to take a little break.
Have you guys seen the documentary?
Actually, a little bit of it.
What makes Carl's Jr.'s famous star so famous? Is it the charbroilness, the sauce,
But I do need to still go get that
one
coffee.
famous star single? Get a second for just $1. Only at Carl's Jr.
Climb these cliffs and collect one Shrike egg. If you feel you cannot go on, turn back. You can always try again next season. We seek to build wisdom and strength, not to destroy you. A corpse does your tribe no good. No matter what you choose to do, return with a grand tale of what you faced. Tabakai, chieftain of the Tukuhama tribe.
Alright, I got my coffee.
We want to understand
I got my coffee.
David, the use of technology in filmmaking technology influences special effects. It influences editing, post-production, and all throughout the
Skip
process.
the damn ad.
What's different, though, about
O'Neill's book, because I feel like there's a lot in there that we did not cover today that we might need to do another deep dive on. But
Oh, this video is
I
almost
appreciate
over.
you guys all for listening. It means the world. Thanks for holding me down, especially as we're, dialing in our content here and figuring out what's best.
Iran Supreme Leader is dead.
As always, I've been Mark. You can see me on the road coming to your city. Not as an agent of chaos, but as an agent.
This motherfucker was just alive.
Will be $67. Whenever I've got a spare 10 minutes, I'll just test something on free cash. It's low effort, totally legit, no stress. That will be $97. And it totally pays.
Skip ad. Thank you.
Folks, new pack just landed. Is it gas or what? Iran's leader is dead. We reported on this earlier, all of these bombs going off in Iran, and we can now confirm that the leader of Iran, the supreme leader, as we covered in the previous video, okay, we're going up for any more supreme drops now, he is no longer, Draco would say, okay?
Damn.
He's gone, he's finished, it's over with, okay? There's been a lot of crazy stuff going around about this.
Let's smoke one. Let's smoke them. Blinker check, I guess. I hope this doesn't lead to anything like World War III.
He's no longer, alright? So let me show you some of the news reporting. I'm going to show you some of the rumors going around. And I think tomorrow I'm going to do a different video about how Dubai is basically finished as a tourist destination. It's over with. We ain't going to Dubai no more. It's over with. I'll do that tomorrow, but for now, let's just remain on pack watch as we can actually find out what is going on with this.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes. We are interrupting the game for just a moment here because there is major breaking news at this hour. ABC News has just learned that Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, is believed to have been killed in the attack in Iran. President Trump just moments ago confirming the news in a social media post. Killed in
no way, he confirmed it in a fucking Twitter post.
86-year-old cleric has served as supreme leader since 1989.
So he's 86 years old. He's been serving since 1989. All right. I saw some people trolling on Twitter talking about 86. He was so young. What was this guy even doing, still being in charge? I'm sorry, but a strong gust of wind could have taken this guy out. The fact that he took B-2 bombers is ridiculous. But hey, he's no longer.
30 years. The U.S. and Israel say they targeted Khamenei and the rest of Iran's top leadership in massive strikes that began early this morning. Israel saying just hours ago that it would continue to target the regime until it has been eliminated. Our Rachel Scott asking the president in a phone conversation late today how long this would last. He said that the outcome, the timeline of this could depend on when we confirmed, the U.S. confirmed, that the supreme leader was in fact dead. Also, Rachel asking the president who will lead Iran next. President Trump telling Rachel that he did not want to explain, but that we have a beautiful plan. I want to get right to our chief White House correspondent, Mary Cruz. Live at the White House tonight. Mary, what are you doing?
David, the president announcing Khamenei's death in a lengthy social media post just now. I want to read through to you what the president is saying. He says, Khomeini, one of the most evil people in history, is dead. This is not only justice for the people of Iran, but for all great Americans and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed or mutilated by Khomeini and his bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems. And working closely with Israel, there was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed along with him could do. The president goes on, David, to repeat the claims that we heard him make overnight shortly after this attack for regime change. The president saying this is the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country. The big question has been, what does that look like? How does the U.S. and how does President Trump envision that playing out? The president says that hopefully the IRGC and police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. But David, the president concludes this statement by saying that the heavy and pinpoint bombing, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week or as long as necessary to achieve our objective of peace throughout the Middle East and indeed the world.
Absolutely insane, okay? So they've taken him out, Trump has finished him off. It is insanity, okay? He did exactly what he said he was going to do. He did exactly what he promised to do, okay? And there's maps going around just showing the absolute scale of these bombings, okay? Look, I've got it here in my little document, all right? As you can see here, this is a conflict map that included Israel, all of the different, basically, attacks they sent over straight to Tehran. A lot of different places that are on the map. I don't know if you can see that, all right? But they basically sent all kinds of just, missiles, weaponry, all right, and then basically this map showed that Iran actively fired retaliation missiles into more than 5 different countries. I'm going to cover this in another video about how they sent bombs to Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, all of these places. So yeah, they bombed all of these countries. Okay, they got Iraq in there. Look, okay, I know Iran and Iraq have some pretty historical beef, but they basically lashed out at everybody. Jordan, the UAE, and I think the UAE has probably been the most devastating one. This one actually really does change everything. But anyway, I'm going to cover that in a much more deeper dive in another video for you guys. So it looks like the worst has been avoided. This was a tweet that was going around that said Donald Trump has threatened to deploy O-Block into Iran, right? Either Iran locks in or O-Block will handle things. Fortunately, they will not have to deploy any tactical BDs to Iran. There's some pretty funny tweets going around about this. I'm not going to lie to you. It is actually crazy. These are crazy times we're living in. We need a little bit of humour to lighten the load. But there's been some crazy tweets. This one had me cracking up, man. They said, breaking news, all right. They said the new supreme ruler of Iran has chosen Marco Al Rubio, who will be assuming the role within at least the next few hours. Okay, good luck to him on the position. I think he's going to do a much better job than the last guy. Now, funnily enough, okay, they tried to fake that he was alive. There's been a few instances of this over the years that I've covered in different various wars, from street gang wars to, international conflicts. But when dudes get smoked, they like to pretend they're still alive. This was going around. It said, breaking, the Ayatollah Ali Khamenei addressed the Iranian people in a video denying reports that he was killed by Israel. Now, I don't know if he had this one pre-recorded, because he knew he would end up getting packed off.
Loaded.com. Get the biggest game releases of the year at the best prices. Enjoy incredible savings with up to 35% off new releases. Loaded. Pay less. Game more.
That same bold Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
It's nice.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too.
By Israel at some point, all right, it couldn't escape them forever. But he put this one out basically saying, look, we don't even need to listen to this nonsense, right? Even the community notes, they're saying, no, he's dead, it's been confirmed. And so this is actually the moment that the Iranians had to backtrack. This was the moment on Iranian state television when it was announced that Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. Very somber-looking news presenter thinking, I don't know if I'm going to be in a job. I don't even know if I'm going to be having a home that hasn't been reduced to rubble in the next few days. Look at this.
إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. ملت بزرگ ایران، روح بلند پیشوای ملت بزرگ ایران و پیشقرار امت اسلامی حضرت امام خامنه ای با نوشیدن شهد گوارای شهادت در ماه مبارک رمضان.
He's tasting the sweet nectar of martyrdom. I don't know if that's the sweet nectar that he's tasting. I think he might be tasting the sweet nectar of the American missile system.
به ملکوت اعلا پیوست. شورای عالی امنیت ملی در این زمینه بیانیه.
He's cooked, right? He's cooked. It's over with. Okay, so what's really interesting, all right, that I thought was quite fascinating about this is that there was actually a report that this was some kind of get back to 9/11. Now, bear with me for a second. People saying in the Islamic calendar, today is the 11th day of the 9th month. The 9th month. 9/11. Payback time for all the Islamic terrorists. That's what this tweet says. President Trump carried out strikes on Iran on 9/11, in their 9/11 during Ramadan. He's an absolute genius. The rest of it, Khomeini. I didn't say that. That's Laura Loomer saying that. That's Laura Loomer, okay? Look, she's a feisty one, all right? But she's saying that Trump just did a 9/11. It's insanity. Okay? It's insanity. Now, a lot of people are saying there's going to be get back. Alex Jones, we haven't got time to listen to everything he's saying, but he's basically saying there's a high probability that Iran will be activating terrorist sleeper cells within the United States in the coming days and weeks. And that is a scary prospect. That is probably the biggest thing people are worried about, is actually any kind of retaliation for this. They've been hitting back at Dubai, and I'm going to cover that in detail tomorrow, but this is a bad one. This is a bit of a joke tweet going around, all right, but we've talked a lot about Palantir recently. People saying breaking, according to several sources, Khomeini's last words were, oh, so that's what Palantir does. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they I'm saying if they set the play, if they lined up the back door for this one. So people are celebrating all around the world. This video is going around in London, and this is apparently Iranians and Israelis, or a group of Jewish people that are, supporting Israel, celebrating together in London. This is a sight that very few people. So if you look at this, right, we don't need to hear all of that going on. These are Iranian flags being flown, I believe. And Israeli folk, you never would have thought you'd be seeing these kind of sights. The everyday Iranian is really happy about what's happened here. Okay. Now, ironically, an Iranian commander came out to say Trump should know that today we fired only our old stockpile missiles. Soon we'll unveil weapons that you've never seen before. For us signaling they're moving from the old inventory to the next level stuff. Since their 84-year-old leader has just been killed, I would expect that they're probably moving from old inventory to next level stuff, for sure. Okay, people have been reacting to the news all over Reddit and giving their opinion on this, and it has been absolutely wild. I believe Trump might have actually released some footage of the strike as it happened, okay, and I'm going to show you that in a minute. But basically, this is in New Iran, this was 7 hours ago, they're saying, let's hope this is true. Many of the military, other security police forces no longer want to fight, and they're looking for immunity. It is crazy, okay? People are saying it's self-coup time. The remaining defectors and high command collaborators will self-coup the government at this rate, basically bring Pahlavi in, because there's no way they're going to be able to run the country on their own. People saying no longer want to fight translates to don't want to die without ever seeing what killed them. And they're saying we will make sure to prosecute and hold every single butcher accountable, and this won't be a get out of jail for free card. Okay? It's crazy. It's good news. Good news if true. Alright? A lot of people have been reacting. When the news came around on New Iran that Trump was confirming the death of Khomeini, people were rejoicing. Okay, if I get a correct link, I will show you how much rejoicing was being shared. Okay, this is Trump basically confirming it, all right, and it's a pretty crazy statement. He said he called Khomeini one of the most evil people in history, and that he's now dead. It's justice for the people of Iran and great Americans, and those people from many countries throughout the world that have been killed, mutilated, or hurt by Khomeini and his gang of bloodthirsty thugs. He was unable to avoid our intelligence and highly sophisticated tracking systems, working closely with Israel. There was not a thing he or the other leaders that have been killed could have done to escape it. It's the single greatest chance for the Iranian people to take back their country, and we're hearing many of their military and security and police forces no longer even want to fight. They're looking for immunity from us. Maybe he'll grant it if he feels like it. He said last night, now they can have immunity and later they will only get death. This is your last chance. Grab the immunity while it's on the table. Trump will take that away. They're saying hopefully the IRGC and the police will peacefully merge with the Iranian patriots and work together as a unit to bring back the country to the greatness it deserves. They're going to make Iran great again. That's insane. Right? They're going to get MIGA. M-I-G-A.
Do this alone.
Make Iran great. That's what they're going to do. It's insane. It's insane that you're even tweeting this. Because that process could soon be starting in that, not only the death of Khomeini, but the country has been, in only one day, very much destroyed and even obliterated. The heavy pinpoint bombings, however, will continue uninterrupted throughout the week. They're still going to keep blowing it up if they keep at it. But I would like to think that the people would be ready to rise up and actually install, hopefully, a democracy, or at least something better than what was there before. They're saying he died like a rat, he died like a dog, a beautiful dog. I'm imagining that being read in Trump's voice. They're saying the hate of men will pass and dictators will die, and the power they took from the people will return to the people, and so long as men die, liberty will never perish. That's a quote from Charlie Chaplin there. because I'm optimistic, but I don't doubt that the IRGC will peacefully merge. Like, after all, they have tens of thousands of their own people's blood on their hands, so logically speaking, they're at risk of even being prosecuted for those crimes. Anyway, we'll have to see how the situation unfolds. People saying there's already Israeli assets in the high command along with other defectors. Next step would be coup or self-coup the government. The control is dead. Are any even still fighting, or have they realised they're completely screwed? People aren't sure. I'm sure people are popping open a can of beer to celebrate, right? I'm sure people are rolling up big backwards for some of this as well. It is insanity, okay? And this has gone to r/news. This is the biggest news in the world right now. Oh, it's been removed by the moderators. Well, we know exactly what this is, as Ben Trump just announced. Bipolar's death, right? Seems like it's shockingly easy to kill or kidnap world leaders. Well, it is when you're American. Maybe when you got AI, maybe you got that Palantir on your side. That's probably how. So this video has been going around. This is apparently Trump unclassifying the videos from the strikes on Iran. Okay? It is insane. So this is apparently some footage of just how much their shit got pushed in, basically. Look at the state of it. He's unclassified some of these strikes, just whole buildings just destroyed in milliseconds. Huge military installations just absolutely obliterated. Okay, this looks like some sort of air defense gone. It's gone, and it's gone immediately in seconds. It's gone. I don't know what equipment that is, but it looks big, and it's gone in blood smithereens immediately. Okay, that's what you get when you fuck around with the Americans. That's what you get. Okay. Now, some people are still quite upset about this. People are saying when the next 9/11 happens, they'll be holding Republicans responsible. Now, arguably, people are still saying no. We need to unclassify Epstein. Don't be distracted. More importantly, what about the unredacted Epstein files? The Dow is at 50,000. So, no, it is what it is. Right? It is what it is. It's crazy. So look, I'm going to do a bigger breakdown of everything that's going on, especially in Dubai tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be new news when I wake up. I've got another Epstein. I actually got 2 Epstein videos that I need to do. One of them I won't be able to put out until Monday because it has been flagged by YouTube and I don't want to get in trouble. And some people, some people were kind of upset that I had videos that I was uploading and I couldn't upload them in time. But I don't want to be in trouble with YouTube. Right? I'm already in enough trouble with them on my main channel. But this is crazy news. This is one of the biggest things that's happened. Okay. I'm currently not in my usual setup, so I've not been able to kind of give you all of the updates that I would like, but I will do that very soon, and I will keep updating you on this. I know this situation is going to keep developing. I'll keep you guys updated about the change of government, any of the transition that's going on, and any more news about the operation that took out the Supreme Leader. I'll keep you guys informed, but yeah, this is crazy. This is absolutely wild news. And it just goes to show you what happens when you mess around with America. I'm even seeing rumors that apparently Putin is backtracking on Ukraine, being how far the Americans can take it. If Trump wanted to do this, Putin could. I'll just say that, alright? I'll just say that. I don't think he wants to. But there you go. Alright, we're seeing the Shaheed drones in Dubai. Dubai is finished as a tourist destination. It is actually over with. All the influencers, you're going to have to find somewhere else to go. It's going to be everyone's going to go to Thailand. But anyway, I'll cover that in another video for you guys in great detail tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to wrap it up here. Definitely thoughts and prayers for the people of Iran. I hope everything goes well for them and that they get the government that they deserve. And it's finally the end of that era. Crazy. Alright, catch you guys in the next video. Thanks.
What? Internet's gone?
No worries. Watch videos outdoors with TikTok Lite. Get your favorite food tutorials ready while at home. Create delicious food in the wild with your favorite tutorials. Download it now. Smaller app, bigger fun.
It's all the way back to 4 BC. What does the Roman Empire look like at that point? What is this little place, Judea? What is about to happen?
He had some sort of relationship with John the Baptist.
A wild guy.
Right, charismatic, very influential, very holy, right?
He's
a lot
Russian.
of respect. But at a certain point, he starts...
Can I see?
Shut the fuck up. This coffee is getting to me.
Which is true. Totally true. Helen. That's what it's saying. There is not one thing that is wrong with it. One at a time. You see it. Putting it all in the space.
Shut your ass, boy.
No, you.
I can't. I just took a shit. Yeah. No, you.
Oh, shit. He said down again. So the direction.
And you forget, forget, technically, all of I usually thought
be black.
No, you will never be.
Yes, I will be.
I don't believe you.
You can't tell me what I can, Dad.
Yeah, I can. Look, everybody.
Yeah, well,
Look at him.
I'm cute.
Barely.
Not gay.
Yeah, you are. Very, very sus.
I'll be back.
No. No, you are. You stink. Thought so. Being gay.
He's on Minecraft. Why is he on Minecraft? This is fucking going on. This is doing. Gross. These fuckers, dude.
Doing your mom, doing your mom. Is that what it's called? Alfredo's awake. What the fuck? He just sent me a message. The fuck?
Modified world. It's probably playing with this.
That's what I was thinking when you said Minecraft. But this late is crazy. Destroy the world and leave.
There's a bunch of lucky blocks, furniture, uncrafted, decapitated, owl god spawning.
All kinds of mods. That's a shit ton of mods. No, she doesn't. Son of a bitch. Son of a biscuit. We murdered Trump. Fucking wrong guy. Trump murdered that one Iranian dude. No.
Yeah.
Fucking loser.
Shut your pie hole with my food.
I'm calling the police.
Unless I call them first.
You're still in the wrong.
Why did I speak Spanish to me, woman?
Haha. Shut up, you stink. Stinky man. Stinky boy. Stinky man. Stinky boy. Just stinking. Stinking. Stinky boy. Stinky man. Coconut. It was never out. No. No. That's not cool. Don't do stuff like that. Yeah? Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna have to punish you. And I know you like getting spanked, so I can't do that. You got home at 1 in the morning.
Where was you at? Whose dick was you sucking?
He was fucking.
You was sucking on your brother's
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a you and Jose thing. I hate that.
What we do.
Shouldn't be coming out your fucking mouths. It's not normal. No.
What we do is absolutely healthy.
Hey chat, is it okay to have sex with your brother, chat? Tell me right now.
Yes. Yes it is. Fuck your brother.
Oh my god, I hate this guy. It's because he's homeschooled, huh? He was homeschooled. And yeah, but he was homeschooled and his brother was the cutest girl in the room. Oh my god. Oh my god.
My little soda pop. My little soda pop.
I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
Or you can put my penis in your mouth.
Oh my god.
Go on my balls.
Here we go again.
Look on my goose.
A Pokemon? No, it sounds like a black guy. I'm tired of names like that. Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how he got in. Oh yeah, the white guy. Alice was telling me about it.
a second. Isaiah, I just realized something.
He's gonna say something gay, don't fall for it.
You left when the other guy joined.
Yeah. It was probably fucking Greg again. It's always fucking. If it wasn't Alizé, then that means it was fucking Greg. Just probably one of Greg's random fucking friends. Or probably literally just some random motherfucker he literally just found that day and was playing the game and invited him to the party. Yeah, I don't know. I was asleep. I didn't see anything until woke up and saw your message, and I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's Greg inviting motherfuckers again. It has to be. Too bad I was not awake, because yeah, because Alizé and Greg like to invite people. Or Greg likes to invite people and Alizé likes to take the party off fucking closed. Yeah, Alizé. I'm gonna punch him. What the fucky? Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. Your mutual friends. God damn. It's just motherfucker and plays. He sends everybody a friend request.
That his replacement was already assassinated.
Holy shit.
And now he might have another replacement.
No, he might have another replacement.
What's really crazy is that there are actually rumors that
I can tell you with almost 99% accuracy it was Greg. And that they're his friends. And if they're not his friends, he met them that day.
With the power vacuum that happened after El Mencho's assassination, and the CJNG empire is now moving into a new phase, and it seems like maybe it might not be over, it might just be beginning. So, you know what I'm saying, you might want to cancel them World Cup games, you might want to move those over, maybe send them to England, let UK get those World Cup games in Mexico, you know what I'm saying, we'll grab those, you don't need those. You got too much on your plate with cartels and the all that stuff, so maybe we'll take it from you. But anyway, the first thing I want to show you guys, okay, is some more information that's come out of the insane weaponry that was basically found
Blinker check.
by El Mencho spent his final moments. Now, I did show you previously in a video the other day just about how kind of the lavish living that El Mencho was doing when he was, well, I say captured, he was briefly captured actually, but really it went down like an assassination. I guess it was sort of a botched capture assassination operation. But basically, huge weaponry, rocket launchers have been seized. They got a whole bunch of missiles, rockets. These guys were fully militarized. This is a whole cache of firearms, assault rifles, bullets, explosives, what look like rocket launchers. They seem to hold on to stuff. Is that some sort of tactical knife as well?
Put a peepee where it shouldn't have been,
I
huh?
don't know what these are. They could be some explosive devices. I don't really know. But it was a whole arsenal of weapons, and the guys.
What the fuck? Call the police.
So people are actually saying, so I don't know a lot about these weapons, so I'm going to let the comments decide.
Fuck, he's playing Ark.
Disposable rocket-propelled grenades. They have the tools, but not the time to react. Even with all of that, it would have been difficult to escape out of that situation. So they had the anti-tank weapons on deck, but they unfortunately didn't have the time or the wherewithal to use them. Well, maybe fortunately. I don't want to see smithereens like that, do we? Not again. I haven't seen all of those monstros. I still haven't seen all those monstros they would brag about, or any minigun. I don't really know what a monstro is. Monstros are in war zones, Zacatecas, southern Michigan, etc. Why would there be a monstro and a minigun? Protecting him would be too obvious. Why have they got them in Michigan? They're saying they're getting new brakes. Let me look up what that is. Okay, it took me a minute to find this out because, funnily enough, it was telling me it was a whale for a minute, but that's not what it's for. It says, in a military and criminal context, monstro is Spanish for monster, refers to a heavily armored DIY combat vehicle used by Mexican drug cartels, particularly the Zetas cartel. These are called narco tanks, modified trucks with a thick, welded metal plating, firing ports, and often a ramming crowd designed to withstand machine gun fire and explosives during turf wars. So I guess the more you know, that's very, very interesting, okay? So what are they doing in Michigan? They're getting new brakes. They actually send them to Michigan to get repaired.
God damn it.
Well, right? It says only in the Sierra is where the capos have a lot of armed security. When capos go down to the pueblos or cities, they only keep a small security circle. You can't move around with a lot of armed men and not get attention. So there's more pictures going around with some of the weapons that we see. These guys were serious. Honestly, what they were rolling around with was absolutely monstrous. I'll tell you what, I won't show you. Let me check what this is before I show it to you. Okay, I'm not sure about that first image. I'm just not sure about that first image, but the rest of this is some serious high-power weaponry that was apparently seized. Big. It's got a grenade launcher on the front of this AR. This is insane. Full-blown RPG, looking like Rondo number 9 with that one. Right, big artillery, big weaponry. Right, these are more weapons that were seized during the operation that took down Metro. He's saying multiple of his personal security that were arrested during this operation were transferred late at night, early morning to El Altiplano. And he was saying, how did he get caught with this much artillery? If we were going by muscle, El Mencho was the most powerful drug lord ever. He was saying, relatively speaking, even the RPG is not really that powerful against a full-blown military unit coming at you. Most modern armored vehicles can shrug off those old rounds. The standard cone-shaped RPG rocket you see everywhere was actually made when tanks could be pierced by 50 cals. He was saying exactly, the RPGs are visually impressive. They wouldn't do so much against the sandcats that were actually chasing Metro up that hillside. And the chances of hitting one of those low-flying Black Hawks or Cougars with an RPG is extremely low, and the Black Hawk would just shrug it off anyway unless they hit. Rotor. Crazy. And I don't know, man, the Somalians took down 2 Black Hawks with RPGs. Have you ever seen Black Hawk down? Now, I believe they did take down a military helicopter with an RPG in the past, but I'm not sure if it was a Black Hawk. I'm not sure if they used a bunch of rounds, but they did say that they used an RPG to do that. They're saying they probably got caught sleeping since it was early in the morning. They weren't ready for the surprise. Even if they were ready, they stood no chance. They had a bunch of sandcats and they were on their ass, like King God on them. And they had a helicopter too. Maybe if they had more people, but I would have doubted it. Saying when Ovidio was detained, I remember reading the type of security these guys had, and it made sense to me how they got away so often. They basically have a few circles with alcones or lookouts. They're on the lookout 24/7 for any military activity. For example, Circle 4 contacts Circle 3 and or Circle 2, etc. Metro's in Circle 1. By the time the military gets there, Metro would have been gone. It's very surprising how they got him, considering he was paranoid, very low-key, and had a very sophisticated security team. So I read that he knew 9 hours before that they were coming for him, and that he got the word while counting $50 million. Could you imagine that? That's insane. And he got the word while he was counting up 50 M's. These guys are moving different. Okay, so what I'm going to pull up for you guys next is some more coverage, basically, of the villa and the location where he basically was captured from just before he passed away. I did show you some of this, some of just like the little candid images from inside the villa, but now we're seeing a much more kind of comprehensive view of the property and some of the damage that the property sustained during this attempted capture operation that unfortunately led him to his life. So check this out.
A sleek, modern villa was where Nemesio Oseguera, leader of the Jalisco New Generation cartel, spent his final hours. Reuters footage shows the home's messy kitchen, with cartons of milk, spoiled strawberries, unfinished pastry, and boxes of produce left on the floor. Bottles of hygiene and skincare products, vitamins, and empty boxes of luxury items were also
You got Balmain and Hermes on there, man. You got the designer on deck. What the hell?
Inside. There is also a small makeshift altar with Catholic figures including the Virgin of Guadalupe, Mexico's patroness, and St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. The two-story villa sits inside the exclusive Tapapa Country Club.
They just said the patron saint of lost causes. That's crazy.
A gated enclave of weekend homes in the hills of Jalisco. Authorities had been led there by a tip tied to Oseguera's lover. Burned-out cars and trucks sat on some of the roads encircling the compound after a siege-like raid by the military on Sunday. Oseguera, better known as El Mencho, tried to escape through the back garden to a wooded hillside but was hit by gunfire during the pursuit. Authorities said he died of his injuries while being airlifted away. Tapapa has faced scrutiny before. 10 years ago, the U.S. Treasury Department imposed sanctions on several businesses in the area, alleging they were used to launder money for the Jalisco cartel and its financial arm.
So clearly the Jalisco cartel were plugged in at this country club, right? Must be a rocking, rocking around a golf over there. They're saying, Lord, all the stuff he did, and he had the nerve to think that he was religious and pray to God dudes in hell. But that's a crazy comment. I can't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to respect nobody, but that is crazy. The burnt remains. Oh my God. Okay. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. So investigators would also apparently uncover El Mencho's detailed accounting ledgers. Now that's very unfortunate. They likely would have found probably some very interesting and useful evidence in that property, and essentially they're going to be able to actually get to the core of some of his operations. It's explaining kilos going to certain people on certain dates, like keeping this hard-coded in paper is crazy. Look at how many kilos he was moving. This looks like September 2025. 200 kilos there, 100 kilos, 200, 110, 20. Is that 35 or just 5, 3, 5, 25?
built to hold a mere man. How long has this door remained shut? Your soul.
as far as LR1 losing his life allegedly. El Hacha, another powerful regional leader for the CJNG, had actually also been tracked down and allegedly arrested. Okay, so it's in this post basically saying El Hacha, a leader of La Barandona wing of CJNG, has been arrested, and there appears to be him in custody there. So they're getting busy. Blog del Narco reports on the arrest in a coordinated precision operation. Federal forces arrested Isaac, known as El Hacha, a high-priority target and key operator of the cartel Jalisco Nueva Generacion, CJNG, that's how they say it. Identified as the leader of La Baradora in the municipality of Santa Cruz, Tlaxcala, who was captured by San Miguel Contra by a joint task force including the SSPC, FGR, Sedena, and the National Guard. El Hacha was intercepted driving the vehicle without license plates. Authorities seized various illicit narcotics and a frag grenade from him. Official reports identify him as a primary cause of violent acts in the region, serving as a regional boss, Jefe de Plaza, for the criminal organization as it attempted to expand its territorial control into central Mexico. He has been turned over to the appropriate authorities to face charges related to drug trafficking and the illegal possession of an explosive device restricted for military use.
Now it is time to witness the many faces of death.
Hell no. Hell no.
Come on. I dare you.
No, not anymore.
Crazy, right? They're crazy. So, apparently now they're basically saying that the main successor for the crew, the set, the cartel, is now LO3, okay? Who actually happens to be El Mencho's stepson, and there's some interesting backstory about him. He was actually allegedly born in the United States. So this is quick facts about O3, the Orange County born narco heir, now tipped to succeed El Mencho at the top of the CJNG. So this article basically goes on to say, Juan Carlos Valencia Gonzalez, a U.S. citizen, rises as the CJNG's new leader and is reshaping Mexico's cartel power dynamics. Now, if this guy's born in the United States, that's going to make him a pretty smooth operator. Now, you already saw the video that I did on my main channel about Ryan Wedding, and basically, so you probably already saw the video I did on my main channel about Ryan Wedding, that was basically about how he was actually, he was Canadian, but he kind of had North America on lock when it came to the cartels. He was apparently captain of the Sinaloa cartel, which El Chapo was famous for. But basically, these guys being born in America, saying this guy was born in Orange County, man. This is the death of El Mencho, and was left a power vacuum at the top of one of Mexico, or one of the world's most dangerous criminal organizations. And within hours, the new name began circulating in intelligence circles among anonymous cartel sources. Juan Carlos Valencia Gonzalez, alias O3, an anonymous CJNG source, claimed that he had already been named as the new leader. Okay, and carries an extraordinary twist. He was born in Santa Ana, California, making him an American citizen by birth. And he's now allegedly at the helm of Mexico's most severe drug trafficking organization. Mexican authorities have not officially confirmed the succession at the time of writing, but nonetheless, the security analysis and intelligence agencies on both sides of the U.S.-Mexico border have long identified O3 as the most likely heir given his bloodline, his operational command, and his deep roots within the cartel's power structure. Born in the USA, bred for the cartel. That's what it says. But according to the Department of State, he was born on 12th of September 1984 in Santa Ana, California. He holds
I believe it.
Mexican citizenship.
Get him. We should just lock him up now and prevent it all. Yep. El's in the fucking car. You're going to jail.
Trace, R3. His connection to the CJNG is not merely operational, it's deeply familial. His mother.
Oh, it'll be more than that. It'll be prison.
making the slain cartel boss his stepfather. Biological
You're gonna go visit the booty warrior.
criminal weight, Los Unis were tied to drug lord Armando Valencia Cornelio, alias El Maradona, leader of the now defunct Milenio cartel, working in a group of hitmen protecting Armando Valencia Cornelio. El Maestro joined the block of the Milenio cartel, allying with Ignacio Coronel Villarreal.
You ready for High on Life 2?
Both three at the intersection of two of Mexico's most powerful criminal dynasties.
It's already out.
Behind Grupo Elite. Authorities have identified him as the founder and coordinator of Grupo Elite, CJ's primary.
Get in the bed.
2019 with territorial reach extending across Michoacan, Zacatecas, and Guanajuato. I need to brush up on my Spanish. This paramilitary unit is described as one of the cartel's most tactically sophisticated forces, capable of deploying rocket launchers.
You can do it. Let's do it.
DEA investigation found he was responsible for the manufacturing, transportation, and distribution of narcotics in large quantities, as well as organizing numerous violent crimes.
You let him break up a family.
Crescencio Sandoval Gonzalez.
No, you love him.
They publicly identified him as one of the leaders of Grupo Elite during a press conference hosted by former President Lopez Obrador. He's apparently got $5 million bounty on his head from the U.S. State Department's narcotics reward program. They're offering $5 million for any information leading to his capture. Now, it's not bad. I think they have 15 mil on El Mencho's head. But hey, that's very respectable, man. And they're saying the figure might not remain static. They're apparently saying that the bounty is about to be revised upwards now that he's taken El Mencho's spot.
Speaking of,
half-brother Ruben Oseguera Gonzalez, a.k.a. El Menchito.
Fuck it, I'm hitting another pen hit.
Leadership, however, El Menchito was sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years in order to forfeit over, you ready for this?
Too late. I was already like 4 seconds in when you said that.
I'm saying his mother's shadow in Los Unis, Valencia Gonzalez did not operate alone. His mother, Rosalinda Gonzalez Valencia, played a major role in Los Quines, the CJNG's main money laundering wing prior to her capture. She is since being released from prison and is expected, according to multiple organized crime analysts, to play a significant role alongside her son in steering the cartel's financial operations going forward. This dual grip, military enforcement through Grupo Elite and financial infrastructure through Los Quines, I haven't said that right, gives O3 a structural advantage over other rivals in the There's some backstory on him.
Please don't.
He has taken over his elementary stepson. Let's see this next post. Let's see the video appropriately.
Poder del GP3 y nosotros nos deslindamos de la manta.
What makes Carl's Jr. Santa Star so famous?
Where's that school from? Where's that school from? Is it like ASU? No, I do.
Welcome to the Maven Marketing Podcast. Today is Maven Monday. I'm your host, Brandon Welch. Today it's just me and you, and I have a question.
No.
And Wendigo, evil, demonic shapeshifter. I mean, just watch these.
Oh, that dude? Yeah. I love wrestling.
These are creatures and witches of Native American folklore, and the history behind them is interesting, and the stories of them are absolutely terrifying. They exist deep in the woods, far from civilization, eager to torment the unfortunate people who cross there. The legend goes, you shouldn't even utter...
Yeah, well, that UFC fighter could actually fucking face charges.
Explaining what Skinwalker and Wendigo actually is, where they originate, some of the alleged video of them, and some of the most horrific and terrifying stories of these disturbing creatures. It's Halloween. What better way to get into the spirit? I'm chilling in the tent.
Yeah, we're really aggressive.
Relax if you can.
I will grab the back of your neck, like yank your shit. And then putting your hand in the face. Yep.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to camp. This is Tent Talks. This is the show where I explain the most fascinating, interesting, and morbid stories.
Like, no, he's trying to throw you off your game, and he did.
Today, as you can see, I have no dumb friends. I'm scared away miles.
It's just literally to block your line of sight and be annoying.
But that's fine.
And try and get a clinch on.
And in the spirit of Halloween, it is October, which I've been getting a lot of shit, by the way. A lot of people have been commenting saying, oh, you guys bank episodes, you hold it for too long. Yeah, okay, I'm a little
and it's open hand.
I'm on the road, we're touring, we're doing stuff, okay? I got things to do. Can't always record every week, all the time. Bringing you guys the best.
And I've never gotten hit in wrestling or gotten shoved like that and thought, oh, I just got hit.
November 15th in the future. So, if that hopefully makes up for all the episodes we banked, you're welcome. Okay. Today, we're just gonna get spooky. Alright? How about that? We're just gonna have fun. Just kind of loosen up. Just do something sort of silly. You know? It's not always gotta be so factual. You know, you guys tune into this show for the facts, the hardcore truth that I'm always bringing. Stuff that I researched on Wikipedia an hour before.
Yeah, now if he trained professionally, he'd be pretty sick.
Expertise. But today,
he's just probably like me and he doesn't want to get his fucking face broken or anything.
Just you and I just connecting, just having a vibe. And learning about the Wendigo and Skinwalker. Now, I've obviously heard of Skinwalker Ranch. This is like the first kind of, my first kind of touch point with the Skinwalker. I didn't know what it was. I know obviously this ranch is now just kind of
he's just farming
for high strangeness, supernatural events, yada yada. But
and he's still practicing his craft. He's still good. He's beating people.
According to ChatGPT, which
he's like
according to ChatGPT,
what do you? He's like a gatekeeper.
Is rooted in.
He's not like trying to be the best, but he'll show you what's up.
A native tribe, the Algonquin. This is in the northern United States and Canada, and basically a Wendigo, for lack of a better term, can be a spirit that possesses the individual who chooses to resort to cannibalism. That's right. So, if a person is tempted to just munch on a leg of his homie, all of a sudden the Wendigo is going to come in, pop into his ass, and take over his...
The multiplier scratchers from the Arizona lottery for over $270 million in prizes.
It's wonderful these days to see a product that makes a true connection with its customer. Not merely serves a purpose, not just gets you from point A to point B, but means something emotional to the buyer.
Our purpose at JLR is to live the exceptional soul, creating experiences for our customers, proudly created by our people. We need to connect processes, we need to integrate data, and we need to create insight from the information that is created across our enterprise. We also need to protect people from having manual processes faster. We need to elevate them by providing them insight to business partner.
Get fucked.
Sure.
And they look a little creepy. So after they get possessed by the Wendigo, their whole essence changes. The Wendigo sort of embodies this insatiable hunger, a hunger for human flesh. The tale of transformation kind of reflects the consequences of giving in times of famine.
Probably one of his brothers.
To break that name's habit, don't eat your neighbor. That's like rule number one. Don't
a lot of them.
And if you do it, the Wendigo is going to possess you. And this Wendigo,
I think I've heard of more actually.
It's creepy. It's
I've only heard of two of Owl's brothers.
Like this emaciated humanoid figure thing that has like grayish skin that's stretched over its bones, like to symbolize the endless hunger. And here's like a picture, you can kind of get an idea of different pictures. But again, this exists within native lore. And again, a lot of people say that if you're not native, you shouldn't talk about these things. I understand that. Okay, I'm not. I mean, I'm native to somewhere, probably French Canada. I guess France. I'm native. Technically, it's French Canadian, so I'm probably native to France. So I am a native. But this is not a part of my native history. So again, I'm not professing to be some sort of expert arbiter on the topic. Okay, this is just what I've read. This is just kind of the research that I've done, and just a little spooky just to read some of the stories. We got some banger Wendigo and Skinwalker stories. But again, let me just explain sort of what this thing looks like. It is gaunt. It is the pure embodiment of greed, starvation, endless hunger, and no matter how much it eats, it's still hungry. People describe it as being, 15 feet tall, skeletal, hulking. Looks like Rick Scott. That's what a lot of people have said. Looks like a former senator of Florida. I think he was a senator?
Yeah.
Florida. Rick Scott. That's basically that's a Wendigo. Apparently not even supposed to say the name. Just by saying the name, you sort of bring up kind of the spirit itself. You can invite it into your life. Probably shouldn't be saying it. But if you say it in the wintertime, apparently the winter is the only time you can kind of talk about it. And it's hard to get any native folks to discuss it at length. That's why there's not that many, official stories. Some people, from Res and different native tribes have talked about it, but it's difficult to talk about with people that are not native. And even to talk about it with people that are in your family in general, because again, by talking about it, you give energy to the spirit, is sort of the tradition. And there's a fear that by talking about it, you're going to invite it into your life. Just saying. It's like Voldemort, I guess. It's like talking about like Chipotle and all of a sudden it pops up on your phone. Kind of like that. Like you talk about something, you get an ad for it. That's basically the Wendigo. Now, let's talk about the Skinwalker. What exactly the difference? Okay, so that's the Wendigo. It's basically a spirit that will possess a human being if they succumb to cannibalism. And again, the spirit is now living inside them. It's difficult for them. This could be like their homie. It's now a Wendigo. Skinwalker is a little different. This comes from Navajo. This is a part of like a southwestern tradition. Okay, and a Skinwalker is typically like a witch or a shaman who's gained the ability to shapeshift into animals by engaging in forbidden practices, such as murdering a close relative. I've heard different stories of people being like, "Yo, my uncle," and this again comes from people that I've read about that live on Res, and they'll say like, "Yo, my uncle was a Skinwalker. We never really saw him much, but when he was young, he kind of knew these other Skinwalkers, and they're basically like these witches, these shamans, and they go into the cave, and they basically give them a deal where they say, hey, you are going to get this ability, this power to shapeshift. You can be anything, any type of animal. Maybe you could be a woman. I don't know. I think that's part of it. Aren't natives only have like two spirits? It's like basically trans or something? I don't know. But that's what I would do. I'd be a bad bitch for sure. But regardless, these Skinwalkers will then transform into different animals to then, basically prey on human beings. And that's what people describe. And there's all sorts of stories of these Skinwalkers. And basically, in order to get this ability, you have to do the ultimate evil, you have to kill someone. And not just anyone, you have to kill someone close to you. A homie. One of your boys. You gotta take them out. So I've read stories of people being like, yo, my uncle went. All of a sudden, my cousin, my uncle's brother, whatever, like, goes missing. No one can find him. And ever since that day, my uncle's been a little different. There's like a darkness inside of him. And, these Skinwalkers are typically evil. I don't know if you gotta be evil, but I'm assuming if you're willing to kill, like, your best friend, then, makes sense. Again, some of the legends, they kind of change. Some of the legends of the Skinwalker is that the Skinwalker is in and of itself an evil being. Other people believe the Skinwalker is a human being that then possesses the abilities of this evil being and kind of like invites it in once it does this, evil act. Again, depending on your tradition and depending on kind of what your tribal heritage is, sometimes the stories may vary. The most creepy thing probably from these Skinwalkers is probably their ability to mimic. That's the thing that you're going to find in a lot of stories. The ability to mimic, to sort of change their voice, to imitate someone and to kind of like trick them to coming out into the woods. And look, I go camping a lot. Obviously, it's the namesake of this show. I know a lot of people that go camping. I know people that work in national parks. And there's something fucking weird, dude, about being in a park late at night, being out in the woods. You just get a feeling, bro. That is, there's actually a term for this for like long-term like hiking expeditions. I think it's called third man syndrome. And this is a phenomenon that's
These
said this was a restoration job. It's a forgery job.
We know why you hate him.
Think of this as a way to get revenge.
It isn't about the unfinished Christopher, is it? These don't even speak of.
Everybody knows what one original Julian scar from that period is worth.
Our lives must speak of them once, when you tell me they are no more. Then bring me the evidence. But I don't trust you, Ryan, just as I don't trust you. Have you ever been with Bradley, Laurie?
I was hired by Barnaby and Sally to complete the unfinished Christopher's.
And what makes you think that you could do it?
I guess that's where the art of it comes in.
Now, who?
The first Christopher series, there's a delicacy, colours warm with each successive layer. In the third and fourth, the light got denser and the oil thickened. There was a liftedness. You were falling in love, and for the first time, you were free.
That relationship with the canvas. I mean, I've said what I've got to say to it. Take that, it goes.
And where do you think it goes?
I thought that I'd seen it before. Did I cause you to quit?
Who won? You can take them out, you can burn them.
Don't leave me. Even after all of the mess, I should have liked to have lasted. To last in the mind of others. You know, I was once in a throuple, back when it was merely called infidelity.
Never mind.
A diagnosis of ATTRCM can change how you envision your future, but the next step is still up to you. Start your journey with Amvuttra. Amvuttra treats the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis in adults. It reduces TTR at the source and requires just 4 injections a year. Amvuttra was proven to help people with ATTR-CM live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital visits over 3 years compared to placebo. So you can continue on your journey, whether it's about what you do or who you're with. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. Reimagine what it can mean to live with ATTR-CM. Talk to your doctor about Amvuttra today. Amvuttra, just the ticket for ATTR-CM.
Be reached by people that are typically on some type of like long journey. I first heard this from a gentleman named Ernest Shackleton, one of my favorite explorers ever. This guy's just an absolute badass. Arctic, they get stuck in an ice floe, and basically he leads all of his men back to safety, gets them all back to England by himself, basically, in like the 1800s. He's just an absolute beast. But sometimes people describe this idea of being hiking through the woods, going for a long time, you and another person, and all of a sudden you just feel a presence. And you feel like there's another thing there. You feel like maybe you're being watched. Sometimes it's malevolent, sometimes it's benevolent. And it's just kind of, it's around you. And people reported like, oh, I've been on these hikes, and all of a sudden I just felt like there was a presence with me. It was just watching me, and it was helping me, it was guiding me. Or the alternate, it would be like, oh, I was walking, and there was this negative spirit that was following me. I went the other way, and it went away. It's a real thing. It's documented. Most of the people I know that spend a lot of time out in the woods describe stuff like this. And then you hear stories about, finding staircases out in the woods. I mean, these staircases are so creepy. I mean, here are a couple pictures that you're going to see these staircases. You go out deep into the woods, and these are like in national parks. So I'm talking like thousands and thousands of acres where you don't see anything, and all of a sudden there just is a random staircase just standing right there. Sometimes they're spiral, sometimes it's just 10 steps going straight up. It's made out of wood, it's a little decrepit. And again, people have theorized like these are used for some type of ritual ceremony, that different people in the woods, shamans, again, these skinwalkers, that they use these as portals, that if you climb them, it's a portal to a different dimension, it's a portal to hell, it's a way to trap human souls, and a way for skinwalkers to feast on the living. Look, I've never seen one, I'm not going to speculate. I mean, you see these pictures of them all the time, and they're fucking so creepy. Imagine being out in the woods, you and your boys, you're just walking around, all of a sudden you see a staircase. Like, we put, what? There's no house here. There's no woods. So the advice is always like, if you see a staircase in the woods, don't climb. Don't even go near it. And look, I, after reading about some of these stories, feel like I have some skinwalker stories. Like, I'll share mine first. I have a couple. So, what's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because we're coming on the road. That's right. Pottstown, PA, Friday, November 8th, 2024. I'll be at Soul Joel's. You can come see me do 1 hour of stand-up comedy, nothing more and nothing less. It's going to be an amazing time. And if you're not near Pottstown, don't worry, because I'm coming to Stamford, Connecticut. I'm going to New York Comedy Club. That's right. They have a bunch of amazing clubs in the city, and also an amazing one in Stamford, Connecticut, November 13th. If you want to come hang out, come hang with me, say what's up. I'll be talking to everybody after the show. We'll be doing an hour of comedy, guys. Stand-up comedy. It's my passion. It's what I love to do when I'm not inside this tent. So come kick it with me. A bunch of crazy stories. We'll have a great time. You can find the link at my Instagram. Get in the story. I'll put it in the description. I can't wait to see you guys there. Let's get back to the show. Hey guys, really quick. Did you know that on this day in history in 1582, Pope Gregory introduced the Gregorian calendar, which most of the world still uses today? Or that in 1957, the Soviet Union launched Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite, into orbit. This event triggered the space race between the USA and the USSR. I learned these facts pretty recently, actually, on the S'more Camp newsletter. That's right, S'more Camp, the inner sanctum. For this kind of show, we do a ton of research. I have different researchers and friends that help me find information, and not everything can make the episode. Either it's like too crazy, it's too like weird or gory, and it will get demonetized on YouTube, or it's just additional and it doesn't always make it, but it always makes it into the S'more Camp Inner Sanctum newsletter. So if you are interested in expanding your mind, learning new information, and being the most interesting person into every room you step into, check it out in the description or this QR code right here. Now let's get back to the show. I was in high school. I was like a junior or senior in high school. It was probably like 2014, 2015. And every single year with my soccer team, we would do these trips where we would go up to North Carolina and we would stay on a campus in North Carolina, like deep in the woods. We'd be completely like off the beaten path. And we would spend time out there for like a soccer retreat with my high school team, and we'd all go out there and we'd play soccer during the day, and then we'd sit by the campfire at night and we'd tell stories, and it was just super fun. And, late at night, on some of the nights, we would kind of just like do pranks on each other. So like all the seniors would be in one camp, all the juniors would be in another camp, and we'd all have our own different cabins, and then we would like wake up at 2 in the morning and like do pranks on the other cabins. So one time my entire cabin get up at like 2:30 in the morning, and we're trying to plan a prank on one of the other cabins. So we go out kind of into like this cornfield, and it's just like miles and miles of cornfield. We're just standing out there, and the corn's pretty tall. It's coming up to like our eyes, and we're sitting out there, and it's again like 2:30, 3 in the morning, which people describe as the witching hour. This is what is like, again, part of lore, part of legend. Again, I'm trying to be reasonable about these things, but the idea is that is like the liminal phase when our world and the spirit world are at its closest, is like historically what people say, like around like 3 o'clock, the witching hour. And we're in this cornfield, corn's like up to here, and then there's like, you know, a little hill, and then the road is right on top of the hill. So we're standing there, there's no lights, it's completely pitch black, you can see the stars perfectly. We are out in the middle of nowhere in North Carolina, and the moonlight is just illuminating the road and part of the cornfield, and it's me and like probably 10, 15 guys. We're standing out there, and all of a sudden we're like talking, and my buddy just taps me on the arm. And I'm assuming like, oh, one of the coaches is coming by, like our athletic trainer is going to be like, why the hell are you guys outside? Get back inside. And I'm like, what? And he points to the road. I'm standing there, and I look up at the road, and I just see a guy walking. But like kind of like speed walking. Like he looked like a speed walker. If you've ever seen someone like a speed walker in like the Olympics, like they kind of like move fast and like they kind of contort their body like this. And he's walking just on the hill, kind of like on the road above us. And so we're below and we can see him. And it's like 15 of us, we're right next to the road in this cornfield. Like you could probably see us. We've also been talking pretty loud for the past like, 15, 20 minutes. So if you're walking on the road, you'll definitely see like, oh, there's like a bunch of young dudes standing in this field. And he's walking.
I found something.
Okay. What'd you find?
Found a place. It's massive in there. It just goes on and on and on. All these rooms. This place built though. Actually more like it. Remember something. And the more times you remember something, the less it does.
Doesn't look at us at all. Doesn't ever acknowledge that we're there. And just is looking straight forward and kind of walking sort of like this like kind of demented sort of like limber fast walk. Not jogging, not running. He's not wearing running clothes. I can't remember exactly what he's wearing. I feel he's wearing like a shirt that was like maybe torn up. Like at first I thought he was like a homeless dude, like just a tweaker, like a crackhead. But I don't know what a crackhead is doing at 3 in the morning at the witching hour in North Carolina in the middle of nowhere, walking.
Crackhead
fast.
stuff.
Like he's like, it's not like abnormally fast, but he's like moving. And we're just standing there and we see the guy going the hill and everyone kind of gets quiet and we all just sort of just watch him as he's going across the road and never once does he look at us. He doesn't ever come back. He just walks off down the road. And we just all kind of looked at each other like, well, that was fucking creepy. Like, we thought we were out there alone and like you get out into the woods with your boys kind of just like talking late at night, like you get a little spooked. But we were just standing there like, alright, you guys want to go in? Let's do the prank later. Really, this sucks. So that was when I was doing a lot of like the Skinwalker Wendigo research and reading different stories. One of the things that always comes up is that they sort of move kind of with like this demented kind of movement. So it just reminded me of that. What was it? A tweaker? Was it a crackhead? Maybe, I don't know. Was it a Skinwalker? It's Halloween, okay? When it's Halloween time, we explore the unknown. So I'm gonna say maybe. I have another one. This one is again maybe more plausible, but it's also a little creepier. So this happened to a friend of mine. It was a true story. He's down in Florida, and he had a surgery where basically he got like part of his back fixed, and the doctors prescribed him like a prescription pain med. I don't exactly remember what it was, and he had been having this back pain for a long time leading up to this, and it was just causing him a lot of trouble just in his day-to-day life. He was just in pain, and it was just sort of messing with his psyche too, because he couldn't work as much, and it was affecting, like his family life, and he couldn't play with his kids as much, and he couldn't help his wife around the house as much. So it was just like affecting him just on like later on a psychological level. He just felt like it was a real trial. And I bring this up specifically in this story because the Skinwalkers in the Wendigo, described as being able to be like a chimera. They kind of hybridize, where like they'll get like hooves, or they'll get like half human. At the top, and then like they'll have like hooves and stuff at the bottom, like almost like a Baphomet kind of thing. You've never seen that? It's like a depiction of Satan that people have used in like pagan, like in occult circles. Again, if these things are real, who knows? We'll get into those stories later. But back to my friend. So he's having a surgery, and he has a surgery, and the surgery goes fine, and then he gets given like a prescription pain med, and he gets his pain med, and he's not sleeping super good, and he's not really sure of pain med because he's still kind of uncomfortable, but he's not sleeping great. So basically, he's laying in bed, and it's like the second or third night after the surgery. He's laying there, and his wife is asleep next to him, and I think he has one of his kids, a couple other kids in the house. He's laying there, and he's been like hearing stuff throughout like the day or two. Like he'll just kind of be walking, and feels like hear his name, just like kind of like out of the corner of his ear, and he'll like turn his head. And he won't see anything. He's just like not really sleeping that good, and like also taking some like prescription pain meds, and it's just kind of messing with his head. So he's just like going through the house, and all of a sudden you're like, what is that? And he'll just kind of look around, and nothing will be there. So it's just been messing with him. And then nighttime comes around. And again, around like 2:30, 3 in the morning, he's laying in bed. And all of a sudden he hears that same noise. And all of a sudden all the hair on his skin like kind of stands up and he gets goosebumps. And he's like, he's laying there and he thinks about like waking up his wife, but he's like, oh, bitch. And so he just kind of lays there, like opens his eyes, and looks around, doesn't see anything. And again, it's pitch black in his room, the lights are off. Like he sees some of the light from like some of the outside, pool lights like kind of coming in through the curtain, but it's just like, lightly illuminating the room. And he can hear something, and he hears it like on the roof of his house. And at first he thinks like, are there people breaking into my house? Like, what is going on? And he hears what on the roof sounds like footsteps, but it's not feet, it's like hooves. Like he hears like, literally it sounds like a deer, like it's like fucking Christmas. He's like someone playing a prank on me? Like, what is happening? And he's just laying there and he can hear it over the roof, like where he is. And it's just like step, step, step. And it's not feet, it's hard, it's like hooves on the roof. And he's like, what the fuck is going on? And it's freaking him out. And he has sort of like this weird feeling where like his body's kind of tingling and like he feels like a sensation in him. And again, he's kind of assuming it's like either prescription meds or he's not sleeping. And he's just laying there. And he's able to like not hear something in his ears, but he hears it like in his brain, is the way he described it to me. He's like, I heard it in my brain like it was a thought that I had, but it wasn't my thought. It wasn't my voice. And so, again, he hears that, looks around, doesn't see anything, hears the footsteps, the hooves on the roof, and then hears a voice in his head that's basically like, hey, they don't believe you. And that's what the voice is.
There have always been two kinds of people in the world. Those who worried about their investments. And those who chose some peace of mind. Smart investors hold gold.
Degree, but still no career.
Earning six figures and still can't afford college.
They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shattered.
And we're redefining what higher education looks like. With 75% of GCU's programs and facilities built in the past 10 years, we don't follow, we lead. With a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas, educating students on our Phoenix campus and online from communities across the country. Our academically rigorous, industry-driven programs reflect a commitment to merit and Christian truth. GCU believes education shouldn't be a privilege. Affordable education should be accessible to all.
You want opportunity. You want purpose. A chance to lead and serve in meaningful ways. You want a path that aligns with your values. A future that matters. Servant leadership isn't just a principle GCU teaches. It's a way of life. One rooted in faith, expressed through service, and aimed at glorifying God. Career focus and higher purpose go
saying to him in his head, and he's again kind of been telling his wife that he's like been hearing stuff, and she's just like, oh, I'm sure you're tired, like I'm sure everything's okay. And again, he's feeling crazy because he's like, why am I hearing all this stuff? Like, what is going on with me? And why can't I he feels like he's not helping his family, and the voice all of a sudden like validates his feelings. Goes, they don't believe you. And he can hear it in his head, and he's like, what the fuck? And all of a sudden he keeps on hearing the shifting. And he kind of assumes it's like Baphomet. He thinks it's Satan. He thinks straight up Satan is on his roof. And again, you can see a picture of Baphomet here. Like,
oh my god.
He kind of has a feeling like, oh, Satan is talking to me while I'm laying in this bed. And the creepiest part of the story is he says, I know how they'll believe you. And again, he's talking about like his kids and his wife. They're like, haven't been super sympathetic with like back pain and with other things he's struggling with. And he goes, I know how they'll believe you, but they'll believe that I'm real. They'll believe that someone's talking to me. And here's how you can prove it. And the voice, again, is just in his head. He's not hearing in his ears. It's just penetrating into his brain. And the voice basically just says, like, climb the wall. And my friend is like, what's happening? And at this point, like, his hands are kind of shaking, and like he's kind of like trembling, like he's kind of sweaty. And the voice is in his head being like, climb the wall. You can climb it. You can go under the ceiling. You can go upside down. You can do things that they can't do. And if you do that, they'll believe you. And he's like laying in the bed. And he starts to kind of like hyperventilate. He's starting to like panic, and he's like, I shouldn't do this, but like, is this a sign? Am I dreaming? Like, what is even happening? He goes and he wakes up his wife, and she wakes up, and she's like, what's wrong? And he's like, nothing. I just need like some water, and like maybe just turn the lights on, and can you just like be with me for a little? And she kind of wakes up, and they kind of like turn the lights on. She's like, yeah, what's the problem? What's going on? And he's like, I was just hearing stuff. Like, I don't know, the meds I'm on are just like making me hear stuff. It's really weird. And yeah, basically he wakes up, and at one more point during the rest of that night, he hears the feet on the roof, on the part above his house. And but he doesn't hear the voice anymore. And then he kind of gets off the meds after that, just sort of deals with the rest of the pain. And then from that point on,
oh my God, it closed off every single other.
Now again, is it possible that this guy was doing prescription pain meds and didn't sleep that good and started hearing stuff? Sure. I think that's probably the most likely explanation. Pretty creepy nonetheless that this happened to someone. You know what I mean? I don't think he's lying to me. I think he's like, no, something happened in my brain. If it was real or not, the reality that I experienced was that there was some shit on the roof telling me to climb up the wall and hang upside down like fucking Exorcist. That's kind of psycho. And then furthermore, just, I don't know, some people describe, like, you know, by doing substances like this, or like by being sleep deprived, do you imagine things in your mind, or do you expose yourself to a supernatural world, a place where you can actually see things? And that is very real. That is very legitimate. I don't know. Pretty creepy nonetheless. There's been some videos that I found like on TikTok and stuff that apparently show skinwalkers. So this is one. Let's watch this one. And again, I hate scary stuff. I'm completely honest with you. I don't like it. It freaks me out. Even if I know it's fake, or even like scary movies, like, yeah, it's fake, but it's just, I don't know. So we'll just watch these together and just get spooked. This is one that I found on TikTok. Apparently showing a skinwalker. Again, a skinwalker is a witch. It is a shaman. It is a person that has done deplorable deeds to gain a power to sort of shift their body. So this is apparently a shaman.
This cruises, man.
Damn.
What's up, dude?
Bro, I don't know, man. This is freaky, dog. Like, it is grainy footage, sure. It is a little, like, not the best footage, but it is, like, what is that? And what is it just a hoax? Is it just a guy filming it in the woods? Maybe. But even if someone is filming it and just faking it like that, I don't know, bro. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Like, if you see that in the woods, what are you going to do? You're out in the woods, you're hiking alone, you're doing a solo camping mission, and you're just like, yeah, what's wrong? You're with your boys, yo, you're camping. Oh, let me just pop off a pee, even drinking a little bit. All of a sudden you see that guy. Maybe it is just like a homeless dude, let's just say. It's either like, it is a hoax. It is like a homeless guy, like a crackhead that's like out there doing something weird. Or like a natural explainable phenomenon. Or it's a skinwalker. It is supernatural. What the percentages are of those things, on a normal day, I would say it's probably not a skinwalker. On Halloween, during this week, when we're just being spooky as hell, I'm going skinwalker. Alright? Let's watch another.
Oh, what the crap? Is that a guy? Rick? What?
Whether you're a professional technician or simply take pride in maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. Harbor Freight, your automotive destination.
Meeting up, you bring your A game. Friday nights, you bring your A game. Bring your A game to your sexual wellness, along with practicing safer. So this video is hilarious to me for covers. Is one, I mean, it looks creepy. It's a weird video, but also just the guy filming is Mormon, I'm assuming, because he just goes, "What the frick?" Bro, you just saw maybe a demon or a witch, and you're like, "Well, you know, what the frick was that?" There's always sometimes like you'll read stories or like hear stories. The thing about these skinwalkers that I think is like the scariest story is like the mimicry, the ability to mimic. Oh, this one is creepy. Oh, look at this video.
Yeah, you hear weird noises in the forest.
The eyes open. I'm like, be honest, bro. You see this shit in the woods, like, that is weird. Oh! What is that? Look, I need a follow-up on a lot of these videos, because the fact that there's no follow-up makes me be like, alright, this is nothing maybe, but like, alright, this one is, I found on Reddit. This just happened outside my window. I've never heard anything that sounded like this. Let's just check it out. And again, sometimes bobcats or like other big animals out in the woods, like, they sound crazy. But let's just listen to this one.
Holy fuck.
But sometimes I want to move out in the woods and just get away, and other times I hear this shit and I'm like, no thank you, bro. No thank you at all. I'm gonna go live on a mountain, go live on a farm somewhere, alone. Or worse yet, with my kids and my wife, and I gotta go protect them from a fucking witch. Nah, this shit is too freaky. Alright, what is this one? Whoa! What is that? Look, this one is crazy, bro. So again, this is a picture, this is a video of a guy. Whoa! Of a person just running around on all fours, sprinting. Oh, this is so creepy, bro. Look, it's stuff like this that just makes me like, I don't want to move out in the woods. Like, why is someone doing this? Like, why are meth addicts just running around? It might be, maybe, I don't know. It could just be a prank, it could be a crackhead, or it's a fucking werewolf or skinwalker. I don't know. The mimicry thing is always creeping me. So this is actually a story that I've heard. This happened. A friend of mine told me the story. It happened like with his brother apparently. That one time, and this is just a fun little Halloween story. You guys should think about this throughout Halloween. This is great. He was basically laying in bed. He had like a little sinus infection, and again, he lives by himself in the city. He's in New York, and he lives by himself. He's got like a studio apartment, and it's like an old building. It's like a little creepy. Like he always says, like, oh, I'm in the shower, and like I'll just like hear someone walking outside, and then I'll pop out, and no one's out there. Like obviously, I live alone. Like, you know, it's an apartment, and like everyone that's lived in the apartment's been there a long time. It was built in like the 1900s, so obviously, you know, if you live in New York, like not only do you live on Native American burial ground because the whole shit is native, but on top of that, every building you live in, like if it's an old building, some shit has happened. Someone died in there. It's been around since the 1900s, and people turn over all the time. So like obviously something has happened in your place that is like not good. There's been a domestic dispute. There's been a drug addict. There's been some type of negative energy that's in your apartment, no matter where you live, if you live in an old building. And so one night he's laying in bed, he's about to go to sleep, and he sneezes. And in the middle of the pitch black, all of a sudden he hears, "Bless you." Never heard it again. That was the story he told me. Just think about that tonight when you're going to sleep. You're closing your eyes, laying all cozy in your bed, and you feel a sneeze coming on. You feel it tickling in your nose. You sneeze, listen close. You might just hear, a very polite ghost. You might just hear a little. We're being stupid. This next story we're going to read is an absolute classic. What's up, guys? We're going to take a break really quick because I need to tell you how to get your health in control, okay? With this thing right here. It's called Whoop. I love it. I didn't think I was going to be a big Whoop guy. I tried it out like a year ago, and I haven't taken it off since. I got a bunch of different bands, and I really enjoy it, all right? Right now I'm doing Sober October. I'm off the booze, I'm off the K, off the Fent, everything. I just caffeine and nicotine. That's all I've been up to. But there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? No alcohol. Because alcohol is the thing that messes your sleep up the most. And caffeine after 2 p.m. That's just my personal thing. I'll be honest, I have a kid. I should not be getting this much sleep. But because I'm doing Sober October, I've been sleeping unbelievably well. Last night I got 81% recovery with a newborn. The night before that, 74% recovery with a newborn. The night before that, 20%. Whatever, all right? All I'm saying is if you're interested in getting control of your health, you're going to go to join.whoop.com/camp. All right, CAMP. That's where you're going to find me. I'm actually going to try to make a community. I don't know if this is even possible. I'm saying this without even really knowing the details. I'm going to make a community, so if you are a listener to this program and you get a Whoop or you already have a Whoop, you can join me in our community. We can track our sleep together. We're basically sleeping together, if you want to think about it that way. All right, every night, you and I, snuggled up, cozy, next to the campfire. So, listeners of this show, you're going to get 1 month free when you join with the promo code CAMP. Check it out, join.whoop.com/camp. Let's get back to the show. This is known as Anansi's Goatman Store. It was posted onto 4chan on December 29th, 2012. And in the spirit of Halloween, I think the story is absolutely amazing. So again, I will be telling this from her perspective as it's written. She initially begins the story kind of in a 4chan sort of bullet point style, but then later moves on, so I'll read it as such. B16.
Multiplier scratchers from the Arizona Lottery for over $270 million in prizes.
There's a new crowd out there. It's gonna be like the first time we go on. Hard way to make a living, you know. It's really tough. How do you feel it? You can't help but move to it. Hey, the light's on. I can see you. Hello out there. Hello. Epic Elvis Presley concert. Rated PG-13.
Be black and have family down in Alabama. They farm and own a huge amount of land in Huntsville. My uncle owns a big house and a bunch of trailers they put out in the woods for, hunting or camping. Down south, cousins suggest that we go out there to camp. Now, I'm a city kid from Chicago, so they tease me. We get to the camp, and it's obvious that something is weird. The air has this weird, electric smell, like right before a storm or something. And we think nothing of it and unpack and go down to a little creek to swim for a few hours. All of a sudden, some older white guy and a white teenager come out of the bushes. He has a shotgun in the crook of his arm and says hello and asks us what we're doing this far back in the woods. I tell him about my uncle, who he happens to know, and says we're camping out. He tells us that we need to be really, really careful and stick together because there's something in the woods, like a big animal or something, that's kind of been, I guess, freaking him out for the past couple weeks. His son, who's roughly my age and kind of the age of the group, asked if he could stay and hang out with us, and, the guy said okay. So, we end up all playing football. Sticking around with me, there's this white kid, Tanner, 5 of my cousins, and then 4 of their friends. Again, I don't know everybody in the group, but in total, there's 5 girls and 6 boys. We're all around 15, 17 years old, and we end up just having fun during the day, literally just doing shit around the campsite. Eventually, we head back to the camp, pull out some stuff for a campfire, and even though the trailers both had kitchenettes, we decided to cook outside. Tanner says that his family's property sits up against my uncle's. He wants to run home and ask his dad if he can come out camping with us. My cousin Rooster says he's going to go with him since it's going to get dark pretty soon. One of the girls also wants to tag along. It's about 7 p.m., and it's starting to get pretty dark. They grab flashlights and take the trail towards Tanner's property, and the rest of us just decide to chill. And then about 30 or 40 minutes later, there's that smell, that weird metallic-y like, unsettling smell. You could notice it over the scent of the fire. That's how strong it was. It's just like this nasty, coppery, like, right after you've had a nosebleed or something and it stops, like, it's almost like metal. It's like dried blood, but it's like in the back of your throat. It's weird. We immediately assume it's some type of like electrical malfunction or that someone left a hot plate on or something. We search the trailer and nothing's on, but we can all smell it. All of a sudden, you can hear people booking it down the path towards us. Like, we hear the footsteps going fast. Rooster, Tanner, and the girl all come running back into the clearing, out of breath. They don't even break stride. They all run directly into the trailer, right by where the fire is. We all get the fuck out of it and run straight to the trailers with them. They end up calming down, and even Rooster is like crying, like sobbing crying. All the while, the fire is guttering lower and lower. So my other cousins say, you know what, F it. Let's go outside and get the generator out of the shed between the trailers. And Tanner just screams. He goes, no, don't go outside. Lock the front door. Nobody else is going outside. And he's been crying too. His eyes are like still bloodshot and puffy, and his pants are like super dirty. He goes on to tell us what went on up near his house. His father said, sure, you can go out camping, but to make sure that they were careful on the way back, and then maybe they should take one of the hunting rifles just in case. Evidently, Tanner had seen something in the yard a few days before. One of their pigs or their chickens or something had been, ripped up and half eaten. They assumed it was just some type of like big cat or like a coyote, even though they don't usually fuck with like the living animals. Tanner went upstairs, packed his stuff, and told his dad that he would be okay without the rifle because coyotes, they don't want to deal with people, so they just run away. And they started walking back towards where they were camping. Rooster finally stops crying and sobbing, and the girl already had, but now is just staring out the window with sort of like a dumb look on her face. He says that they had gotten halfway into the woods toward the camp when they'd started to hear some shit in the forest. It was almost pitch black by that time. So they weren't sure at first what the hell was going on in the woods. The girl says that she heard something in the bushes right off the trail. They all beamed their flashlights over there, and there was someone standing in the woods, like in like a little clearing of the trees. And Rooster said that they shouted at him and told him that he was scaring them and that he was being a dickhead and that he should just walk away or do something. He says that's when he realized that the guy was facing away from him. So they kept walking and they started smelling that same metallic, nasty smell. They said that they looked off into the forest on the opposite side and there was a dude standing there too, backwards, slightly closer to the path they were walking. So now they start like power walking, and Tanner just keeps going like, I should have taken the fucking rifle. Why didn't I take it? I'm such an idiot. As they're telling the story, the smell is now super strong in the trailer. Even inside the cabin, you can just smell it everywhere. And they say that after they started walking faster, they started to hear like
the technology on the forklifts is something that I didn't expect when I first started wrenching on them. Very, very advanced. People think they're not interesting because they're not a car or a cycle, but all the features that the InfoLink is capable of, the features in the trucks themselves, everything that can be changed or modified, they're very intelligent trucks. They are very interesting and fun to work on.
A diagnosis of ATTRCM can change how you envision your future, but the next step is still up to you. Start your journey with Amvuttra. Amvuttra treats the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis in adults. It reduces TTR at the source and requires just 4 injections a year. Amvuttra is proven to help people with ATTR-CM live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital visits over 3 years compared to placebo. So you can continue on your journey, whether it's about what you do or who you're with. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. Reimagine what it can mean to live with ATTR-CM. Talk to your doctor about Amvuttra today. Amvuttra, just the ticket for ATTR-CM.
low, like, murmuring in the woods, and it began coming from both sides of the forest. And as they booked it back to the trailer, the girl said that she flashed her light to the side of them and saw someone jerking themselves through the woods, kind of walking in kind of this maniacal, demented way. And the sound got louder and louder and louder, and they could see the light of our campfire, and something had come out of the woods about 40 yards behind them on the track. And then they just flat out ran as fast as they could, and that's when we heard them run into the cabin. So we're out in the woods, and we're assuming at this point it's like some rednecks or some shit trying to mess with us. And all of a sudden, my other cousin, Junior, starts going on about how he went to school with like a native kid who was telling them about this thing called the Goat Man. And we promptly tell him to shut up, because now is not the time to be talking about the Goat Man and trying to spook everybody out when we're already scared. But he just keeps going on and on about how it's the Goat Man, how we're in his wood, blah, blah, blah. Now, at this time, I had never heard of a Goat Man or anything like that, right? This is a couple years ago. To sum it up, the Goat Man is basically a man with the head of a goat that can shapeshift and get among groups of people to terrorize them. It's also supposed to be kind of like a Wendigo. It's bad mojo to even talk about it, and even worse if you see it. Keep in mind, I didn't know any of this back when I was 16, so my cousin is going, the Goat Man's going to get us, and he's going to eat us, and the girls are all terrified, and my cousins and I are all trying to figure out if it's just some hillbillies or an animal. All of a sudden, the smell just goes away. To this day, I haven't experienced anything like this. Obviously, smells usually fade away or lessen, but it literally was just there 1 second, and then the next second, it's completely gone. So after like an hour, making it probably like 9 or 10 p.m., we've kind of collected ourselves and we've stopped freaking out enough just to go outside and, try to get the fire going. We figure it's just some assholes trying to mess with us, so we don't go back home, because we think if we do, they'll chase us through the woods or some crazy shit. No one wants to go back to the place. And to be honest, nothing else weird happens that night. We stay another night, and for the main part of that night, nothing happens. But at about 1 a.m, we're outside, getting drunk and kind of feeling spooky, so we tell ghost stories. And as someone is finishing some scary story, I don't even remember about what, the smell comes back. And it's so strong that one of the girls literally starts to like dry heave. And I stand up, and you can actually feel how clammy the air is. And I say to everyone, hey, we should get inside. This is not right. This is really weird. And to be honest, we should have just left. We all go back inside, and we're standing around, and my cousin keeps going on about how it's the Goat Man, and my other cousin Rooster tries to tell him to shut the hell up. And all the while, I'm just feeling like something is wrong, and I can't figure out what is happening. So we end up sitting there for a while. And the smell is just as strong, and we're terrified and all huddled in like this camper. And we end up like cooking like some hot dogs or something for everybody, because nobody wants to go outside. And it's one of those packs with like 4 hot dogs. And we have a total of 3 packs, and I grill them up on the stove and give everyone a hot dog, then I get mine. And after a while, one of my cousin gets up, and he goes over to the pot to get another one. He starts kind of, bitching about how I got 2 hot dogs and everybody else only got 1. And I look at him like he's stupid. I tell him that everybody only got 1 because there were 12 hot dogs, and that if he wanted more, he should open up a new pack and cook some more. That's when the girl that had been out with Rooster and Tanner just starts screaming, "Oh Jesus, oh Lord, get it out." She's crying and shivering, and then it dawns on the cousin standing up what is wrong. Me and him both glance around the room, and I feel my heart just sink. I run out of the cabin, and the girl runs out with us, and the trailer door is banging against the side of the trailer as everyone books it out. One of my cousin's friends asks us, what is going on? He stops everyone. He's like, guys, why the fuck is everyone running? And I start to count. There's only 11 men. I shit you not, my cousin verified. There have been 12 people in the cabin. There have been 12 people the entire time. But being that everybody didn't really know each other that well, nobody had noticed the whole fucking time that there was an extra person. And then I realized earlier that I had kind of noticed something was off. Like, you know how when you're just like dicking around having a good time, you don't like sweat the small stuff and you don't always keep track of everything? I'm dead sure that someone else had been in the trailer with us, and that they had been there for at least an entire day eating with us. And what makes it even worse is that I couldn't figure out who it was, because I don't think anyone actually ever interacted with the other person slash goatman. The girl kept praying to Jesus, and we're all sitting outside. Eventually, we get these big-ass sticks and go back in the cabin, and there's nobody in there. We count again, and there's 11 people. We go back to the trailer.
Other door.
You said this was a restoration job. It's a forgery job.
We know why you hate him.
Think of this as a way to get revenge.
This isn't about the unfinished Christophers, is it? These don't even speak of.
Everybody knows what one original Julian scar from that period is worth.
Now, I want to speak of the once when you tell me they are no more. You can bring me the evidence. It's not that I don't trust you, Laurie. It's just that I don't trust you. Have you ever been different, Laurie?
I was hired by Barnaby and Sally to complete the unfinished Christophers.
And what makes you think that you could do it?
I guess that's where the art of it comes in.
Oh, pooh.
And lock the door. We explain what the hell happened, and the girl says that she realized too, and that when she was about to say something, the person sitting next to her had grabbed her leg hard, leaned over to her, and said something she couldn't understand. So we were pretty much scared as hell as we huddled together, and, you know, to be honest, I fell asleep. When I wake up, the sun is just coming up, and half the people are asleep, and the other half are packing all of our shit up. We want to walk back home, but like 4 people want to stay until the sun is all the way up, and some people think that we're just messing around and still want to stay in the trailers, and they're trying to act all tough like they're not scared. I just wanted to get the hell out of the woods. So this one girl's name is Kira, the one that the goat man had touched, I guess. Anyway, I asked her if she really thinks it was something bad, and she just is kind of freaked out and just says she wants to go home and she does not want to be in the woods alone for another night. So we decide to split up. The 4 that want to go, they can go. But I have to stay because I have the keys to the cabin and it's my uncle's and I have to lock it up. Whatever. I'm pissed at this point because I feel like people are not taking this seriously at all. I definitely did not want to be out in the woods for another night. I spent the rest of the day trying to convince the rest of the people, now 4 girls and 4 guys, to get the hell out. Tanner leaves with them to get a rifle and says he's going to be back. So there's just 7 of us left by 4 p.m. At around 5 p.m., he still hasn't made it back. And again, we're getting like a little antsy. The only reason I stopped begging them to leave was because he went to go get a gun. At around 5:30 p.m., the one cousin that did stay says that the girl Kira is outside. We all look outside, and sure enough, she's standing by the fire pit with her back to the cabin. I'm thinking to myself, if she was so scared, why the hell is she back? Why would she come all the way back? And then I get this nasty feeling in my gut. Keep in mind, the whole time, the coppery smell has been gone, and now I realize that I can kind of smell just a twinge of it. I say this to the rest of them. Everybody, and these are the people that wanted to stay in the fucking woods after we had the goddamn goat man in our midst, is laughing at me and asking me if I set this up to scare them. I'm looking at them like, hey, I'm not fucking bullshitting you at all right now. So I asked them, why would I play like that? So one of the girls goes outside to get Kira, and she gets halfway to her, and I swear she just stops cold. Kira is dry heaving. I don't even know how to describe it, sort of like if someone with their back turned was like laughing, but like not actually making a sound, just kind of, contorting. It was this fact that made me realize that there was not a sound in the entire woods. It was dead silent. This was like late September, so it was still fairly hot at the time, but still chilly some days too, and you could usually hear these like big geese honking, or some kind of birds, or like squirrels chit-chatting. I step out the door and tell the girl to come back in the trailer right now. She backs up to it, and we lock the door. We pull down all the shades except one and put a guy in a chair to watch Kira, who's standing there for another 20 minutes or so. Eventually, the guy turns to say that she's still there, and then there's a huge bang on the door. We all jump up and we scramble and we run around the living room of the trailer. The banging is super loud. My cousin is now holding one of the girls, and the other two are kind of giggling with like nervous laughter, and me and the other two guys are just absolutely shitting ourselves. And then we hear Tanner. He's outside. He's screaming, "Let me the fuck in! Stop playing! Let me in!" We go over to the door. We open it. He stumbles inside with the rifle. Nobody else is outside. Eventually, he had walked up to the campsite. Evidently, nothing weird was happening in the forest, but then he had seen a girl. Mind you, he said it was not Kira-san. When he had gotten to the edge of the clearing, she had turned towards him with a slack-jawed look and just stared him down, slowly tracking him as he walked around the outside of the clearing towards the camp. He said it wasn't until he was about halfway to the trailer that he realized that she was actually getting closer. She had started off by the fire, then
From your first note to your next big thing, your sound is our obsession. All the gear you need. Advice from people who get it. Sweetwater.
Whoa! Talk about a morning eye-opener. Get a fluffy, savory sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddle and a mouth-watering sausage McMuffin with eggs. Both for just $5 at McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
and without him even seeing her move, she had been turning, inching closer. He said that he ran the rest of the way back to the cabin thinking it would open, but then he got to the door and it was locked, and turns out it was about half the distance to the door. He looks around the room and gets super pale. He looks at me, pulls me to the side, and whispers in my ear, "You know there are only 7 of us in here, right?" I get that feeling where your stomach just drops and all the blood drains out of you. And it had been back inside the trailer while we were sorting out who was going to go where. And then when we all went outside to talk earlier in the day, it just slipped right back in, I guess. We looked out the window and there was nobody there. So we recount. And I go over and ask everyone, how many people were in here earlier? And everybody says 8. I say, well, how many are there now? They all do the count and realize that there are only 7 people in the cabin. Tanner had brought back a couple boxes of ammo and his rifle. He told his dad that there was some kind of animal in the forest because he didn't think he would believe him, obviously if he said there was a goat. He said that his cousin is supposed to be coming down in a few hours and that in the morning we can all go back to his place, that his cousin will drive us home. Now, at this point, I'm really terrified, but I at least feel better because we can be, American about it and shoot the hell out of whatever comes to get us. But then my cousin gets into this huge argument with one of the girls because she thinks that I'm trying to be funny and prank them, and she's getting really scared and thinks that I'm not funny anymore. He keeps telling her, I'm not that kind of person, and she goes, well, how do we know the girl wasn't just Tanner in a wig? Or if there's really a goat man, how do we know that this is the real Tanner and that the goat man didn't kill Tanner in the woods and take his gun? So we get into this huge argument where me and Tanner are like, we could seriously be in danger because at the very least someone has been sneaking themselves into our trailer without us knowing and mingling with us, and at worst, something bad is in the forest with us. So one of the girls at this point is crying and saying that she wants to go right now. We're telling her that she shouldn't, because none of us are walking through the woods in the middle of the night. At this point, the sun is starting to go down, and it's getting a little cloudy, so we eat something and turn on the radio for a while, but we can't really get the station quite right with anything decent. So we turn it off about the time that Tanner's cousin shows up. He was like 19, I think. Now the sun is barely over the horizon, and he has one of those heavy-duty lantern flashlights and another rifle. He walks into the trailer, and we whisper to Tanner, asking if he's sure that's his cousin, and he says yes. The guy looks behind him and all around the camp, then walks in. He kind of glances at all of us and looks a little confused. Then he says, where's your other little buddy at? I figured he would meet up with me at the cabin. Is she a little slow or something? He also asked whether we had been cooking blood in the cabin because it smelled like blood and hot pans all the way up to the trail, and we're all like, nope. Then we asked him what the hell he's talking about the girl he saw. He had come down the same trail Tanner had been using and found one of your guy's buddies standing in the middle of the trail looking at him. He asked her a bunch of questions, but all she did was look at him. Then he smiled and kept on walking. She couldn't seem to keep up with him and kept lagging a little behind, almost walking with like a limp. He asked her if she was hurt or something, or if she needed any help, but she just continued to stare at him. Eventually, he turned around a bend on the trail, and when he went back to see if she was okay, the trail was empty. He assumed she had taken some shortcut through the woods to our trailer or something. And we tell him the whole story of everything that's been going on. I half expect him to say we were full of shit, but he just listened and sat down on the couch in the living room. Tanner's cousin gets back to the girl. He says that when she had kept trying to lag behind him, it kind of weirded him out, so he tried to keep her in front of him, but no matter how slow he walked, she was always lagging a little behind. And around that time, he smelled this nasty smell, and it got stronger as he got to the camp. Eventually, it got really strong. She said something really low, and he didn't quite catch what she said, and when he turned around, she had been right the fuck on him. He stepped back from her, and at this point, he asked if she was okay. If she wasn't, he offered to carry her back the rest of the way. She just kept staring, slack-jawed. He said that he reached out for her, as in to grab her on the shoulder, but he must have misjudged the distance because she was off to the side where he had put his hand, like she had just moved while he was looking dead at her. It was really strange. So at this point, we know that shit's real. Unless Tanner is playing a joke, which we can tell he's not because he's also almost pissing his pants. They load up their rifles, we eat some more, and we just kind of sit around until like 11 p.m. To this day, every time I think about this, I really pray to God some huge prank that my cousin played on me was never revealed, so I would shit myself for the rest of the
Not true.
Here's what happens. At around 11 p.m., the stink of copper turned into like an actual gross blood smell, like cooked blood and like singed hair or something. Tanner and his cousin Reese get up and instantly grab the rifles. There's like a half like knocking or like clawing at the door, and I shit you not, there's this voice, and it sounds like when you see like those cats or dogs
That shit is so
and,
ass.
like the owners teach them how to like talk or something.
I think it is. I played one game and I just could not play anymore.
Let me the fuck in. Stop fucking playing.
It's like I could just play Ark.
Before you talk to this AC guy.
Listen, Chief, this deal is as good as it gets. It's a big
We're gonna think about it. We're gonna think about it.
Okay, great. How about you, little lady? Hold on, Chief. Easy, wait for that. This deal is awesome. I'm coming. Sign it.
Call the friendly guys at Desert Diamond Mechanical. They'll fix only.
Yeah, so I tried it out. But when it comes out, it's gonna be $40.
Call Desert Diamond Mechanical. Your friend in the
Yeah.
AC business.
When these voices come around periodically, preaching isolationism, which is designed to simultaneously appeal to comfort and the appearance of peace while appeasing, and this is critical, appeasing dictators and aggressors in war, and saying that we should treat all these things as neutral, or we should really look on the bright side of totalitarian and authoritarian powers. We can have peace and prosperity if only we would just stop meddling. Mind our own business. Let them do what they do. Maybe form alliances with these organizations. Because democracy is really inefficient, weak, divided, and dysfunctional by comparison to the discipline and greatness that can come from a dictatorial power. That is pure BS. Free people have far more strength and power. For all the inefficiencies of democracy, pluralism has more power than dictatorship at the end of the day.
Nuts creep against my body, and one of the girls just starts crying and calling for Jesus, and it was so fucking obviously not a person talking. It didn't even have like the right cadence. That's just some shit that I never realized until this moment, but like all the people have a certain cadence when they talk, no matter what language. All the people have a certain rhythm when they talk. This shit did not have any cadence or rhythm. It sounded like it sounded like a cat, but it was not a cat. This is what it sounded like outside the door. It sounded almost like this, just not funny. sorry for being on a tangent, but like if you can't imagine how this shit sounded, then you can't imagine how fucked up the whole situation was. So now I'm just in full-on terror mode. We keep yelling outside, like, who is it? Like, stop fucking around. And he just keeps on saying in that weird voice, in. Let me in. For almost 15 minutes, and then the smell goes away for a while. And for the next hour or so, you can hear someone basically creeping around the woods and shit. Every couple minutes, it comes back to the door and it says something. Finally, the smell fades away. Around 2 in the morning, Reese just says, man, fuck this. Opens the door and walks outside with his rifle. He fires a shot into the air and says something to the effect of, in the name of Jesus Christ, go away. He fires 2 more times, and then from the woods, right up against the river, across the trailer, it sounds like something is slowly like gibbering and hooting. Then it starts screaming. And it sounds almost like a woman and a cat in a bag screaming together. Like, I seriously have never heard this shit in my life. We can hear the brush over that way start to shake, and Reese fires over into the tree line and then starts backing up to the building. We lock the door and we can hear this shit keening and screaming. Reese says something had to come out of the bushes super low to the ground and was crawling towards the cabin. Crawling, like those videos that we saw earlier. Get shot at. Pretty much that was how the rest of the night went. Literally just like constant screaming for the next 2 hours and shit moving out into the tree line. But it never came back to the cabin until everyone had finally fallen asleep. Tanner had been sitting in the chair watching the door with his rifle. Nobody else heard or saw this, and he told me 2 days later after the whole thing was over. He said he had been nodding off after the screaming and noises finally stopped. He'd been almost asleep when he saw someone come out of the bathroom and then lay down in the middle of the floor and go to sleep. He just assumed it was one of us and that the guy had nodded off. Then he said he kind of realized that something was wrong. And while pretending to be sleeping, he counted us. There were 9 people in the cabin. He didn't want to try shooting at the thing and have it, kill us all then and there, or have Reese wake up and start shooting and, us kill ourselves. So he just stayed awake all night, pretending to be asleep. He said sometimes he would stand up and kind of do this weird, jittery thing and heave like it was laughing, but then it would just lay back down. And the story, to be honest, closes pretty weak because from my perspective, nothing happened. When we woke up, I noticed that Tanner was pretty jittery and that he was, avoiding looking at all of this. But we ate some breakfast, packed up, started walking to his house. He stayed last in the cabin and said he'd lock up and bring my uncle's keys. He told us to start walking and that he'd catch up, which I didn't really want to fucking do after everything we had been through. We got a little bit up the path, and when he came running up, we just jogged back to his house. His cousin took us home. There was a window in the bathroom. Tanner had gone back to lock up and looked in there, and we were too stupid to lock up a screenless window. It was fucking up when he went in there. I'm guessing it had been doing that all along, waiting for us to fall asleep, slip in, and then getting in among us. It walked with us all the way back to his house, and then he said it lagged to the back of the group, looked at him dead in the eyes before walking into the woods. And that is the Goatman story. That was pretty freaky. Didn't love that. It's probably not true, I hope. I hope very badly that's not true. I hope that never happened. But if this person is still around, hit me up, come on the pod. Tell me everything. But yeah, this is ostensibly a true story. A Nassie's Goatman story. You can still see the original thread up on 4chan. It has now become the topic of internet lore and will exist probably as one of the spookiest stories on the internet for a while. So, let's check out another one.
Hey, the light's on. I can see you. Hello out there. Hello. There's been a lot written and a lot said. But never from my side of the story.
move to them.
Epic. Elvis Presley in concert. Rated PG-13.
Degree, but still no degree. They say higher education is outdated, irrelevant. We say, don't settle for the status quo.
At Grand Canyon University, we shatter it.
And we're redefining what higher education looks like. We lead with a pioneering spirit in classrooms that are incubators for bold ideas. Our academically rigorous, industry-driven programs reflect a commitment to merit and Christian truth. GCU believes education shouldn't be a privilege. Affordable education should be accessible to all.
You have opportunity. You have a full purpose. A chance to lead and serve in meaningful ways.
This is more than just education. It's preparation for a life that transforms. This is purpose-driven education. Take action. Find your purpose at Grand Canyon University. Visit gcu.edu.
So there's a group of friends that go hiking in the Arizona desert. Again, these skinwalkers are very prominent in the southern area, southwest specifically, and they're exploring sort of like there's a landscape near Navajo territory. They're planning a weekend getaway and just trying to disconnect from all the stuff going on, just enjoy nature. And they take one night where they stay at a campsite, everything's great. But then the second night, things get weird. So again, it's like a group of like 4 or 5 friends, and they're all camping, and they're at a campfire. And they have their cars there, like they're not super far off, and a bunch of them are from the area. Like they only drove like an hour or two, like sort of this campground thing. But it's off the beaten path, right? So they're sitting around the campfire, and then all of a sudden one of the friends, this girl Jenny, she's just sitting around the campfire, and she just gets like a feeling where she's like, I'm like, she feels like antsy, she feels unsettled. And she's like, let me just go for a walk. And everyone's kind of drinking, there's like smoking weed, so she's just like, maybe I like drink too. I don't know. Let me just go for a walk. Let me just kind of just get a little change of scenery. So she starts walking, kind of walks away from the group, and then all of a sudden she hears a voice calling her name, just yelling, and it's like very faint, and she can hear it. And she kind of stops while she's walking. She listens really close, and the voice that she hears is not just a random voice calling her name, and it's not her own voice. It sounds like her mom. And she's like, what? My mom lives like 2 hours east. Like, why? Like, my mom here? But she hears her mom distinctly, her exact voice yelling her name from off into the distance. So she kind of like walks over, and she's like straight up, she's not really familiar with these like skinwalkers, where she's not native. Like, she just hears this voice, and she's like, is my mom over there, or is like someone messing with me? Like, what's happening? So she kind of wanders away, and she's sort of walking towards the edge of like the wooded area where they're staying at, and she basically sees like a person near the edge of the woods, like a woman, and she hears the name that is calling her getting louder and louder. She walks over to the edge of the woods, and she sees her mom standing basically like at the clearing of the woods, and like as she's walking, she kind of looks back and she sees the campfire, and it's a little farther, and her friends can't really like see her, and she just hears her name getting called louder and louder and louder, and her mom is standing right there, but her mom is not facing her. Her mom is standing facing into the woods, and so she sees the back of her mom's head, and it's calling her name, and she's trying to figure out what's going on. So she's walking towards, and she's like, Mom, what is going on? Like, she's like talking to her mom now, like concerned that her mom is okay. And then all of a sudden, the woman standing in the woods turns around, and it's not her mom. It is a demonic, demented, eyes glowing red, warped kind of monstrosity that's facing her. And the voice all of a sudden gets much deeper and continues to call her name and starts to kind of walk towards her. And as it does, with its mouth kind of like open unnaturally wide and like a gape staring at her, she feels arms grab her back and yank her, and she starts to scream and turns around and realizes that it's her friends. And her friends are grabbing her and pulling her away from the woods. And she's telling them, screaming, and it's just at this point completely inconsolable. And they go back to the campsite and they ask her, they're like, what's going on? And they, she looks at her friends, she's like, did you just see that? And they go, see what? She's like, my mom was in something that looked like my mom, that was imitating my mom, was in the woods, right at the edge. Like I could see like the face of the thing when I turned around, but it wasn't my mom. It was like a demon or something, and it was calling me. And I almost went to it. Like I was like entranced by this thing. It was so scary. And then you guys came and grabbed me. And at this point, all the friends are thoroughly spooked and they're pretty freaked out. So they were like, you know what? Let's just drive it. So they all jumped in the car and went back to their respective houses. She eventually got home, and as she sort of tells the story, she's like, I saw my mom and like was a little spooked. And be like, hey mom, how are you? And her mom was like, why are you home? She's like, just weird night. We all wanted to come home. And it seems like it lines up with Navajo legend. You know, a lot of the Navajo stuff will say like, yeah, these things can imitate human beings. We got another story. This is an interesting one. And this happened, interestingly, near where the place where I was in North Carolina doing those soccer camps, and I was like, saw that guy walking on the road. But anyway, so this is written by a guy. He called himself David. Ostensibly, this is a real person, but who knows? It could just be completely fictitious. He writes this. He basically says that around 2:50 in the morning, he's asleep, but his wife is woken up by the sound of their cat meowing downstairs. But something was weird about the meow. It didn't sound like the cat. It sounded like a cat, but it didn't sound like their cat. And it sounded like a cat like learning how to meow. Like it's weird. So like they're laying in bed, and it sounded almost like someone imitating a cat. And so they hear like meow, meow. But again, when I'm doing it, you can tell like, oh, it's a person doing it. Like you can't. It's not really a cat. Like there's a difference that people can pick up on. So she's laying there in bed. She hears the meowing, and she's like, "This is loud," and it's going on for several minutes as the meowing is going on, and they're listening to it, and they're like, "What is that noise?" And again, he's still asleep. It's just only the wife that's hearing it. And the meowing kind of continues, and it stops. And then they hear a bang on their door, and she's like, "What the?"
Claim multiplier scratchers from the Arizona Lottery for over $270 million in prizes.
Some say that the best things in life unfold. Adventure unfolds when you open the map and follow where the road leads. Beauty unfolds in the moments we pause for. Memories unfold when we take the time to open them. Your story unfolds in every note you play, in every mile you travel, in every adventure you take. The best things in life unfold, and now, so does your guitar. From the trunk of your car to the campsite, the full-size, no compromise, ultimate travel guitar. Unfolding music. Bring the music.
The fuck is that? So she's just frozen, okay? And again, the guy's like, my wife didn't wake me up. She's like, was afraid to make any noise. She like didn't move at all. And then the next morning comes around, and the guy, again, he writes, he's like, I basically woke up and I looked over to my wife, and she's asleep, but like did not sleep good. She looks terrible. She only slept like an hour that night. And he's like, what's up with you? And she basically explains what happened. And so he walks around the house and kind of checks the house the next morning and just tries to see everything that's going on. And they have a security system in the house that basically detects motion and like will give them an update on their phone. And so he checks the security device, and it says that motion is detected in the house right when the strange sounds occurred at like 2:52 a.m. Again, the witching hour. And he's a little like unnerved, and so he's trying to think like, you know, reasonably like, what was it like? You know, cats are weird. It's possible that the cat was just being weird and then ran upstairs, tried to get in the room, ran to the door, ran back downstairs. Who knows? They looked at the motion detection thing, and they couldn't really see anything on the motion detector. So they were like, all right, whatever. Sort of unnerved, kind of not feeling great about it. They decide to go to sleep the next night and put all the pets inside the room where they are. And you know, basically trying to see if whatever's making that noise was one of their animals. So the next night they go to sleep, and all the animals are sleeping in the room with them. And a couple things happen sort of in order that are pretty weird. He's laying in the bed, and all of a sudden the cat kind of like perks up in the bed and kind of like, and again, he doesn't hear anything. So the cat just kind of sits up. And then he sees his phone have an alarm that goes off, like an alert, like a notification that says motion detected. 3:05 a.m. And he looks at it and he's like, and he looks over his wife, and his wife is still sleeping. And he's like, okay, so as long as she stays asleep, I don't want to freak her out.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people have said so far.
All the animals are in the room, and now like my cat and my dog are both like kind of weirded out. And again, people say like animals have a different ability to like sort of sense things. Who knows? But the cat is like now sitting up in the bed, and the dog is kind of like disturbed and kind of like looking at the door. And at around 3:07 a.m., they hear the meow. And now the cat is like hackled up, and the cat's like freaking out, and the wife wakes up and is looking at the husband like, I fucking told you, there's some shit going on downstairs. And so now the cat, they hear this meowing again, and again it sounds like meow, meow. Like it sounds like a guy making the noise, and they're like, why is there a guy in our fucking house trying to imitate a cat? And they're freaked out, and they're laying up there, and the cat is all freaked out, and the dog is up there, and then the dog starts to bark. And it's a loud bark. And all of a sudden, they stop hearing the noise. And there's no bang on the door. And the two of them just kind of lay in bed, and they're just a little freaked out. And they just lay there the rest of the night. They kind of just look at each other, and they're like, all right, let's just try to go to sleep. I think at one point he ends up going up and like locking the door just to the bedroom, just like, all right. And then they try to sleep, and they both wake up around, when the sun comes up, like 7:30. They look around, and she looks at her husband like, yo, you gotta go out there. So he's like, all right, fine, I'll do it. So he goes, looks around the house, doesn't see anything. Again, looks at the motion detected alert that he got on his phone, and there's motion detected, but again, nothing on the motion detection. But they both heard the sound of a guy imitating their cat. So he basically looks around the house, and a couple days later, they discovered that the attic door in their bedroom, kind of like the top part of the attic, that again was never really touched. There's panels, wooden panels on top of them in one of the closets, and it shifted. And he kind of writes in this sort of entry that he posted online that they look at the attic and it shifted, and he's completely freaked out. He thinks maybe like there's a homeless guy that moved up there, and they end up leaving. They invite a local woman that comes over and cleans the house with sage, and the two of them still feel like really unnatural about it. He kind of leaves it open-ended, like, should I pop into the attic? Should I go investigate? Should we just move out? What do we do? And that's effectively how the story ends. If I was them, I would just move out. Like, there's no way. Like, you're telling me you're hearing meowing while you're living in your house, like near the woods, that's imitating your cat, trying to lure you downstairs? No. What the frick? Okay, so here's another story. This one is interesting. It was actually sent to me by a friend of mine. I was telling him I was going to just do an episode sort of telling fun, scary stories about skinwalkers and wendigos, and he was like, oh, you gotta check this one out. So, this is how it starts, and I'll be telling from his perspective. Growing up in Arizona, myths and legends are a part of life. Native traditions, mystic places, UFO abductions, and dozens of other stories of the unknown that I always found fascinating. And I grew up spending a lot of time wandering around the desert and the mountains, hunting, camping, so I felt very at home in the wilderness. One late spring, one of my many hiking adventures, I wandered off trail, and after several hours came upon a small group of like old mud adobe. I found something.
Okay. What did you find?
Found the place. It's massive in there. It just goes on and on and on. All these rooms. This place builds them. Actually, more like it remembers them. And the more times
it remembers something, the less it does.
No, you.
Opioid addiction gets between you and what you love. Once monthly Sublocade may help you move forward in your recovery. Sublocade, with counseling and psychosocial support, treats moderate to severe opioid addiction in adults started on an oral dose of buprenorphine or already on buprenorphine. Sublocade is just one dose that lasts all month long with no complete detox required. Buprenorphine should be started after the first signs of withdrawal. Sublocade may cause harm or death if injected in a vein. As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening breathing problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're faint, dizzy, sleepy, confused, have problems breathing, seeing, or talking, or if naloxone is given. Don't take with other opioids, benzos, alcohol, or other drugs, including street drugs. This can cause severe drowsiness, decreased awareness, breathing problems, coma, and death. In emergencies, tell medical staff you're on Sublocade for opioid dependence. This isn't a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read patient label for more information. If you or a loved one is struggling with opioid addiction, visit Sublocade.com.
Houses. A few people heard me coming and came out of the houses to investigate, and after apparently making the quick decision that I was not a threat, one of the elders dressed in kind of like, almost like an old style, like native clothing, came over to greet me. And the man spoke slowly and told me that I had wandered onto a reservation, specifically a Navajo reservation. And he asked me if I was lost or if I needed help. When I told him that no, I was not lost, but, you know, intentionally I was walking around, he chuckled and invited me in to, you know, have a bite of food with his family. Over the next several hours were one of the great experiences of my life. The whole thing was like being thrown back in time. But literally, I was just there, and while we ate and talked, others from the surrounding houses began coming over to join us, and I got the feeling they didn't get many outside visitors. We shared stories for hours about life, family, their history, in the area, and time spent in the wild. And the longer we talked, the more they opened up, and the more interesting the elders' stories got. Throughout the time, there was one man who never spoke. He just sat outside of the circle listening and watching me. At one point, I told him I did what I called my walkabouts every year around September, where I would go out by myself in the wilderness for 2 or 4 weeks at a time. And this got the attention of the one silent old man. When I finished, he came over to the circle around the fire, sat directly on the ground in front of me, and asked me to join him on the ground. He told me that years ago, he used to do the same thing. And he went on to tell me about the canyon he went to. He described it as dangerous and, for lack of a better word, kind of magical. And that I would see the world differently if I came back. If? Kind of a weird thing to say. I mean, it must be for dramatic effect. But regardless, when he finished, he invited me over to his home. The house was smaller, and through an open door in the back room, I could see that it was filled with various sort of pelts and, you know, coyotes and different wolf skins. And he walked over and he closed the door and picked up and handed me an old map that had some written directions that seemed like, you know, he had been holding on to them for a very long time. And he just walked away back into that room and closed the door behind him. It was late, and one of the families had invited me to stay the night, which I gladly did. The next morning, as I was preparing to leave, one of the old women came over to me with something in her hands. She handed me a talisman and simply said, "Dip your bullets in the white ash at the hottest part of the fire," then just walked away. September came, and as I packed for my walkabout, I saw the talisman in a drawer, and something felt right about taking it with me. After a beautiful drive, I was very happy to find the Forest Service road marked on the old map. The entrance to the area was remote and overgrown and tough to get to, even in my Jeep, and took me much longer to get to than expected. So I decided to make camp and started hiking the next morning. After a few hours on a trail that looked like it had been completely forgotten, I came to a stream. And the entrance to the secret valley, sort of, that had been written on this old map. There was a narrow crack in the tall cliffs with about 4 feet of water running gently through, but too narrow for a kayak or a canoe. So I hoisted my gear over my head and began sort of wading sideways through the chest-deep water.
Not for
The crack in the
long.
cliff seemed to go on forever, but after almost 2 hours, I came to a place where it opened up into a small lake in an incredible valley surrounded by tall rock faces. This may have been the most remote place that I had ever been, in the sense that there was no sign that people had ever even been
You need
there.
to
I
be
mean,
locked up.
I go camping a lot. There was no trash, no bullet casings, not even like ash from a campfire. My first night there was the quietest night I had ever spent in the wild. No birds, no frogs, not even a cricket. But it didn't feel like I was alone there. In the morning after breakfast, I headed out on my first exploratory hike to sort of see where my new home was for the next couple of weeks. And after being stalked by a mountain lion on a hike about 10 years ago, I made a point of now bringing a pistol with me when I'm out in the wilderness hiking because I don't want to deal with that shit anymore. After some looking around, I found a narrow path that appeared to be a game trail that led up the side of one of the cliffs and toward what looked like caves from the canyon floor. I made my way up to them and came upon an entrance that was much larger than it appeared from below. I made some noise to alert any possible animals that was there and made my way inside. The cave was an expansive single chamber that went back a few hundred feet, and as I walked, I inspected as much as I could see with my light, but there was no tracks of any kind in the dirt besides mine, so I decided I was alone in there and pushed on towards, the rear of the cave. As I came around the last bend in the cave and approached the end, my headlamp panned across a large sort of pile of bones. Some were animal, but some kind of looked human-ish, and some were extremely old looking. A small candle sitting on a natural shelf was there as well. And this is the first thing that scared me in as long as I can remember. I mean, I'm trying to focus my wits and remember that there's no other tracks into the cave, and I figured this all must have been from a long time ago. Maybe it was even, native, who knows. I was still a little uneasy as I exited the cave, and I was ready to get back to my camp. And as I came out into the light, about 75 feet away, there was the biggest wolf I had ever seen, looking like it was coming down from standing on its hind legs. It had dropped onto all fours on a rock and just began staring at me. Not growling or baring its teeth, just staring. I pulled my .45 and fired.
Diagnosis of ATTRCM can change how you envision your future, but the next step is still up to you. Start your journey with Amvuttra. Amvuttra treats the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis in adults. It reduces TTR at the source and requires just 4 injections a year. Amvuttra is proven to help people with ATTR-CM live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital visits over 3 years compared to placebo. So you can continue on your journey, whether it's about what you do or who you're with. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. Reimagine what it can mean to live with ATTR-CM. Talk to your doctor about Amvuttra today. Amvuttra, just the ticket for ATTR-CM.
It's a new crowd out there. It's gonna be like the first time we go on. Hard way to make a living, it's really tough. You feel it, you can't help but move to it. Hey, the light's on, I can see you. Hello out there. Hello.
Epic Elvis Presley in concert. Rated PG-13.
Nah.
2 shots off to the side to scare it away, but it didn't even flinch. Not only have I never seen a wolf in this part of Arizona, but I've never even seen a wild animal that did not flinch at the sound of a gunshot. We both stood there staring at each other for
4 or 5 stems.
It felt like forever. I turned and set my backpack down to grab my binoculars and get a closer look, but when I turned back, the wolf was gone. I made my way cautiously down the path back towards my camp and sort of feeling uneasy. Look, I've encountered wolves before, and usually it's not the one wolf you can see that should worry you is the ones you can't see. So I was extra cautious for the return trip. Back at camp, I made sure my gun was fully loaded and got my recurve bow strung just in case the wolves came back. I've seen plenty of predatory animals on my adventure. It's a part of being in the wilderness. You know, this is a part of what I do. So I wasn't too worried, just preparing myself the best I could and went back over to the lake to go fishing. Within 20 minutes, I caught 2 of the biggest trout I ever caught. Feeling great. I decided to stop fishing for the day and just to take a swim. Back at the camp, I made a fire, cleaned my trout, and made dinner while the sun went down. As soon as the sun went down, all of the life in the canyon, once again, seemed to go completely silent. As I put out my fire and prepared for bed, I noticed that there was a small flicker of light coming from the area where the cave I had explored earlier up on the cliffside, which didn't make any sense. It was a moonless night. The stars didn't reflect that way. It couldn't have been the candles that I had seen, because the candles were far too old and would not burn as brightly as this flame that I'm looking at right now. I decided to keep my gun close and try to get some sleep. I would investigate the cave again the next day. When I awoke at sunrise, there was a haze along the ground throughout the whole canyon floor. But as the sun rose, it disappeared quickly and the area kind of came back to life. Once again, it was beautiful. I made my breakfast, gathered my gun and my bow, and headed back towards the cave. When I reached the entrance, I saw there were still no tracks besides mine around the entrance and decided to push up the hill a little further. Just a little further up, I came upon the entrance to another cave, much smaller than the first one. There was a small flat landing with large, heavily twisted juniper trees that, to my absolute surprise, had many small objects hanging from thin, old-looking ropes tied to them. There were bones. But they were also old things, definitely made by humans, and looked like they were old, like Native
You
American artifacts.
can defeat the first one without any stems.
Where the old man
That's how I
on the
did
reservation had stayed when
it.
he
I
was
really
decades
needed it for the
ago.
second one.
I decided to go into the cave.
Yeah.
This cave was much different from the first one. Just a few feet in, I noticed that the walls were covered with what looked like ceremonial cave paintings. And as I pushed farther back, the cave got dramatically colder. Much colder than it should have been. And the walls were completely covered with paintings the entire way. It was just absolutely fascinating. When I reached the back of the cave, I was not prepared at all for what I saw. There was what looked like an old altar, is sort of the best way to describe it from, back when I used to go to church. And it was made of wood and kind of like bones, I guess. I couldn't tell if they were animals. As I looked around, I saw that a little before the back of the cave, there was another shaft in the ceiling that went straight up. And on a ledge about 25 feet up sat a small figure of what appeared to be a woman. She was small and pale, with her face painted white and wearing something like a crown made of woven branches with 2 small antlers in the front. I stopped and stared for a few minutes, and the figure did not move, so I assumed that maybe it was mummified remains from a long time ago or something. Not wanting to disturb a burial site, I decided to walk back out of the cave, and I began to walk. As I started to walk, I heard what sounded like a faint voice. But it wasn't in English. It was like almost like an unknown, like ancient kind of language thing. That's the only way I can describe it. I instinctively looked back up towards the figure, but the figure was gone. I was immediately terrified, and I ran from the cave as fast as I could, but my headlamp started to flicker and ultimately died. I made my way out, feeling along the walls to find my way, and the whole way I felt like there was something directly behind me. When I saw the first light from the cave entrance, I began to sprint towards it, just absolutely elated, but before I made it out, I looked back, and there was nothing. So I slowed down. But I could still hear the faint voice, and the volume never changed. When I got outside, all the bones and artifacts hanging from the tree were gone. I ran down the path as fast as I could, headed back to the campsite by the lake. Just as I reached the floor of the canyon, I noticed the large wolf at the tree line to my left, but this time it stayed standing upright, on its hind legs. I stopped running, hoping not to initiate its predatory response to chase me, and again it just stood.
Your job depends on reliable tools. That's why Harbor Freight is committed to offering quality tools to pros like yourself at a fraction of the price. Stop by today and put us to the test. Only at Harbor Freight, your pro tools destination.
So I grew up here in Arizona. I've been here my whole life. I do believe the future of Arizona starts with teachers. Without teachers, nobody even really know it.
Nope.
My name is Gabriel Rel. I'm a fifth grade teacher when I graduated. I believe that college being affordable
Must be fucking nice, you stupid bitch.
haven't had the opportunity to in a certain part of the room where he just. But because I was like, I was in, I don't know where. Degree, such an affordable price, I believe many more teachers could make that decision if they knew it was possible. I didn't miss any of like life because
Shut up.
still be a dad, still work. I needed to do my assignment, and for me, that was one of the biggest factors for me that helped me to be successful. That's the reason why I chose Rio. I make Arizona strong by teaching the kids, teaching the people who are going to be in charge or be in the workforce, be the entrepreneurs, be the people who imagine, who draw, artists. I'm giving them the foundation they need. If they say this is going to be 10 years, I want them to know that I was still proud of them. I hope that they remember me as a teacher that cared.
There. Staring. I reached my campsite safely and immediately began packing up, but it was too late in the day to make it out before dark. I did not want to make the hike out at night with all that was going on. I moved my tent so it was, backed up to the canyon wall by the crack on the cliffside so I don't have to worry about anything sneaking up behind me. I built my fire much larger and knew I wasn't going to get any sleep. Just as the sun was going down, I began to hear noise coming from the trees. And I felt like it sounds silly, but I felt like I was being hunted. Finally, in the last light of the day, I saw the wolf walking around by where the path led out of the trees, and it began to slowly walk towards me. I felt the dread go through my entire body, and this time I drew my gun and fired towards the creature fully into.
Time to tickle your brainstem. Here are 50 amazing facts to blow your mind. There is allegedly a Gospel of Judas not found in the Bible that speaks of Judas as the one of Jesus' disciples who fully understood his teachings. It goes on to say that he turned Jesus over to the Romans because Jesus asked him to. It was discovered in an Egyptian cave in the 1970s, dating to the 2nd century AD. Bobby Fischer learned chess at the age of 6 when his sister randomly bought him a cheap chess set, and he got so obsessed that he used to study chess books for hours alone in his Brooklyn apartment. It's perfectly legal to eat human meat in all states but Ohio. I would not recommend that. I don't care if it's legal. Please don't do that.
God damn, I need to take shit.
We saw this one? We absolutely did not see this one.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you. We're just trying to keep you safe. You want me to go in the car? We'll allow you to get in our cars? And we can take you anywhere?
Oh shit, that's right.
Milk cop. No!
We're gonna go all the way to Stanwood, but we can at least like get you like, yeah, for a railroad station, we're going all the way to Linwood now, or we can stop all the traffic.
Oh god, they're in Washington State. Disgusting. You'll save the trooper? Grizzly Puncher called her.
And then we'll slowly follow you off the freeway. Just wait.
Or it's a ginger. Is he a ginger? He kind of looks like a ginger.
But it's all them don't move, okay?
Soulless beasts.
Stop all these cars, and we'll have you move over to the right shoulder, okay?
He wants to continue walking and get him clear off the right shoulder.
You're a limited access freeway. You're trespassing, okay? It's something you can get arrested for. You don't want to do that. You don't care about that. You just want to do
Washington State is beautiful.
Come on. Walk over. Come on. Walk over. Come on. Walk over. Okay, we're good. And then we're gonna walk real quick. She's gonna be with you. My car's all the way back there, okay?
Officers painstakingly followed them.
Why is officer's thumb so long? I wonder where that officer's from.
We follow the man in the slow lane. Along the way, the officer continues to offer assistance.
Are you sure you don't want us to give you a ride, bro? Because that exit is hella far. Is there someone I can call for you? Okay.
No.
Cross over to the right now. Cross over to the right.
Holy shit, they actually did follow him.
You want to keep walking or you want to
For a long time.
It's against our policy, but I won't put cuffs in you or anything. I'll just have you stand in the back with no cuffs. You can't get out from that side. No, I'll open it. I promise I'll open it. I swear to God I'll open it. I promise you, but it's a holiday today. I wouldn't lie to you. I swear I'll open it. I didn't do anything wrong. No, I'm saying you did. I'm not
Oh my god, they're being incredibly nice to this guy too.
But I'm more than happy to give you a ride, bro.
Officer John C. Bananas and Rice.
I'm not gonna.
Being an officer, you're doing a fantastic job with your this. I'm not trying to make fun of you.
On you, I promise I'll open the door. I can give you something to eat.
Because you stink.
You're exactly this stupid question.
Not true.
What a waste of time though, 30 minutes. Or are you just making funny? We make fun. We make funnies of everyone. I encourage you guys to make funnies of me. Still the car, bro. Exactly.
You sure you know what happened? Like, I promise I'm not gonna put you in touch or anything. I promise, I swear, I'll just shoot you off my own good one. It's not your fault, bro. We're just trying to get you off your street, bro. That's all it is, bro. I didn't even know how this is. We're good. You have like a family I can call, a friend I can call,
Oh, I'm funny looking? I'm gonna dox you right now. I'm gonna read your address to everyone here. And your kids' names. Call me funny looking. Lose all my sponsors. This dude drunk? I don't know. He's drunk, high, having an emotional crisis, or a mental crisis, or all of the above. Something's wrong with him. He's not making too much sense.
Where did you come from right now? Like, what are you doing in Seattle? Like, just hanging out, or? I had a bad feeling. Like, bad feeling about what?
Dox me all day, baby. Dude, Donut's an influencer. That's a slur. That's my kind of slur. Like, you can call me mayonnaise monkey and cum skin all day long, but you call me an influencer, I'm gonna get up steady spaghetti about that. Influencer.
I mean, I don't know, though. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. No, you're good, but I understand. I'm not taking that good.
I'm gonna dox all of you.
Get up right here from the police box for a second.
He finally found my N-word. Oh, this dude, this fucking dude.
No. I don't think so.
Want a workplace as dedicated as you? one that makes a difference and helps people every day. Check out the hundreds of opportunities waiting for you at the City of
Oh yeah, I haven't went back
benefits,
yet.
job stability, career growth, and more. Help us do work that makes Phoenix work. Go to phoenix.gov/jobs.
Yeah, I think I've seen the table, but I haven't gone back and talked to any other people I've sent there. No, let's focus on the story.
This experience that someone in the future is going to ride and enjoy. That's what keeps us coming back. The Tillamook State Forest is just magic. There's something about it where you can just go get lost and get into a place and see a new thing every day. I've been escaping to this place for 20 years. It's like, wow, this place is special.
Yeah.
It's therapy. My name is Ryan McLean. I grew up in the West Portland area, pretty close to the Tillamook State Forest, probably 20-30-minute drive. As a preteen growing up, sometimes you just got to get out. So the bike was the escape. That was my chariot to get the hell out. You get on the bike and you just ride. You could just go do whatever, wherever. It was so free. In the mid-2000s, there was no good, compelling riding in the area. And so we did some sleuthing around, and we found a plan for the Tillamook State Forest that said, we set aside this whole area for more advanced mountain biking opportunities in the future. And there was nothing there. No one had taken the reins and actually did anything with it. And we were like, let's build trails.
My name is Marissa Jensen, and I'm currently working as a firefighter here in Oregon. Westside Trail Federation is a nonprofit organization here in the Pacific Northwest. We are focused on building technical downhill mountain biking trails in a place where a lot of those don't exist.
Like the Tillamook State Forest, which has just the most amazing terrain, and it's a perfect fit. So when we decided we want to put a trail in the forest, it really starts with looking at LiDAR maps, figuring out where to start a trail, where to end a trail, which ways work, which ways don't work. You look at drainage, creek, canyon, riparian areas. You want to stay away from those.
Then you just go to the area of the mountain and you walk it, and you see if that's possible.
So I can start to come up with an idea of, that might be cool, I'm going to put a little pin on top of that.
And that's where the vision comes in, like, okay, we're going to bench cut this is going to be the feature, you know, we're going to jump here.
So once a trail is flagged and approved, it really depends on what the forest has in front of you.
It really is just moving earth at that point. So on a big day, we do a safety meeting, we talk about what the plan is, we talk about what our goals are.
Everything that we build is hand built. So a person with a tool in their hand chipping away at the forest.
We're all just grabbing tools, hiking into the trails. Sometimes we're hiking in a few miles. And the tools are a huge variety, like anything that you can think of that's going to break ground, move dirt, chainsaws for actually removing trees if we need to, or removing stumps.
There's a lot of obstacles to work through, but we get through it. And if we can't get through it, we'll put rocks around it, we'll turn it into a feature, we'll go on top of it. And we've got 30 or 40 people out in build days, side by side. People of all walks of life, building a trail. They're motivated.
Every big day seems like it gets bigger. Every event each year we put on just gets bigger and better. There's so much momentum.
Nobody's in it for anything other than just the love of building trails. We build it, we wait a season, we let the snows pack down the soil, and then come spring, we call it quality assurance testing. But really is just builders shredding the crap out of a trail. And
and that's the absolute best part.
Every time I'm on this trail, like, I have this sense of pride where it's like, this is the thing that
45 minutes. Would you dox me? I'd dox me. I'd dox me hard.
Nice to meet you, Alex. I don't want you to get freaked out or anything. That right there is our lieutenant. I know you said you wanted to talk. What do you want to talk about? Like, how can we help you?
Okay, we'll continue this here in just a second. Let me go grab me a diet real quick, not a coffee. I don't want to drink this White Monster yet. As much as I would love crippling anxiety during stream.
It's a lot warmer inside over there as well. So it's going to keep taking the exit then? Yeah. Are you sure you don't want to hop in? I'll take you to the house, drop you off right in front of the city, bro. Sorry, I'm a little tired. No, it's completely understandable. No, you're not wasting our time, brother. This is like our job, you know? Like, I don't want you thinking that you're burdening us at all, okay? Because you're not. Yeah, so yeah, you're not a piece of shit. I am. Yes, you guys
Are they different agencies? Okay, they're the same agency. He's just wearing a black jacket. Bro's gonna mess this up. Oh, he's gonna find somebody to get up and talk himself into handcuffs.
You want to put this over you? This will help the rain a little bit. It's a blanket. I Rig it. That's okay. You know, I just don't want it to get wet, the bottom. If you can talk over your back and then I'll... It's okay. I got you, brother. No worries. You're not burdening us, okay? You're not burdening us at all. I'll have you destroy my car. It's warm. I have the heat blasting in there right now, bro. If there was a way to get out...
Oh, he's scared of actually getting in the back seat where he can't open it from inside.
I don't know.
Mental thing, or does he have something?
I don't think. Maybe.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I've always been more of a thinker than a fighter. I'm curious why I'm being set up for murder. We're going to solve this together.
So our physical therapy degree program will prepare students to, first and foremost, sit for the national licensure examination to become licensed physical therapists and be able to practice in a variety of settings across the healthcare field. These include inpatient services, outpatient services, work in school districts, work in private practice settings, and even more recently, moving into direct access and primary care extender roles within the medical system. So earning your doctorate of physical therapy degree from the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley is really designed to help reinforce and improve healthcare and access to healthcare for residents of the Rio Grande Valley. There are some unique features to our program. We have a very regional focus, so this includes things like diabetes, heart disease, what we call metabolic disorder, which is a combination of high blood pressure, high blood sugar, obesity, things of that nature, to really make a lifestyle change for patients who come and see us. One of the other things that is somewhat unique about our program is we will have Spanish integrated throughout the program, which most programs don't actually have. The way that we're planning to do that is that we'll have a dedicated Spanish medical terminology course within the program, and then we will have, beyond that, we'll train students to work with patients directly in both real and simulated situations in providing plans of care, patient education in Spanish. This program is a 3-year full-time academic program. The first 2 years of the program will be all laboratory and classroom-based. The third year of the program will be 4 full-time clinical rotations. So students can expect coming into the program to work with really a very world-class faculty. We've got faculty members who specialize in sports medicine, in orthopedic physical therapy, in neurologic physical therapy, in women's health issues, pediatrics, geriatrics, etc. So our faculty is very much dedicated to helping the student develop and grow as a professional and as a clinician. And we look at this relationship as being more than just a teacher-to-student interaction. This is about mentorship and collegiality. So we're working with students who ultimately we want them to be able to treat our own family members and work with them as colleagues after their graduation.
Holy shit, that's 3 officers' time. Hour of 3 officers' time. Warrants? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, if I had warrants, I knew I had warrants. If the cop said, hey, we just need you off the road, you can walk anywhere you want or we'll take you to the station. I'm like, yeah, I'll just walk over here. I don't know if I'd, be with the cops for 55 minutes if I had warrants after they told me I could go multiple times.
You want to at least hop in the back of the car real quick, warm up?
I just got to get over it, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a hard thing.
No.
No, I can accept it.
You said there was something that we just want to talk about. Is whether you had that experiences with us before? Is that what it is, or?
Say where they run his record? Well, the thing is, they've been talking to him for 15 minutes and they haven't ran him yet. Like I said, I had warrants. The cops came up and said, hey, dude, you can just walk away. You can't be on the middle of the interstate. Like, okay, bye.
The last one of our troopers like this.
Anybody else, okay?
Including you.
We've been talking to her for an hour. I know, now it's about time to run his name. Shit, I would have ran him when we walked up on him, because he's doing something illegal. Run him.
You can say you don't deserve it, but we still have a job to do, and we still have a duty to make sure that you're okay and to protect you. We're not gonna leave. We're not gonna leave here and just let you wander. Okay? Look, the train is running. You see it too? It's moving right now. So that's the reason, you know what I mean? Okay, so it's either 2 options right now. Either we will put you in the car, or you will walk off. Okay, that's where we are now, okay? Okay, you're good. So keep walking off, okay?
Alright, next time?
I'm good. Yeah.
Next time you might have to ICA.
Yep.
Okay, this is going to be too much.
Yeah, I agree with her. It's going to be too much. Silly trooper hats. Wait a minute, where's his hat? They're the same agency, right? She looks like the cop from Reno 911. You know, the dumb one? This actually could be a new Reno 911. These 3 right here. Hey, I could write a comedy about this trio. Trudy. Yep, Trudy. Yeah, I mean, you got the blonde Trudy, and, just to be culturally relevant, you get the Somali cop now. Who's the smartest one out of the whole group.
I don't want to deal with him being here or
I found the best World of Warcraft deals, and I got it on G2G, the marketplace.
Bro, what the is wrong with you? Oh man, that escalated. Kind of sounds like Johnny Somali. He's back in the news again. He's in court. I don't know why they haven't thrown him off the bridge yet, you know. Alright, here we go. Oh, he tossed something. What was that? And water bottle or something. He's trying to commit Sudoku, man.
Well, let's just ran into traffic right now. He's on the main line. If we get another unit. Hey! Get off the road!
That was pretty funny. They threw old Johnny Somali across the North Korea line. You got to get out of him. Eat him. Go get him.
Get off the road!
Stop saying Sudoku. What? That's when you dishonor your family and you have to take your own life. Sudoku, everyone knows that.
Get off the road, please! Please!
Trust me, I'm an influencer.
Please, bro, please! Stop, please! Please, stop!
He threw that shake and bake, yeah, right before it blew his hand off. You guys ever see that? Shake and bake meth? It's where they take all the ingredients for meth, you know, highly unstable chemicals and mix together, put it in a 2-liter water bottle and shake it up. Make like a tiny amount of meth. It goes blood, it blows your fingers off.
Please! Please, bro, stop! Stop, please! So I'm giving him commands right now. He's refusing all traffic to stop on the...
Man, you better shoot him before he takes us online. Shoot him before he shoots him.
Hey! Please, bro, stop! Please,
Tase him.
stop.
I like that one video of the cop chasing that guy and he tased him. The dude fell down right in front of a car going 80 miles an hour. And then the family sued the cops.
No, please, stop!
Cops didn't tell him to run into a road.
Stop, please! Get on the ground while you're getting stop! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Please, get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Take
Get
him.
on the ground!
Take
Get
him.
on the ground!
Take him.
Get on the ground right now!
Dude, okay, oh, come, all right, come on, man. You should have tased him. He already ran off once. You know he's going to jump into traffic again. Throw some bananas and rice at him.
Stop!
It gets worse? Oh, man. See, well, fuck, it's Washington State's fault.
Stop all lanes right now!
Holy shit, dude's out there. Oh, did you see the fat white chick get hit by the car? The cop's walking down the sidewalk trying to get her, and she just gets pummeled by a car. I can't show it. She definitely died. Goes flying in the air. This came out last night. Oh, so it's coming back. Alright. Yo, fire ass beat, dude. Alright, just tase his ass. Bro, just take him. Take him now. There's 4 of you, 3 or 4 of you. Take him. Video title for that? Sudoku? I don't know what that is, dude. Sudoku is when you take your own life because you dishonor your family.
Get off the road!
Just hit him. Why are they not fighting him? There's 3 cops, right?
Yeah, get off the road! Yeah, sure. Here, Debbie,
Are you? Oh my. Are you kidding me?
No, you are.
Are you kidding me right now? That is Trudy from Reno 911, 100%.
Yeah, get off the road! Yeah, sure. Here, Debbie, please, please.
You are kidding me.
Yeah, sure. Here, Debbie, please, please.
Yeah, guess what? You're just going to scream no. How about that gun on your side? Because now he has access to a patrol rifle in your car. You're really gonna scream. She's just gonna scream no at him.
Does your home stand out? At First Impression Ironworks, we create stunning iron doors and gates for your home. First Impression offers a complete ornamental iron product line, including steel security doors, hand-forged iron entry doors, and beautiful gates and railings. Call today to add enduring beauty and value to your home.
Sherlock?
Sherlock.
Sherlock? Sherlock. Sherlock. Unusual name. It's very... What's the word? Officer. Something. A problem. Oh dear. He's a bright young fellow.
He's impressive.
And interesting. I hear he is dangerously smart.
I hear that he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Oh my god.
Officers.
Yeah, there you go. My thoughts exactly.
Lose track of the stolen cruiser and attempt to locate him via traffic cam footage. As of now, any dash cam footage that might have been recording in the stolen cruiser is unavailable.
That might be the worst policing I've ever seen. That's worse than Acorn Cop. Or the other woman officer that got her car carjacked. Does she not have her radio? That's what I'm thinking too. Why the f isn't your radio in your body? You should be removed from being a cop immediately. This is not the line of work for you, sweetheart.
He ripped her out of her patrol car, threw her on the ground, and took her vehicle. You know my patrol car is hanging up. Does anybody have eyes on the vehicle?
She's a lieutenant.
Eyes on the vehicle. It's on the camera.
How to become LT? Because she's a female lesbian. That's exactly how. This is Washington State, dude.
For 175. Patrol unit has no ability to pin the car with the car. Leave the vehicle exited at 206. Not showing up with GPS. We're calling you to find out which way it went on the internet. Back on to northbound from 230th. Back on from northbound. 22.
It's Trudy from Reno 911.
You have me. They asked if you have me.
Where's your radio at?
Can you ask what radio?
Sly, you said level 63. What level are you?
Scanning.
Level 61. She got detained? Yeah, right. I detained her ass too. Was her patrol car a Subaru?
Still in your vehicle and ID tracks. Yeah, it is. Tell them it is. Yeah, my phone's in there. The only visual we could see was it going straight, the trailer in the way, and we did not regain visual. Yep.
Yeah, I don't believe that she was actually driving a Ford patrol vehicle. That was definitely a Subaru Forester. Wait, is that not a cord? Right here on the left. Or is that a zipper? I think it's a zipper.
What I could use?
Oh, okay, it's a zipper. I thought that was the radio.
Hey.
Wait, she has her phone.
So both my phones are in there.
Oh, that's the officer's phone, not the guy driving or the girl driving.
My phone app on it for my personal phone. It's going at you. It's you. Other contact visual coming at 800
This is so horrible.
Crossing 184.
All the cars have GPS trackers. I mean, yeah, most do. My little department I worked for, we had GPS trackers.
He's a lane 1. After 184, lane 1.
And there you go. The trooper faced no punishment due to the historic case law, Seattle v. Whammon. Oh, Christmas Day, too.
Outdoor Mall Parkway, approaching Beach Road, speed 61 miles an hour. We're making a right turn down Outdoor Mall Boulevard from Outdoor Mall Parkway.
She should have blasted him. I'm pretty sure she didn't even realize she carries a gun every day. Your Honor, I plead, I'm just a woman. Yeah, Captain, have you considered that I'm just a girl?
Right, and get the vehicle.
Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, scissor me timbers, this is horrible.
Right here, we're going southbound 44th Avenue West. Getting back onto the southbound I-5 right now. Okay, I am secondary. Secondary on here.
Yeah, if this ain't a hee-hee oopsie, I don't know what is, right, Flo? Wow, man. Bro, yeah, Officer Henning, Officer Twink, he would have blasted that dude out of the water. Farmer brought the Twink back? Yeah, we watched that the other day. He's like, hey, I heard a lot of people have been asking about me. Here's a charity for Ulster mental health. Like, oh God, I hope you guys didn't bully him too hard. He only came back for fucking a charity for Ulster mental health. Poor guy. WWE suit, what would High do? What would Angry Cops do? Hey, get him. He's not gonna stop though. Hey, someone grew some balls. Get him. Bam! Yeah. That's how we police. That would have been wild if the car carrying the LT in the back hit him. She just went flying at person with glass. Just playing eugenics. It's about cat eugenics. No shit. Isn't that the game that came out the yesterday or the day before? It's came out the same day of a game about black people stealing things, and the cat game got more plays than the other game.
1200.
Relooted, that's what it's called. Stuck in his own patrol car? You mean her? Oh, you mean that, the cop that hit him. Oh shit, yeah, you're stuck. Hey, that was a good fit though.
The right to automate. So don't use AI for the sake of AI. Like anything in business, I think you have to start with the outcome. What are we trying to achieve? And let's work backwards for that. I think where you start to get lost with this quite quickly is just, oh, we've got this new tool, so let me put this new tool on everything. That's not really the proper way to do this. You've got to work backwards.
This is the AI First podcast, hosted by me, John Herstein, Chief Customer Officer at Box. Join me for real conversation with CIOs and tech leaders about reimagining work with the power of content and intelligence and putting AI at the core of enterprise transformation. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the AI First podcast, where we explore how enterprise leaders are applying artificial intelligence in real, meaningful ways, not just as technology, but as a catalyst for change. I'm John Herstein, Chief Customer Officer at Box. In today's conversation, I'm joined by Jake McCoy, Chief Operating Officer at RWS Global. In this episode, we'll discuss defining AI principles for your business, balancing AI for operational improvements and enhancing the creative process, and how to responsibly deploy AI for everyone. Welcome, Jake. Very excited for our conversation today.
Good morning. How's it going? Great to be with you, John.
It's going great here. How are you?
Doing well, doing well.
We're very excited to have you here and have you on the podcast. And I would love to start with a little bit about you and also RWS Global, which I think for a lot of people may not be a household name, but certainly powers a lot of names that people will be very, very familiar with. So can you tell us a bit about RWS and yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Jake McCoy. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for RWS Global. We are
The ceiling game had 50 players. The game is called Peaceful Protest. I saw an Asian cop playing it, and there's an Asian character in the game, and the voice actor sounds like, if you've ever heard Eli do his Asian voice, oh my god, it's what the Asian dude in the game sounded like on that stealing Peaceful Protest game. So if people are right in the line of fire. Oh god, hold on. Well, we got plainclothes here. Maybe, if they're plainclothes and they're driving on our vehicles, they're slightly competent. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking too much about the thieving game. Let's watch this all over again. State Trooper Lieutenant in the back. It's in the back of a Seattle police car. Oh my god, this is wonderful. Insert Sam Hyde on female cops. You can pull over by female cop, you're dead. That's how I got Brandon into a ticket that one day. The female cop heard me say, oh god, we're dead. She knew it's some ADHD pills. I know. You guys said I should name my new podcast The Donut Hole. Just keep going down holes. Did she? Oh my god. She just walked. She just walked right in front of their line of fire. She did la 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 la. Oh my god, and then this one's in the crossfire. Look. Alright. Yeah, right there. Now we got some crossfire over here. The same lady? Oh my god. So she got out of the line of fire to walk around and get in the line of fire again? Okay, good. We got a big ass jump out boy trying to yank this dude out of the car now. Okay, we're getting somewhere. We're making a little bit of progress, which all could have been avoided if Bananas and Rice and Trudy had tased this guy to begin with.
Get off the car! Get off the car now! Get off the car! Get off the car!
Good God. Or just detained him and got him off the highway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Who's saving her? Vessel play Tarkov? No, I want to. Everyone's fine. Wait, is LT still in the back of the Seattle police car? Just in there like, guys. Yeah, okay. Yeah, just leave her ass in there. She's just gonna make it worse. It's for the best.
So this is where the map leads. Let's go! We've arrived. I used to dream this appears to be Kalguran equipment. I should talk to Danik. Enlighten. What do you think? I'm sure when you're ready. Survive.
You're gayer. I can't even pack my bowl in peace.
Was this dude walking down the highway?
Because you want to be
yeah,
gay.
That's what this started out with. The guy in the middle of the interstate.
Sorry, everyone. It's snowy.
I missed the sign. To the guy
No.
who avoid you at all costs. And was walking down the
You're
interstate and not
disgusting.
listening to any commands for an hour.
Rosie should be asleep at this time,
Join
shouldn't she?
Arizona's elite law enforcement agency. The Arizona Department of Public Safety is hiring men and women who want to make a difference across
Yeah,
Arizona.
you and Rosie are gonna sleep together now.
And the ability to work anywhere in the state, then visit azdps.gov/troopers.
Why are you trying to ignore everything I'm saying, bitch?
Hey, I'm the rest. Those spots with streaks on your dishes? Oh,
You need Finish Jet Dry 3-in-1. It works after
Sure.
detergent to prevent residue, dry better, and prevent clouds. For dishes that shine.
I feel like it ain't shine, put a ring on it.
That was Trudy that got her door yanked open. It wasn't the blonde.
Were you with the car? Okay. You ran across the lake. You were across the lake. You were fine.
Oh my god, I forgot. Oh.
She was trying to get he got her car and he was back off.
His car? Did he steal? Wasn't that Trudy's car that he stole? Yeah.
You okay? Yeah. Are you okay?
All right. Is she just live? What'd she say?
Where's... There it is.
Everyone hug now. She said she wasn't in the car. Yeah, she said she went to put him.
This is us flying a drone into a hotel. This is us blowing up a building, and this is us blowing up a parking lot. And oh, I think that there's one more. Yeah, that's another parking lot right there. And yeah, this is great. Maybe they blew up a 7-Eleven. So that's great. And when does this movie come out? I don't know. They've got to get the actors for it. What is this? Here's what happened. Oh, this is what.
Today, we launched Operation Roaring Lion, an operation against the Iranian terrorist regime in full cooperation with the U.S. Armed Forces. This is an operation against the world's largest foster of terror, a regime that for years has called death to Israel, death to America, death to the West. We listened to their words carefully. We watched their actions, and today we acted. We acted because we had to. We launched this operation by seizing an operational opportunity, conducting coordinated strikes against high-level gatherings of senior figures within Iran's military.
I'm surprised they're not just doing these meetings over Zoom. Like, that's what I would do. I would just do, like, a WhatsApp group chat or something like that. It's like, I mean, you really get... How did you think that this wasn't going to happen? Like, y'all all show up in the same place?
And security leadership.
Really? Like,
we
damn.
can now confirm that
Like,
these senior
Microsoft
Iranian
Team
regime
meeting or
officials
something.
were eliminated by the IDF. Ali Shamkhani, advisor to Khamenei on issues of defense and Secretary of the Defense Council. Muhammad Pakpul, commander of the IRGC.
Another Ripbozo?
Muhammad Shirazi, head of the military bureau of the Iranian supreme leader for almost 40 years.
Wow.
Salah Asadi, the senior intelligence officer of the Supreme Command. Aziz the seals of day, the Iranian defense minister, and others. These and other senior figures will no longer be able to advance their plan, the destruction of Israel.
Yep.
These are terrorists who have blood on their hands, who are directly responsible for the death of thousands by terror. Yep. The launch of Operation Roaring Lion comes after months of close and joint planning with the U.S. Armed Forces.
I was impressed.
A historic, unprecedented level of cooperation between two nations fighting side by side against terror. Our mission could not be more clear. The IDF will continue to act to remove emerging threats against Israel because the price of inaction is too high.
That's exactly it. They got to go after him. And this is, what is this here? This dude's been trying to recreate the Obama photo. It's so sad, man. These guys are, like, they're down bad, and it's so bad for them that they're trying to make fun of the Situation Room photo that Trump had with, like, with Marco Rubio. They're going around talking about, oh, well, look at this photo. This photo's different. Oh, my God. Like, you've been reduced all the way down to that. Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah, is alive and well. How do you know that? Well, how do you know? Well, how do you know this? Does she explain how she knows this? Oh, is this the image? Okay.
Reports that we're getting that the Ayatollah and the president of Iran were both targeted by these attacks. Can you confirm that the Ayatollah is still the leader and in power of Iran right now?
Blinker, blinker, blinker.
I wish I didn't have to ask for help just to use my medicine.
I wish I could do it myself.
Thanks to God, they are all safe and sound.
They're all safe and sound, and
nobody's dead. Yeah.
Are they still communicating and running the country as we speak and determining which counterstrikes and military operations are coming from Iran at this moment?
Well, I can assure you that the system is working because our system is very sophisticated. It is rooted in our identity and it is based on a popular revolution. So it is not a one-man ruler. So everything is being done in accordance with our plans. Our armed forces are conducting their defensive action against this act of aggression that has been going on for the whole day.
Translation, he died like a dog. How did you know? Did he just finish inside of you? Is this how you speak to women? You're utterly disgusting. Oh, God. This is what she complains about.
Reports that we're getting
again, this is another political Islamist. That's really what these people are. And I don't think that there's a very big difference, right, between, like, just practicing Muslims and these political Islamists that want to effectively consolidate power, resources, and influence around people of their religion and then use it to exercise their religious control among other people. That's fundamentally what they are, and she's one of these people. They will always fall off on the side of that goal, and that will always be what they do. Bashar is disgusting. Wasn't she in the UK or something like that? In the BBC? Yeah, I would just deport somebody like this. Yeah, I don't even know why do you even have somebody in here that's like this? Just get rid of them, put them in jail or something. It's just crazy that people put up with this bullshit. For how long will they pretend that he's alive? They'll probably pretend he's alive for, oh man, that's probably a good question. I really don't know. And let's see if I can find out the other comments. Oh, this guy's playing Remnant 2. It is a really good game. And this is his house before and after. How has Russia not managed to do this to Zelensky for all these years? Probably because they don't want to. That's the reason why. And so let's look at this here. So that's like the before and after. I see. So this entire area is just pretty much gone. And his X account just posted. Yeah, I know. They posted a while ago. And the school that was bombed in Manav, the Asif Missile Brigade in Manav's country, Alamir, and it plays a crucial role in Iran's defense. Oh, I mean, again, they're going to try to come up with every excuse and every justification for why it's okay or anything else. But ultimately, it doesn't really fucking matter, right? And let's see, Journal, while destroying Iranian leadership, U.S. forces again suffered no reported casualties. Yeah. I mean, this is like 2-0. This is crazy. Oh my god. And yep, there it is. As going as planned, yes, going as planned. It's such a clean and precise strike. I told y'all this shit was going to happen. Like, I mean, again, these people, bro, like, they're not even on the same level, like, at all. It's not even remotely close. So, satellite imagery, believe the Supreme Leader may have had a meeting with top officials. Yeah, sure, right? And let's see if I can find it. Oh, Ilhan Omar, this is another person who, by the way, this is another advancer of political Islam, right? This person is not an American. They have no American values. And the sooner and faster that people realize that and we deport this person, the better. I denaturalize them, take away their citizenship, seize their assets, and send them back to whatever shithole they came from. That's what I think. It is beyond time for us to get rid of these people who have come here as pirates, basically, to come and steal shit from the United States and then use it to benefit their own country. It's ridiculous. And did she lock her comments? Of course she did. This is because she knows she's wrong. Trump has launched an illegal regime change war. As someone who survived the horrors of war, didn't her dad like kill a bunch of people? Like, I'm pretty sure that's true, right? Like, her dad was like some sort of like the reason why they left the country is like their political party lost or something like that, and so they had to leave and flee the country. Yeah, it's a genocide, it's an African warlord. Oh, really? Wow, what a surprise. And I know military strikes will not make us safer. They will inflame tensions and push the region further into chaos. When we abandon diplomacy, we choose destruction. All of this messaging is completely a lie, by the way. They have no interest and no desire to avoid any of this. And what is this here? The American people are sick and tired of endless wars built on false promises and paid for with innocent lives. Again, nobody's even died. This is just, again, more bullshit. And you can see, right, is that, like, this is the reason why she's locking her comments. It's because she knows that this is what's going to happen. Her dad ordered war crimes as a general. Yeah, I mean, these are the kinds of people that you're importing into the country. And it's just such a huge mistake. This is some other bullshit. What else did she actually type herself? Where did it go? He doesn't care about loved ones in the military. He's corrupted. Don't fall for the lies. Again, it's the same exact focus they have every single time. This is it. And endless war, she's mad the money's not going to Somalia. Yeah, I mean, again, I know that people might be, good job as president or billionaire of American people, not the Iranian people who voted for you who are not billionaires. What is this here, all-time broke? And this is, again, I see people that make comments like this. Like, very clearly there are other issues in the world besides affordability. Shut up, terrorist supporter. Exactly. Thank God. What about the school children that were killed? Well, I'll pull you up. I'll see if I can find this here. And can we do Israel next? Well, I don't know about that. I didn't see anything about Israel. And looks like, as far as I know, Israel's not trying to bomb us right now. I mean, maybe later. I mean, there was that whole thing that happened. and someone died for sure. I mean, I'd be surprised if nobody died at all, but it seems like that's the case. I'm actually kind of shocked that it's not even more people. And Israel has nukes? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, we don't want to do that to Israel. The school thing was fake, apparently. The school was Iran missile misfire. Yeah, I saw that. And again, a lot of this stuff is like hard to really be certain of. But let me show you guys a few of these over here too. And oh, there's another one too. I don't know if this is new or not. I think actually that one's not. I'm not sure. And let me go and double check here before I look at it. The school children got educated on man's democracy. I mean, I hope not, right? Well, what is this here? I mean, it's obviously a sad thing to have happen, but yeah, is this a real thing? Yeah, this is it. Look at that. God damn. So these are the ballistic missile warehouses in Iran. Damn. Damn. They really had zero air defenses? Well, I mean, compared to the U.S., yeah, of course. Like, obviously. It was not confirmed by anybody except for the Islamic regime. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them to blow up their own kids and then blame it on Israel. No, I wouldn't. I mean, they're terrorists. That's what terrorists do. You can always expect the worst. You won't be disappointed. Jesus, look at all that. Their defenses were destroyed by the last attack. Yeah, that's true too. And they got blown out, but like before that, like that was just insane. And they had a good amount. Israel bombed like 500 targets this morning. God damn. Why are the kids at school right now? Well, they're probably so they can use them as what do you call it? As human shields. I mean, pretty clearly. And the Iranian Navy has likely been struck too. Yeah, really not a big surprise there too. And what are the rest of these here too? Oh.
The U.S. military used new capabilities in these strikes. For the first time ever, the U.S. military used some new capabilities in these strikes. For the first time ever, the U.S. military used one-way attack drones in combat. I think we were the first to report that, but there were hundreds of targets in what is being described to me as a multi-day operation. The Iranian response has been ineffective, I'm told, but then I'm also getting reports that a large number, possibly 135 Shahed drones, those are Iranian drones, may have targeted the U.S. Navy base at the head of our Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, and may have struck targets there. But again, we don't have the battle damage assessment yet. We're waiting for CENTCOM to see what has been struck, and we expect to get a briefing later today. The U.S. military used some new capabilities in these strikes.
Yeah, see, I bet they got plenty of other tech, man. They got way more tech that they're not even using. And so I'm glad to see that. And let me go back. I'll pull this up, too. The unconfirmed reports, the IRGC's naval vessels are getting their shit pushed into the U.S. Navy. China calls for an immediate halt to yeah, I saw that earlier. And Commander-in-Chief of the Iranian Army has been reportedly assassinated. Yep, that's another one gone. And again, not a surprise. IRGC's underground Davalon headquarters attacked with bunker buster bombs. Gone again. There it is. I'll look at the other ones. The Iranian people are now burning down mosques and Islamic schools. They know where all the problems are coming from. Yep, if you oppress people with a religion like that, that's what you should expect to have happen. And where is this here, if I can find it? If Trump goes 3 for 3 and eliminates Venezuela, Iran, and Cuba, we need to put him on Mount Rushmore. If he does Cuba, I'm calling my kid Donald. I do actually think that if he does get rid of Cuba as well, there will be a good... I think he'd be able to run for a third term. I would. I think people wouldn't give a fuck. They'd say, yeah, there's the amendment, but, you know, things have been going pretty well, guys, so let's just keep it up. But he's just about fourth term? Well, he'd be really... Well, I guess, he'd be able to serve a third term, okay? How about that? Serve a third term. And I think that's a little bit more accurate, right? And the Islamists... Oh, here we go. The school was built on land belonging to the IRGC Navy. So this is the school, too, right? And beware of the multi-layered disinformation campaign unfolding right now. International media, this is about that school that people keep trying to talk about, right? And what is this here? International media report that dozens of young girls were killed in an airstrike on an elementary school. Qatar's Al Jazeera, right? Again, another just basically a propaganda arm. blames Israel, while Iranian state media says it was a U.S. airstrike. But according to anti-regime media, the Sharia Tabia school in Kiev is located wall-to-wall with an IRGC Navy base. Why would you put a school right next to a Navy base when you know that there's whenever you know that there's military escalation? Why would you, for any reason, send your kids to school right next to the military base? Really, think about it. Why would you ever do that? That's retarded. For media reasons, exactly. It's the Hamas playbook. It's what terrorism do. Terrorists do, excuse me. And they claim the school is affiliated with the IRGC and that injuries from the strike were limited and misrepresented. Of course it was. Yeah, I mean, obviously, what a surprise. And this is also, like, I don't know really whether this image is accurate or not, but somebody's saying that it was a failed missile launch in Iran, and the projectile falling is actually the reason why the school was struck. The Iranians, just like the Palestinians in Gaza, at the beginning of the war, immediately claimed that it was a missile fired by the United States or Israel. So this missile, I guess, went kind of flaccid halfway through, and pretty much came back down and blew up. And so, same excuses as last time, yeah. Flying missiles from another town. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really know this one way or another, but that seems to be the case. Stop flying halfway through. There's a video. I haven't seen the video at all. I have no idea about this, but I guess we'll find out. And where is it here, if I can find it? And was it the girls' school? Yeah, Jacket Khomeini was probably eliminated. Yeah, I saw this too. And what was the thing you're drinking? Dr. Pepper with cream soda. It's fucking delicious. I love it. And so, yeah. Oh, here's another one, too. Footage of Iranian ballistic missiles slamming into the headquarters of the U.S. Navy's fleets in Bahrain. Look I just see like all the things falling up in the air. I think it's kind of crazy to see that, man. It really is. And I already looked at that before and how it started. So wait a minute. Wait, is this?
Oh my God.
Wait, is this the same building? It is? Yeah, I didn't think so, right? Like I was about to say. No way, yeah, I was like, wait, it didn't seem like it would fit in there. Okay, yeah, that's just some bullshit, okay. Never mind. A lot of people make shit up and put up whatever they want. So, you know, again, you've got to be careful for that. I've been trying to avoid that, but it's impossible considering how many of the posts there are that are, you know, inaccurate, right? And anti-regime protesters tore down the statue of Khomeini. Oh, man.
Want a workplace as dedicated as you, one that makes a difference and helps people every day? Check out the hundreds of opportunities waiting for you at the City of Phoenix. Great benefits, job stability, career growth, and more. Help us do work that makes Phoenix work. Go to phoenix.gov/jobs.
Let it rain on me like, oh, you shine right now. But I'm in the night now. You got it,
Oh, get rid of that shit. Iran and Dubai has been hit. I saw it. They flew the plane into it, or the little drone into it. Damn, look at everybody. Get them out of here.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, who's they? They're dead. They is dead. Like, this is what I think is kind of surprising that people don't realize is that so many of these people have just gotten totally destroyed. Like, they're fucking dead, man. One person died, 20 more were wounded after Iranian strike in Tel Aviv, Israeli media reports. Not a surprise there. Iranians celebrating. We already saw this one before. Why are Western progressives and leftists not condemning the fact that Islamists in Tehran are targeting civilian infrastructure in Gulf countries? again, it's because they're pro-Islam. That's the reason why. It has nothing to do with anything beyond that. Like, that's the reason, that's always what it was. That's always, I think, what it was. But a lot of people didn't realize that or didn't want to talk about it. Look at the other week. What's this here? Of the guy putting the Iranian flag on the statue. How cold that photo be now? Yeah, there it is. And one person dead at Abu Dhabi airport. Yes, the left are Islamists. I think they've been co-opted by Islamists. I don't want to show that for obvious reasons. But yeah, they've been co-opted by Islamists and for their own goals. And I think that, again, like, this is a very big difference between, like, you know, an Islamist versus, like, a Muslim. Because there's a lot of people that aren't like this that are Islamic, right? Like a lot of these other countries that they're bombing. But there's a small subset of these people that are very radical, very irrational, and they're fundamentalist and they're violent. And those are the people that the leftists try to get behind and defend. And what is this here? Islam is suffering a huge war debt today? I think it's just really Iran. It's more than Iran, anything else. And what is this here if I pull it up and find the other comments people have made? What is this? Holy shit. Oh, this is Pakistan? Holy fuck. God damn. God damn. Oh my god. And what is this here if I can find it? And saying how the entire country is basically in prison? Yeah, that's what happens. Oh, this is the video. Oh, this is the fucking, that's the hotel. Wow. God damn. Sneeko? They have Sneeko on Iranian news? By Iranian state TV. They desperately seek support from anti-Western commentators, influencers, and online personalities. Oh my god. Well, I guess that's what happens, right? And if you read the Quran, the radical Islam is normal Islam. I think that if you take a fundamentalist approach to a religion, you can come to it with that conclusion. But I think that it's very reasonable to say that there's clearly a difference between the radical Islamic people that are in Iran versus like the more reasonable Islamic people that live even in Saudi Arabia and then also in Turkey. And then you can look at the people that live in America. Like, there's very clearly a spectrum for this. And if there wasn't a spectrum for it, why do you think they keep killing each other? I mean, that's really what it is. Agreed? Yeah, and I think that painting with such a broad brush by saying that they're all like that, I understand there's a lot of people that feel like threatened by Islam. And listen, like, America is a Christian country. I want America to be a Christian country, right? I don't want to have it be taken over and have Sharia law here. I don't want to have that at all. But at the same time, that doesn't mean that every single person that's a Muslim is advocating for that same thing. And so it's important to draw that distinction, because if you don't, I think that you're, like, it's important to be able to isolate down the biggest problems. And those people are the biggest problems. Does that make sense? And if they're all radicals, we would have known. Yeah, I think that's probably true, right? And you've got to keep in mind that, like, Saudi Arabia took our side with this, okay? So it's not that simple. Anyway, let me go back. I'll pull up a few more of these here. Iran's security chief threatens an unforgettable lesson. Oh my god. Oh man, I just, I don't get this. Watch the destruction of an American aircraft carrier. Okay, let's see it. This is Iran. Apparently Iran blew up an American aircraft carrier. Let me watch it. Wow. That's fucked up, man. We lost one. That's horrible. Anti-aircraft character? Yeah, guys, that's really, really bad. It says this gameplay video is from Arma 3. Oh.
Real cocktails. Perfectly mixed. Hot water.
I don't know how do you keep doing this over and over and over? America doesn't use it's for a video game. The U.S. has just released footage from the airstrikes. Okay, have I seen this before? I think I saw that one. Yeah, I looked at some of these already. And Iran is the best marketing for that game. I might try it. Honestly, that game does look really good, doesn't it? It looks great. Yeah, you're right about that. And Iran, the biggest Arma 3 advertiser, exactly. It wasn't an American carrier. It didn't look like that. Yeah, I mean, I guess not. And U.S. soldiers filming an Iranian ballistic missile slamming into the ground very close to their position. Uh-oh. Oh, it missed. Damn. They got one. They blew up a porta potty. Wow. Man, that's just too bad. Hey, actually, Israel did the deed. I mean, who knows whether they did or not. Joint operation, I think we're going to take some credit here. You're goddamn right. And what is this? CCP captures the moment an Iranian drone arrives at the Kuwait International Airport. At the terminal. So Iran just hit a civilian airport. Wow. Look at that. Not the wieners from it, but yeah. Wouldn't it be awesome if the counter missile would fly right behind the actual missile and hit the target a second time? No, it would not be awesome. It'd be awful, right? And this is from today. Jesus. What do you mean? People are emotional creatures? Acting on emotion is an inferior way of acting versus logic. Anybody who makes decisions on emotion is a retard and can never be trusted in any position of power. To the extent that they're in a position of power over you, they will put you in a bad position that will be detrimental to you eventually. It should never be considered or even taken seriously or even discussed as a legitimate alternative. Let's see here if I can find, oh yeah, is this a new one? I think it might be. Boston Public Library. That's right. That's exactly it, 100%. Let's go USA, absolutely. Asman started this, calling to Trump. I'm the reason why Trump did this. I mean, listen, guys, I appreciate it, but I don't think that's really the reason why, okay? And as much as people might think that, I'm not really, I'm not really that guy, right? And it's just good to see it. Man, this is in Tel Aviv. This is where they bombed the what do you call it? Fucking Israel. That's what it is. Terrible year to be a liberal? Yeah, I know. And also, why are all those Iranians who left fighting for their own freedoms? Well, I mean, they all are. I mean, let's be honest. They all are, of course. And let me see here. Israel bombed 20 volleyball players. I don't know if I can show this, obviously, for, obvious reasons. How much money was won on call sheet today? Probably a lot, I'll tell you that. And how did Israel have the intelligence? Uh-oh. Is this? No, I can't really see what it says. And China and Russia did a press conference. Russia is weak with the war from Ukraine. China will not strike or join the war because it's been weakened economically. I don't think China wants to do it anyway. I mean, as long as, this is probably what I said this earlier. Probably what happened is that Trump told China that they would keep selling oil to them from Iran. Like, that's probably what happened. So that way China wouldn't feel like, oh, okay, we have to go all in with this and prevent this from happening because we're still going to get what we want out of it. Like, that's what I would do. If I was Trump, that's 100% what I would do. Is I would go and say whatever I possibly could. But not for a discount anymore. I would probably do it over, I would probably remove it or increase it over 10 years or something like that. That way it didn't fuck up either economy. Also, Chinese air defense in Iran are complete garbage, apparently. Yeah, clearly. And have your editor's clip in the comments about emotional logic and decision-making, clear, concise. Yeah, I mean, again, the people that are emotional decision makers, if you have a person like that and you rely on them, that person will make your life worse eventually. because that's a person who doesn't really care about making the right decision. They're just making a decision that makes themselves feel good. And I think that's a really scary place to be in. And if you're dealing with a person like that, it's going to massively put you at a disadvantage. Let me see what this is.
Idea of putting out where they're at right now in the process here as these escalations do continue. Live look tonight in Tel Aviv as we continue to roll on right now on live now from Fox. We've got covered from Tel Aviv to Los Angeles and Chicago. Now let's go back out
I'll
there
see if there's any new information about this too, and then I'll update the rest of it. Or the rest of the go. This is the Saudi Arabian Air Base. Oh, is this a new one? I think it might be. Yeah, I think it probably is. Let me go back and double check.
Wait a minute, get it how you live it. 10 toes in when we standing on business.
Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Welcome to the Phoenix Boston!
I think about how many people are in this building today, and I think of how many people need this building, and the only way we're going to get to them is if everybody who's here goes out and shares that recovery is possible. The Phoenix is a free, sober, active community, and we use the transformative power of sport to help people heal from addiction. Addiction in our country is at a pandemic phase. When we started in 2006, we always knew we wanted to be a national nonprofit. So we started working with Stand Together to be able to meet the demand nationally. But I never imagined we'd have the impact that we do today. And it's grown even to a partnership with the Boston Red Sox. I got sober here within half a mile of Fenway Park. So to bring Phoenix to Boston was a pretty proud moment. For the first time, I really think we can change the way the nation thinks about addiction.
Morning, everyone. We're excited to have this opportunity to work at Fenway, celebrate our partnership with the Sox.
To be here doing a workout at Fenway is just powerful because the city, I think, really needs that beacon of hope around addiction, and Phoenix can be that. I think in my early recovery, I was in the boxing gym, and I was racing triathlon and racing mountain bikes, and what I started to realize is it was the people I was sharing that stuff with. It was the real magic in my recovery, and that's really where the idea of Phoenix was born from. You don't have to be 48 hours clean and sober to be part of it. People come in for the workout, but they end up staying for the new community that they've built. The way that we're approaching addiction nationally, we just have the wrong mental model. We're doing acute care treatment that keeps people sober for 30 days, but has really poor outcomes once they leave treatment. Our last survey showed that 86% of the people that come to Phoenix at 3 months have stayed sober. That outperforms a lot of treatment centers. We had this new innovative way that was working better, but we couldn't get the word out to have it reach people that needed to. And then we met Stand Together. Stand Together is a philanthropic community that helps nonprofit leaders take their work to a whole new level. They helped us with our business management philosophy. They were helping us establish a clear vision so we could drive the organization forward. We talked about Phoenix is going to grow and be all across the country. We're going to help thousands of people. And they said, why not hundreds of thousands of people or even millions? Because of the Stand Together community, we got partnered with the Red Sox.
We've never seen a program like the Phoenix in my 20 years here. You know, for us, this is really the first time we've ever done a sort of sponsorship or partnership deal with a nonprofit. It's just impressive what they do every day. They're using the ballpark for something we don't normally use it for, so it's pretty neat.
Today we're at Fenway Park doing a workout with a bunch of Phoenix people and first responders. This is a chance for them to realize, like, that person they helped out of their overdose actually found sobriety and now has this rich, full life because of them. The partnership with the Red Sox has been great. Now we get to get the word out to the whole Red Sox nation. When we come together and work on this issue, there's the possibility of a real solution, recovery is possible. And because of this partnership, we get to amplify that message.
It is now time for a ceremony of first pitch. Please welcome the founder and executive director of the Phoenix, Scott Strode.
Like many of you in here, there was a day that I put down a drink and a drug for the last time. I didn't think that I'd be able to accomplish all the things I did until people believed in me. And now I get to share that belief with new folks coming in. So it's going to take all of us to do this, but I have no doubt we can. Thank you. Because of the Stand Together community and local Boston donors, we now have this beautiful 12,000 square foot building. We've gone from 3 states and 7 communities to over 23 states and 48 communities with Phoenix programs. And we're just getting started. Right now, there's somebody using, thinking that there's no hope, and that's not true at all. We just have to scoop them up with love and get them to a Phoenix event and help them believe that recovery is possible. And knowing that we can do that is what keeps driving me. Fighting stigma means to create a space where you're not ashamed of who you are. Imagine if, as a society, we could give that to each other. We don't have to be defined by just the chapters of our life and our addiction, and maybe for the first time in our life actually be who we're meant to be.
I got banned in chat. I don't want to hear about people that are banned in chat. Don't give a fuck. And they're just reloading. Yeah, sure. And anyway, Trump said the Chinese stay out of Iran, will stay out of Taiwan. I have no idea. I mean, like, I highly doubt that they're going to let Taiwan go. I doubt it. It's nice to see Trump reminding Americans that we have a military and we're not afraid to use it. Yeah, you're right about that, too.
Senator, if you could stand by with us, we want to bring in our Chief National Security Correspondent, Jennifer Griffin. She's got some breaking news to add to what we are learning right now about this operation. Jennifer.
Sandra, I just spoke with a senior U.S. official that confirmed to Fox that the U.S. does believe that Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah, was killed along with 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders in that initial Israeli strike on his compound earlier today that launched this day of strikes, the last 12 hours. They agree with Israel's intelligence assessment. But what is most interesting to me is that multiple sources have told me that the strike had to be moved up based on intelligence and this so-called target of opportunity. There was a deliberate decision to accelerate the timeline and to strike during the daytime, which is
obvious that they all gathered together, so they blew them up. Like, I don't even understand. Like, this is very clearly what happened. Is that it's like, okay, everybody's in the same place. You know, missions ago, shoot the fucking missile, right? I mean, that's clearly what happened. I feel like that's obviously what happened.
extremely unusual. Usually the U.S. would not strike during the daytime, but they wanted to catch the senior leadership off guard. It was a Saturday morning during Ramadan, and it was also Shabbat during the day, and that's when Israel took the opportunity and dropped those 30 bombs on the compound, and the U.S. simultaneously launched strikes against all of the military targets that then we've seen the results of today. I've also learned that the U.S. alone, the U.S. military alone, has carried out nearly 900 strikes in the last, airstrikes in the last 12 hours. That is an incredibly high number of strikes in the first 12 hours of this operation, Sandra.
Hey, Jan, it's John here. So the one thing that...
That'll happen. Just a second, my audio might have died out on me again. I keep having this happen. It's very annoying. Give me 1 second. I'll pull this up. And where is it here? And let's see. My audio thing crashed. I keep having this happen. I don't know why this happens. I think it's because I never restart this computer. But if I restart it, it causes other issues.
Is that, one of the big reasons why Midnight Hammer and the 12-Day War were so successful was because Israel had Mossad agents on the ground who were directing activities for the aircraft that were overhead. Do we have any idea? And one of the other things about the 12-Day War that was so brilliant on the part of the Israelis is they managed to attract and to bring together top members of the IRGC leadership, and then they eliminated them. Do we
because they're stupid. Like, duh.
know what the Mossad's potential role was here in making sure that they had everybody in the right place at the right time to launch this strike?
I think it's safe to assume, John, that this was an intelligence-driven operation, and the people who have the best intelligence in that region.
I would assume every operation is an intelligence-driven operation at this point. I mean, it's not the Middle Ages.
Tend to be Mossad. If you look at what happened last summer in terms of Lebanon and the drawing together of those leaders as well, taking out and decapitating Hezbollah, this is a style of attack and strike and intelligence that really only the Israelis are capable of. And so I think it makes sense that it was their warplanes that struck the compound, but I found it very interesting.
Oh, so it was Israelis that actually blew it up. Oh, I didn't even know that.
I think that the U.S. Had to agree to move up the timeline based on this target of opportunity, and that senior officials both in Israel as well as in the United States believe that 5 to 10 top Iranian leaders were killed in that strike, including the IRGC commander killed alongside Ali Khamenei.
Jen, if you could you also give us any further details that we have learned about attacks on U.S. military bases in the Middle East? What do we know at this point?
Well, we know that there have been at least 300 missiles fired by Iran today. Some of them have been missiles, some drones targeting various U.S. military bases. A lot of people may not realize that the U.S. has bases in almost every Gulf country. So from Oman to Kuwait to UAE to Qatar, as well as in Saudi Arabia. In fact, I've just received word from a very senior military source that the U.S. base, the Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, is currently under attack by Iranian ballistic missiles, and that the Saudis are currently shooting down those missiles. But this is a big escalation, and we reported earlier today how significant it was that the Saudis had decided to get off the sidelines and decide to say that they were joining in this operation against Iran once Iran...
They never liked Iran. Like the MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, called Khamenei Hitler. Like, I mean, he called him Hitler. Like, I don't know why anybody thought that they were going to be on the same side is, like, retarded. He clearly said that.
Fired missiles into Iranian territory, because they're also firing into some of the areas where oil production is in Saudi Arabia. So the countries like Oman, UAE, and Oman has come off the sidelines as well, and is criticizing Iran for the strikes against UAE, Qatar, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia.
The fact that Iran is throwing all these ballistic missiles at countries in the region, I mean, could be read as the death knell of a regime that is on its last legs.
It's over.
Because
it's obviously over. I mean, like, they're getting bombed. Like, there's a million ships around them. Israel knows where all their guys are. All their main guys are dead. I mean, like, it's so obviously over. I don't even know why anybody's even pretending it's not.
The desperation, John, I think that is absolutely correct. And I just meant to mention to Sandra, you asked about the strikes on the U.S. bases. There have been no casualties. So while there has been some incoming...
We evacuated people because we knew it was going to happen.
There have been no casualties and no real damage that has interfered with operations.
So if this is indeed Iran just got to firing everything that it's got at everybody in the region as it crumbles, the question is, how many ballistic missiles does it have?
It said 4,000.
And I'm sure that our ability to defend against them is finite. I mean, how much do we have left in terms of missile defense?
Well, I think we have plenty of missile defense right now.
Do you really think that they didn't plan for that? I mean, realistically, right? I mean, do you actually think they didn't plan? Like, they don't have an idea of how many missiles they have? They can track individual people's locations in real time and then cross-reference them with other locations in real time. Obviously we know this.
Now, I mean, it's not infinite, But what I have learned is that Iran has fired about 300 missiles today. They have about 2,000 long-range missiles and 2,000 shorter-range missiles. That is really significant because they were building up. Remember, a lot of those missile supplies were attrited last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer. But it seems, and sources have told me, that one of the reasons it was so urgent and needed that Israel and the United States felt that they needed to act is that if Iran had had another year, they would have had 1,000 more ballistic missiles. They were building them at such a pace.
See, that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand is that the sooner that you shut this down, the less effort it takes. So it's like the more that you allow these people to consolidate more military power, the more they're going to consolidate more military power. And then whenever you finally have to deal with it, because it's inevitable that you will, it will be even more painful.
Supplying, despite having lost so many last year.
Jen, before you go, and we have a live look at the White House and being told right now, we have not heard directly from the U.S. or Iran, for that matter, following the confirmation of the Supreme Leader's death, correct?
Probably because they're not ready.
We have not heard an official comment on the record statement. I imagine that they would let that be announced by the president.
Got it. And I'm told the pictures that we have right now are new from the Situation Room, guys. I think we're getting our first pictures from inside the Situation Room.
We saw that already.
This is from, obviously, Mar-a-Lago, as the president traveled there yesterday after he left Texas from Mar-a-Lago, as this decision was being made. Okay. Jen Griffin.
So, yeah, he's like dancing around, fucking around. I'll link you all the video, and so that's really what happened. And so, yeah, they're gonna bomb. They're gonna try to attack the fucking Saudi Arabian base and everywhere else. People said that there's missiles being shot off. Is this accurate? I'm not hearing it.
Relax. Hi, guys.
I just bought a car with my tax refund, and there was actually no drama. Okay, here's how. First off, go to Drive Time. I got approved online in like 30 seconds without a credit hit. Drive Time made this whole process so easy. Last time I bought a car, it was traumatic. I even brought my husband for backup, but I didn't need him at Drive Time because Drive Time lets you make the deal on your phone and shop for cars online. I got to set my own down payment and monthly payment. Everyone was super nice, and there was absolutely no drama. I mean, look at this fool. Go to drivetime.com and get a car without the drama.
What is this?
You've done something really visual with this album.
No, I think this is like the wrong one. We'll see if there's any of these bombs. So people said there's like a missile alert. How do people know that? Yeah, I'll watch this.
Iranian here, with a message for every single American who voted for President Trump.
Ooh.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you. God bless President Trump. God bless the U.S. military, and God bless America. We can't wait until Iran is free and we can welcome you back to our country with open arms and be the allies that we used to be before the Islamic regime took over our country in 1979.
That's right.
That's it. Thank you. Thank you so much, and God bless America.
I think she was the one that called out. She called out Cenk Uygur for making up a bunch of bullshit about Iran being like the protests being funded by Israel. And she was one of the main people. The terrorist Islamic regime talking about Israel over whenever Bashir Assad publicly defects. Oh boy. And I don't know if that's her or not. Let me go back and pull these up. Holy shit. Thank you, Pierre. Wow. And I don't know where the missiles are, or where people were getting that from. I have no idea. The Iran multicam just zeroed in on Tel Aviv. Is that true? Like, I've got so many of these open, it's hard for me to keep up with everything. Oh, it did. Okay. All right, let's see it. We'll see if there's more missiles that fall in. You missed the attack by seconds. I did not miss the attack. According to the latest intelligence, more than 25 senior officials were eliminated in the opening strikes. Yeah, I heard that, and 40. The other number I heard was 40. Rewind. don't know about that. I mean, I can't see shit, man. I missed it? There's no way I missed it. But okay, well, I'll tell you this, right? If I missed it, that means there probably wasn't much to miss, right? And so probably nothing really happened. At Israel, we got a missile alarm. We are in. We just ran to the shelters. Okay, I guess we'll just wait and see if something else happens. Yeah, early warning for launches from Iran and Tel Aviv, Israel, and Jerusalem. So we'll wait and see what happens. Start banning chatter, spinning bombs, or striking? Well, I don't know. Go to North Cameras in Haifa? I don't see that. Yeah, there's not even over there. I'm not seeing any of this at all. How do you think the conflict ends? My opinion is that the conflict will probably end when, it will probably be over when, I don't know if they're going to have to do any more strikes, because it depends on if they're going to surrender. I do think losing the supreme leader is like a massive, like huge, gigantic fucking loss for them. It's tremendous. So yeah, the war will be over when it finishes, exactly. And we'll keep striking. Yeah, we will. Like, we're probably just going to keep attacking them until they surrender, right? Just bombing their bases. Because you got to keep in mind that what is it?
Jerusalem South. Ma'ale Adumim. Jerusalem East. Abu Ghosh. Jerusalem North.
They lost their queen on the chessboard. Well, they lost pretty much that, and like all they have left basically are the pawns. Like, because all of the leadership is basically done. All the knights, all the bishops, all the rooks. Here we go. All right. All right, let's get it. Let's see what happens. Jerusalem being attacked? Yeah, I know. Iran or peddles in our government? There's always people that try to bring that up. It's pretty easy to say that the Epstein stuff is bad, but also Iran is bad. You're making it's a false choice. The idea that you can either care about Iran or care about Epstein is stupid. And the only people that are advocating and saying stuff like that are people trying to downplay Iran. That's all there is to it. It's a simple manipulation. Peaking the mic, yeah, I know. I can't really do much about that. Hopefully they can turn it down on their side. Or Iran has and never will attack U.S. soil. Okay. I mean, like, again, I can explain it to you, but I've already talked about like 5 times, right? There's a dumbass lefty here made some shit argument. 72% of Americans were against this. Do you think that's accurate or a bunch of shit? I think that 72% of Americans would be against a long-term... What's this? This is come out the other side. Oh shit, there's one right there. And there's one right there. There's like 2. I'm not seeing any explosions. I think that's actually, yeah, just... That's an Iron Dome W. After they're shutting it down, we'll see what happens. You missed stuff by answering stupid questions? I didn't miss this. I didn't miss that at all. We'll see if there's any more of these. Oh! Oh, uh-oh.
Time makes it easier to buy a car.
Yeah, already approved. That was easy.
Yep, and you can even customize your own terms on every car.
Oh, there's a little slider thing. I can change my down payment?
Yeah, and we have thousands of cars under 15 grand.
I never had this kind of power. Lower! Lowest down option. Low monthly payment option. I'm making my own deal on all these cars!
Welcome to Car Buying Made Easy.
You know, this is pissed off. How you gonna just leave me to get in trouble
It's your fucking attitude.
Delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity. And it's totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always find the exact global cuisines I'm craving, whether it's Thai, Japanese, or Italian. So I can have Chef Christy Flores' signature grilled spicy salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom bolognese for dinner, and all at 50% off if you click now. To meet my health goals, I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And on my busiest days, they offer convenience I can count on. Meals are freshly prepped, delivered right to my door, and ready to heat and eat in minutes. And the best part, it fits my budget. Right now, Cook Unity is offering 50% off your first week. Get this deal today because it won't last long.
Oh, it's a flash. I hope nobody gets hurt in Israel. I mean, I hope none of the civilians get hurt, period, right? I mean, like, you got to keep in mind that, you know, a lot of the Iranians that get hurt indirectly from, like, the bombing, I mean, these are people that probably don't even support the government. And, you know, obviously that's always, you have civilians that get killed. It's always a tragedy. It's unavoidable. If you have a conflict like this, it's unavoidable. You're going to have civilian casualties. But, you know, it doesn't make it any less of a tragedy and any less sad. It sucks. Hamas to American embassies? Yeah, of course it is. You want to see missile interception? I don't know, man. If you're able to send it to a mod or something, and then like it's a link on a tweet or something, maybe they can link it there. I'd rather a Patriot missile and that fell over there than hit the East Coast. Yeah, definitely. People keep posting War Thunder footage claiming it's Iran. I've already fallen for it 3 times. Honestly, that's a really good advertisement for War Thunder. I'll be real, like that's a damn good advertisement. Is there anything else here that's happening? I'm waiting to see if there's any more of these. Somebody said that there might be other bombs that are incoming as well.
Yo,
what happened today? So basically, this is kind of what happened because I know that a lot of people have been asking about this, and I'll just kind of go through the entire timeline while we're waiting for this to happen. So basically, Iran had a meeting, like all of the top guys in Iran had a meeting, including their main guy, who is like their, it's like their pope, basically. And it's like because Iran, like, it's a religious government. So, like, the pope is also the head of state, effectively, right?
Yeah. Keep talking, bitch. I'm about to kill all of you.
The figurehead and the main power of Iran. So the Pope, and then, which is the Ayatollah, and then a bunch of other senior officials met, and then, all right, and then the U.S. and Israel bombed the fuck out of them, and they're dead. And now we're bombing them again too. Here we go again. Yep, I'm scared of the escalation. If you're scared of the escalation, you should be glad that this is happening. Because every single day that you let these people go on, they're going to consolidate more missiles, more bombs, more nuclear power, more resources. They should have done this 20 years ago. Should have done this 30 years ago. Like, I'm just glad it's happening now. Every single day they come closer to building a nuke. Yeah, exactly. Direct Iranian missile hit and confirmed in Tel Aviv. Yeah, there was one. Oh, there's one. Boom. And it's going. What about that one? I'm trying to follow with my mouse. Looks like that one's going too. There's one right there. And that one, oh, there's 2 of them. It probably could have just fallen apart though. I think it's actually just falling apart. Let's find out. And let's see. Ooh, I don't see the interceptors. Well, let's find out. If there's an explosion, then that will be an indicator, right? It looks like there is no explosion, so that, yeah, probably nothing. Really, a nuke here today for 50 days, according to Israel. I could have made one by now if I put my mind to it. You could have made a nuclear bomb. Shit, man. Maybe you should have. Maybe you should work for Iran.
With so many options, picking the right gear can be scary. But it doesn't have to be when you shop at IMS. At American Musical Supply, we love helping musicians because we are musicians. Talk to our all-musician customer support team anytime. Let our experts help you find the gear you need at AmericanMusical.com.
It's just like insane. And Adderall had a face. I asked my boy how to help me today, and he was like, I got so much more stuff done than usual. I felt locked in with calm. I was just focused the entire day, but with like no crack or jitters, like usually when I drink coffee. I've never had Adderall before. I don't really need it to study or anything. But that was Jake's reaction when I brought him from Ultras to his hedge fund office last week.
So yeah, we get this question a lot. I mean, you've been on Ultra Doctors for the past couple of weeks. What are the actions?
Honestly, I've been so locked in, man. Like, I wasn't expecting it to work this much, but after popping it in a couple of minutes, no more scrolling on TikTok, not even reaching for my phone, I just want to work. It's definitely interesting. Like, it's a way different feeling than if I just downed a energy drink, in terms of there not being that underlying anxiety, the jitters, the crash. I was like only the beneficial side of the energy drink.
Yeah, easy Iron Dome. It did explode? Really? I didn't see it. I know that sometimes if a missile gets sent over there and they can triangulate that it won't hit anything that's like a high value area, they let the missile hit in order to preserve, you know, obviously the Patriot missiles that are supposed to intercept them.
Carmel.
So sometimes they do hit and it doesn't matter. China wants stability too. Their economy depends on exports. Well, this is a big factor that, like, I think a lot of people don't talk about. China is one of our biggest allies. They are. They're also a rival, but they are an ally. Like, we have more trade, as I think, we have probably more trade with China than almost anybody else. Like, it's a massive, huge fucking, everybody loses if we go to war with China. China loses, America loses, everybody else in the world loses. There's no reason. Like, they are a rival, and they want to, you know, do better than we do, and we want to minimize their influence, and there's always going to be an interplay there. But at the end of the day, it is in our best interest that China at least is able to be a manufacturing capital that we can activate on and also sell products to, and mainly import products from. And it's also important for China that America is continually an economic powerhouse that they can sell products to as well. Like, it's in both of our interests for the countries to do relatively well. That's just the truth. You're attributing your reasoning as your own. You're so off base. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's what's happening. I do. I think it's exactly what's happening. China supremely dislikes America. We're just a necessary evil for them. Yeah, of course. If given the chance to do so without great loss themselves, they'd absolutely nuke us. Yeah, and I bet there's a lot of people in America that think that about China too. But at the end of the day, cooler heads will prevail whenever there's billions and trillions of dollars on the line because they don't want to put that at risk. Iran doesn't risk any huge supply chain fuck-ups except for obviously the Hormuz Strait and, you know, the oil that they have, but they send most of that to China anyway. So, and I, as I said, I think that Trump probably guaranteed China that they're going to keep getting the oil from Iran, or somehow China's going to keep getting their oil, and that's probably the big reason why they're not helping or attacking. Why does China care about dollars? Because we're paying them and helping them build their country. Like, that's the reason why. Like, whenever they export something over here, we give them money. And then if we give them enough money, then they get to build another fucking building. And they've done that a lot. Like, obviously. Like, we're funding them building their country because they're sending us shit. Like, yeah, we're their best customer. Exactly. Like, they're not going to kill their best customer. It's stupid. Pete Hegseth tweet? Yeah, we'll look at that in a minute. But, yeah, it looks like, okay, let me go back. I will look at that comment, because I don't know exactly what this is. And, where the fuck did any of these go? Okay, only one word? Oh, no. What is this?
I have one word. advise to the representative of the United States to be polite. It will be better for the person and the country you represented. Thank you.
Be polite.
The representative of the United States has asked the floor to include.
Oh no!
Frankly, I'm not going to dignify this with another response, especially as this representative sits here in this body representing a regime that has killed tens of thousands of its own people and imprisoned many more simply for wanting freedom from your tyranny. Thank you, Mr. President.
I have one only.
Too bad, huh? And why'd she crying? I don't know, girl. Like, who's crying? Is somebody crying? I don't think she's crying. And anyway, let me go back. I'll pull this shit up and find a few more of them. But you're fucking retarded. What is this here? Can I pull this up? And, or who's this? Somebody saying it? Oh, this is some other bullshit. And overnight, this is the comment that Pete Hegseth made about it. Overnight, on President Trump's order, the Department of War commenced Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precision aerial operation in history. The Iranian regime had their choice, yet they refused to make a deal, and now they are suffering the consequences. For almost 50 years, Iran has targeted and killed Americans, always seeking the world's most powerful weapons to further their radical cause. Last night, unlike any previous president, President Trump began dealing with this cancer. Oh, man. That's what I like to hear. Okay, we will not tolerate powerful missiles targeting American